I haven't offended anyone over there. Let's have a look. Hi, Venus. Right, I think we are now, as far as I can see, we are now live on the YouTubes as well. Hello, YouTube friends. How are you all? I hope that you're all really good and have had, or are having, in fact, depending on where you are, a fantastic weekend. I've had a very nice weekend. Thank you for bearing with me on the timing, having to move, obviously, the regular Saturday night show to a Sunday. I'm very, very happy that you're here with me. So big hellos to our friends over in YouTube. Who have we got? We've got Leona, we've got 46 Strings, always great to see you. Chip is in, Nectu, the wonderful Nectu. Flip 40 is in, Diagoras is in. Who else? Lovely people. Pastor Ferry, great to see you. Of course, some of you know that I'm well connected to Pastor Ferry, but always lovely to see you in here. Anyway, Uncle Charlie in the house as well. Brilliant stuff. Hello, everyone. Okay, that's me. Solid 5 minutes of just saying hello to lots of people. And Deborah Becker. Deborah, great to see you. It's always lovely when Deborah is in on the TikTok side. Deborah was one of the first people to say hello in some of my earliest live streams last year, when we used to we'd get I don't know, 30, 40 people in the live stream. It was very small. And Deborah was always there. Not Jay as well. How are you, Not Jay? Nice to see you. I hope that you are having a nice weekend too. And Dr. Joe in the house as well. I could just spend all evening just saying hello to friends. That wouldn't be too bad. Probably be better for my blood pressure than debating. Should we just do that, Sean? Should we just spend the whole stream saying hello? Although that is kind of what we do on the after hours.
We'll do that on Friday. Yeah, we'll do that on Friday.
Fair enough.
Let's get my blood pressure especially.
Yeah. Fair enough.
From not answering questions and all that good stuff. On both sides, please like and share, and please help promote the algorithm. We greatly appreciate it.
Absolutely. It really does make a difference. We're going to get Lego in first on the TikTok side in just a moment. But yeah, if you are on TikTok, it really helps to train the algorithm. If you just message in the chat in the early minutes, it just signals to the TikTok gods that this is a happening place with engagement and activity, and that makes them push it out to more for you feeds, and that means that we get more engagement, more guests, better conversations, less yapping from me, and it's all better. And if you're on the YouTube side, thank you so much for turning up. You guys are awesome. If you could like the stream, that does the same thing for the YouTube gods. It just tells them it's the place to be. Right, so without further ado, let us get in Lego first. Who will be our first guest? Bringing in Lego right now.
Hello, man. How are you?
I'm fabulous, Lego. How are you?
I'm pretty good, man. I'm pretty good. I do just want to say very quickly, obviously, I'm actually, I know it's opposition only, but I just want to say one thing really quickly. I'm very sorry. I know it's opposition only. But obviously, Conor McGregor, I won't say the word, but grapist, and he's now a Christian. And I spoke to quite a few Christians about it in other debate lives, and they said, look where a man is going, not where he's been, and stuff like that, which is just another reason why God is evil and silly. It's very stupid. Obviously, now he's sort of given himself a pass.
Lego, I have to stop you, my friend. I appreciate you coming up, but if I allow you to have a platform for what you want to say, non-debate, then I look like a dick for not allowing all the other people who want to do the same. So if you have something to say about this, as long as it's not too controversial and going to get the channel taken down, call in on Friday. We'll talk about anything you want.
Definitely, yeah. I think it is quite a controversial thing, so of course, whatever's good for you, dude.
We'll tread carefully, but hope you had a good weekend, and thanks for calling in. Thanks.
You too, man.
Cheers,
Conor McGregor should be shot. Thank you.
Okay, all right. This is not a platform for expressing your personal views about individual people, even if they may be views that we agree with. That's not really what we're doing here. So please respect the boundaries of the show and don't call in if you're not here to debate. That's what people are here to see. And as Justin always says, I love you guys, but not that much today. Right, Lincoln is now in the chat. Hello, Lincoln.
How's it going?
It is going. How are you?
I'm doing okay.
Good. May I just check? that you are over 18?
Yes, I'm above 18.
Great. You have a youthful sounding voice. Long may that continue for you. So our prompt today is that God is evil and silly. Do you agree with us about that?
Partially, maybe somewhat. Like, I don't leave out the possibility that there is a God. Like, just because there's something versus nothing. I'm not a child. Someone said I am above 18. Just because there's that possibility. But I don't think the God that exists is intervening or has anything to do with day-to-day affairs.
Right. So you believe in a sort of deistic God, do you?
If there was a God, yes. Just because like there is something versus nothing, but I don't really align myself with religions per se, just because I think they're like archaic and kind of primordial, views of like life, and they don't really explain a lot of things, like a lot of the phenomena that occur today.
I would agree with that. But why does the idea that there's something rather than nothing suggest a God? Why can't there just be what there is? Like, because if there is, think about it like this: if there is a God, then you're prepared. Then someone who accepts and believes that there's a God is quite happy to accept that as a brute fact, right? They don't stop and go, well, why is there a God rather than not a God? Which is the question you would have to ask yourself. If you felt like you'd answered the question of why is there something rather than nothing by going because a God, you haven't really answered the question. You've just relocated it. You're pretending to have answered that one by removing the question from the reality we can look at, and instead sticking it on something which is out of our scope of looking at, and then feeling very pleased with yourself that you've answered the question. In fact, you've answered nothing, because you've now created something else for which you must now ask, why is there that rather than not that, right? So you would have to say, why is there a God rather than not a God?
No, I would... I mean, I would agree that you can shift the premise of like not needing a creator if you always said the universe always existed, if that was your premise, without the need of a creator.
Or even if the universe didn't always exist, but there was some force in nature that we just don't understand that creates universes occasionally, completely beyond the scope of anything we can understand now. But we can't rule that out, right? If we're starting to think about intelligent super magic minds, then we must also be willing to think about, natural processes that create bubble universes or universes within universes, or who knows. We would have to be open to all sorts of possibilities, which don't strain credulity quite as much as the idea of a sort of super being in the sky.
No, I don't believe in the man in the sky that's like looking down upon us.
Sure, but even a designer of some sort raises more questions than it answers. And as I said, whatever questions you would ask of the universe would have to then be asked of that thing. You actually haven't solved anything. You haven't answered any questions. All it does is create more questions, which are trickier, because now you have to account for a mind. You have to explain how that mind works. What is the substrate of that mind? Is it just magic? Or is it, every mind we've ever seen has something that creates it or makes it work, at least, something that it depends on? Are we positing here a mind which is not physical in any way? In which case, how does something which is not physical in any way create things which are physical? It's like it just raises so many problems. And isn't the best thing to just say, we don't know? We don't know either something rather than nothing.
Do you have theories as to why there's something versus nothing, like quantum fluctuations or like the Big Bang? Or
I don't, because I don't think it's an answerable question. Because any answer you come up with, you can ask the same question of that answer, and you'll always be able to, whatever you posit, you will always be able to ask the same question of that thing. So I think it's one of those. Have you ever had a child that keeps on asking why? Why is this like this? Because of that. Well, why is that like that? Because of this. Well, why is this like this? They're onto something. And eventually you get to a point where the only way to terminate that chain of why, because, is to say just because it just is. That's just how it is. And there isn't necessarily anything it depends on. And that's possible. It's possible that you reach some sort of brute fact that things just are because they just are. and that's just it. And I'm okay with that as a possibility.
I've tended to notice that, like, I'm assuming you're from the UK, that a lot of people in Europe tend to trend towards agnostic beliefs. Like, since I was raised in the US, like, I would say, like, it tends to trend towards, like, more conservative beliefs. Not that I'm actually conservative in any way, shape, or form, but like it's just interesting to see, like, the two different ways people think on the opposite ends of the ocean.
Yeah, in my country, if you meet someone at a party and you ask them what church they go to, they walk away quietly and nervously back away from you and go somewhere else. It's just not a thing that happens here.
Yeah, I would say, like, okay, since I was raised, like, somewhat religious, I've, like, how do I say this? Like, the circumstances that affected my life don't really perpetrate there ever being, like, Abrahamic religion, just because I think it's, like, so so there's so many inconsistencies, and also, like, all the stories seem to, like, be, like, anthropomorphized, like the talking snake in the garden. Like, obviously we're going to instill, like, evil qualities onto an animal that we don't like the Garden of Eden. Like, it just seems so, like, man-made, these stories, and there's not really rational thinking. So, like, I wouldn't be able to align myself with Christianity, even though I was raised Christian, because it just leaves so many gaps to be filled. So then I was like, okay, maybe if that's not the reason, maybe there's just a God that doesn't intervene and he just created things. But maybe there's no God.
It sounds like you're where Sean was after he had come out of Christianity, right, Sean?
Yeah. Did you come out of? I didn't quite catch it. Did you come out of Christianity yourself, or did you already have sort of more deistic type of views than your Christian counterparts?
I think it's more so, like, I was, like, relatively Christian, and then I went to college, and then, like, actually, this is personal. I know it's not, like, you don't want personal accounts, but, like, my friend had, like, long history of cancer, and then watching his struggle, and then, like, I was like, why? Like, no, like, senseless, rational God would just, like, watch from above, like, through a window pane, and just, like, watch, like, this amount of suffering, like, tumors coming from his, like, everywhere, like, sporadically. Like, he had battled Ewing sarcoma, so I was like, like, how can there ever be something, like, all good, and just, like, having the capability of being all powerful, but not be willing to intervene?
That's it.
Yeah,
you nailed it. We will be having this conversation several times this evening, I feel. But yeah, thank you, Lincoln, for calling in. We wish you well on your intellectual journey. Just keep on going. Don't take silly answers. Keep on asking questions. Keep on thinking for yourself, and wherever you end up, it will be because you're not feeling pressurized to believe any things, and I'm happy for you for that.
No worries. Just thinking. All right, take care.
That's good.
Good stuff, man. Take it easy. Good. Okay. Well, as they say, W. Lincoln. He is thinking for himself, and we are all about that. Okay, we are going to get random thoughts in next, and then Isaac after that. We have a call on the bingo immediately. Who's been really, really quick? Pastafari nailed Nothing Comes From Nothing. Can't argue with that. It was indeed posited. Well done, Pastafari. Excellent work. Okay, by the way, Jiffy Cones asked me if I could implement a function to shuffle around the bingo board so that things are not in the normal places. And if you look at the bingo board now, you will see that's exactly what's happened. So we now have, each week, even if I don't change the contents, things are in different places. So don't be sleeping on the bingo. Don't be sleeping on the bingo. And also, I'm going to put the links in the chat for anybody who would like to rate the guests. For anyone who doesn't know, this is a way of you guys feeding back on how you think the conversation has been in real time with our guests. If you just put this link into a browser, then you can move a little ball around on the screen. And in a nutshell, up and down is how good you think their arguments are. Up, good. Down, not so good. And left to right is how good you think their attitude is. Really simple. Good arguments, high. Bad arguments, low. Good personality or good attitude to the conversation towards the right, bad towards the left. So move the ball around the screen, and then you'll be able to see where everybody's little balls are, and then there's a resultant which averages them all out, and that's the score that conversation gets. And we do a leaderboard at the end to see who the worst call was and who the best call was. So if you're thinking of calling in, bear in mind the fact that you're going to be judged on the quality of the arguments you bring and the quality of the good faith that you bring to the conversation. If you're constantly over talking, if you're coming in to try and prove something, if you want to try and own people, you're not going to score well on that index. But if you come in good faith to have a conversation, then even if we disagree with what you're saying, you could still score well along that line of good faith. And that's really what we're after. The crash outs are fun, but we prefer to have good faith conversations with people. All right, let's get in random thoughts, and then after this, I have a few super chats to share with you. Let's see. Random thoughts. Are you there? Possibly not. I think we can hear something. Hang on a second. How about now? Let's try this. Random thoughts. Are you there? Are you there, Random?
Hey, hello.
There we go. That was actually my fault. Apologies. We've got you in now. Welcome in, and thank you for waiting. How are you this evening?
Not too bad. How are you?
Fantastically well, thank you. So our quote, our prompt rather, for this evening's discussion is: God is both evil and silly. What say you about this?
I mean, I'm Christian, so I would have to disagree with that.
Sure. Well, which one should we tackle first? Because I reckon I can prove both of them.
Well, silly's pretty arbitrary, so I guess we'll tackle evil.
We can tackle evil. Yeah, we can tackle evil. So I grant you that what our perspective on this is that judgment calls like good, evil, bad, good, stuff like that are they're personal views, right? I'm of the opinion, and so is Sean, that all these things are value judgments, and a value judgment is necessarily subjective. So you could say, well, just because I think something is evil, that doesn't mean it is. And I would absolutely grant that. And I think that's the same. It's like saying just because somebody thinks pistachio ice cream is delicious doesn't mean it is. It's a personal thing, right? So I would grant that. And I think that, so if anyone says, well, how can you prove, by what measure do you prove your claim that God is evil? I would say that I have a personal standard of ethics based on some really, really basic principles that most people who aren't mentally ill would agree to. So things like things like causing unnecessary harm is undesirable and wrong, right? And that avoiding harm is good, and causing suffering not good. These are the basic principles, and then because those are, to me, they're pretty axiomatic. I think if somebody's trying to establish a system of ethics which is built on the idea that causing harm is good and avoiding harm is bad, then they're probably not someone I want to be having a conversation about ethics with, because it's probably time to visit a clinic of some sort, right? So because I think these things are pretty obvious and pretty foundational, I'm then able to be pretty objective about weighing up whether I think a particular action is good or a particular person is behaving in a good way. So when I look at
can be objective based on a subjective standard?
Yes. So the subjectivity lies in how you define your standard, and then the objectivity lies in when you look at an action or a person and you evaluate them against that standard. And that's pretty much how we evaluate lots of things in life, right? You have a subjectively chosen kind of reference, and then you objectively measure things against that reference. And so
I guess just for the purposes of conversation, everything, I'll just be upfront. I disagree with you on the moral subject part. I'm a moral realist. However, I think for the sake of argument, I guess we can kind of go with your standard. But just as a disclaimer, I kind of disagree with your initial premise that morality is subjective.
Well, would you agree that some morality is subjective? Because essentially, people who are moral realists are you wouldn't disagree with the idea that we can have moral intuitions. You wouldn't disagree with the idea that we can personally find things agreeable or disagreeable morally. You're not saying that those intuitions don't
Sure,
exist.
sure.
You're just saying that there's something else as well as that, right?
Yeah, I believe humans are contingent, and we're contingent to both laws of logic, mathematics, and morality. I would lump morality in with that. So we're contingent to existing laws.
Yeah. Okay. Well, without getting too taggy about this, let's just agree that we have it within us. We have within us the ability to look at an action and say, "I don't like that. That's bad." And
yeah, I mean, I think as we unpack this, I'll probably push back against some of that. But
sure.
yeah, I think we could just sort of get into it.
Okay. All right. Well, yeah. Let's do that. So for me, because I don't like the idea of unnecessary harm being caused. When I look at the God of the Bible, causing unnecessary harm as something of a hobby, I am inclined to say the guy's not good. He's a lunatic. He absolutely loves collective punishment. He loves punishing people for the actions of other people. Innocent people.
Is it completely arbitrary and without reason?
Yes, I believe his actions are in terms of doling out punishments to people who weren't involved in the crimes that are being punished, absolutely unforgivable. An example would be him making David do a census and then punishing David for doing the census by killing 70,000 innocent people who had absolutely nothing to do with David doing the census. Why should they have been killed? That, to me, if you saw a human being do that, you wouldn't hesitate to say that's not just.
Okay.
So when I see God doing it, I say that's not just.
But do you believe that morality is based on the ontology of somebody?
No, I don't. I think morality is based on whether an action fits into my idea of what constitutes good or bad.
Well, I mean, I can demonstrate that morality is relative to the ontology of somebody. For example, I would say from a society standpoint, if a man walks into a woman's changing room, that is wrong. But if a woman walks into a woman's changing room, there's nothing wrong with that. And why? Because the ontology is different. And so based on what the action, their ontology determines whether it's right or wrong.
I wouldn't necessarily go there with you, because that's a kind of word game. Because you can just say when someone walks into a space which is not intended for them, it's an invasion of the privacy of the people in that space, and just leave it at that. But it's
you could take it a step further. You could say that when I guess would do you care if I say the R word?
No, you can say the R word. You can say any word you want.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, so if I would say if rape occurs among people, then we see that as a moral wrong. But when it occurs within the animal kingdom, because of their ontology, we have no issue with it.
I would just say there's no such thing as rape in the animal kingdom, because animals don't give consent. Rape is sexual contact without consent, and animals.
Sure they do. Sure they do. That's what the whole mating part's about.
I don't think so. I think that's anthropomorphizing, other species, other animals. But we're kind of getting off the reservation a bit here. I think it's basically simple. I think that God behaves in a way that if a human being behaved in that way, you and I would both agree that human being should be condemned. And so, if you appeal to the ontology of the person doing the act, that's special pleading. So are you saying that it was a good act for God to punish 70,000 innocent people by killing them with a pestilence because of something that another person did, completely nothing to do with them? In your view, is that good?
Well, I mean, in my view, if you're assuming that everything in the Bible is correct and that Christianity is correct, God playing God is not something. It's not an evil. We don't consider it evil when someone dies of old age, but when they're killed, we consider it evil. Even though you would argue it was God who caused them to die of old age. It was an
express punishment in the Bible. It was specifically a punishment. In fact, David was offered a choice of punishments, and he couldn't choose one. So that's the one that God decided to inflict, and he killed 70,000 people who had nothing to do with the crime, and tied it directly to the crime.
Again, God is allowed to play God. Now, again, let's assume that everything in the Bible is correct. Let's say that my view of God is correct, because for the sake of argument, we kind of have to. All right, God moving someone from one location to another, because in my worldview there's an afterlife, is not an evil act. Now, the motive you went about it might seem a little unpalatable to you, but again,
So
he's
it was-
allowed
so-
to play
so-
God.
Okay, so
Go ahead, John.
do you believe that basically are you suggesting God is immune from any moral judgment, and he could have literally any character and do literally anything, commit any atrocity for any reason, and it will always be good in your eyes because he's God?
Well, if you argue anything else, you're going to be arguing in a circle, because then you will say that we're the subject of morality.
So the answer is yes.
More or less, sure.
Okay, so if God ordered you to unalive babies, would you do that and consider it good while you're doing it?
I mean, I wouldn't consider it good, but now could God have a moral reason for doing it? I mean, there would be a lot to go there. How do I verify that as God, so on and so forth?
Yeah,
But
let's just assume you know it's God. And you said you would not consider it good, but you just said good. God is the standard by which you consider things good.
Well, I think good and evil, like, we're talking about two separate standards right now.
Yeah, right. But your standard, you are defining good by your standard. This is your standard, is that you defer to God no matter what. And so if God told you to unalive a bunch of babies, you would consider that good and you would do it, right?
I mean, yeah, I wouldn't enjoy it, but if that's what
Sometimes
God had said,
you just got to kill those kids, right?
I mean, hey, if you're, I mean,
this is where,
not to bring in politics, but
this is don't go there, don't go there, don't go there. This is where divine command theory gets you. It gets you to basically giving up your own moral sense, and so what you're actually doing when you say God is good, if you are then defining God, if you're defining good as anything God likes and then labeling God good, what you're doing is you're stripping the word good of any moral meaning at all, and you're not using it as a descriptive term. You're just using it as a label that you have arbitrarily redefined, which is massively circular, because you're basically saying that good means anything God does, and then when you say God is good, you're just saying God does what God does. And that doesn't tell us anything.
What I'm doing is the exact opposite of circular. Is I'm grounding it.
No, you're not.
I'm coming up with a grounding for morality.
You're grounding it on Jello.
You're just assuming.
You're not grounding it. There's no ground there. You've literally destroyed the ground. I have a ground because I've got something measurable. I don't like harm to innocent people. I grant that that's not intrinsic. I grant that it's not intrinsic. But the fact that it's subjective doesn't make it arbitrary. It's just meaningful because living things.
You can't even define what harm is.
I can say suffering, right? Needless, avoidable suffering. Bad, right? It's easy. It's not difficult.
Well, again, suffering is nothing but, I mean, what is pain but chemical receptors in the brain?
Right.
So it's like, again, these are just arbitrary words.
It's not arbitrary words because we understand what suffering is. If I light you on fire, you'll soon know, right? So it's not arbitrary words. It's a condition of being in that I don't want to be in, and I don't want my fellow living things to be in. And so that's very, very easy for me. I can then just look at an act and I can say, is this act going to bring more of this or less of it? More equals boom, less equals hooray. And then we can, here's the good thing.
Outside of God, we've seen how that plays out.
Hang on a second, don't worry about that. That's bollocks. So here's the good thing about my system, which yours doesn't have. I can check mine against reality. So I can make a moral judgment. I can do a thing, and then I can actually measure. I can have a look and say, did the pain increase? Did the well-being increase? And if it turns out that I thought I was being ethical, but actually it caused more harm, I can course correct. Right. You don't get to do that when you're trying to, you don't have morals anymore. You just have obedience, and you're just trying to be a good little God boy. You don't have morals at all.
Well, I mean, again, I would argue that at least I've got the foundation, whereas you're making yourself the arbiter, in which case...
You don't have a foundation. My friend,
sure
you don't. All you have is obedience.
My foundation is the Imago Dei. You're assuming Imago Dei. You're assuming that human flourishing is a good thing, but you have no grounding to make that assumption.
I'm assuming that it's something that I like. I'm not making a claim about truth.
But why?
I'm saying it's something I like.
Care about what you like
because you don't want it either. Because you don't want your own suffering. You don't want the suffering of those around you. This is actually a value that we share. And you're torn now between trying to say, you've got two choices now.
Mm-hmm.
You can either say you don't care about human suffering, in which case you look like a monster, or you do care about human suffering, in which case you're agreeing with me. I'm not saying that it's good in a sort of magical way. I'm just saying that it's something that we have evolved to want. We don't want to suffer ourselves. We don't want our families to suffer, and we don't want other beings to suffer.
Yeah, that's all great within personal preference. But now, what if I say that hurting other people somehow decreases my suffering, and I don't personally see anything wrong with that?
Well, here's the bad news. Here's the bad news.
Like you can argue that slavery was great for the economy.
No, but here's the bad news for what you said. Right? You say you decide you want to hurt other people and it's good for you. That's great until you want to actually be part of a collective. Until you recognize that your own survival chances and those of your family are significantly enhanced by being part of a social group rather than on your own. If you want to be on your own, go for it. Make your own rules and good luck with that. But if you want to benefit from a society and benefit from collective protection, sharing resources, sharing childcare, sharing, all the things that come with being in a group rather than on your own, that our ancestors figured out hundreds of thousands of years ago, they figured out that it was better to work together than on their own. Then part of that working together is reciprocal altruism. And part of reciprocal altruism is understanding that the things that you don't want, you don't put onto other people. People were, our ancestors on the savannas of Africa, hundreds of thousands of years ago, were basically enacting the golden rule centuries and centuries and millennia before anyone had even thought to write it down or verbalize it, because they understood instinctively that if they don't do that, they don't cooperate, they die. And the ones who didn't cooperate
I would
did
say
die.
That's an argument against moral relativism.
Yeah.
For example, let's just take rape. If the end all be all is Darwinism, I don't understand how you can honestly consider that a bad if I'm ensuring my own genes get passed down.
Right. So something can be evolutionarily effective and also immoral. We're not wedded to Darwinism.
So now you're appealing to a moral standard.
I am appealing to a moral standard. The exact same one I gave you at the beginning, which is I'm not interested in the harm of others. I'm interested in the well-being of others, even if that goes against some evolutionary drives that might benefit my particular genes. I'm allowed to subvert those drives because that's what we've evolved to be able to do, funnily enough. Our brains now allow us to not just act on base instinct to further our own genes. And also there are instances where cooperation gives us a greater chance of furthering our own genes than just jumping on top of the first available fertile partner we see and trying to do what we can there. That the actual cooperation works out better for us. And that's why we've evolved to do that. So this argument is a non-starter to I know my cat doesn't like it either. It's a bit of a non-starter really, and so we come back again to this God of the Bible, right, who behaves like a complete lunatic, punishing innocent people everywhere you look, punishing the whole of mankind because someone had an unauthorized fruit salad. This is completely lunatic and extremely silly.
So, If you want to appeal to the moral argument against God, I mean, I think you already know that's sort of a dead end argument philosophically. Really?
I say no such thing.
Yeah.
Okay. So are you able to demonstrate that an all-knowing God could not possibly have sufficient reason to allowing the evil and suffering of others or even causing it?
Yeah, it's easy. Okay. Unless you think that God's not all powerful. If he's lame, if he's like a trainee, if he's the middle manager, if he's Mr. Bean, yeah, sure, fill your boots. He can be very good and just a bit incompetent. That God could exist, but something tells me that may not be the one you believe in.
Oh, well, I think again, you're kind of begging the question here.
I haven't asked a question.
So you have to be able to provide justification that even being hands off, he does not have sufficient reason. Not that he's incapable, he doesn't have sufficient reason.
This is easy. I do this every day before breakfast. This is easy. If God is powerful enough to create entire universes, stretch out the cosmos across the sky, and create planets and life and suns and everything that we see in reality, are you really seriously suggesting that he's not powerful enough to enact his plan without enormous amounts of pain and suffering in the world? That he can only achieve his plan with that amount of pain and suffering? He can't do it another way. He can't figure it out.
Well, typically when people describe God as all powerful, they get the actual definition of that wrong.
We understand the restrictions of logic, but if you're going to try and make an argument here that it's a logical contradiction, I'm going to ask you to be very specific and tell us exactly what the contradiction is, and you're not going to be able to. You want to try?
Well, the contradiction would be that of free will and
No.
How so?
That's not a contradiction. God, unless you think God is not powerful enough to engineer a world in which his creations enjoy free will but are not inclined to sin, as is the case apparently in heaven. We're given to believe such a place exists already. And things like hurricanes and natural disasters and animals tearing each other's windpipes out, which has nothing to do with free will. You're suggesting that God would,
based on our ontology.
No. God would love to. Sure. God would love to make a universe in which mudslides don't kill entire communities of devout, faithful people praying to him every day who are killed in their church by the mudslide. He'd love to do that. He just can't figure out how to achieve his aim without doing that, is the argument you're currently making.
No, I'm currently making that he may have sufficient reason in order to bring on a greater good, which is the Christian claim anyway.
Is he capable of achieving the greater good without that? Is he capable of achieving the greater good without that? Yes or no?
Within the confines of our ontology and his nature, no, I don't think that is.
He's not. Well, that's a very limited God. It's not a logical. If you're going to make a claim that it's a logical contradiction, you need to be able to evidence that explicitly.
Yeah, sure.
Which law of logic is being violated by which propositions in the claim?
The law of non-contradiction.
How so?
Show us P and not P. So, like for example, you can't have a circle square because an object cannot have four sides and not four sides simultaneously. So that's a logical contradiction. It would be P, which would be the square part, and then the circle doesn't have four sides. So you can't have P and not P. What's the P and not P in this example?
The P and not P would be free will. The not P would be free will.
What's free will got to do with earthquakes that cause buildings to fall down, kill some people, paralyze some people walk out? What's that got to do with free will?
Natural disasters are a thing in and of themselves.
What's that got to do with free will?
Huh?
What's that got to do with free will?
Well,
how would somebody's free will be compromised if God just decided to not have the earthquake that day? Whose free will specifically has been compromised in that instance?
Well, I mean, you can make the argument. I mean, I wouldn't make this argument, but just for the sake of us. Well, again, I'm playing devil's advocate as much as anything.
But your arguments are poor enough when you're making the arguments you would make. Don't make them worse by making the arguments you wouldn't make. Tell us specifically whose free will is being compromised by God deciding to not have an earthquake today. Maybe I'll do one another day.
Okay, let's assume that, again, everything in the Bible is accurate. In that case, you would be, you have the whole spiritual realm. You have
he's going to disappoint. He's going to disappoint Satan. This is what you're telling me.
What's that?
God creates the earthquake because otherwise he might be disappointing Satan or some bad angels who are planning on enjoying the earthquake. Perhaps they bought ringside seats and they're planning on enjoying the earthquake, and God is happy to let them enjoy the earthquake because he puts the free will of those creatures ahead of the free will of the ones that he apparently loves. Are you making this argument with a straight face?
We're getting away from the main premise, which is because of his ontology, he is allowed to play God.
We're not talking about what he's allowed to do. We're talking about what's good. We're talking about what we approve of. We're talking about what fits in with the ethics.
Why would God care what you approve of?
We're talking about what fits in with the ethics of not causing avoidable harm.
Of your personal. We're talking about what fits in with the ethics of your personal preference.
This is the claim I'm making. When I say God is evil, I'm going to take you right back to the start of the conversation. All I'm saying is, according to my value judgment, this is easily, demonstrably, obviously, unequivocally evil, because all you're going to do is come up with a bunch of completely ludicrous reasons why God must have children's cancer wards and must allow natural disasters to sweep babies out of their parents' arms and drown them, and must allow children to be born with their organs outside their bodies and die painful deaths, and must allow famines, and must allow animals to have to tear each other's windpipes out, because he just can't bring about his plan without doing that. This is the exact same argument we have with everyone who tries to justify this gibberish.
You are making the assertion that death in and of itself is evil.
Yes. Death is bad. That's right. That's my starting point. If you think death is good, then why aren't? If you think death is good, why aren't you out killing as many people as possible?
Because murder and death are two different things. Okay,
right.
Death is a natural part of life, and when God.
So you celebrate when kids die. You celebrate when kids die. Then, when you see them with the little coffins of the children who have died on the cancer wards, you waving and celebrating because it's fantastic, because death is actually good. We have people in the community here who have lost children.
Why are you getting so worked up?
I'm not worked up. I'm just telling you. We've got people
like
in.
You're
got
talking
people.
About children coffins and stuff. Like you're like this is like.
You sound indifferent to the suffering and agony of parents who have lost children. One of us is coming off as completely unhinged in this conversation, and one of us isn't. Right? I'm saying that if your position,
you want to make that claim,
I am making it. So if you're saying if your position is that actually death is good, then you should be celebrating.
I didn't say death is good. I said death is natural.
Well, I'm saying it's bad. I'm saying that when children die, whether it's natural or not, it's bad. I've got no problem saying
always bad 100% of the time. Is that your claim?
I've got no problem saying 100% of the time when kids die of cancer and their parents have to bury them in little coffins, it's bad 100% of the time.
Okay.
And whatever crazy answer,
the main premise of Christianity is
whatever crazy answer you're going to come up with to say that sometimes it's good because of your theological framework, it's just going to make you look even more completely batshit crazy than you look already, which is quite a lot.
We are assuming everything in the Bible is correct. All right.
Well, you're might be
assuming.
I'm not.
Huh? Well,
I'm not.
Then how are we gonna have this argument then? Because we're arguing about my God.
Yeah.
The only way we can argue my God is assume my God is real.
If we assume that, he's a monster.
Yeah. Your God who loves slavery, has innocent women stoned to death,
are you going to
orders the killing of children.
Or are we going to have an actual intellectual discussion about this?
Well, we started to, and then so we went on the discussion where you said, like, how do you know the harm is unnecessary? And then we explained to you that if God is all powerful, there isn't a greater good that he could not achieve without the harm. If he needs the harm in order to achieve the greater good, then he's not all powerful. You tried to say it was a contradiction. Then we went to, okay, explain the contradiction. What is the P and not P in this thing here? Okay. You weren't able to, and then you pivoted to, well, God can just be God. So basically God can do any grotesque thing, and by your definition it'll be good just because he's God. So your answer was shifted from how do you know it's unnecessary to might makes right. So do you agree that unnecessary harm is always bad?
For the sake of argument, I'll say yes. Well, okay. I'm gonna qualify that. Okay. Unnecessary harm for the sake of harm itself is always bad.
So just if somebody does or allows harm for just arbitrary reasons, like not for the harm itself, but they're just indifferent to it and they don't care. In your view, that can be good.
No, again, so that was the qualifier.
No,
if it does not bring about a greater good,
that's
or cannot be used, huh?
Yeah, that's what I mean by unnecessary harm. Okay. So unnecessary harm would be harm that is necessary harm would be harm that is needed in order to achieve a greater good. Can we agree on that?
Okay, sure. Okay, all right, yeah, we can agree on that then.
Yeah, okay, we'll agree to that. Unnecessary harm is always bad. Will we agree to that?
Sure.
Okay. If God needs to do harm in order to achieve a greater good, if that's a requirement, he is not all powerful, right?
Um, for the sake of argument, I'll agree with it. Well,
Okay.
I don't
All
know.
right.
I might push back on it later, but for now, I'll
Yeah.
grant it.
Well,
Yeah.
we,
So the fact that there is harm, God has done harm, He has allowed harm, etc. It's all by definition, because God is all powerful, unnecessary harm, which you just agreed to.
yeah,
Right.
random.
So
But
again,
as we draw things to a close, because we don't let the conversations go on too long here, because it just gets a little dull for the audience. But I want to offer you a metaphor. It's something that I often talk about in these conversations, and I strongly suspect may come up again later tonight. So I have a concept called the seesaw of shit. And the way the seesaw of shit works, it's like a seesaw you would get in a kid's playground, right? Fulcrum in the middle, plank on either side. And on one side you have God's power, and on the other side you have God's goodness. And what you're trying to do is elevate God's goodness by saying all of these horrible things that we see happening before us, the children's cancer wards and the kids killed in needless car accidents and killed by their own parents and tsunamis and all of this horrible stuff. He's got a reason for doing it. And so he's not a jerk for doing this stuff. He's got a reason for doing it. And our little ant minds just aren't powerful enough to understand the reason. But that doesn't mean the reason's not there. So what you do is you elevate his morality by essentially excusing all of this horror with the claim that it's happening for a greater good later. So up that side goes. But of course, when one side of a seesaw goes up, the other side goes down. And every time you make a claim that God does one of these things because he needs to do it because of some plan he's got, some future state of reality that he would like to bring about, but he's just not capable of bringing that future state of reality about unless little Timmy goes under the wheels of a truck on his bike. You make his power less, and you make him smaller and smaller and smaller. And eventually, you've rehabilitated his reputation in the ethics department, and what you're left with is a rather pathetic, hapless, incompetent, imbecilic God who would love to find a way to enact his plan without killing billions of innocent humans and animals, but just hasn't figured it out yet, and that's the one we're supposed to worship, whereas in fact it would be one that we would do well to deride and turn away from and laugh at and cry about for the tragedy of it being so pathetically inept. That's what you're left with.
Do I get a chance to respond to any of that, or is that just?
You may have the closing comments.
All right. I think that where we're not seeing eye to eye is that you think that life for the sake of life is the end all be all. From the Christian perspective, heaven is the end all be all for life. So if God allows suffering, but it increases the maximum amount of people who end up going to heaven, then that would be.
Okay. Well, the reason that argument doesn't work is, again, you're claiming now that God couldn't get those people into heaven without all the suffering, which again makes your God look pretty crap. I'm thankful that you called in. We enjoyed the conversation. Feel free to call us again.
All right, have a good one.
All the best. And off he goes. Okay, well, that's the classic. It's the same conversation we've had so many times. I'm sure we're going to have it more tonight. I posted a video about it today. Someone trying to lean into divine command theory. That's what it gets you. Is this pathetic God who's doing his best to manage, but is just not very good at it, or he's a complete monster. And if you hold to an all-powerful God, there's no getting away from it, sadly. He is a beast. Okay, so that was Random Thoughts. Our next guest is going to be End Organized Harassment, and then after that, Trubo after that. Just going to read a few super chats first. We have Buzz is back in the house. I'm very happy to see Buzz back. And Buzz says, and I quote, "It's the fucking Sean and John show. Hell yeah." Quoting, of course, from Reckless Religion, who we love. I promise I am going to find that in one of the old lives, clip it, put it on the soundboard, and we will have it to use as much as we want every time. Because I asked her and she was happy for us to do it. So that is going to happen. Buzz says, "I'm so excited. My weekend has felt without purpose, but now I get to spend a lovely time in the chat with your beautiful audience." They are amazing. And opposition, also amazing in their own special way. John for Nope. Thank you, Buzz. Great to have you back. I hope that your journey back was all right and that you're okay. Let's catch up soon. Many thanks, Buzz. And we also have Ven Morgan. Thank you for the super chat. I can't change the amount to 3.14 on mobile, so this'll do. Thank you, John, and everyone in the community listening in on my drive home from the Ark Encounter protest in Kentucky. Keep on, friends. No way was it protested. I would wish so, because what a complete waste of time and money, that ludicrous monstrosity that Ken Ham and his team of imbeciles have put together. A monument to scientific ignorance. Wow, great dinosaur head on TikTok. Thank you so much for that. Yeah, absolutely crazy. Good on you, Ven. Thank you so much for that. Appreciate it. 2 more, and then we'll get end organized harassment in. Tax the church. Hell yeah. Why isn't God killing people a violation of free will? It is. These claims about God needs to protect the free will of the rapist are completely horrific. What about the free will of the person who doesn't really want to be assaulted that day? Awful. And last one for now. Viking Chef, great to see you, Viking. Really great to see you. Thanks for the super chat. Viking Chef says, imagine if women wrote the Bible. Virgin men stoned to death. Men treated second tier. Men today would be atheist. Flip it around. This book is man-made ego BS. Bin it. Move on. Well said, friend. Well said. I could not concur more than that. Viking Chef is all sorts of awesome. Okay, let's get end organized harassment in. I think that we should end organized harassment. I don't think it should have been started, but let's get them in and see what we are saying. Are we in? Trying to come in. TikTok is trying to bring them in. It's not working fantastically well, though. Sometimes you just have to go, it's not working, and then bin it. That seems to be the case here. End organized harassment. If you want to come back up, join the queue again. But for now, we are going to get True Joy in on the TikTok side. Hopefully this one works better. There we go. Welcome in, True Joy. Hello.
Hey, am I coming in pretty clear, guys?
You are coming in nice and clear. Welcome.
Awesome. Last time we engaged, we discussed like how, like if there was a model for atheism that was going to provide some kind of persuasion for us to move over. And I think this discussion about God being evil is going to, especially with your like subjective, I guess, opinions about what is evil. But like 2 things that y'all said a minute ago on the last guest. Could the seesaw just remain balanced instead of swaying one way or the other? Could it be possible that God's attributes are harmonized in such a way that he's...
It could be, but the metaphor of the seesaw is to say that it starts off flat, right? And then you make an argument in an effort to rehabilitate his ethics. And so the ethics go up because you've explained away, you've created a reason for why he needed to let little Sally get raped by her father. You've explained it. God needed her to be raped by her father because he's got a plan, and the plan can only work if that happens. Well, in so doing that, you have now moved the ethical side up because you've been mission accomplished. You've now rehabilitated God's reputation. Hooray! God is great. He's got a perfect purpose for this. But in so doing, inevitably, to balance that out, the other side does go down because it's implied in your claim that God can only enact his plan if this thing happens, and that makes him diminished.
I think that's a blunder. No offense, sir.
It's not a blunder. It's an entailment of making the claim that God has a plan and he can only achieve it if these things happen. Well, if I had a God, my God would be able to achieve the greater good without Sally getting raped by her father. What the hell's wrong with your God?
Well, I really want to focus on the analogy before we switch to like why you understand evil to be what it is, or harm or suffering. But if it is the case that God, like at least for the Christian worldview, because right now you're talking about a God that isn't like under the Christian paradigm, God's attributes are harmonized at all actions. So because he's by definition perfect and holy, there's never going to be a moment where his power supersedes his goodness, his love, his justice. All of those things are perfectly
so easy to say. So easy to just define your God as being perfect and hope it sticks. What we do is we assess something. No. We don't define something as perfect. We assess it. And we say, has this reached the standard required by perfection? So one of those standards might be not having little girls raped by their father. God failed that standard.
That's an
not
effect.
not perfect. No,
That's an effect, right? What I'm saying, what I'm referring to. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, I would just say it's not. I would say for me, perfection means that it couldn't get better, right? Perfection is something being so good that there are no improvements you could possibly make to it. We can demonstrate right now that the God of the Bible is not perfect. Immediately, I can give you a proof of it right now. You want me to show you? Would you want me to show you?
Yeah, I would love for us to go to text, but then that's going to require some kind of interpretation and us doing some kind of exegesis.
No, it's not going to require. It's not going to require. I'm going to show you right now.
Before you do that, your claim was
if God had rather than saying giving detailed laws on how to enact slavery, if God had passed a law saying don't enact slavery, would that have been worse?
Hold on. Because I want to make sure that we're following each other. You said perfection is something that can't be added to, right? It can't get better.
If you say something is perfect, if you say something's perfect, then implied by that is the idea that it could not be better. And I'm showing you right now that God's laws could easily have been better. If God, rather than saying, here's how you do slavery and providing detailed instructions on how to own other human beings, if he had said, don't do slavery.
Laws is a different category.
No, it's coming from God. It's coming from God.
No. I'm not saying that it's not coming from him. Laws is a different category than attributes.
Who made those laws? Who made those laws?
Sure.
One of his attributes is that he made those laws.
Is that he makes these laws? Yeah.
Yeah. Sure. Listen to what I'm about to say, though. If something is harmonized, like if all of his attributes are harmonized, could there be any better? Because you said perfection could not been better. So
what do you mean by
see,
harmonized?
They're equally displayed at all times, because that's the only way you could have perfection within attributes.
I actually don't give a shit whether his attributes are harmonized. I'm looking at him as a being.
Well, you would have to if you're going to accuse him of being perfect.
I don't have to, because I'm looking.
So you're not accusing him of being perfect.
I'm telling you, I'm demonstrating that he's not. I'm saying that it's obvious to see that he's not perfect, because one of his attributes was passing laws permitting slavery rather than passing laws that don't permit slavery, which is what we do now because we recognize that his laws were crap, and so we've improved on them, unless you think we ought to reinstitute slavery to make it better because it was better the way God wanted it. Which one is it?
No, I don't think you're answering my question, sir.
You didn't answer John's question earlier. John asked you if God, instead of telling you like how hard you can beat your slaves and these little rules, like which slave, hold on, which slaves you can keep for life, etc., having these rules surrounding slaves. If God had just said instead of that, don't own people as property, would that have been better?
Right,
worse?
That's a pivot from my clarification question. Because right now I'm trying to clarify what he means by perfect.
So is that a yes or no? Well, would it have been better, yes or no?
I can't determine that until we have this conversation about the
John asked you that earlier, so you don't know.
This isn't my worldview. We're questioning John's right now, so I just want to make sure.
We're asking you your opinion. Would it have been better or worse if God had said, instead of everything in the Bible about slavery, how to own slaves, where to get slaves, which slaves you can keep for 6 years versus for life, etc. Instead of all that, if the Bible said don't own people as property, would that have been better or worse than what God's laws are in the Bible?
Yeah, Mr. Sean, I'm I am a divine command theorist, right? But
okay.
My worldview is not being questioned right now. I want to make sure that if God is evil, under the subjective stance that
it is by us right now. John asked you the question, and so
then whatever God says is okay. I'll always say
no, hang on.
So it's better.
You can even say whatever God says is okay. I'm asking.
Right now we're on the analogy of the seesaw. Hang on. I don't know how we're on my worldview.
Because I'm showing you how your worldview doesn't survive even a cursory brush with reason. So if God,
I don't have a seesaw worldview though.
You don't need to. I'm asking you that if God had said rather than have slaves, don't have slaves, are you suggesting that in your worldview you don't think that would have been an improvement?
No, I think that God has efficient reasons for.
I'm asking you about his reasons. I'm not asking about his reasons. I'm saying I'm pointing at a law. I'm pointing at a law he made, which could so obviously have been made better, and you are incapable of saying right now, and this is what your worldview has done to you. You're incapable of looking at God's laws on slavery and saying, yeah, it would have been better if he hadn't made those laws. You are incapable of saying that.
I would agree. I'm incapable of saying that.
Well,
I, as a human being, cannot say God is wrong.
What that does is it renders you morally stupid. This is moral stupidity writ large, because you are literally saying that in your worldview, you're incapable of assessing the idea that not having slaves might be preferable to the idea of having slaves, and then you've got the gall to come in here and try and make a moral argument for God's goodness. Well, you've proved yourself.
I never came in here I haven't done any of that, Mr. Cohen and Mr. James. I've come in here to assess your seesaw analogy, of which you're refusing and dodging to answer. How harmonizing isn't perfection.
The thing is, nobody cares about your assessment when you have proved yourself to be a moral fool. By saying that you see no difference between I don't care about your view about my analogy, because you've disqualified yourself from any sensible conversation about ethics by showing all of us that you see no moral difference,
Mr. John.
No moral difference between slavery and non-slavery. Everyone here,
so y'all are not going to be good interlocutors right now.
Everyone here who isn't a psychopath is capable of saying,
according to who?
Is capable of saying that having slaves is worse than not having slaves, apart from you. You're the only one here who's not capable of making that judgment. And I understand why you're not, because you're scared about what it says about your fealty to your special magic friend, right? That if you dare to even say, yeah, it would have been better if he'd said don't have slaves, despite the fact that that's the law now, right? The law now is that we're not allowed to have slaves. Presumably you're quite uncomfortable with that because you think that God's laws about having slaves, which, by the way, Jesus said are still in place, should still be enacted. So are you out there campaigning for the reinstatement of slavery every day?
Yeah, Mr. Cohen, Mr. James, I respect you both as the intellectuals that you are and what you do on this platform. And I'm very disappointed that both of you are dodging your own worldview being questioned.
That's delightful. But I'm going to ask you the question again.
I've been extremely respectful.
I'm being respectful too, but you're not answering.
You're dodging the question. You're not being an interlocutor at all. Let me challenge your worldview.
You're dodging very simple questions. So I've said to you, are you out there
I'll concede that you're correct on my worldview. I just want to know how your seesaw analogy cannot be balanced.
Because it's got nothing to do with the standard of perfection that you're claiming to, which is that all God's qualities are harmonized.
This is your standard, not mine.
No. You said that God is perfect because all his qualities are harmonized. I say I reject your bullshit definition of perfection. Perfection is
that was your definition.
No, you said
it was yours.
Can I recap real quick?
You came up with that. You came up with that.
What is your? Yeah, sure. Let me recap. And if I'm not steel manning your argument, then please forgive me, because then we're confused on where this all began. Perfection, according to you, could not been better.
Right.
And you
better is the subject. Go ahead.
And you sorry, and I'm not trying to talk over you.
No, go ahead. No, you're good. Go ahead.
Could you both give me a description or an idea of how God's attributes can be not harmonized or equally displayed at all times and it still be perfect?
We don't care about harmony. We care about harm. So basically, God would be morally perfect if he maximizes well-being and reduces suffering as much as possible. And if he's all powerful, there's no limit to how much he can reduce suffering and advance well-being. And there wouldn't be necessary entailments other than avoiding logical contradictions because he's all powerful.
Well, no, sure, Mr. James, I agree with the sentiment there. What I'm asking you, though, is how can God display those things that you want them displayed in that particular order and not be equally displayed across the board? Because the moment he displays more love than justice or more power than goodness, right, is at that very moment he's not acting in perfection.
You're making a circular argument. I'm going to interrupt you.
Let me just finish this last point. If it is the case that when God makes any decision or action, he performs that perfectly within all of his attributes at all times, then therefore the seesaw cannot move.
No, bullshit. I'm going to call bullshit on this because you're trying to say that the perfection must involve some sort of harmonization of his properties. I don't give a shit about that. I'm saying that No, I shouldn't, because it's irrelevant.
Then you're still manning the Christian God, because the Christian God teaches that he is harmonized at all times.
I don't care. I'm looking at his actions.
Then we're talking about two different gods. Then
I'm looking at his actions, and I'm looking at the actions.
Actions?
Okay, you can
not my gods.
You can now listen for a little bit. I'm looking at his actions. I'm looking at the idiotic laws he instituted, like the moronic virginity test. that would have necessarily resulted in many, many, many thousands of innocent young girls being stoned to death for the mere crime of being suspected of not being a virgin. Moronic, idiotic, and that a God that could pass such a stupid law, all that God would have to have done to improve is not pass that law, or pass it differently, right? And the fact that he didn't is an obvious proof that he's not perfect. Whatever you may say about harmonizing his qualities, I really don't care about that stuff. I care about the impacts of his actions and his decrees on human beings and animals, right? And he's obviously morally stupid because of the laws he passes. And the fact that you are not capable of granting that if he had said don't have slaves rather than here's how you have slaves and here's how you successfully beat them to death, you find yourself struck dumb, unable to say, yeah, that might have been a bit better, is a weakness in your position, not mine. It's not a problem that I have to carry, because I'm quite comfortable just saying, under all circumstances, not having slaves is preferable to having slaves, because having slaves causes huge suffering to the people who have to be slaves, who have their autonomy taken away, who are born into slavery, if they're unfortunate enough for that to be the case, owned by someone else for their whole lives. So the fact that you are not capable of even admitting that might be something we want to avoid is not a strength of your position.
Well, okay, so once again, a divine command there, so I'm going to agree with whatever God says. But I just want to point out that because the Bible declares God to be holy and perfect, meaning that his attributes would be harmonized at all times.
Irrelevant.
You're then now well, it's not, because now you're talking about a God, or you're critiquing a God that I don't worship. Because it could be the case, then you would need to specifically point out the contradiction that God is not enacting harmony when he says, I will allow these atrocities to occur.
I have to stop you again. You're smuggling in this idea of God enacting harmony like it's something I give the slightest shit about. I don't care about God
That's what we
enacting
worship,
harmony.
though.
No,
you're not critiquing my God.
You can worship whatever you like. I'm saying that your claim of God's perfection demonstrably fails.
God, though.
It demonstrably fails because God could easily be better, and we can easily see. I could name you 20 ways.
What's the contradiction?
Right now. The contradiction is that you are incapable of saying that things like owning other people is better.
Better according to who?
Better according to anyone who has the slightest empathy, compassion, sense of
populum fallacy.
It's not ad populum.
So far,
it's not ad populum.
Sure
No,
anyone that agrees with me. Why should I care about your opinion on a God that I don't even worship?
Because you have already shown yourself to be as morally bankrupt as the God you worship. So that's fine.
According to who?
According to me. So, right?
Why should I care about your opinion about my morals?
Well, you don't have to. You don't have to. I grant that all of this stuff. All of this stuff is subjective.
Hold on, True. It's a problem.
That's
True.
a problem, guys.
True. It's a problem. It's a problem in your worldview too. Here's what's happening. You're just by decree saying my morals are objective. But what's happening is you have a certain value system. John and I have a certain value system. John and I genuinely, without the need of a God or whatever, genuinely value the well-being of thinking creatures. You instead value being told what to do by your deity. You have the same problem. So you'll ask us, if somebody else doesn't give a shit about well-being, what can you tell them? Nothing. If I don't give a flying fuck what your God has to say, and I genuinely don't, what can you do? You have the same problem we do. You have a different subjective preference. Your subjective preference is to defer your morality to God's subjective preference.
I agree completely, Sean.
Can
I respond to that? If it is the case that both of us have an appeal to an authority, yours is the community, mine is appeal to some kind of God, right?
Not what I said. I don't have appeal to authority. I have appeal to humanity, which is basically caring about well-being.
Not your authority?
No, an authority is somebody that's like in charge.
Sure. I'm using that like
okay, fair enough. Yeah,
I agree.
I'm appealing to well-being.
Yeah, I agree that we're both seeking something to be our foundation for our morals. I understand that. I would say that mine is less fallacious, because if it is the case that Yahweh is perfectly harmonized within his attributes, and we know creatures, human beings, to be sinners, to be imperfect, I don't think well-being is a good standard.
Okay,
I can doing a lot of heavy lifting there.
There's so much wrong here. First of all, is that I don't grant Your standard for what constitutes perfection is just one that you're claiming and expecting everybody else to get on board with. I don't accept your standard. I can also show you verses in your Bible where God himself admits that he's not perfect.
Wait, I agree with you that perfection could not have been better. We're in agreement there, correct?
That what?
This was your definition. Perfection could not been better.
Yeah.
If something is perfect, it could not be improved. Yeah.
So
I can show you verses in your own Bible where God where God himself shows that he's not perfect. So you may not like my standard, but are you going to disagree with God's?
Disagree with God's standard? Never. At any point, right?
Well,
hold on, just real quickly. I just want to make sure that we both agree that perfection could not been better. Under the Christian paradigm, we believe that God's attributes are perfectly harmonized at all times. So when he allows the atrocity, why can't I ever finish this claim?
Because it's a bullshit argument. We don't accept that standard.
I'm not making an argument. I'm just telling you on how the seesaw description isn't working for for your own analogy. I'm trying to get your worldview on display here, and you keep pivoting to mine.
No, because you're trying to do that by imposing a standard of perfection that I don't agree to.
It's your standard. It's your definition, sir. This is your definition.
It's your standard.
His definition is not harmony.
My definition
could not been better.
My definition of better doesn't have anything to do with your bullshit claim about harmonizing stuff. I don't care about that. I really, honestly, don't care about it. So in Genesis 6:7, in Genesis 6,
pivot to my worldview again.
God says that he's sorry that he'd made humans.
Yep, we call it an anthropomorphic expression of God. I can answer that.
It's not just that he's It's not just that he's sad about it, because there are two words used. One is his sadness, and one is his regret. Right?
Sure.
It's his regret. Right?
Yeah, sure.
Right. So that means that he could have done it better, right?
No.
No.
No. If it is the case that God's attributes, both in time and in this infinite space in which God operates, hold on. Don't kick me. Really?
No, you're making a bullshit argument.
Okay. Then we won't even focus on my worldview. Then can we just focus on yours, because you keep pivoting to mine? I don't need to answer questions about the Bible for you to tell me why evil is silly.
Just
every time we say anything, you retreat to this ridiculous idea that God's perfection can only be measured by how harmonized his attributes are, or whatever the silly language was. We've already said I don't care. I don't care about that. I don't care about that.
I think that's the problem here. We're talking past each other.
Possibly, but I'm looking at your God and I'm seeing a very, very flawed agent. I'm seeing an agent who regrets things, who makes mistakes, who wanders around in the garden asking, "Where are you?" because he doesn't know. And he regrets making humankind. And so he kills them all, kills everyone, kills all the animals that he made. Why did he make them in the first place if he knew he was going to kill them all? Absolutely idiotic. But according to your idea, because his attributes are harmonized, it's all good, right? God kills millions of innocent people, but because his attributes are harmonized, it's all good, couldn't be better, nothing to see here, move along, it's all tickety good. And in Samuel, God regrets making Saul king, right? He regrets that, but it's fine. It's not a real regret like we mean regret. It's some kind of other special kind of regret because his attributes are all harmonized. This is not a serious argument. This is not something we can take seriously. And so my seesaw analogy remains unscathed, because you have not been able to demonstrate that God is perfect. God is imperfect by any completely not insane measure of perfection, because there are instances throughout the Bible where he himself admits that he could have done things better. He says that he, for example, gave the Israelites bad laws that they couldn't follow.
Can I respond at any point?
No, I don't think so, because I think everyone's bored of you keeping on retreating back to the same idiotic
in my defense,
measure.
I haven't had a chance to do anything.
You have. Y'all
haven't given me a chance to respond at all. Mr. Sean did. He gave me a chance to respond.
You don't need to. You don't need to cry about this. We're all bored of hearing you run back to the same point every time, which is that God is perfect because
to be clear, I can't respond on a debate live.
Because his arguments are harmonized. No one's interested in that. We've demonstrated that he's not perfect. We've demonstrated that he's not perfect.
I expected better from you, man. This is crazy.
I'm sorry to disappoint.
You're not a good interlocutor, man. This is crazy.
Of course. We've demonstrated that he's not perfect, and therefore
if the harmonizing is a problem, can we talk about that?
Can you come up with a less completely vapid definition of perfect?
Well, so I think that's where we're talking past each other, right? So if perfection could not have been better, I don't see how, if I have attributes of myself not being harmonized, where there's a
back to it again.
percentage greater, hold on, then can you give me a description of characteristics about myself being displayed in such a way
I don't care
that they're
about his
not
characteristics.
equalized?
Dude,
then your analogy doesn't work. Just concede that your analogy is stupid and it's a false dichotomy.
So the reason why this argument is not working is because I don't care. It's because I don't
It's
care
not an
about,
argument. I'm just critiquing your analogy. This is your seesaw, not mine.
The reason why your critique of the seesaw doesn't work is because
you won't allow me to critique it. That's why.
It's because I'm not making a discussion about his attributes. I'm talking about his behavior. And every time I point out his behavior, you go running away from it like a terrified child back to his attributes, and you look in the Bible which says he is perfect, and you go, "Oh, my book says he's perfect, therefore he's perfect." I don't care about that. I'm looking at his behavior.
All-powerfulness is not an attribute; that's a behavior.
I'm looking at,
or is it one and the same?
I'm looking at his actions. I'm looking at his actions. Dude. I'm looking at his failures. I'm looking at his mistakes. I'm looking at his regrets. I'm looking at his idiotic laws. And I'm saying that I know 8-year-olds who could legislate more effectively than this.
Sure, 347 people in here that pay you money and watch your show, and you can't even engage the conversation like a grown adult. You are a coward, sir, and I'm disappointed in you.
It's actually more like
Mr. Sean gave me time to respond, and you were just
monologuing.
Boo-hoo. You were a coward.
It's more like it's actually more like 1200.
Let me critique your seesaw and stop being a coward.
When you add in the YouTube,
you are less of a man. You are not the man we thought you were, and everybody giving you money. This is a shame.
It's a shame.
You are a sham, sir. It is.
I know.
You're a coward.
Look,
then let me critique your worldview and stop monologuing over me. And let me actually ask questions, because right now you are running. At least Mr. Sean allowed me to have a full sentence.
Look, I'm not. Stop crying
again. That's fine.
Stop crying about. Stop crying about the way we run the live.
Both of you follow me. I will host a live where I will not interrupt you. I will give you full time to talk, and I'll actually treat you like a decent human being, because as a Christian, you have intrinsic value because you're made in God's image and likeness.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Calm down. Stop feeling sorry for yourself.
Then give me a chance to actually have a conversation with you.
Stop feeling sorry for yourself. You've had a chance. You've had 24 minutes to have a conversation, and every time you go running back to the same moron.
Watch how much you've talked versus me.
Right.
Thank you, Mr. James, for actually allowing me to communicate with you. Mr. Cohen, you are a coward, and I am disappointed in you.
Okay, that's delightful. Are you going to just
and
feel
everybody watching this, you should look at him and think less of him as a man.
True.
He will not.
Stop.
All right. Really, no one's here for your drama and crying. By the way, if someone hasn't ticked crying about the metal
then you
on the
both
bingo,
just go, you should be appalled at your moral stance. Oh, but now I'm questioning his manhood, and you guys are disappointed?
It's really...
so is that not what herd mentality is, where you guys...
All right. No one's interested in this. No one's
okay, then let me actually critique your worldview and stop being a coward.
Control yourself. Stop crying about the meta. Stop crying about how badly you're being treated. No one is here for that. No one gives a shit. Okay? All I'm saying is that you keep on making the same argument again and again and again. I let you make it quite a few times, and even when I said
you questions,
and even when I said stop making it, you kept on going back to it. You're going to go back to it again now, aren't you? I'm going to give you your room to speak, and you're going to go back to the same vapid nonsense that you were appealing to before, and I'm going to have to interject again and say, we've already established that this argument doesn't work. Do you have another one? Again.
Sure, if you want to give a different analogy, we can discuss something else. Are behaviors, when you say God is all-powerful, is that a behavior or is that an attribute? Or is it both? If you're going to say it's both, I'll agree with you.
I would say it's an attribute. I don't think being all-powerful is a behavior.
Omnibenevolence, omniscience, omnipotence, all of those things are attributes and are behaviors. Sure. No, so is it both?
No.
Because your critique... Go ahead.
I literally gave you my answer. I said no. Like being all-knowing is not a behavior. It is an attribute. Like
being all-powerful?
A behavior is no. Yes, it's an attribute only. A behavior is doing something.
Okay. So we agree that they're not the same. So when he gave a seesaw about his omnipotence and his omnibenevolence, this isn't behavior. This is attributes. And so if it is the case.
Okay. Can I explain the seesaw maybe in a way you'll understand better?
Yes, sir. Or provide a different analogy.
Okay. All right. So it's basically this. All right. First, we're all taking breath now. Do you agree that unnecessary stuff? What do you think, John?
Y'all have a great day. I'll come up again. I'm gonna follow you both, and I do follow you both. I hope to have you on one
All
day.
right,
Actually,
all right. Hey, come back, True. I'll explain the seesaw. Like John explains it extremely well. It's sometimes different vernacular, helps different people. I'll come back. We'll have a conversation. I'll explain.
I appreciate the dialogue, gentlemen. Appreciate what you guys do.
Okay.
All
Good luck.
right.
Good luck calming down. Okay. Bye. Oh my God, folks! I tried. I sort of think it feels to me like the right thing to do is not to continue to litigate this discussion without him here to argue his side. So I won't.
Yeah.
But what I will say is for anyone watching, listen to the conversation back and listen to how many times he appealed to his personal standard of perfection. His whole argument was based on perfection. And just listen to how many times he appealed to a standard of perfection which was to do with harmonizing God's qualities that I don't accept. I think that we can demonstrate that God is imperfect without needing to worry about how well harmonized his qualities are. That was the point I was trying to make, and he wouldn't hear it. He so needed to be on his script about how his book says God is perfect, so he must be perfect, and therefore the seesaw doesn't work because it must be balanced because his qualities are harmonized. I don't accept that that's a valid critique of the seesaw. And that's why I was resisting him continuing to litigate his argument, because it was built it was predicated on something that I don't accept. So I'm sorry that he got frustrated about it. I don't like over talking people. I like to give people space to speak. I think that this live has a reputation as being one where we do give people space to speak. There we are. Okay. Let's move on. We will get our next guest in just a moment. Oops, I've accidentally done that. Didn't need to do that. Let's get a few super chats, and then we're going to get next in is going to be Mark Antony. Will be in next, but we're going to read a few messages so we don't get too far behind on those. Bethos said, "I also have a random thought. Don't worship someone who kills 70,000 or the whole population except one family." Yep, one drunk and his family. I couldn't agree more. And these are still back from when Random Thoughts was on. Robo Monkey said, "They have to make avoiding harm sound ridiculous because they know their book doesn't." Very well said. God's not remotely interested in avoiding harm. He loves causing it. And he doesn't get to cause it as much if he has to worry at all about avoiding it. So sucks, I guess, to be him. And Gary, thank you for the super chat for the 666. Loving that. When Christians offer part of God's plan to an unexpected death, isn't the free will of both the person gone and the people impacted violated? Rock hard for Doug. I agree. Yep. God cares about free will on a part-time basis. This is the conclusion that we can arrive at about this stuff. He totally doesn't give the slightest stuff about free will until it's convenient, and then it's very, very important. Christian Apologetics Oust says, "Hey John, I wanted to donate to you as I've been watching for a while, and I definitely love this channel. I'd love to debate you one time. I'm 3. I guess you mean free. Much love." Well, you're welcome to call in any time. That's what we do. I tend to not go and do debates and formal debates and stuff. Not a format that I really enjoy. I prefer free-flowing conversation, and we're here. Call in today if you want. We'd love to have you. Thank you for the donation. I appreciate it.
And if he's actually 3, I'm quite impressed.
Yeah, if you're really legit 3, then your vocab is banging. Absolutely banging. JD Danger, thank you for the super chat. Ark Encounter protest is annual. So it should be. I vote for monthly. What a complete waste of time. I've got one of the things that really gets me is like anti-science. Actually, anti-science stuff. That pisses me off. Not happy about that at all. Mike Bowen. Hey, Mike, great to see you. I've been to Ham's Creation Museum. They charge New York rates for parking, and the first exhibit is Adam and Eve feeding dinosaurs. A carnival of idiocy. It's a travesty that something like this exists. And parents proudly lead their children round this place, making scientifically illiterate morons of them. It should not be allowed. It should not be allowed. Free speech, yay! Bethos, thank you for the super chat. I only joined to use Philbro in chat. Dash Philbro in chat. good to see you anyway, of course. And Bethos also sent out 5 Unconvinced gift memberships. Thank you so much. Hugely grateful. Right, I'm going to get 3 more super chats, and then we're going to get Mark Anthony Wallace in with us. Bethos says, Philbro True Joy asked, according to who? A blunder. It is whom in this case? Philbro. Yep. Whom? According to whom? Good stuff. And also Bethos said, Mr. Truejoy did not harmonize with the audience. That is also true. I didn't get the feeling there was a huge amount of sympathy in the room for his arguments. Look, I'm happy. If I make a mistake, I'll admit it. I have done it before. I sometimes make poor arguments, and I say I called that wrong, or I didn't do that right, or whatever. But he was all over the map, and trying to argue against the seesaw of shit, which is one of my most precious innovations, because it just demonstrates the point so well that every time you make an excuse for provide a rationale for God allowing some travesty, some terrible thing, you are definitionally making him weaker, because you're saying he couldn't achieve his end goal without doing that thing. And that is incompatible with an all-powerful God. So you're now in favor of you're arguing for a slightly less than all-powerful God. And every argument you make in that mode makes him less powerful. Another thing that he couldn't do, that he couldn't achieve his plan without doing. And another. And it just so happens the world is full of them. And by the time you've finished, you don't have much of your God left. So I am going to defend the seesaw of shit, especially against silly, fallacious arguments like the one we heard. John lies against slavery, but then owning true joy. Oh, that's going to hurt. Thank you, Bethos. I appreciate that. What can we say? Okay, I'll move on. We'll leave the rest of the super chats until after this call. I do appreciate them, of course. Thank you so much, all. Massively appreciate the support. Okay, let's get Mark Anthony Wallace in right now. Bringing him in. Hey, Mark, how are you? Hello, how are you?
My brother. I'm good. How are you, sir?
Couldn't be better. Thank you for waiting patiently. I appreciate that. So you know what our claim is. What do you want to say about God is evil and silly?
Well, see, I've always been a believer in God and the Bible, and I'll be honest. When I a few years ago, so about 5 years ago, decided to go through the whole book and read it myself, I was actually horrified. And I was actually disturbed by it.
Yeah, it's grim.
Because I'm a believer, but it's like, what is this behavior? Like, this is absolute insanity. Like, I mean, I've got a mild form of autism I just found out recently. So if something's wrong, I can't just go over it and just go on like it's not. And that's what a lot of people in my family, Christians, oh no, it's God, so it's got to be good. And it's like, no, but it isn't good, because he ordered genocide. He ordered the murder of men, women, children, and the animals. And when Saul didn't do it, he cursed. I was like, what the hell?
Yeah.
So through me getting so disappointed and heartbroken, I've done more and more research. And what I come to find is that the God of the Old Testament is actually the demiurge, which is basically Satan.
Okay,
I found receipts for that.
So you're agreeing with me that God is evil?
I'm agreeing with you that God is evil, but I'm also saying that I was actually a Christian and a believer. But as a believer, an honest believer, not just someone who's just going to go along with something just because the person's supposed to be all this and all that, like, just going along with it. It's like, well, what do I think? What's my opinion? And it was like, why? Boy, this got like, when I got to about Deuteronomy, I was like, boy, God's a gangster.
Yeah,
and then I started looking at certain... And I started looking at The Sopranos and all these gangsters, mafia, and I'm like, bruv, that's modelled off of God.
It's horrific. Mark, I would say it sounds like you want to be calling us on a Friday, and let's talk about all the views we have in common, because everyone's tuned in here to watch debates. And so I love you, man, but give us a ring back on a Friday. We'll be on.
No problem, my brother.
We'll be on this Friday at the end of this coming week, so give us a shout then. Love to talk to you more.
Okay, my brother.
All right,
okay,
man.
Brother.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Keep well.
You too.
Thanks. He read the Bible and realized exactly what we're saying, that this God is a complete beast. Okay, we have to update the bingo. We're going to get one of the chosen in next. We'll be up next. If you can just bear with us for a moment, one of the chosen, while we check the calls on the bingo, because there have been quite a few. It all kicked off, didn't it, while we were speaking before. So Okay, let's have a look at what we've got. So Jeebus Fish called No Morality Without God with random thoughts. And Upshot, great to see you, Upshot, called How Do You Account for Logic with random thoughts. And Ordinary Skeptic called Argument from Personal Incredulity with random thoughts. I can't remember if there was or wasn't, but I'm feeling generous. And Leona called Circular Argument with random thoughts. Wow, random thoughts was... it wasn't going well for random thoughts. Okay, and Jason Bond called Hardened Heart with random thoughts. I don't remember hearing that. I don't remember hearing about Hardened Heart with random thoughts. I'm going to pass on that one because I don't think he went there. Upshot called Crying About the hang on. No, Words Don't Mean Words with random thoughts. You know, I'm so fixated on the last conversation we had. I'm struggling to remember it slightly. So let's allow it. I think the board's going to be full soon. We might have to reset and do 2 games tonight. Pastor Ferry called Without God, Life is Meaningless. Fair. These are all still with random thoughts. Pastor Ferry also called Free Will. Fair. And Ordinary Skeptic called Crying About the Meta, which seems to be something everyone does today. Am I really that bad? I try to be fair. I try to not be a dick, but you know, maybe I just am one. I'm sorry. Diagoras one called Read It in Context with random thoughts. Why not? And then we get on to True Joy. Pastor of Muppets called Phil Bro Babble with True Joy. There was a bit of that going on, definitely. And Upshot called You Can't Prove God Doesn't Exist. I don't remember that coming up. Actually, no, I do, because he was suggesting that our claim against the ethics of God can't prove that he doesn't exist. So I think that's actually fair. And then Performative Laughing called by Upshot with True Joy. Yeah, there was a bit of performative stuff going on there. And Kif called Crash Out. I think it kind of was a bit of a crash out. So I think we're going to allow that too. And here comes the crash. Where is it? Oh, that's going to hurt. Okay. That's where we're up to on the bingo. Let's get one of the chosen in. Wild conversations that we have up in here, as we say. One of the chosen, welcome in. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, man. Thanks for having me.
Of course.
You seem like a really nice guy. And you know, that bingo card stuff was actually making me laugh and smile. I screenshotted it just so I can go back and look at all the ones you have up there.
Great.
Pretty funny though that you made a little game of that.
It's good fun. It's good fun. It just shows you that we do tend to hear the same arguments over and over, and it's pretty formulaic. Much of apologetics I find pretty formulaic, and occasionally we change it up. So at the moment it's a 5x5 board. It was 4x4 for a while, then it was 4x5. Now it's 5x5. It keeps growing, but it's all good fun.
Yeah.
So welcome in. We are. Oh, he's teacupped. There we are, back again. Welcome in. We're happy to have you. What's your view on our claim? My claim is that God is both evil and silly. Happy to deal with either one of those.
Sure. You know, you seemed. I was listening to you for a little bit, and again, I mean this all sincerely. Like, you seem like a pretty nice guy. Sound like somebody really open to have honest conversation. And then to see that bingo card, I'm like, and hear you laughing throughout. I'm like, he definitely seems like a nice guy for sure. Hopefully we can really have a good conversation.
Let's try.
Something I heard you say.
That's always my preference, is the best conversations are no muting, no talking over each other, listening respectfully to each other and responding appropriately to each other. It gets a bit testy sometimes if there's a real disconnect,
Totally.
But our preference is always to have respectful discussions, and those are the ones that we like having. So I appreciate you stating that that's your aim too.
Yeah, you know, you said you're not really one to debate. You like just having like a dialogue, like a conversation, like you should in the real world. You know, we shouldn't debate something until we reach something we truly strongly disagree on, after we've reached that point in a conversation where I understand you, you understand me.
I'm happy to debate in a conversation. I just don't like the formal debate.
I'm with you on that
framework
too.
Of people speaking and then not having prepared comments.
Right.
I just find it's not a very natural way.
Who does that help? I'm with you on that. It's not natural for me either. It's like, who does that really help? And if we're really trying to help people, we should just be having conversations, respectful conversations. You know?
I agree. So let's get to it then. So how do you feel about my prompt here?
that it says God is evil and silly.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, obviously I disagree with that.
Okay.
And I'll tell you the reason being is because in the Christian belief, man, we're held to a pretty high standard. So you could say you don't believe in God, and I'll say I do believe in God. But when we judge our standards and even the accountability that we hold ourselves to, it'll always, and I mean this in a humble way, and it's not because it's my standard, but it's because it's God's standard, that our standard will always be better than those who don't believe. Because, we believe in forgiveness, we believe in love, trying our best to turn the other cheek, to pray for our enemies,
I hear
those
this.
we love and those we don't love. So
hear
if
this.
God isn't real, because I don't think you think God isn't real, right? You think there is a God, you just don't think it's the God of the Bible, right?
No, I don't think any gods exist at all. But I think the God of the Bible is a particularly horrific story, and does not deserve to be loved or worshipped or even respected, possibly feared. If such a God were to exist, I would fear that God, but there's nothing that would make me love that God. Because yes, Jesus taught some nice lessons about forgiveness, but you can't just take those things. If you think Jesus is God, then you have to reconcile all the lovely things he said that one might find on the side of an inspirational mug with the horrific things he did earlier in his tenure, when he was commanding men to kill children with swords, for example, and when he was allowing people to take young virgin girls as the spoils of war and rape children, and specific commandments to steal women to be given to other people, and making women property. And even when Jesus came along in the New Testament, we're still told that women have to submit to men. And I'm reminded of the horrific a test that he dreamed up in the book of Numbers, where if a man just feels himself feeling a little bit jealous, he can put his wife through an absolutely horrific ritual of humiliation and abuse because he's feeling a bit insecure and jealous. And that's Jesus too, if you think Jesus is God, right? So yes, Jesus came along later and said, love your enemies and forgive people and be nice. That doesn't mean, that's kind of, to me, I see that as being the equivalent of the abusive husband who beats his wife black and blue in the morning and buys her flowers in the evening. And she goes, oh, they're lovely. They're lovely. Chrysanthemum's my favorite. Like, okay, but you were kicking 7 shades of shit out of her this morning, spitting in her face and telling her she's worthless. You're not a model husband because you bought her flowers. This is how I look at God in the Bible.
Yeah, John, anything taken out of context can sound pretty insane for anything in life. So just like the Bible, when you take things out of context, when we're reading about God's judgment and his wrath against evil, sometimes when you're just reading the punishment that they're receiving, it sounds pretty shocking. And I want to tell you this too. I didn't always believe in God. I didn't even think Jesus was real, man. I used to mock Jesus. I used to think God wasn't there was no God. So I just wanted to let you know that ahead of time, that I'm only, 7 years into even thinking God really exists, and even 6 years into knowing who Jesus is. So I just wanted to tell you that so you can take out of your mind that I'm just like everybody else, maybe born into this, indoctrinated into this, that I'm just some kind of robot, so you can see me through a different lens.
That's okay.
But I do want to know, since, did you always not believe in God? Because for somebody who cherry picks Bible verses, a book of God, what brought you to the Bible to cherry pick about God if you didn't believe in God? I'm just wondering.
I'll answer
before we move on to, because what you threw in there is like out of context, didn't
and
provide the context, didn't and cherry pick, and then hey, so John, let me ask you a question. So
that can't remain unchallenged.
This doesn't get addressed, and it's kind of sneaky, but so John, a little bit out of context.
So in the spirit of our friendly, respectful dialogue, that's a slightly dark move that you made there, and it was noted by both of us. So I don't.
What did I do? What did I do? I mean that sincerely. What did I do?
I explained it.
What you did was you suggested that I
cherry picked. Isn't that cherry picking?
You suggested that I take things out of context, and that I cherry pick things. I don't take things out of context. Now, I've done quite a lot of work on context, and here's how context works. Right, there are instances in the Bible where if you take a particular line and you present it with no context, and then you find out the context, it totally changes the meaning of the line. An example would be in the book of Luke, when Jesus says, if anyone says not that I'm the king, bring them here and slay them before me, right? Now, some people could present that as if Jesus is specifically commanding people to do that. And of course, you will know that he wasn't. He's telling a parable about a king. Some people would say that it's metaphorical, it's allegorical for his own claims to kinghood, but he wasn't actually telling people to do that. So it would be out of context if I presented that line and made it look as if Jesus is telling people to do that. That would be an instance in which you could say, you're taking that out of context, and we read more broadly, we find out he's telling a story and it's a parable, and that context changes the meaning. So here's the rule, right? If when you look at something in context, it totally changes the meaning of the thing you're talking about, then the context becomes relevant. If when you look at the context of something, it makes absolutely no difference at all to the meaning of what you're talking about, then the context becomes irrelevant. So when I'm talking about things like God commanding, giving let's use the exact example I gave earlier, because the context makes no difference. When I used the example earlier of a man feeling jealous so he can put his wife through an absolutely horrific ritual of humiliation and abuse, if you read the entire book of Numbers, nothing is changed about what you can infer from the verses giving these prescriptions. Nothing. You can read the whole book of Numbers, you can read the entire Old Testament, and you can read the entire Bible, and you can read any other books you feel like reading also. Nothing changes about the meaning of these verses in this case, right? So what that means,
John, have you ever done something, John?
Hang on, don't distract. So what this means, I'm coming to.
This is a lock, dude.
I'm coming to the end. I'm making my point.
Right.
I'm making it. I'm making it.
You guys
carefully.
mentioned not talking over, but you guys spoke over me.
This is my live stream, and I'm going to make my point.
Just holding you accountable to your own words, my friend.
And then you will get the chance to respond to what I'm saying. I'm showing you how your appeal to context is irrelevant, because the examples I gave are all examples where the context makes no difference to the meaning. Therefore, whether they're
John,
in context...
sorry for calling you a cherry picker. If we can just wrap this up. Sorry for calling you a cherry picker.
Okay, so...
And for saying you took things out of context.
So apology accepted, and withdrawal accepted, thank you. So we can move on. So I can answer your questions about whether I was a believer or not, but they actually have nothing to do with the issue at hand.
I'm trying to get to know you a little bit, John.
I know, but there are other times for that. People aren't here for a...
Well, John, it's yes you were or no you weren't. I'm just curious, because for somebody who...
I've never believed for one day in my life. It's always been obvious to me that this is patent bullshit. Sean used to be a believer, but isn't anymore. Now let's get back to
What do you go to the Old Testament for then? Like, what were you looking for when you were finding these verses that offended you? What were you doing in the Bible?
I was reading the Bible because I'm interested in the Bible. I'm fascinated by it. It's my full-time career speaking about it and writing about it, because I'm fascinated about the fact that this book cripples so many people's minds and turns people into intellectual vegetables.
How does it turn them into intellectual vegetables?
Because it makes them think that divine command theory is a valid way of approaching ethics, and it makes them think that it's acceptable.
What's divine command theory?
That I'll tell you in a moment. And it makes them think that it's acceptable for people to be punished based on what they believe, which is one of the most morally idiotic concepts anyone's ever thought up, and yet there are billions of people in the world who stand by it. So because that fascinated me so much, I wrote a book about belief, proving that belief is involuntary, and that the idea of punishing belief is therefore morally incoherent. And in order to back that up, and in order to back up the claims I make, it would be incumbent on me to have more than a passing acquaintance with the book I'm critiquing, don't you think?
Well, John, we could understand that the things that you think are foolish could be due to you just not understanding, correct? That's a fair statement.
They could, or it could be because they're actually bullshit.
Okay, yeah, fair. I'll give you that. Or it could be that. But I think when we flesh out these things, we find that they're not BS, because everything God does is for a reason. Even like when you were saying you think it's complete BS that not believing is what condemns you.
Yeah.
Right? Yep. So your disbelief, you think that's BS, that you're condemned. But John, if there's only one way, that means there's only one way. It's either you take it or you don't.
It's morally incoherent because belief is involuntary.
What's morally incoherent? It's involuntary.
He's trying to explain it to you.
Yeah.
Well, how did I go from not belief to belief if it's
You were
involuntary?
persuaded. You were persuaded.
Well, John, you don't even know me. How do you know I was persuaded? Why are you making assumptions?
Everybody who believes anything believes it because something persuaded them it's true. That's universally true for every human being that's ever lived.
Does evidence persuade?
Sometimes it's evidence, sometimes it's an argument, sometimes it's mere contemplation, sometimes it's something that someone says, sometimes it's a dream they have, sometimes it's an experience. There are many different ways that we can become persuaded of things, but in all cases, in every case of every human being that's ever lived and every human being that will ever live, believing something happens as a result of your brain becoming persuaded that it's true or likely true. This is universally true.
Yeah.
And this is why and this is why punishing non-belief is morally stupid. Because for someone like me, if you say to me, I'm going to get set on fire by Jesus if I don't believe he died for my sins, and I don't believe that a God exists, and I don't believe sin exists, and I don't believe that any of this stuff is true, and I look at the Bible and it's obviously a work of myth, full of
So you don't think Jesus existed? You don't think Jesus existed?
I think he probably did. He probably wasn't called Jesus. He probably wasn't called Jesus because they didn't have that letter.
But somebody who existed that people claim did miracles, you do believe existed, huh?
I believe that these accounts are based on either one person or a number of different people around that time who probably existed. As that's how a lot of myth making works, right? So there was probably someone
myth making though. But what's the mythicism in Jesus though?
Yeah,
he said myth making. That doesn't mean he's a mythicist. John is not claiming Jesus did not exist as a historical.
And it's also
I said what's the mythicism?
Let's not worry about that for right now. I'm making the
broader
point
because you just said that the Bible was like basically made up, but then you said Jesus actually existed.
Yeah.
How is it myth if Jesus existed?
Because the stories are that he did fucking magic, and we're adults here, and we don't believe in magic. It's really obvious.
Well, John,
the stories about him are completely preposterous.
Well, John, we could agree that if God existed, these things being done would be things that only God could do, right? These are what miracles are.
If my grandmother had a chimney, she'd have been a fireplace, but I don't care about that. I'm interested in what's actually true. But
I don't even understand that.
But look,
we're bouncing around a lot. So
we are.
John,
I'm trying to get
talking over it. No talking over it. It's just me and John talking.
I'm going to get it back on track. So John explained to you that belief isn't a choice, that you're either persuaded of a thing or you're not. Your beliefs can change. That still doesn't mean beliefs are a choice. Do you agree that beliefs are not a choice? And if so, how does it morally make sense to punish people for non-belief?
Do I believe?
It's like whack-a-mole. It's like whack-a-mole. Like
I got you. I got you, brother. John, are you married, John?
That's got nothing to do with any of this. This isn't the Ray Comfort.
I'll prove to you. No. I'll prove to you the belief is choice. Because I'm asking you, John, are you married?
You won't. You won't.
Let's find out then, John. Are you married?
Yes.
You are. Okay. Did you choose your wife or no?
Choosing a wife isn't a belief.
Okay. Did you? I got you. So, did you believe that the woman you chose was the right choice?
I was persuaded that it was an appropriate course of action for me by the evidence. I didn't choose.
And then you believed it, right?
I didn't choose to believe it. I was persuaded of it, and therefore my actions followed my involuntary state of belief that arose as a result of gathering evidence about this person and feeling that we would make a good team. But if she had been different, if she had behaved differently or had different attributes, then it would not have been possible for me to become persuaded of that. But the fact that she is the person she is, I had no choice but to be persuaded of it, and therefore I acted according to what I had involuntarily come to believe. Now, let's get back to the issue.
So you did choose your wife, though, right? Though is what you're saying, though, John. You did choose your wife.
That's irrelevant. I'm not saying that the choice of my.
John, you can't even tell me whether or not you chose your wife.
Look, you sound very well trained in coming across a certain way.
Brother.
I'm not your brother. I'm not your brother, and the mask is slipping. So just control yourself.
John.
Just control yourself. Control yourself a little bit, okay?
John, you're not being nice, man. I'm being really nice to you.
You're coming across as a little bit supercilious right now. Look it up. Now,
how so? What am I doing? What am I doing?
For Tyrannitar Man in the YouTube chat.
What did I do?
Hang on a second. For Tyrannitar Man in the YouTube chat, saying that I'm stuck in 2009 era new atheist garbage arguments. Request up. Come and speak to us.
Hold on, John. John, I'm here right now, buddy.
I know you are.
John, I'm here right now, buddy.
I'm not your buddy.
We're not getting rid of you yet. Is marrying someone an action or a belief?
Nice, I appreciate that. So, John, did you choose
is marrying someone an action or a belief?
It's both.
No, it's not. The act of marrying someone is an action. The feelings that may have influenced you to want to marry the person, that's an emotion. The intellectual assessments you make, like I believe my wife will be faithful, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, those are beliefs. But the act of marriage, you said choose your wife. By choosing your wife, that's the act of marrying the wife. That's an action. We never said you can't choose your actions. We're talking about beliefs about facts. Like I believe this is true.
Well, when you talk about marriage, it's an action and a belief. When you talk about real marriage.
You're on the right track, though. Like testing a hypothesis, that's the way to go.
Me, brother, I know, man.
Yeah. You're on the right track with testing a hypothesis. So let's do it right now.
I'm just wondering why John could even say he chose his wife to marry.
Okay. So enough with the meta. So can you choose to believe?
I'm just telling the truth. It's sad.
Can you? Because it's irrelevant. Because
it's not. I was proving a point here, and you guys ran.
Okay. So can you choose to believe the building you're in right now is going to fall in the next minute?
I mean, I'll answer your question, but I just want to know if John chose his wife or not.
Okay, you're being a fool right now. Yes, I chose to marry my wife based on, as I said to you before, quite clearly, only you failed to grasp this, that I made an assessment of my wife's character based on facts that persuaded me that we would be a good match. I had no choice, but I had no choice but to be persuaded of that based on the evidence of getting to know her. In the same way that when someone behaves in a way that makes you convinced that they're not trustworthy, you're not able to believe they are. You are inevitably convinced that they're not trustworthy, and believing that they're trustworthy is impossible. So as I got to know my wife and I got to know what her character was like, we started to build an evidence record of our interactions, right? I see.
Cool, John. So you chose her based off your belief. Nice. We can move on.
Be quiet. I watched how she behaved, and I built up an evidence record of her behavior. And as a result of that, I had no choice but to become convinced that she had certain character traits that would make us a good fit. Now, having been convinced of that, I could have chosen at that point not to marry her, and I chose to a particular course of action. Now people who are against free will would say you didn't choose that either, and they're actually right. But even if they're right, I had the impression of making a choice of action, but I didn't have the impression of making a choice of action as to my assessment about her, which is where the belief lives. Now, your inability to separate my belief about my wife's
attribute, your wife is faithful?
Be quiet. Your inability to distinguish between my making an assessment of my wife's attributes and my decision to act on those attributes is a you problem. It isn't a me problem, because I understand this material quite well. You've never heard it before.
John.
You've never heard it before. I've written a book about it, which is coming out all over the world in a couple of months. It's going to be in every university library in every English-speaking country in the world. You know nothing about this, and you're revealing yourself to be very, very ignorant, and not the sweet, kind guy that you had us all believe as you came in. Because
same with you.
Your argumentative style has shown you to be rather insincere. Now, I like having good-natured conversations, but you've steered this one. You've steered this one off track. I'm not your brother. I'm not your brother.
That's rude.
I'm not your brother.
So to the question I asked you, can you right now choose to believe that the structure you're in, whether you're in a house or building, is going to fall down and collapse in on you in 1 minute? Can you choose that, yes or no?
What? Say that one more time.
Okay. Can you choose to be persuaded, choose to be convinced that the building structure you're in right now is going to collapse on you in 1 minute? Okay. Go ahead. You go ahead and do it. Let us know when you believe.
Could I choose to believe that?
Yeah, believe it now. Show us.
Believe it now. If you can't, hold on. If you know deep down you're unable to do that, please let us know by making an excuse not to take the challenge. So go ahead and do it now.
Right. You guys sound silly. No one made an argument for that. The point was that based off of evidence, you then believe and choose.
Hold on.
You then believe and choose. What a weak argument. What's your argument? Who is this guy? Is this your wife?
Oh, there's the homophobia.
Oh, he took the glasses off, everybody. He's getting serious. Uh-oh.
All right. So you revealed yourself. Thank you for showing your face. So the mask, you're right, John. The mask came off. You came in like brother this and brother that. And I'm just here to have a good conversation.
It's going to make a great clip, though. It's going to make a great clip.
You guys are husbands. Oh, my goodness.
Everybody, this is Christian morals right here on full display. Thank you for representing Christianity.
I didn't know.
Thank you for representing Christianity.
What did I do?
Okay.
Yeah, no one's buying your shtick. So basically, all you've said is that you're incapable of understanding.
Yeah, I want to talk to you, John. I don't know who Sean is. I want to talk to you.
Be quiet. What you've done is just demonstrated that you're incapable of understanding doxastic involuntarism. We understand that. Most people are incapable of it, but some people demonstrate a bit more willingness to learn and understand it. You haven't. I think he
understands it.
You haven't done that. So on the basis of the fact that
I think he's being dishonest.
I just said I understand it. That's what I'm asking.
Yeah. So on the basis that you've now demonstrated that you're either an imbecile or that you're just in here in bad faith, I'm going to drop you because you're boring. Off he goes. Okay, people, get your ratings in for that person. It's going to make a great clip because I'm going to contrast his lovey-dovey kumbaya as he came in with when the mask slipped. I love it when the mask slips. It
happened last week too.
David.
Our
first caller, David, the South African guy. He did the same thing. I think it's part of their training. It's like come in with this very sort of sticky,
disarming.
I was a little bit like he's overplaying this a little bit, but I thought I'll go along with it and see and test and probe a little bit. And there you go. He wasn't very good at it because when the mask slipped, boy, it came off, right? And he revealed himself to be a child, basically. But anyway, there we are. That was one of the chosen. One of the chosen people. We get wonderful guests in here, don't we? Okay, we will get our next guest in. I'm going to read a few super chats. We're going to check in on the bingo. We've had 5 calls. Bernard is going to be our next guest, and then we've got Bill after that. So Bernard, then Bill, and then we've got Moon Moth as well. So a few messages to read for you, and then we'll check in on the bingo as well. Simeon Urchin says, good point, but have you considered God's attributes are perfectly harmonized? Get wrecked, dumb atheist. My God wins at the seesaw. Brilliant. That's basically what that conversation with True Joy was. It was exactly just that. And another one about True Joy, that idiot Christian motivated to send you money. Thank you very much. That's a huge super chat. Thank you so much, Algorevich. I really appreciate that. Very, very kind. And YouTuber 1865, thank you for the super chat. Here's $5 of Monopoly for this sham streamer. I appreciate it. Thank you very much indeed. I'm just a sham streamer. And also, while True Joy was on, here's some harmony for you. Well, thank you, Shovel Dead. I appreciate it very much. These shows of support, I really appreciate. I really do. And 46 Strings, thank you for the super chat. This child is not my definition of a man. W. John, thank you. That was also about True Joy. And another one about True Joy. Babs said, attributes have consequences. Oh, Babs, always on point. Always on point. That was a completely asinine argument. Okay, 2 more, and then we will get Bernard in. Ontological shock. Thank you for the super chat. If the Christian worldview truly considered humans as inherently valuable, it wouldn't have deemed everyone sinners worthy of hell from birth. I know, right? It's completely true. That's a contradiction at the heart of the whole thing. You're so special, God loves you, but actually you're a worthless sinner. Just a wretch, aren't you? Saved a wretch like me. And Space Lord, thanks for the super chat. Theists have to ignore one of their god's omni-properties to shore up another one. This is the seesaw. They have too many spinning plates to recognize it. That's it. Well said. Very well said. Okay, very, very quick check-in on the bingo, and then we'll get Bernard in. The calls on the bingo, while we were speaking to... Let's have a look. We had, for one of the chosen, Jeebus Fish called Everyone Knows God Exists. Diagoras said, that's the Old Testament, for one of the chosen. Kif called I used to be an atheist, for one of the chosen. Upshot called I used to be an atheist for True Joy, but it had gone already. And Pastor of Muppets called You Need Faith, for one of the chosen. Excellent. And on we go. On we go. I think that last caller was one of the slimiest we've had. I'm now thinking of him coming in and saying how much he loves the bingo and how he can see I'm a nice person and all of that stuff. It was just an act. I mean, obvious act, right? Obvious. Amazing. Amazing. This is what your brains on religion look like, kids. Don't do religion. Don't be like these fools. Honestly. Shocking. I'm sure his mother loves him, though. Let's get Bernard in. Coming in on the TikTok right now. Hey, Bernard, how are you?
Hello. Not
Hello.
too bad.
How are you?
Yeah, not too bad. I'm alright.
Good.
Yeah. So, you believe that God exists, but he's evil, right?
I don't
No.
believe that God exists. I think God, the whole idea of God is silly. Hence my claim God is silly. I think the idea is ludicrous, but I think that the God of the Bible and even the God of other belief systems that aren't the Bible, if that character did exist, would be evil and easy to demonstrate it.
Alright, so let's say if God has the right to give life, yeah, then he also has the right to take it.
I'm not arguing
I
about his
don't hold with
rights. I'm not arguing about his rights because whether the rights are conferred. Rights don't exist by magic. Rights need to be conferred. So if God is all powerful, he doesn't need rights because there's nobody who needs to confer any rights to him. You could say he has the right to do anything he wants, but having a right to do something doesn't make it right. Kim Jong-un has the right to execute anyone he wants to in his country. It doesn't mean it's good. South Africa under apartheid had the right to disenfranchise millions of black voters. Didn't mean it was good. Having a right doesn't make something good. So try again.
So you're just perplexed by his actions, and that's why I asked that question. If I own a car, it's mine, and I can use it as I choose, yeah? So even if I decide to drive it off a cliff, I can do that. Likewise.
So we are this inanimate property in your analogy, right?
No, I mean, if God is the creator and owns all life.
Yeah. No, I got you. We're basically like cars he can just drive off a cliff, basically, right?
You're just making our argument for us.
Yeah. So like I don't hold to that. So like if I create, for example, an advanced AI Sims game where the characters within it are full. Hold on.
Analogy.
Yeah. I know. I'm giving you another. Yep. I'm giving you another analogy.
Out of context. You're taking it
Okay.
out
What's the context? Give us. I might have misunderstood you. What's the context? So if you own a car and you can drive it off the cliff because it's your property, I took that to mean we are analogous to the car. Can you explain your analogy, please?
Yeah, if he is the creator and owner of all life, him taking life does not automatically mean that that doesn't make him evil.
It does.
God is
God
is not subject to the law in the way we are. He is the lawgiver.
That's literally what I said. That's literally what I said. That's what you described is that we are the equivalent of his property. If he wants to burn us with a giant celestial magnifying glass, he can do that. We're just his inanimate objects properties. No. And this is what I'm trying to explain. If I create autonomous life that has the capacity to feel emotions and complex emotions and pain and everything else, I owe that life, according to my values, the same respect I would owe it as if I didn't create that life. Once it's a sentient being, that's it. Like that's a pretty disgusting way of looking at things, and looking at us as just property. God can do no wrong. He can just flood the entire planet, and then it's like okay because he's God.
Here's one for you. God drove Job off a cliff.
See, this is what I want.
Thanks, like a wild wolf. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant.
See, like let's say for example, what your mate was saying, like God did these things, killed people, and all that. These events occurred within God's judgment on specific nations after a period of evil.
And that's why we call him evil. Exactly that. Because God, you know what God's favorite hobby is?
God that was evil.
It was. Do you know what God's favorite hobby is? Do you know what he really loves? Do you know what he really loves? He really loves he really loves collective punishment. Do you know what collective punishment is? It's when you punish people. It's when you punish people who didn't do the crime for the crime that someone else did. God loves it.
I don't think God is a sadist as you're trying to portray.
Oh, he is. He is absolutely sadist. Do you think it's okay to? Okay, let me ask you something. Are you married?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so if your wife committed adultery and cheated on you, would it be okay to have you raped?
Where did you get that from?
No, just a yes or no would be delightful here. So if your wife cheated on you, she's now done something wrong, and to punish her, someone rapes you. Would that be okay?
No, that wouldn't be okay.
Are you sure? Why would it not be okay?
Because that's not right.
She's cheated. She's cheated though, and she needs to be punished. So her punishment is going to be that you get raped. Why is that not okay?
I don't think that's the right thing to do.
Why? Why is it not right?
It's not a trick question.
Yeah, you should be able to answer this. It's an obvious question. So help me out here. Why would it be wrong to have you raped if your wife cheated on you? It's amazing that you're struggling to answer this. Why can't you just say, because first of all, it's wrong to have anyone raped, but I didn't commit the crime. I wasn't a party to her infidelity. Why should I be punished? I'm not the party who should be the subject of the punishment for that crime. You seem to be struggling to say that. Would you agree with me with that?
Yeah, I would agree with you on that one.
Right, but it's okay when God does that, right? So when God punishes someone for their infidelity by having their partner raped or partners raped, that suddenly becomes good. Is that right?
No, where do you get that from?
Second Samuel 12:11. So this is, you've read the Bible, obviously. You know what happened with David and Bathsheba, right? David summoned Bathsheba. He liked the look of her, so he basically forced her to be intimate with him. Whether she wanted to or not is another matter. He kind of David was a little bit naughty, because not only did he force her into that, he also kind of arranged to have her husband off. So he was not very nice. So what did God do to punish David for his infidelity?
Yeah, I can't really remember the whole story, but I know that there was.
Shall I tell you what he did? He did two things, and they were both delightful. One is he killed an innocent child. So there was a child that came from that union, but the child was innocent in all of this. So God, as the sort of, judge, executioner, all of that, thought that an appropriate punishment for David would be to kill the innocent child. That was delightful. So he made him suffer for a week with an illness and then die. And then what else did God do? Can you remember?
Yeah, as I said earlier, God is not subject to the law in the way we are.
Sure, I know. So let's clarify this. So the other thing God did was he had David's other wives raped, and here he is promising to do it. I will take your wives before your eyes and give them to your neighbor, and he shall lie with your wives in broad daylight. That's what God did. So if it was you having it done to you, you don't like that. But if God's doing it to someone else, that's all fine. Do I understand you correctly? God having other people raped, totally fine. But anything to do with you, no. Is that your position?
I don't think God did anything wrong.
So having innocent women raped because a man was unfaithful is not wrong in your view?
I think you are putting me in a corner.
I think you put yourself there. I'm just asking you a straightforward question. Is it morally okay to have innocent women raped because their husband cheated?
That was punishment for his sins.
Who got punished?
David.
Who actually got punished? Did David get raped?
No.
No. Who got raped?
does the Bible go further and say that the women were raped?
Yeah.
Is there any other passage?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you should know this stuff. How can you not know this? This is your God commanding weaponized sexual assault. You must know this. 2 Samuel 16:21 gives the fulfillment of that promise. Ahithophel said to Absalom, "Go into your father's concubines," go into means have sex with, "the ones he has left to look after the house, and all Israel will hear that you've made yourself odious to your father, and the hands of all who are with you will be strengthened." So they pitched a tent for Absalom on the roof, and Absalom went into his father's concubines in the sight of all Israel. Went into is a Hebrew idiom meaning had sex with. So he raped them. So they got raped as a punishment for David. So again, I'm going to ask you, is that good?
So those were not his wives, yeah? Those were concubines.
They were his wives. You may call them concubines if you want, but you can be assured that this objectifying of them into objects that could be taken against their consent. Their consent was not sought here, and in fact, we know they were raped because if it had been consensual, they would have been killed under the Deuteronomy adultery laws. And in the wake of this attack, they were instead banished because they were now impure, and they lived out the rest of their life under lock and key without a husband. So they were put away rather than being stoned to death, which would have been the case had there been any inkling of it being a consensual arrangement, which of course it was not. So yeah, they were raped, and I'm going to ask you for the last time whether you think this was good. You should be able to answer this. This is not a tricky question. Imagine if one of these had been your daughter, would it be okay?
The concubines, but the concubine, I'm not trying to advocate for evil things or bad things, but all I'm saying is the concubines, they had a lower social status than a wife.
So it's okay to rape them then?
It's not okay to rape them,
right.
but
so then that fact is irrelevant then. So was it okay for them to be raped because David did a crime? So David took an action, and the punishment for David was having innocent people raped. So and I just want to know if you're okay with this or not.
So the Bible doesn't give the whole context there about the concubines, because we know that the concubines, they had to make sexual relations in exchange for money, for payment.
They were David's concubines. They were in David's house. They were his property because the Bible frames all women as the property of men. But their consent was not sought in this instance. And you can infer that this was a non-consensual arrangement because had it been consensual, they would have been killed under the Deuteronomy Adultery Act laws, which are also barbaric, by the way. But in this instance, we can be fairly confident that this union was non-consensual. I can give you a couple of other examples of non-consensual sexual unions between men and women. So I'm just going to ask you. I've asked you a few times. It's starting to get. We're starting to get the impression you don't want to give me a straight answer here. Was this okay? Yes or no? Was this okay? Was this okay? Yes or no?
Yeah, all I'm saying is
back in the day. No, I don't want to hear back in the day. I don't want to hear back in the day. I want to hear whether you think this was moral or not.
Because in the Bible days, people.
No. I don't think you're quite understanding this. Look, let me demonstrate for you. Sean, is it ever okay for people to be raped as a punishment for someone else's actions?
No.
Not difficult. Quite straightforward, actually.
We also know that based on David's action, you know that God punished him as well.
And that's relevant how?
Yeah, because of taking Bathsheba's, I don't know these guys, but he was a soldier.
Right.
And
we know what happened. I told you this. I told you this. But the punishment enacted on David.
It's not like God spared David as well.
Well, it is like God spared David because, funnily enough, he didn't get killed. A baby did, and he didn't get raped. His innocent wives did. So it is rather like God spared David. The fact that God framed these punishments theologically as a property violation, so as basically saying, I'm going to take away things you own, just ties into the same idiotic fact that you presented at the beginning, where God views human beings as things he owns. There's a parallel here. There's a parallel here between the way God views human beings and the way the Bible treats human beings in the text.
Yeah, but the baby was just slipped from David's fingers into eternity. That means the baby.
Oh, so it's good. It's good when babies die. Okay, so the fact that David was lying on the floor, starving himself, crying, begging for God not to take his child away, and God did take his child away. We must infer from this that it's actually good when children die because they're just being slipped from someone's arms into eternity. Lovely. I can hear children in the background there. If someone killed your child, would you throw a party because they'd just been slipped from your arms into eternity, or would you be a little bit put out by that? Think about it. I can hear a child in the background right now.
Obviously, there's a bond that we have created.
So obviously, it's not a wonderful time for a party when a child dies. It's horrific. And the child was innocent. The child was robbed of the opportunity to live a life. No, the child's interests were not considered. The child was murdered because of David's actions. You're very happy about that. David's wives were raped because of David's actions, and you're very happy about that. So far, we have a God who rapes and kills, and you're perfectly fine with all of it. Okay. That's your position. It's not wonderful, is it?
No, it's only that the Bible teaches consistently that our sins can have devastating consequences.
Yes, devastating consequences imposed on innocent people by the God that I'm calling evil.
That doesn't mean that God delights or approves that.
It actually does mean that, because an all-powerful being only does the things they want to do. Unless you're suggesting that God had no choice. He had to do those things because he's just following the rules. He'd love not to, but it says here in paragraph 13, subsection C, infidelity laws must kill children and have wives raped. Sorry, Gov, got no choice, got to do it. Would love not to, but rules is rules. If I make an exception for you, then suddenly everyone's going to be banging their next door neighbor and expecting their kids not to be killed. Are you suggesting that's where God comes from?
Because I can see you like quoting the Bible. Have you read Lamentations 3:33?
No one's interested in that. No one's interested in that. We're talking about this.
The judge of all earth will always do what is right.
Yeah, that's delightful, but we're talking about God killing innocent people for the actions of the others at the moment. So I'm gonna sum this up, Bernard, because it sounds to me like
how I see it.
Yeah, it sounds to me like you're a big fan of collective punishment as long as God's doing it and as long as it's not being enacted on you. If any of those conditions were different, if you're the one on the end of receiving the collective punishment, something tells me you may not like it quite so much. But as long as it's someone else or someone else's wife or someone else's child, then you can feel perfectly fine with that because you've read somewhere else in your book that these things are all good. Okay. I rather think you've made the point for us. I'm not convinced there's too much more to talk about. So with that said, we'll move on. There we are. Another divine command theory person. The night's going to be full of them. This is what happens every time we run this topic. Is people come in here and make moral monsters of themselves. The things that they will defend. Absolutely horrific. Completely wild. Totally mad. Okay, there we are. Before we get our next guest in, who's going to be Moonmuth next, and we have a few. It was going to be Bill. I mustn't forget Bill. We'll get Bill in next. I'll read a few super chats, and then we'll get Bill, who's been waiting on the YouTube side. Bill, bear with me a moment. We will have you in just a moment, if I can see an audio device for you, which I think I can. Okay. Tim, great to see you, Tim. Said this was about the other chap whose name I've now forgotten. He can take his harmonization and harmonize it right up his harmony. I agree. Terrible argument. Terrible. Philo, great to see you. Since gonorrhea is a pathogen that is unique to humans, which one of Noah's family had the clap? I have heard that before. It comes from, if you think the entire world started from, I think it was 8 of them, 8 humans who came off the ark or something like that. One of them had to be hiding that shit. That was one of them. Brilliant. Ordinary Skeptic says, how much whey could Yahweh weigh if Yahweh could weigh whey? That's my question. Thank you, Sean. Thank you and Sean for all you do. Pleasure, and I'm loving that rhyme. It's not a rhyme; it's a thing. What's it called? Not a limerick. A thing. A tongue twister. Sorry, folks. Bethos said, "Emoji check. Philbro, if text, ask Justin DZ." I'll have to work on that. I'll have to check in what that means. I don't understand the emoji Philbro reference. But Bethos, a lot of the time when you post, you're just smarter than me, and they initially go over my head, and then normally someone or you explains it to me, and then I go, and I feel a little bit stupid and a little bit revealed to be not as smart as you. But I've made peace with that now. I'm okay with it. It's all good. Philo said, all my Southern California peeps, give me a shout out. Well, I'll give you a shout out from Surrey, south of London. It's like Southern California, but it's south of London instead. Will that work? Big shout out to you, Philo. And two more. Discordant Rhyme. Thank you so much for the super chat. Someone should get grant money to figure out why social media Christian apologists have no impulse control. That was sent while one of the chosen was on. Yeah, hot mess, that chap. Hot mess. And last one for now is Bethos again. I like John refusing brother if appropriate. Also, GF Sean. What's GF? Go for Sean. Something great.
I mean,
Sean?
I'm thinking something bad actually.
No, I don't. No,
I don't think that's what it is.
No,
I don't think that's what it is. Without my mind went there.
No.
Good friend Sean. I'm not sure.
Or good for Sean. Maybe good for Sean. I don't. But yeah, big up Sean. Sean always brings it.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, it does annoy me when people performatively call me brother. If somebody uses it as a kind of term of endearment and they mean it sincerely, then that lands nicely for me. I'm fine with that. I'll say bro, or I'll say buddy, or I'll say, I don't mind those kind of terms. But when it's performative like that, when it's hiding the fact that they actually don't like you, and it's a type of sort of passive aggressive thing, and it's performative and insincere, it gives me the heebie-jeebies. It's like it's the ick. I don't want to be called brother by someone. I have brothers. I love my brothers. That person is not my brother. Okay, let's get Bill in, who's been waiting very patiently. Hey, Bill, are you there?
Hi, can you hear me?
I can hear you perfectly. Welcome in. Thank you for joining us. I appreciate your patience. God is evil and very, very silly. What say you?
Well, what's saying me is, I'm sure you've heard this objection before. Maybe you'll probably roll your eyes, but I don't think it's possible to call God evil if you have no objective standard for evil.
Why? I've got a subjective standard for evil. It works really, really well. You don't have an objective standard either, by the way. You just think you have. All of these people who come in complaining about us not having an objective standard, smugly thinking they have one. Newsflash, you don't have one either. You subjectively chose who to align yourself with. You subjectively chose which version of that, which interpretive tradition of that to align yourself with. You subjectively chose to base your morals on the subjective whims of a subjectively chosen God who subjectively decrees things according to his own subjective inclinations. So there's a lot of subjectivity in your worldview too. And I think that's fine, because ultimately I think that's what moral judgments are. They are subjective. There are very, very smart people who are smarter than me, who are moral realists. Ian would be one. I do understand the basis of his argument, and I actually do find it quite compelling. Matt Dillahunty has recently changed his position on this as a result of a conversation with Ian, and I do understand where he's coming from. But right now, I'm quite happy to plant myself in basically the camp where I am for now, which is to say, if I call something evil, I'm expressing my view about it. And you are entitled to have another view, and then we can compare and contrast our views and see what the audience think and which one of us the audience think has a more sensible method for determining what's evil and what's good. You want to play?
Perhaps, but I just want to say a couple things to that. Well, see, my issue is that you're using God is evil as an argument against Christianity. I mean, because in this case, you're talking about the Christian God. But if it's just a subjective opinion, isn't it just like, I mean, it's kind of meaningless. You may as well say, well, the Bible is false because I think the Bible is boring. It just doesn't seem persuasive.
No, that would be a non sequitur. First of all, I'm not saying that God is evil as an argument against Christianity. I say this for any all-powerful God that is proposed, that if there is an all-powerful being that supervises the world around us and has knowledge of all things and the power to make things different, and chooses not to obviate or reduce some of the horrific suffering that we see around us, it must mean that said God has a proclivity for the suffering, rather enjoys it, rather likes it, because, as we've said earlier, it's either optional on that God's part, in which case he's chosen to have the suffering there for others, or he just has to have it. He has no choice. He's not powerful enough to enact his plan without, animals being caught under falling trees and suffering in agony, or children's cancer wards. He'd love to find a way to not have those things, but he just can't manage somehow, in which case, okay, well, then he's not very good, is he? So I think that the God of the Bible is obviously a lunatic, obviously a moral failure, because of many of the reasons I've
subjective standard
outlined. Sorry?
A failure. How can he be a failure if morality is subjective anyway? It can't
Because
be
yeah,
a success or a failure. It's just whatever.
Yeah, I think that he fails to live up to really, really basic moral principles that all people would agree to, apart from when they get into theological discussions, and then they pretend not to value those things because they're awfully inconvenient.
Yeah.
I think that's a contradiction, because on one hand you're saying, again, morality is subjective, and then you're saying, well, actually there's these basic moral principles. Like,
they're still subjective. They're still subjective. They're just commonly held.
So it's opinions and fifis. Then it's not a natural argument.
It's not opinions and fifis. It's basic principle. It's basic principles.
Why the fact it's subjective?
It's basic. No, hang on a second. I don't think you understand what objective means. Objective doesn't mean that everyone agrees on them. Objective means independent of a mind. So the fact, and subjective, by the way, also doesn't mean arbitrary. It means based on important principles that most people who are not psychopaths agree to. For example, the idea that it's disagreeable to cause avoidable suffering to innocent people. Now, if I said to you, outside the scope of a conversation where you were being very guarded about what you say, in case you say something that's going to reveal your position to be ridiculous, outside of this context, if I said, is it good to cause easily avoidable suffering to innocent people, you would go, no, of course not. But in this conversation, if I ask you such a straightforward question, you're going to adopt a defensive stance and start measuring your words carefully in case you say something which would be obvious to every other human being on the planet, but which you suspect might compromise your position in the dialectic. So I'm going to ask you right now, is it good to cause easily avoidable suffering to innocent people?
If I'm a regular person, I would say obviously not. But if you're trying to judge how God rules the world, you do have to look at things like free will and just the simple fact that he's omniscient, so we can't
give a straightforward answer.
But this isn't really, this isn't a great
Exactly.
comparison, because you're comparing what me or you would do.
I want to send you a thank you note for how beautifully you performed that. So I said, you won't be capable of just giving a straightforward answer. So you first qualified it by saying, if I was a normal person, and then went on to show that you're not a normal person by dancing around an issue that anyone who's not on a psych ward should be able to immediately answer without hesitation by going, no, it's never good to cause easily avoidable suffering to innocent people. Very easy for me to say that. It would be very easy for Sean to say that. We've got 1,300, 1,400 people listening to us have this conversation right now. It would be very easy for any of them to say that too, I imagine. This is not a complicated, deep ethical question. There are ethical dilemmas. If I was going to say, is assisted dying a good thing? Then we would find it's nuanced. It's tricky. There might be a difference of opinion. You could make a good case for either side. But this isn't one of those. This is the no-brainer of ethics. And you can't even answer that. And the reason you can't is because you're pre-committed to divine command theory, which tells you that you have to identify everything God does as good, even the cases where he causes easily avoidable suffering to innocent people. Sucks to be you, I guess.
Well, a couple arguments. I think you misunderstood when I said the normal person thing. I meant that God isn't a normal person. He's not a normal, fallible person. I'm not saying I'm an abnormal person.
So you're special pleading. So you're special pleading for God and saying moral principles apply to God that don't apply to other people.
Well, special pleading doesn't work if there's actually a difference between the two things you're talking about.
Right.
Like, if someone said, let's say you have a parent, they said, I let my 14-year-old kid go to the grocery store by himself, but not my 4-year-old kid. That's not special pleading because there's obviously a difference between those two people.
Yeah, but it's the
Um,
same. It's the
but I
same
mean,
principle. It's
again,
the
it's
same
just
principle at play in both of those situations, which is a concern for the well-being of that person. So there's consistency there. Whereas here, we're talking about a complete difference in moral principles, whereby you're essentially saying that yeah, it's good if God wants to cause easily avoidable suffering to innocent people. That might be great. Okay, we already know that that's going to be your position, which is why you're hedging for it by creating a cutout to say for a normal person it's not good, but if God wants to do it, might be good. Okay,
no,
well,
that's a bit of a straw man of what I'm arguing. If I can I just make my argument in full, please?
sure.
Okay, well, my argument is that because God is by definition omniscient, we can't for sure judge what happens in the world as a flaw against him. Now, I admit it is difficult, like the problem of evil bothers a lot of Christians. That's not deniable. But I'm just saying, as some sort of like slam dunk argument against Christianity, I don't think I think it only works if you strawman God as just like a big man and not actually what he is. And
The
I mean,
premise,
again, oh, sorry, go ahead.
yeah, the premise of the question is that the suffering is unavoidable. So him being omniscient might be relevant if you are positing, hey, well, maybe there's some reason why this suffering is necessary. It has to achieve this greater good, or what have you. The premise of the question is unnecessary, avoidable suffering causing it. Is there any circumstance where that's good for anybody to do, or is it just good if God does it because he's God?
I mean, again,
Like,
that's sort of I'm not necessarily saying it's good that it happens. I'm not even, as far as God causing it, I'm not sure. But I mean, my argument simply is that if God's all knowing beyond our minds and we can't really use the problem of evil, and I
why?
mean,
Why?
I'm going to go back to this again. I mean, you guys are just
No,
contradicting yourself by saying
I want. I
morality
want to know
subject.
why. I want to know why. If the premise is the suffering is unavoidable, why is God being all knowing relevant?
Because he would know why it's happening and he has wisdom
Why?
towards why it
So
might be
so.
happening.
But the why assume so the only justification for a why would be if it's needed to achieve a greater good, correct?
I mean, that could be the case.
What else?
I mean, again, I don't know God's mind, but I mean, going back to my initial argument, I was also trying to make the case that you
No, I
can't.
mean, I want to. This is
No, no, but
important. I
no, no,
want to
but this
parse
is
this out.
also important. What I'm going to say is that you guys are trying to judge like the world as flawed and this and that, but you don't even have like an actual standard for good. So, like, it just doesn't make sense.
Oh no, we do. It's just different from yours. You subjectively
No,
decide like you. Hold on, let
I'm
me
not a
finish.
moral subjectivist, dude.
Let me finish. You not being a moral subjectivist doesn't mean you don't have subjective morality.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is things that are subjective are personal value judgments. They're stances of a mind. The stance of your mind is you want to defer to your morality to God's subjective stance because he has a stance on behaviors. He's also a mind, so it's dependent on the stance of his mind. So yes, you're basically declaring by decree your standard as the objective standard without justification. We just care about different things. So I care about how actions affect the well-being of others. You care about obedience to God. So those are in the same way, if a person doesn't care about well-being, I can't make a case based on well-being. You can't make a case to someone like me who doesn't give a flying fuck what your God has to say. I don't care if it's Yahweh, Shiva, Thor, Zeus, it doesn't matter. Being told what to do, I don't value that when it comes to human behavior. I value well-being. We just value different things subjectively. You're just by decree saying your shit's objective instead of subjective.
All
Yeah.
right. Well, number one, I'm not even arguing for my personal opinion. My case is that morality is a transcendent concept. Like there's such a thing as moral laws, like mathematical laws, that
Well,
there's
it's
some things that
transcendent the
are
same way
truly
beauty
good
is.
or there's some things that are truly good or bad. And secondly, I mean, again, you guys are you're kind of caught in a way because you're saying like, well, morality is subjective, but we base it on well-being. But if
Yeah.
another atheist comes along, he says, well, actually, we should base things on things that serve me. If I want to treat people like crap and it benefits me,
Yes.
then
You have
You
the
know
same
what?
on
problem,
your
though, right?
guys' worldview, there's nothing
Yeah.
that can really stop that.
Yes,
It's
that's
just,
you know
And
what?
if someone comes to
Tough.
you and says, "I don't care about,"
Yeah,
if,
just
if
tough.
someone comes to you and says, "I don't care about being told what to do by a god," you have the same problem, correct?
well, I not actually know, because I mean, if God exists and you guys are just objectively incorrect, but on your guys' view, the
Well,
guy who wants to live
if
selfishly and treat
well-being
people
exists,
like
you're
crap,
just
then
objectively incorrect. I can play the same semantic game.
no, you
You
actually
just
can't. Let me explain why you can't. Let me explain why you can't. Because if morality is objective, then going against it is like it's not an exact comparison, but
The
it's
if's
almost like
doing
going
heavy
against.
lifting there.
It's almost it's almost
Almost like
against
going
going against
logic.
the principles of math. Like
Yeah.
you can say 2 +
Right,
2
if
equals
it's
5.
objective.
But you
Yeah.
can't demonstrate that it is. All you can do is claim that it is. And when we ask you to demonstrate that it is, what you'll do is you'll point at our objective standard and cry that you don't like it. But demonstrate
Well, I
now.
mean, me crying,
Demonstrate
well, me
now.
crying that I don't.
Demonstrate now that these moral truths that you're talking about actually exist anywhere other than in your fantasy.
Well, you're saying I'm crying that I don't like it, but I mean that's perfectly legitimate if all morality is subjective.
No, you should be
Okay,
able to
demonstrate.
demonstrate the existence of these moral truths without needing to just say how much you don't like our position. You not liking our position doesn't validate yours. So demonstrate now for us, please, the existence of these moral truths that you claim are out there, existing in some way.
Well, I think you guys implicitly believe it, because you would say rape is worse than non-rape, wouldn't you?
Yes,
No,
because
Actually,
because
no.
because it would be our subjective view that that's the case, because we have a clearly defined framework by which we evaluate actions as to whether they're moral or not, right? So again, demonstrate for us. Demonstrate for us. You are making a very big claim here, which is that morality that morality exists. That morality exists in some way, and you are not going to be able to evidence the claim, because I've been having conversations like this for many years, and no one's ever been able to. You're unlikely to be the first person who can, but you're welcome to try.
Well, I'm critiquing your worldview. Like,
don't worry about my worldview. You're making a claim. Evidence your
I think
claim.
I kind of have to worry about it. It's a subject of the stream, my guy.
No. You're making a claim.
Yes,
you should be able to demonstrate your claim without worrying about my worldview. If the only way you can demonstrate your claim is saying that you personally don't like my worldview, that doesn't demonstrate your claim. It just expresses your distaste for the framework that we use. No one's interested in that. Provide some evidence or a syllogism that has true premises and a conclusion that ends with, therefore, moral laws exist. Do it, please.
Well, you're saying that like you can't, like someone can't call in to disagree with your moral claims.
You can disagree with whatever you like. You can disagree with whatever. I invite disagreement. We love it. And you're entitled to have a different opinion. What you're not entitled to do is make claims about reality that you can't evidence and then not be laughed at.
Well, it doesn't really make much sense to me. You're treating objective morality like this like goofy far off thing when you guys seem to believe there are some moral actions that are better or worse. Not, and before you say better or worse in your subjective opinion, that would mean it's just an opinion. But
yes, that's what it means. That's what it means, and that's what your morality means too.
Yeah.
So when you're appealing to the morality of your God, so slavery is good, killing children is good, stoning gay people to death is good, all the stuff that your God likes, you're just choosing to align yourself with that moral framework, very, very subjective. Just like we are choosing to align ourselves with a moral framework based on principles of reducing harm, avoiding harm. It's all subjective. Yours is subjective, mine is subjective, yours is an opinion, mine is an opinion. Only one of us is making claims about moral truths existing in some fairy realm.
I mean, even if I did grant that premise, and we're just stuck in an impasse anyway, because it's one opinion versus another, so it doesn't even make sense to.
That's what ethics are.
Argue against.
So morality is one opinion versus another, and then what you do is when you have an audience like we have now, we can appeal to the audience, and you can put your case forward for why child rape, slavery, and stoning gay people to death is right. This is the nature of debate, right? Is that we make our case and we see who is making a more reasonable case. It doesn't mean that any of us are correct. There is no correctness here. There's no correctness here. It's just
reasonable or unreasonable only would make sense if there's some type of objective standard to judge something as reasonable.
No,
But if
no,
you're
no,
just
no,
saying on the
hold on.
offset it's subjective, then it doesn't matter, my guy.
Let me correct you on that. So if the audience members or you, so first of all, an argument about populum is only a fallacy if you are trying to use it to demonstrate a claimed fact. We're not claiming moral facts. So, but we are having a discussion where the audience is involved. So here's the deal. If you genuinely care about the welfare of others, how behaviors, if they avoid harm, if they help, etc., then we can appeal to a common ground with our values having common ground with their values. And we will say, like, when God said to unalive all the Midianites, but keep the virgin girls for yourselves, we would consider that bad because that's harmful to the well-being of the people they unalived, the civilians, and also the young virgin girls who they took as spoils of war. As humanists, if other people, if they agree with us that, hey, of harming other people, we don't like that, that's something we can have agreement on. And you can have objective measures as to whether or not certain behaviors are harmful to the well-being of others. Likewise, if somebody else is in your camp where they'll be okay with any amount of harm as long as it's instantiated by your deity, then you know the Christians will agree with you. Like, yes, that was great stuff because our value, we put being told what to do by our deity up here, and we put well-being of thinking creatures down here. So yeah, I mean, that's just the way it is.
All right. Well, number one, excuse me, sorry. Number one, you are actually trying to argue a moral fact implicitly by saying God is evil.
No, you don't get to saddle me with a position I don't hold.
Wait, I don't get to saddle you with what
a position I don't hold. I don't hold that there's moral facts. Me stating an opinion.
You understand what a entailment is, right? Like if you make a statement and then I say that entails something.
So if I say chocolate ice cream is delicious, am I talking about it? Am I making a claim to a fact, or am I expressing a view?
I mean, it does depend on the context of the sentence.
Here's the context. Here's the context. If I say chocolate ice cream is delicious,
this actually proves my point. This proves my point.
It doesn't. Because if I say chocolate ice cream is delicious, I'm expressing my preference for chocolate ice cream. If I say God is evil, I'm expressing my view about his behavior. I'm using language to express a value judgment about his behavior and how badly it fails my moral system. I'm not suggesting anyone else is obligated to share it. You are entitled to yours, as I said, your moral system wherein slavery is good, men killing children with swords is good, stoning gay people to death is good. That's fine. You're entitled to love all of those things. I think they suck. I'm going to make my case. You're going to make your case. And that's how the discussion works.
All right. Well, I was going to say that ice cream example actually works for me because if you're saying morality is just a taste-based thing like ice cream, then
I've already said that.
Again, like moral arguments against God don't make much sense.
I've already said that.
The example I gave earlier, that's saying it's like saying the Bible is false because the Bible is boring. Like
it's not at all like saying that because the Bible is false. If the Bible is false, is a factual claim. You're saying that the Bible makes claims that aren't true, which, by the way, is the case. The Bible makes lots of claims that are not true. So we can say that the Bible, in part, is false. It maybe says some things that are true. It certainly says a lot of things that aren't true. And it contradicts itself in many places, and it makes failed prophecies, and it makes broken promises, and basic scientific errors, and anachronisms, and all sorts of nonsense in there. So we could say that the Bible, in many places, is false. That's a claim to fact. But I would never make the claim the Bible is false because it's boring. That would be a stupid thing to say. Obviously, that's a silly argument because the fact that it's boring has no bearing on whether it's true or false. So that would be a silly argument. This is not the same as that. This is saying that God, the character of the God as written in the Bible, or even another God if you don't like the Bible, has behavior that I feel quite comfortable labeling evil, in the same way that if I see a person behaving in a certain way, if I look at Jeffrey Dahmer, and I could quite comfortably say Jeffrey Dahmer's behavior was evil because he caused a lot of suffering to innocent people, and that goes against my moral framework that I stand by. Now you could just say that's a taste thing. Yes, That's the point we're trying to make, is that some people have a taste thing where they don't like human suffering, and so then their aversion to human suffering leads them to evaluate moral things in a certain way. Some people don't care about human suffering, and so they love the God of the Bible, who also doesn't care about human suffering. You're perfectly entitled to be that way inclined if you want to. I'm just calling it out. That's what I'm here doing, is calling it out. The God of the Bible is evil, and all the people who think that the horrendous stuff he does is acceptable are pretty disgraceful, in my view.
I mean, again, you're contradicting yourself. You're saying it's my opinion, it's my taste, and then you're trying to make these value judgments on God and on regular people.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like saying,
where's the contradiction? Where's the contradiction? Everything I've said is a value judgment. Where's the contradiction?
Well, I'm saying it's just like my point is that it's just feelings based and it's not a strong
Where's
argument.
Where's the contradiction?
Well, because on one hand, you acclaim morality subjective and person-based, and then on the other hand, you're acting like these people are actually bad, not just they're icky.
I said it's my own view. I said it's my own view. So where's the contradiction?
But I'm just saying, if it's just your view, it's as meaningful as saying you dislike chocolate ice cream or you
actually it's not. Actually, it's not, and I'll explain why. Because it's so. For example, our standard of human well-being. It is only trivial if to the other interlocutor, human well-being is trivial to them. Is irrespective of whether God exists, is human well-being trivial to you? Yes or no?
It's not, but
okay, there you go. So our standard is how actions affect the well-being of others. You don't consider the well-being of others to be a trivial matter. Ergo, you do not consider it trivial, even though it's subjective, right?
Yeah.
Well, no, because I'm not arguing from your worldview. I'm saying, let me make my case.
Hold on, because you just contradicted yourself. According to you, I'm asking you your position, irrespective of whether a God exists, is human well-being a trivial matter to you?
I mean, I'm not arguing morality based on a person-based thing. You guys don't seem to understand that.
I didn't ask you that. I asked you if morality is a trivial matter to you, or do you care passionately about the human well-being, irrespective of whether a God exists?
I care passionately about other people, but my opinion means diddly squat if God doesn't exist.
Got you. Well, got you. Okay, so we are basing our morality on something that you yourself do not consider to be trivial.
Yeah.
Right?
Right.
Okay, so we agree with you that our moral standard is not trivial, even though it's subjective. Thank you for agreeing with us.
And subjective doesn't mean arbitrary, by the way. Subjective doesn't mean arbitrary.
Couple things. Number one, my whole point about morality, which I guess obviously you guys disagree with, is I just don't see it as a human opinion thing, because by that standard, anything could be allowed, which for some reason moral subjectivists can never understand.
But by what standard anything could be allowed? What on earth are you talking about? You seem to be getting.
Subjective.
No. This is the misunderstanding that everyone makes. You seem to think that when we grant that morality and moral intuitions are subjective, that makes them arbitrary and anything can be allowed. No, it doesn't follow from that at all. It really doesn't. Funnily enough, your claim of divine command theory means that anything can be allowed, because there are no principles at play to constrain what can be allowed and what can't be. You're just in favor of brute power, and whatever the boss says is great. So when the boss says slavery is good, slavery becomes good. When the boss says killing children is good, killing children becomes good. Anything can be allowed. The boss says it. We actually, under our framework, it's not the case that anything can be allowed. Our framework explicitly says that the things that can be allowed are the things that fit in with our principles. The principles of avoiding harm, the principles of compassion and empathy, and the same values that you just a minute ago agreed with us that you share. These are not arbitrary. They're deeply rooted. They're foundational to the experience of being a living being. We understand that we can experience pain, and we understand that others can experience pain, and we shy away from it for ourselves and for others. We have mirror neurons that make us experience the pain of others in a really visceral way. It's built into us. It's not the case at all that understanding morality as being subjective leads you to the brothers Karamazov and everything is permitted. This is a common misunderstanding, and you would do well to stop making it.
Well, there's a few things. Well, number one, I mean, again, if it's subjective and person-based, I think it necessarily has to be arbitrary. Now, you are arguing you say you're arguing from the standard of human well-being, but choosing that standard in and of itself is arbitrary. Like someone could just say,
so is
it's
choosing
not
being
arbitrary.
told
No,
what
no,
to
it's
do.
not arbitrary. It's personal.
no, choosing the standard is arbitrary.
No, it's not arbitrary. It comes from a really, really basic foundational stuff, which is our own need to avoid pain and our survival requiring that we can cooperate effectively with others, which means being able to reciprocate in kind with them. It's not arbitrary. If it was arbitrary, then some people would just have, you'd have societies based on trying to cause each other the most amount of pain possible. And that this is not seen anywhere in the world because it doesn't work. It causes society to break down, and all the members of the group lose the benefits of the protection of the group. It is so far from arbitrary as to be laughable that you would call it arbitrary. It is not arbitrary. It's founded on basic foundational principles of survival, cooperation, compassion, basic human stuff built into us.
Well, it's true that like a society, even a society of like 20 people needs some sort of set rules, but the problem there is that doesn't preclude, say, a certain portion of the population maybe treating a minority badly, and then the society as a whole could still technically flourish. Because I mean, you have an example like, let me give an example. Like in America, they had Jim Crow laws when they were like a successful, prosperous country, and they had Jim Crow laws. So it's not like treating people badly. A minority made the
Those
society
violated
collapse.
the principles of humanism.
But they
Those
did.
violated
Now,
the
I'm not.
principles.
I just want to say, I mean, first and foremost, I'm not advocating for Jim Crow
Of
or any kind
course.
of bigotry.
No,
But
I know that.
I'm only,
But the reason we pushed back against that, and the reason they're not in place anymore, is because enough people had a sense that they realized that these laws were antithetical to the principles of compassion and altruism and empathy and cooperation and fairness. That they went against all of those things, and so they didn't persist. And there are places in the world where that kind of thing does persist, but they're dictatorships. It's North Korea. It's Afghanistan. And we feel that those things are wrong. And I say wrong not in an objective sense. I say we feel those things are wrong because they go against our instinct as cooperative primates. They go against our instinct. We feel that they're wrong. And that's what it is.
mean,
We are animals, my friend.
well, I mean, if we're animals,
in a
then
good
that's
way. In a good way. We're animals in a good way.
Well, I mean, animals do kill and assault each other with impunity, and even quote unquote social species. So I'm not sure if that's
they do.
example,
But what I mean is that we have instincts which lead us to work well together and have a sense of fairness and a sense of cooperation. And when things very obviously go against that, we have an instinct. It's not arbitrary. You can call it arbitrary all you want, but that's just daydreaming on your part. You can't demonstrate that it is, because it isn't. Anyway, friend, we're going to draw things to a close, Bill. We've got quite a few others waiting in the queue, and we kind of don't let conversations go on too long. So we've enjoyed speaking to you. Thanks for coming up.
All right, sayonara.
Cheers. Bye-bye. All right. There we go. I wonder if every conversation we're going to have today is going to be a defense of divine command theory. I guess it probably is, given the prompt. I asked for it, didn't I? Running this prompt. We'll go back to atheism makes more sense, or atheism is never wrong in the next show. But I do like this one as well, because these are important conversations to have. They reveal the moral flaw in these sorts of frameworks that people live by. And so it's important that we continue to have them. Okay, a few super chats, and then we will get our next guest in, who it looks like, I'm trying to be fair to the order that people came in. I think Moonmoth is the next one in the TikTok queue. So I'll read a few messages and we'll get Moonmoth in. So Dylan Gunter, thank you for the super chat. Former op, keep it up. Thanks for what you do. Thank you so much too. Appreciate it very much indeed. And Buzz says, wasn't this show supposed to be like 13 hours ago? Yes, it was, Buzz. You may have missed the announcement. I normally do this on a Saturday, as you know, but I wasn't able to this weekend, so sometimes it gets shunted onto the Sunday. I hope that's okay. I hope that's all right. And Bethos said, so many believers being pro-violence from authority. I know, right? Crazy. That was when Bernard was on. And also while Bernard was on, Liquid826 said, he's the lawgiver, therefore he can do whatever he wants. I hope he doesn't think Congress or Parliament should act this way. Yeah, I think they reserve that kind of special treatment for their magic friend, fortunately, I guess. And Buzz said, I fully believe this was for yesterday evening. Well, we're here now, Buzz. We're here now. And Tracy, great to see you, T. They don't seem to understand. They don't have free will. And they should know this because they're constantly saying it's God's will, not mine. Good call, T. Good call. Yeah, I don't think that the concept of free will really survives much scrutiny. But the point I always make is that at least when it comes to belief, we can feel like we have free will about certain things, but not about belief. You don't even have the experience of feeling like you believe something. If you truly examine, you'll see that you don't. You just believe it. You're convinced of it. There's nothing you can do about it. You can't even create the illusion. And Victor, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for all you do, John. You are like a Zen master. Well, high praise indeed. Would love to share a clip with you that shows the point of brains being convinced. I'd love to see that clip, Victor. If you would like to send it to me, my email address is Jon at unconvincedbook.com. I'd love to see that clip. That sounds fascinating. I'm very interested in the neuroscience of this. I have a chapter about it in my book. I was very lucky to speak to two incredible, world-renowned neuroscientists who helped me kick my thoughts into shape around that. I had a slightly simplistic view of parts of the brain doing specific things, and they were able to explain to me that doesn't really work like that. It's networks, distributed networks around the brain. It's a bit more complex than I first thought, but they soon kind of got me under control, and I owe them a great debt of thanks. But I'd definitely like to see that, so please get in touch, send it along. I'd love to see it and maybe show it on the show. Okay, two more and we will get our previous guest that I was going to bring in. Oh no, Moonmoth is still there. Two more and we'll get Moonmoth in. Bethos said, John, how can you discuss with Bernard without throwing up? It was hard. It was tricky. And Buzz said, how the fuck was yesterday Sunday and today is a sleep Sunday? Did jet lag really fuck me up this badly? I played pool Saturday. Yesterday was Sunday. Today, I know. These kind of long haul flights, I know that you were in the Far East. It's crazy when you take a long flight like that and you're flying across time zones and you can end up landing somewhere before you took off, or you do a 10-hour flight and then it's the same time, and it's all very weird. And I hope you acclimate quickly and soon and easily. Speaking of travel and flying, friends, I am going to be traveling on the 21st of July. I'm actually going to the US for a family visit. So I'm going to be there until the 4th of August. And I'm going to try to stream while I'm there. At the moment, I'm looking into trying to find a venue that I can hire that has a fast enough internet connection where I can go in a few times while I'm there and keep continuity, because I don't want to have 2 weeks without speaking to you lot. It would be very sad if that were the case. So I'm working on it and I'll let you know. So watch this space. But yeah, from the 21st of July, things might get a bit weird for a couple of weeks, but bear with me. I'm going to try and keep normal service running if I can. Okay, let's get Moonmoth in, who's been waiting ages, very patiently. For anyone waiting in the queue, I really appreciate that you do. And if you continue to be patient, I promise I'll get to you. Moonmoth, how are you?
Hi, I'm okay. How are you?
Very well indeed. Thank you so much for your patience. We appreciate that. The floor is yours. What would you like to say?
Thank you. Well, I wanted to start off with prefacing that I'm very nervous. I can tell that you've practiced, you've done this for a long time. People are sending you money to talk to you. So obviously you've got a thing going on. So I'm not sure what I'll be able to do, but I'm here to try my best.
Of course, and no need to be nervous. It's totally fine. We'll just have a conversation. It's completely cool. Don't worry.
Yeah, it's just a combination of hearing people that I would think at least are trying in good faith, and then seeing comments that are not necessarily seeming to be mirroring the good faith, and then like somebody talking to you, and then I believe that's Sean jumping in, and I've had, anyway, so I'm nervous because
we'll
seems
be nice. We'll be nice.
Okay.
Yeah, don't worry.
All right.
Okay.
All right. Wonderful. I think one of the first things that caught my attention was you saying that since God is omnipotent, well, sorry, you don't believe, but we're gonna,
The God
that,
character.
Sure. I don't know if I'll use that language, but we all know what we're talking about here.
Yeah,
It's
from
fine.
our perspective.
We can talk about God. If God does this, God does that. We can understand that we don't think there is a God, but we're happy to critique the character, and for the sake of making the conversation flow, we don't have to say the God character every time. It's fine. We can just talk about it. It's all good.
Right.
Okay, great. Saying that he only does what he wants because he has complete power. Right, that's an argument that you've made.
It kind of follows, doesn't it? Because a God of unlimited power would never have to do anything he doesn't want to do.
Well, he wouldn't have to. I mean, people don't have to work out and tear up their muscles, but tearing up the muscles makes their muscles stronger.
True, but people aren't of unlimited power. A God would not have to do anything. Think about it. What would it mean to have to do something if you were a being of unlimited power? If you wanted bigger muscles, you could just click your fingers. You'd have bigger muscles. You wouldn't have to endure the pain. And if you had a plan for mankind, think about it like this. Imagine God's got an infinite number of plans he could enact, right? Because he's so powerful, he's got how the president's got like a menu of different military solutions they can point to. I want this one, I want this one. So imagine God having an unlimited number of different plans he could enact to get to a particular point, right? And he can choose to have the one in which the parasites that burrow into the eyes of children and make them blind do exist, or he could choose the version that has the same outcome but doesn't have the parasites that burrow into the eyes of children and make them blind. He could choose either one, right? Because the moment you say no, he has to have the one with the parasites, otherwise his plan won't work, then you're making him smaller, you're limiting his power.
No, so I believe that he created, right? And that things, I mean, he clearly let evolution do what it was going to do. I do think that he guided, obviously, us towards this space where he did eliminate a lot of, well, or at least decrease a lot of, I mean, how low or how high is, like, how high do we live now? And we live a lot longer now than we did before. I know that. I know in a lot of places now, the progress has been limited because people get afraid, and that is a tool of the enemy, and blah, blah, blah. But like, things are objectively better than they were.
But can I interject on that point? Just briefly on that point.
Because you are bringing up that because something exists that feeds off of children that are innocent, right? That something is evil. When it is a predator in a system that he's, obviously that he set up, but there are a lot of things that happen, good and bad, that have to happen for life to occur.
Why do they have to happen?
Yeah. Are you suggesting that God could not have made the world? He just couldn't have figured out how to make the world without those parasites? That he just had to do it?
I'm suggesting that a world without those parasites might have required it to be a lot different, Like, there are only... I guess the thing is, you're saying that there are infinite
you're limiting God. You're saying that God couldn't have made the world totally identical to how it is now, but just without those parasites, which is a ludicrous thing to say because so many species have gone extinct. Do you know that 99% of the species that have lived on Earth for the billions of years that there's been life on the Earth are now extinct? That all the life on Earth now is only 1% of the life that has existed on Earth. So species come and go all the time. And the claim you're making is ludicrous, which is that God's not powerful enough to have the world exactly as it is now, just without that one type of parasite. that if he removed that, the whole lot would come crashing down and it all wouldn't work and he wouldn't know what to do about it. I mean, fine, if that's the tiny stupid God that you want to believe in, but I don't think that is the God you believe in. I think you believe in a God who's really powerful and kind of created everything and made everything and is really, really, really powerful. And yet you're putting this ridiculous limitation on him, suggesting that
does the parasite only burrow into children's eyes? I'm sorry,
even if this is a parasite that burrows into lots of different eyes, the point is we could change it to the mosquitoes carrying malaria. You could change it to just something like the Ebola virus, which eats away at the
what are you
flesh.
expecting for him to do? What are you expecting the world to look like?
Create a world without those things.
You want
if he's all powerful,
a world with nothing that is unfair, with nothing that is wrong, with nothing that is bad.
If he's all powerful, yes.
Why?
Because otherwise, what's the point of those things?
That's not how life works.
And that's why we say God's evil.
We're saying life. That's not how this life works. But if God is all powerful, He is able to instantiate a world without all of that suffering.
Can I ask you a question? Do you believe in heaven? Do you believe in heaven?
I believe that He puts us where we belong. I'm not sure about the dichotomy.
Okay.
Or the duality.
So if you do believe in heaven, do they have those parasites in heaven?
I would assume not, but
so He can create an environment that doesn't have those.
Right, but that is an environment that is quite literally for the dead.
Right, but He could have created the conditions on Earth like that.
No, okay, but He could. But then what's the point? Then we'd all be nothing. We'd all be static.
Why? Are people going to be nothing and static in heaven? I was told it was wonderful. You get free drinks and all you can eat buffet and all sorts of wonderful things. People having a wonderful time.
Outside time. Yes,
it's going to be great. So God wasn't powerful enough to create conditions on Earth a bit more like that, or like everything exactly the same as it is right now, just without the child rape. Just couldn't do it.
Okay.
And this is why I say He's very obviously evil. And the arguments you're making are all along the lines of like, well, if God did that, the world would be different because the world is how it is, which is kind of what we're saying. Yes, the world is how it is. If the world is how it is a reflection of God, then He chose the world with children's leukemia wards. He chose the world where parents have to bury their children because they starved to death. 3 million children a year starved to death. Yeah. And God watches this happen.
I wonder why.
God watches this happen.
Why that happens.
But it happens for lots of different reasons.
People.
Well, you can say it's fucking people.
We have more than enough.
You can say that, but it's still the case. True. It's still the case that God could still mitigate this issue, even if it's because of human misallocation of resources. And that argument doesn't cover you when it comes to the 300,000 children a year that die from malaria after being bitten by a mosquito. That's not because of misallocation of resources. That God watches all of this happen. And if we suggest no, it isn't.
Yes.
What you're suggesting?
How much money do we spend on war that we could be spending on science, and caring about each other?
But ironically, funnily enough, the main people holding up money to science are the religious lobbies that start shutting down research programs because they want to prioritize the interest of cells in petri dishes over children with life-threatening conditions, and those research programs get defunded by the religious lobbies. So yes, I agree with you. We ought to spend more on science. I'm going to agree with you all day long. But the reason we're having to spend money on science to solve these problems is because God can't be bothered to solve them because He likes them. God created those mosquitoes. God created the malaria. God invigilates this happening, and God has been doing this for as long as there have been humans on the earth. If you believe God exists, He obviously doesn't care about human suffering. And that's why I say very, very obviously evil.
Okay. So you're saying since he didn't get rid of all of the things that are unfair, and He must like them. And then that makes Him evil.
Yeah. It follows.
I'm afraid that we have reached
Would you agree that causing unnecessary suffering is bad?
Yes.
Okay. If God is able to... Go ahead.
How do you determine what is unnecessary?
Oh, sure. Very simple. So I'll give you an example. I'll start with giving you an example of necessary suffering. You take your child to get a vaccine because we're not all powerful, but we develop vaccines against illness. And in order to inoculate that child against a potential life-threatening disease, we have to poke it in the arm and cause the child pain. Poke it, I should have said him or her, but poke the child in the arm and inject the vaccine. The child feels a little bit of suffering, but it's for a greater good. That's necessary suffering because the suffering is needed. We had no choice but to create that suffering in order to achieve a greater good. So do we agree on that?
Yeah.
Okay. And would you agree that causing suffering when it's not necessary to achieve a greater good is necessarily a bad thing? Would you agree with that?
Can I first say that I think that it was also necessary then?
Oh, no,
the
that's
suffering
fine.
of all the people that died before the vaccine was given.
No, yeah. What I'm saying is, we could disagree about what is or isn't necessary, but that's a separate conversation. I just want to make sure we agree on principle.
But that's part of the argument, no?
Hold on. No, you're right, but we'll get there. I just want to make sure on principle we agree. I'm not asking you to agree that anything God does is unnecessary suffering. We'll get to that argument. But would you agree that in principle, necessary suffering, okay, sometimes that's a thing, we have to do it, like in the giving a child a vaccine. Unnecessary suffering, meaning it does not achieve a greater good, it's not necessary to achieve a greater good, is always bad. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. Is God all powerful?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
If God is all powerful, that would mean any plan, any greater good that he wants to accomplish, he would be able to do without causing suffering.
Actually,
if he can't do that.
Sorry, I have to change my answer because saying like he's all powerful, like yes, he is all powerful, but also he gave us free will, which is giving us a little bit of that.
No, I got you.
Giving a little bit of that power away.
Yes, well, so he gave us free will, sure, but is there any greater good God cannot achieve without the suffering?
I don't. Wait.
In other words, so in my example, I had to give the child the shot with the prick in the arm, cause a little bit of pain, give the child the vaccine. That was necessary in order for me to vaccinate my child, right? That's right. Greater good. God is all powerful. Is there any greater good that God cannot achieve without the suffering?
I don't know. I'm not the one who's making those calls.
If there's one instance of I have to do the suffering in order to achieve the greater good, that would be something that God cannot do, which would make him no longer all powerful, correct?
Right, but that is why like I clarified, because he has to work with people, and people inherently are flawed and are able to do monstrous, terrible, disgusting things.
Can I come in here?
When they claim to believe in God, even when they really do.
Yeah, but that's got nothing to do with earthquakes that cause a building to fall down. And some of the people in the building are killed, some of them are paralyzed, some of them walk away. It's just random. A building falls down, maybe a mother loses one of her children, the other child is critically injured, maybe the mother loses a limb or two.
Right.
This isn't to do with people. This isn't anything to do with free will.
Well, hold on. Hopefully that would do what? Inform people how to make buildings safer in the future. It's the only way that we see progress.
But is God not capable of giving construction lessons without killing children? Is that God's best way of teaching people how to make good buildings, is to kill children?
You are arguing that because, oh my gosh, I freaking lost it because I started thinking about how you guys keep coming back to like, hold on, wait, sorry, can you repeat that?
That's all right, you lost your train of thought. We'll get you there.
But yeah, it's fine. What you were arguing to say that there might be some benefit that accrues because an earthquake made buildings fall on people and kill them. Actually,
That's
it's
not
good
might.
because that helps people make better buildings. Wouldn't it have been better to just not have the earthquakes, and then it wouldn't have mattered whether people had good buildings or not, because no
Okay,
one
and
needed
then
to be
tectonic
protected
plates
from
never
earthquakes.
move, and then what?
Well, you seem to be, every time we give an example of God needlessly creating suffering, you look to find some benefit that could come out of it, and then we
No,
say,
hold on.
and then when we say, but it didn't need to be that way, you say, well, then what would life be about? If you don't mind me saying, it's a bit of a failure of imagination on your part to because you've priced in all the suffering that's in the world already, and you look at it and you go, this is just normal. I'm asking you to think about it and consider that an all-powerful God who loved his creations could create a world where all the good things are there anyway, and all the things that you value and I value are there anyway, but parents don't have to bury their children because of sickness, for example, or starving to death, or attacks from animals, or death by malaria, or all the things, all the tragedies that happen. I knew someone who had a young child who drowned in a swimming pool. God watched while that happened. Could have just alerted the parents somehow. And you could say, well, yes, but maybe there was some wonderful good that came out of that later. No. For those parents, their lives will never be the same again. Their lives are ruined. They have to live every day for the rest of their life, missing their child and wondering what they could have done better to prevent it happening, and feeling the guilt and the shame of it and all of that. There's no good to that story. And the world has stories like that every day. And for every single one of them, hang on. For every single one of them, God watches, arms folded, doing nothing, could intervene, chooses not to. I don't care what the potential rewards are later, because a sufficiently powerful God could deliver all of those rewards without the agony, and that's the problem. This is the problem of evil writ large, and there is no getting away from it. There's a reason why this is such a devastating problem, and it doesn't prove that God doesn't exist, by the way. It just proves a good God doesn't exist.
Right. So one of the things that I'm going to point out is that you are assuming that you know everything.
I'm not.
Nope.
Well,
there's no assumption that I know everything. Nope. Not at all. There's an enormous amount I don't know.
It's not possible for you to be making these judgments because you do not know, right? Just like I don't know if actually this was established, but like I had said before with the vaccine, yes, it requires a certain level of discomfort for change to happen. Unfortunately, as animals, unfortunately, as animals, that is how we are.
We're not all powerful.
This doesn't work. This argument doesn't work. First of all, I'm not required to know everything in order to say that if God needs this agony and pain to happen in order to enact his plan, then he is definitionally not all powerful. That's the point Sean was trying to make before. This is my seesaw of shit analogy, that as you try to rehabilitate his goodness, which the goodness side goes up and the power side comes down. And every excuse you make for why he allowed some terrible tragedy to happen and some pain to happen, with every one of those excuses, you justify his actions, but you diminish his power. And there's no getting away from that. Every single one of those claims is you going, he had no choice, he just needed to do this, because to make his plan happen, he had no other way. And that's fine. What you end up with at the end is a pretty lame God. And this is the problem that everyone who comes in to try and argue this falls by. And it's the problem that you're going to fall by too. And I don't need to know everything to make the claim, because even if you consider that my mind compared to the mind of God is like an ant compared to my mind, and there's an infinite number of things I could never know or understand, it would still be the case that God either is capable of avoiding the suffering, or he isn't capable of avoiding the suffering and making his plan work.
I don't understand how it just not working. Like I don't know how to. People are all so incredibly different. Right?
That's
Would
irrelevant.
You agree?
That's irrelevant.
No, it is completely relevant when those are the people he's working with.
No, it's
what
irrelevant.
Does that have to do with
you could let me give you another instance, right? This is one of my favorites, right? So a deer is trapped by a falling tree in a forest, and the falling tree crushes the deer's spine and back legs, and the deer is trapped under this tree, calling desperately for its mother in agony and terror, and starves to death slowly over 5 or 6 days in agony and terror. The mother's walking around trying to find the deer, can't find the deer, and the deer dies. 5 days of agony. God could easily have made the tree fall 3 feet to the left. A gentle gust of wind at the right moment would have done it. Either God is powerful enough to have avoided this or not. Now, you're going to say he is powerful enough to have avoided it because you think God's all powerful. Therefore, it must be the case that God wanted this to happen. Now, let's say that God needed this deer to die to make his plan work. It's fucking depraved, but okay, let's agree to that. I would ask you.
We kill things all the time for freaking seafood.
We are not all powerful beings. We're not all powerful beings. We're not all powerful beings. No, the moment you say we, you broke your analogy. Doesn't work. We're not all powerful beings.
Okay.
If we were, then we wouldn't be killing things. So I'm going to ask you a question. I'm going to ask you a question. Is God powerful enough?
Disgusting and depraved.
Yes, it is. Is God powerful enough? Is God powerful enough to achieve his plan if the deer died 1 second earlier and had 1 second less agony?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Could.
The creator of the universe can create galaxies and stars and suns, but can't arrange for the deer's heart to stop beating a few seconds earlier? That's crazy. Come on, get real. You don't think God's powerful enough?
I don't know how the metaphysics works. There are clearly...
Well, then respectfully, I would say let's draw this to a close because I think you need to do some work on your concept of a God.
No,
because
you're
no, it's not unfair.
Saying things. Yes, you are saying things that don't make sense. Like you're saying that it doesn't matter that people both have free will and also are extremely, extremely fallible. You're saying that
it's got nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Deer.
It's got nothing to do with the deer dying in agony.
Right, you guys just keep changing. Like I'm attacking how we're talking about people, and you're talking about human well-being.
Because I'm showing you that you're zooming in on particular examples and trying to build an explanation that accounts for everything. And every time you do, we just need to show you another example that your one explanation that you've been lovingly crafting completely fails to meet. So your discussion about free will totally fails if you consider all the animal suffering in the world. And your discussion about human evil totally fails if you consider the illnesses in the world. Like you're being too specific, and I understand what you're trying to do. You're trying to save the goodness of the God that you believe in. It cannot be done. This cannot be done. There is no way that you can rehabilitate this God without shrinking him down into a pathetic trainee on the job, bumbling and fumbling his way along.
You are black and whiting something that you cannot possibly understand.
Well, as I said to you, I don't need to have an infinite understanding of this to show you that there's a logic tree here, and the logic of this is inescapable.
Logic is clearly escapable because it's happening it's happening.
It's inescapable, which is why it's been a problem in theology and philosophy for as long as it has, because there's no getting away from it. So God is either powerful enough to achieve his plan without the suffering, or he's not. And either way, you've screwed your God. He's either diminished or he's evil. So Moonmoth, we've enjoyed talking to you. Thank you for coming up. We've had 25 minutes of it. I think we're unlikely to make significant progress here. I would suggest you work on a more coherent concept of the God, because if you can't answer a simple question like, could the creator of the entire universe be powerful enough to alleviate the suffering of the deer a few seconds earlier, if you can't get to an easy yes on that, then I think you have a slightly confused concept of your God.
It's the way that you frame the question and the way that you're framing everything that makes it difficult for me to answer you with complete certainty.
Well, then contemplate this stuff more, because that was an easy question that you should have been able to answer. But I thank you for coming up, and I hope you feel you've been fairly treated.
Oh my goodness. Quite frankly, I don't. But thank you.
Well, that's very sad. Off you go. Right. There we are. I mean, you don't get to play the victim just because your argument didn't work. I'm not having that. But Moonmoth, ladies and gentlemen. There we are. If anyone wants to rate the conversation, get your ratings in right now. And we are going to bring in, I think the next in the queue is number 2. I think it's number 2, and then JP, I think. Again, forgive me. If you're in the queue, I promise I'll get to you. I appreciate you being there, and we'll try to keep things moving along so we don't get bogged down in long conversations. So don't lose faith if you're in the queue. Stay where you are. I promise I'll get to you. So we are going to get number 2 in shortly. We'll just read a couple of messages and then get number 2 in. Facing opposition, thanks for the super chat. God is a bit lacking in moral fibre. I think he could do with taking a long think about things, sitting down and having a bit of a think. I think I did say that once. That sounds like something I might have said, but thank you anyway for the super chat. I appreciate it. And Dr. Carla J. Strand said, this librarian already ordered your book for my university library. Thank you for your work. That means an awful lot to me. Thank you so much. I think that my part of what the publishers do is they do have a specific outreach to university libraries. So that's part of the thing. And the first version is a hardback version. So I'm told that's a thing. But that really means an awful lot. Thank you so much. I'm very, very grateful for that. And Roy Williams, thank you so much for the support. I appreciate that too. And Victor, John, I've been locked onto your channel. Curious if either you or Sean are familiar with my book, The Last Human, 2007. Hope you check it out. I'm not, but I am curiosity piqued now, so I'm going to make a note of it. I do keep a notepad here where I write down interesting things that come up in the course of the live stream, and I'm going to make a note of it right now and check it out.
Nice.
Victor Deek, The Last Human.
Yeah, I wasn't familiar with it either. John has done quite a bit more reading than I have, to be quite frank about things.
Well, thank you so much for the recommendation, Victor. We will definitely be checking that out. 2 more and we will get number 2 in. Number 2 seems to have vanished. So number 2 couldn't wait. So we will get JP in after that. And then it's Dan the Levitan after that. 2 more messages. 1, Aleph Naught here. Great to see you. Morality need not be objective to be meaningful.
Yes.
Exactly right.
Yes. Say that 1,000 times.
1,000 times. Subjective doesn't mean arbitrary. Subjective doesn't mean it's not based on anything. It's an idiotic take. Well said. Well said. And finally, for now, screaming silence. Richie, if the prompt said Satan is evil, no Christian would come up and say, well, that's your subjective opinion. Nailed it, Richie. Nailed it, my friend. Very, very well said. Very well said indeed. Quite right. Yeah, these arguments are made on the basis of convenience, not common sense. Okay, bringing in JP right now. Hey, JP.
How are y'all doing?
We are fabulous, thank you. How are you?
I'm doing great. I do appreciate y'all taking me and allowing me to come on.
Well, welcome up. Welcome up. What's your take on this stuff?
So, I believe in Jesus. I believe in Jesus wholeheartedly in his 33-year life on earth. And I don't see how a person could look at Jesus and find fault in him.
Really? But
yes. What did he do?
He lied to his...
cause people to dislike people?
Well, he lied to his disciples.
He didn't lie to them.
Yeah, sure he did.
How did he lie?
So he told them that all this amazing stuff was going to happen in the world imminently, like during their lifetimes. He said the sun's going to go dark, the stars are going to fall from the sky, angels are going to come, a big loud trumpet call that everyone in the world hears, and the good and the bad are going to be sorted. Every man's going to be judged for his actions. Basically the end of the world, like an apocalypse, right? All of this end times stuff that basically the world was going to end. And a new era was going to begin where the good were judged and the righteous judged and the non-righteous were going to be cast into a furnace in hell. He said that all of this was going to happen before some of them had tasted death. He said it specifically in Matthew 16.
But he also told them in Acts chapter 1 to go preach, teach the gospel. That's not for you to be concerned with. As he was leaving. So he never promised them that it would happen in their lifetime. He just promised it would happen.
No, he promised them that it would be specifically in their lifetime. And it happened a few places. I mean, here I'll show you. Here it is in hang on, let me just deal with TikTok is checking in on me to make sure that I'm not AI. All right, TikTok, calm down. I'm not an AI. It always does that. Right. Yeah, so I'll show you. I mean, you'll obviously know this verse well. But here's Matthew 10, for example. When they persecute you in this town, flee to the next. For truly I tell you, you will not have finished going through all the towns of Israel before the Son of Man comes. The Son of Man comes was prophetic language from the book of Daniel, meaning it's the end times, the prophecies, the sun going dark and the stars falling down and the end of the world. That stuff didn't happen. And he was saying it was going to happen before they'd finished going through the towns of Israel. And here in Matthew 16, he says, "For the Son of Man is to come with his angels in the glory of his Father, and then he will repay everyone for what has been done. Truly I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom." So he's saying all of this stuff is going to happen within your lifetimes. And it's 2,000 years later, and those people have all been dead for centuries. They're done. They're rotted away, gone. That was the case 1,000 years ago. They were all dead.
He said the Son of Man coming in his kingdom, as in he was going to leave them to go to heaven, and he did. Not that it was going to be the end yet.
The Son of Man coming in his kingdom was basically a literary device used in the book of Daniel to mean the end times. It means it's not just him whizzing off somewhere. It's a description of exactly what's going to happen, detailed what's going to happen.
Yeah, but he also told Peter, he said, "Peter, upon this rock, I'm going to build my church." The church hasn't even been built yet, but yet we know the church was built on the day of Pentecost. Well, it was started at the day of Pentecost and has been going on ever since.
That's fine,
so
but that doesn't remove the fact that he made a promise to his disciples here that he didn't keep. He told them that all of these huge apocalyptic events, the end of the world, it's described.
It is coming. I agree with you, but I do disagree with you that he did not promise them it would happen in their lifetime, that they would see him move to the kingdom in their lifetime.
But that's specifically,
that.
But that's specifically what he says in this verse. I'll show it to you again. "Truly I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom." The Son of Man coming in his kingdom means the end of the world. Those people are all dead.
No. He told the disciples at the end of Matthew that I go to sit on the right hand of my Father, where all power and everything's given to me. So that's what he was saying coming into the kingdom.
No, you're missing out on all the things that he said would be attendant on here.
I think that prophecy is still to be fulfilled. I interpret it differently.
You're entitled to say that, but that proves he lied to them, because he didn't say it's going to happen one day in thousands of years. He said it's going to happen during your lifetimes. That's what it means to say some of you won't taste death before this happens. That's why he lied to them, and it was an unfulfilled prophecy. If you're saying it's going to be fulfilled one day, that's lovely, but it hasn't been done yet, and he lied to them by giving them a time frame in which it would be done.
I said that he fulfilled the part where they didn't die. Before they died, they would see him go to heaven, they did. But he has not fulfilled the rest of the prophecy. But either way, all right, go back to the original. All right, so maybe so on your behalf, I'm gonna give you that you think it's interpreted the way you think. So maybe on your side, he lied to his disciples. But what about everybody else that he helped? What about the little girl he healed? What about the blind he healed? What about all these people?
I mean, I think you could point to some of the stories. First of all, I would say we have no reason to think any of these stories are true, but that's a separate thing. Right. I'm prepared to even entertain you for a moment to say, let's just imagine that all of that, wizardry actually happened. Well, that's fine. But so there's two problems with Jesus as a character to venerate, right? One is that if you do think he's God, then all the monstrosity of the Old Testament is him as well, right? If you actually think Jesus is a manifestation of God, then he is Yahweh. He is the God of the Old Testament. He is the God who likes slavery, who tells men to kill children, all of that stuff. If you think Jesus is God, he's all over that stuff.
Well, then why didn't Jesus have a slave?
That's irrelevant.
He didn't.
It's not about.
It's very relevant.
No, he wouldn't have had to have. He wouldn't have had to have had a slave because he.
Why? Because I believe in slavery. No. Now I can live as a human to have slaves. So why don't I have slaves?
Believing in slavery. First of all, believing in slavery doesn't mean that you necessarily get to have a slave. It could just be that you support the practice without necessarily having one yourself. But that's beside the point.
To have slaves.
That's beside the point. Well, if you think Jesus is God, then while he was God in the Old Testament, he is responsible for all the moral dereliction that God visited upon the world. So
I disagree.
Well, how can you disagree? Do you think Jesus is God?
100%. Let me explain to you why I disagree with you. All right. God created a perfect earth that he loved dearly. And he said it was beautiful, it's wonderful, it's great. And let's use this as a scenario of how he drew this up. He said, I've created you this world. But if you do this one thing, it's going to destroy this world. It's going to destroy the beauty and the love of this creation.
That's got nothing to do with the fact that... Hang on. You don't know what I'm going to say yet. You don't know what I'm going to say yet. That's got nothing to do with the fact that when he rescued his own people from Egypt, by killing all the Egyptian babies, by the way, all those firstborn Egyptian children that God assassinated to get his people out. Absolutely disgusting. Who does that? Who kills children? Absolutely horrific. After he did that, the first thing he did to his people was gave them instructions on how to own their own slaves. So it's not that he didn't like slavery, and it's got nothing to do with the fallen nature of the world. It's got to do with the specific type of society that he wanted to establish for his tribe, wherein they were permitted to own people as property. And that's Jesus. Jesus specifically, explicitly told people how to keep slaves. So the fact that he comes along, I don't care. The fact that he comes along later and says, give to charity and love your enemies and all the lovely kumbaya stuff doesn't get him off the hook for all the horrific laws that he gave while he had his Yahweh hat on.
Okay, so first of all, let me go back to what I was saying. He creates all this perfection, and all of a sudden he says, man, if you do this one thing though, you're going to open Pandora's box of evil, of pain, of destruction, of death, where innocent people will die.
The Pandora's box that he created and imposed on the world without having to, by the way. This is making him so much worse. So much worse. I'm going to follow you here. I'm going to follow you here. So Jesus is now, you're going to regret this. Jesus is now the same guy who inflicted pain and death on the world because some people ate a piece of fruit. He was so upset. He was so upset about the fruit incident that Jesus decided to invent cancer and invent death and invent suffering and cast the world into a state of sinful brokenness just because he was so miffed at the fruit incident. He didn't have to do that. He could have just...
God created all these terrible things.
Yeah.
What about Satan in there? Did Satan do anything in there?
Was God powerless to stop him? And by the way, it wasn't Satan. It was God who cursed the world and said it's in a fallen state now.
So Satan had nothing to do with it at all.
It depends who do you think the boss was at that point, God or Satan? Are you another one of these funny people who thinks it's actually Satan in charge and God is like his assistant?
Asking you, did Satan have anything to do with this?
I don't care. I don't care. Who's the boss?
Whataboutism.
Yeah,
of course you don't care.
Yeah, so because even if Satan did, God is like watching there, going, "Oh no, Satan's messing up my world. What am I going to do about it? I can't figure out what to do." Trembling in his boots, or is God actually in charge?
No. God told man, he said, you can listen to me or you can listen to Satan. And you know what man did? Man listened to Satan. Man didn't listen to God. And God says, because you listen to Satan, there's consequences.
Of course. Yeah. Who imposed the punishment?
We did. We created
No. Listen to the question. Listen to the question. Who imposed the punishment?
God did.
Right. Could God have imposed a different punishment, or was he forced to impose this one?
I don't know. When somebody murders somebody, should we impose the judgment of the death?
I'm going to ask the question again. Could God have chosen a different punishment? Or did he have to choose the one that leads to earthquakes, tsunamis, and children's cancer wards? Did he have to do that, or was he free to impose any punishment he wants?
All right, let me ask you this.
No.
Which one?
Okay.
Which one?
He could. He could have chose either one.
So he's
He could have chose either
chosen.
one.
So the state that the world is in now, with all the death and all the suffering and all the privations and all the animals killing other animals and all the illnesses and the Ebola viruses and the malaria and the starvation, the earthquakes and all of that stuff, God chose all of it. Didn't have to choose any of it. Chose all of it. It's his fault. And this is Jesus, by the way. Jesus created all of those things and inflicted them on mankind. And we're supposed to be grateful because he came along at one point and said, give to charity or love your enemy or some trite nonsense like that.
Love your neighbor. Love your neighbor. Yeah. If you live by Jesus's life,
love your neighbor. Love your neighbor as long as they're a fellow Israelite.
But you know what we
and if they're not a fellow Israelite, you're free to enslave them.
No,
Sure.
not at all. The Roman soldier that slapped and spit in his face, he looked at God and said, God, forgive them, for they know not what they do.
Sure.
Roman soldiers.
Sure.
He didn't condemn the Roman soldiers.
And neither did he condemn any of the barbarity of the Mosaic laws.
The reason that we have what we have, the reason we have diseases like we have is because we're a filthy, nasty people.
Right.
We create.
This is what I don't. This is what I don't like about this particular cult is that it's so anti-human. It's so against. It is. Yeah, we
have missionaries that help people. So are we?
Chill. It's so anti-human because at its core, this cult teaches that human beings are disgusting and filthy and deserving of punishment. Is one of the things I hate. A lot of things about this cult, but one of the things I hate most about it is the picture it paints of human beings as being intrinsically bad, as being definitionally bad, deserving of punishment from the off, because we are so horrible, despite the fact that God apparently created everything perfect and then fucked us all up with his curse, the curse that he could have chosen not to impose. The sickness, the illness, the death, the decay, the destruction, the earthquakes, all that bad stuff.
What gets me is the sinful nature part. It's like God decided that because Adam and Eve's ate of the fruit, he's going to screw over all the rest of humanity, people who did not eat the fruit. These are innocent people who are just happened to be born from them, didn't have anything to do with it. I'm going to decide that all of you are going to have a sinful nature, and which means you cannot not sin, which is under Christian doctrine, everybody's a sinner, because God decided we would be that way. And then he's going to be mad at us because we sinned when he actually decided that we cannot not sin. And now now all of a sudden you need a savior, and I got to sacrifice myself to myself in order to save you from your sinful nature that I gave you.
It's horrible.
Like the whole story is just ludicrous, and we could go deeper into the weeds with this too. Where if God is all powerful, if there's some possible world where Adam and Eve have free will and will not eat of the fruit, and God is all powerful, he could have created a world where they do have free will and they would choose not to eat of the fruit. If he cannot do that, he's not all powerful. From top to bottom, this whole story is ludicrous.
Yeah.
So Christians are the only ones that create crimes. Non-believers don't create crimes?
What?
Where'd you get that from? Anything I said?
Because you're saying that because we're all of sinful nature, that it's only Christians that do all the bad things.
He's not saying that at all.
Nothing of the sort.
Dude.
I said nothing of the sort.
Well, then what's wrong with Christians?
I didn't say anything about Christians specifically. I'm saying Christian doctrine.
We're a cult.
It does well, yes, but
Christianity is a cult. But I'm not saying there's something wrong with Christians. I'm saying that this is a horrible belief system which sucks innocent people into the cult normally when they're children, brainwashes them, fills their minds with this complete tripe, and then has them growing up saying some of the horrible stuff like you said, like people are just bad and evil and dirty and horrible. That's not how I think about humanity, my friend. I think about humanity as being quite beautiful, actually. And there are people who are ugly. There are people who do bad things. But I actually think humanity is better than you think it is. I think humans are not born in a sinful nature, deserving of going to hell, unless they grovel to the God who made these ridiculous rules enough. I think that's a horrible, horrible way to look at humankind. I don't look at humankind that way.
Well, then why do we have the crime we have?
I mean, there's going to be people in societies. Often, a lot of the crime we have are because people don't know how to look after each other better, and societies nowadays quite often aren't set up to pick up people when they fall down. So a lot of crime comes from desperation, disenfranchisement, disappointment with the system, seeing increasing gaps between the rich and the poor. A lot of crime comes down to that. Some crime comes down to the fact that some people are just selfish. Some people are just nasty people. But that doesn't reflect on humanity as a whole, and doesn't mean that everyone is born deserving of eternal punishment, which is what your religion says.
But do you know what we do as Christians? With this cult, us Christians, we send missionaries to help these people.
Yeah, as long as
clean water, to get them food.
As long as they get on board with your religion too. And there's a lot
No,
of
they don't have to. And we don't charge them nothing either.
I'm not saying that there are no good deeds done by missionaries at all. There are good Christian organizations doing good in the world. There are also a lot of really good organizations that are non-religious doing just as good in the world.
I agree.
And you've got horrific organizations like the Catholic Church who are going across sub-Saharan Africa doing good work on missions, telling people not to use condoms and costing millions of lives, or at least hundreds of thousands of lives.
I don't agree with that either.
To HIV while they did that. So a lot of evil is done in the name of this stuff too. And the biggest evil, in my view, or one of the biggest evils, is telling people that they deserve to burn in hell forever based on what they believe to be true. This is the flaw at the center of this cult and Islam as well, is the idea that after you die, you're going to be judged based on what you found convincing. And if you don't find the correct things convincing, God's going to set you on fire forever. Absolutely depraved. Horrific thing to teach children. Horrific thing to teach adults. Horrific thing to tell people. Horrific to make people feel that they're not good enough because they don't measure up to God's perfect standard. And as a result of that, they deserve to be punished. And the only way they can get acquittal from this punishment is by believing these preposterous claims from a 2,000-year-old book. I think that is absolutely crazy.
But not only is that a 2,000-year-old book, that is the #1 all-time most published, #1 selling book in the history of the world.
The world is full of gullible people, and this is a book that's been pushed on the masses for years and years and years. It's not surprising.
But if it's irrelevant, why would people still be buying it?
It's irrelevant. The number of people who buy a book is irrelevant as regards the truth of the book. That's completely a non-argument. I don't disagree with you that the Bible's been fantastically successful and Christianity's been fantastically successful as a cult, being spread by the sword for many years, and now is still, has a hold over lots and lots of people. I grant that, but that doesn't mean it's true. It just means it's successful. Islam is very successful too, and the Quran sells lots of copies too. That doesn't mean it's true in your view, does it?
That is very true. You're right there. But here's the thing with the Bible, though. People with addictions, people that grew up in those less fortunate places, have read that Bible, have had preachers preach that, and has changed their life, and credit that book, Bible.
I agree. I completely agree with that. There are people whose lives have been transformed by religion. Very often, the things that actually transform their lives, though, aren't the magical claims of the book and the nonsense theological claims it makes, but rather some of the benefits that come with joining a church and having community and having a place and feeling accepted. Those things are great. Those are some of the things that religions do really, really well. I grant that, of course, but that doesn't mean it's true, and it doesn't mean that there isn't a really, really horrible underbelly to all of this, where people are framed as being disgusting and dirty and in a fallen state and deserving of punishment unless they grovel enough to Jesus. Anyway, friend, we're going to move it on because we've got a few more in the queue.
Thank y'all. Thank you very much for your time, guys.
Enjoy speaking to you. Thanks a lot. Thanks for coming in. Okie dokie. We are going to swiftly move along after I read a couple of messages. And now next in is going to be Dan. Dan the Levitan will be next. Sorry, it won't be. Dan's after this. Number 2 came back. So number 2 had dropped out of the queue for some reason, and they were in first. So we're going to get number 2 in, and then Dan after this. A couple of messages first. Space Lord said, God is the essence, source, and standard of good for us. But if we emulate him, we get sent to a cell. Oh, the second-hand whiplash is painful. And that was while Bill was on. And another one while Bill was on. from Dagobah Dave. Can Bill tell us the objectively correct solution to the trolley problem? I like that. I might ask that next time we get one of these objective people in. Objective people. Yeah, good call. I'd be interested to know. Brother for men is like oh honey for women. It is. It's a bit gross, isn't it? I don't like it. Yeah. But if you're not my brother or a good friend, please don't call me brother or sister. In fact.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Bethos said, I am a moral realist, but find John's position much easier to defend. I wonder if I'm bad faith if in a private debate I only defend subjective morals. I think that there are perspectives on this. And one thing I would say is we do have subjective morals. So even if you're a moral realist, that doesn't mean we don't have subjective morals also. It just means that you can make some claim to moral facts, which is what Ian does and others. But you don't have to get, that doesn't obligate you to give up on arguing from the perspective of subjective morals. You could be a moral realist and still say the things that we say. So don't worry.
I would love to have a conversation with Bethos because it's interesting to me if, from my standpoint, if I find a position easier to defend, that seems to suggest that maybe that's the correct position, or at least I would really explore that. So yeah, I would love to have that conversation about why Bethos believes in objective morality versus subjective. But
yeah, I mean there are a lot
of
a lot of very smart people are moral realists, and you know it's
that's true. That's true.
Interesting that Matt D has basically switched over into that camp after 20 years of not being that way. So Ian's argument obviously had a profound effect, and I think it's interesting.
Yeah.
Following with interest. Okay, absurdist ichtheist, thank you for this. Bill doesn't know what objective or subjective is or are. I would agree. Okay, one more, and then we will get number 2 in, and then Dan after that. This is from Bethos. W. John, for calling out divine command is everything allowed. I'd rather have morals discussed by fallible, egoistic humans than given by God. Totally agree. Totally agree. It isn't morality at all. Divine command theory is just obedience, as we always say, and as we'll probably carry on saying for the rest of the evening. Okay, let's get in number 2. Hopefully it works this time. And we'll pick it up from there. We got you in. Welcome.
Hey, how's it going?
It is going. Little bit noisy, perhaps on your end, but
I was just gonna. Is it too loud?
Yeah,
it's pretty loud. Is it possible for you to get somewhere quieter? It sounds like you're in
give me a second.
Like you've got a jet washer going or something.
Yeah, sorry about that. Okay, I don't want to hold you too long, but I was just...
There you go.
I want to say your position on Jesus is that he's evil because of all the things that... from the Old Testament, right?
I mean, I think there are a lot of things to be said about the Bible God that are evil. A lot is to do with the behavior in the Old Testament, but I also think it's evil to tell people that they're going to go to hell if they don't believe the right things, which is what happens in the New Testament, which is arguably worse than anything in the Old Testament, because at least all the pain and barbarism in the Old Testament was time bound. You died when you got to the end of your life as a slave. You weren't a slave anymore because you were dead. What we're promised in the New Testament is an eternity of suffering or punishment of some sort, based purely on the contents of your mind, which is absolutely horrific. So on that basis, I would say,
right. Okay, so
what is evil.
Okay, so do you know that? Well, I'm not sure. From Christian. Well, I'm not a Christian. I believe in Jesus, but I don't hold up to any religion. So,
what do you mean? You believe you believe in Jesus, but you don't hold a religion? What does that mean?
Well, I believe in Jesus. It's just when you put yourself in a religion, first religion, it limits. I'm sorry, I can't get my thoughts together right now. I'm a little nervous because
that's okay. No, that's all right.
I don't really do these lines a lot.
That's okay. When you say you believe in Jesus, do you mean you believe that Jesus was the Messiah prophesied in the Old Testament?
Yeah, I believe in Jesus. I believe in God. I just I don't associate with a religion because most religions, they're ill represented by the people in the religion. And I believe that it's a division of the church. So I believe that a religion is a division of the people who believe in God, because I don't understand. It's just due to different interpretations that religions are created.
If you pray and feel like you have a relationship with a God, and you believe in the concept of sin, and you believe that there's a need for salvation, and you think that intercessory prayer works, you are religious. You are doing religion. You're just choosing to not affiliate yourself
Not put a
with
title on it. Okay, I
certain
get what you're
groups.
saying.
It is still religious. It's these are the trappings of religion. You can't say I'm not calling it religion, so it isn't. It would be like if I played a sport where I have a
I get what you're
ball
saying. I get what
ball
you're saying.
thrown
You
at
don't
me
gotta
and I
explain. You don't gotta.
hit it with a bat, and I said, well, I'm not playing baseball. But you're doing all the things. So it is religious, but I get it. You don't like identifying with a
Yeah,
particular
I get what you're
church.
saying.
All right, so on with
Yeah, I
that
get
then.
what
So yeah, so all the
you're saying.
criticisms I make about
Okay.
Jesus stand.
Okay, so what I would say is hell wasn't a place created for people. Like originally hell was created for Satan due to Satan's disobedience to God and his objection to God and wanted to overpower God. Hell then became a place for people when God sent Satan down to earth and he gave Satan rule over earth, meaning that Satan was allowed to do whatever he wanted on earth, which I know can sound crazy, but this is because he wanted, from my understanding, this is because he wanted people to it was he never wanted it to be another chance for people to like rebel against him.
How did that work out?
And it worked out horribly, and this is why. And well, it was all a plan. So when he made Adam and Eve and put them in the Garden of Eden, Satan was in the garden as a serpent, and he deceived Adam. Well, he deceived Eve, sorry, and she ate of the tree of good and evil. So before she ate of the tree, there was no good and evil. There was just a state of neutrality. There was no it was just neutral, right? So there was no, because good or evil didn't exist, because there was no knowledge of it. So it was just everything he did was just, so when they learned of good and evil, it shifted the entire world.
Question about that.
Yeah, go ahead.
So Adam and Eve are in the Garden of Eden. They haven't eaten of the knowledge of good and evil yet, so they don't know what good means or evil, right? They don't know that obeying God is good and disobeying God is bad. They haven't got that knowledge yet. So you need to.
But wait, can I interject?
Yeah.
Real quick. Good. They do know that there's consequences. They don't know good and evil, but they know of a rule and a consequence of breaking that rule.
Well, yeah, God has told them that if they do this thing, that they're going to die that day, which, by the way, was a lie because they didn't die that day. So the serpent.
He didn't tell them they were. He said there will be death. He didn't say.
No, he said this day you will surely die. He did. Want me to show you?
Yeah, please.
Give me a second. Just find the verse. Let's have a look and find it over here. Give me a second. I'll just get it up on the screen. I'll just get up on the screen now for you. It's Genesis 2. I'll just find it. Here we go. Genesis 2:17. But of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil you shall not eat, for in the day that you eat of it, you shall surely die.
Sir, I'm sorry.
I'll put it on the screen so you can see it if you want. So it says here, but of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil you shall not eat, for in the day that you eat of it, you shall surely die. It doesn't say death will come into the world, or you're going to die spiritually, or one day you're going to die. It says, if you eat of this on that day, in the day that you eat of it, meaning the same day, you shall die. It didn't happen. He was lying. And actually, the serpent was the only one who told the truth in this particular story. The serpent goes, God told you that you were going to die, but you're not going to. And he was right. The serpent was telling the truth. God was lying. Adam and Eve didn't know that it was a disobedient thing to not do what God says because they didn't understand the concept of disobedience or right or wrong. So you need to think of them as almost like morally naive, like a baby. Be like putting putting a baby down and saying, don't, like a 6-month-old baby and saying, don't touch this colourful object over here. That will be bad, and expecting them to understand what you mean, and then walking away and leaving them while someone comes in to tempt them, right? So God does this. He sets them up in this garden. He decides to encode the most important knowledge in the world in fruit, which is completely bonkers. But okay, he decides to do that, and he decides
it was because.
Yeah, it was because.
So from my understanding. Yeah. When good and evil is introduced into the world, there can't be evil. There can't be good without evil. So good and evil is introduced into the world. It's not just of their knowledge. Well, it's of their knowledge, but it's introduced to humans. It's introduced to humanity. Yeah, so because humanity knows.
But friend, see the funny side here. Join me on the funny side for a moment, right? He doesn't make the knowledge of good and evil engraved in some stone tablets or something. He doesn't store it on a computer disk or a holy hard drive or some writings in a book somewhere. No, he encodes it in a piece of fruit. That's his chosen method, right? Of storing this important information, the most important information about anything ever. He decides to put it into a piece of fruit and to put it in a tree in easy reach of his morally naive creations, who he then abandons in the garden with a serpent who he knows is going to tempt them because he knows everything, right? So the whole thing is a complete setup. So then the serpent comes in, performs his role exactly as God knew he was going to, tells them that God was bullshitting them about dying that day, convinces them to eat the fruit. God comes back, pretends to be really angry as if he didn't really know what was going to happen anyway. Oh, I'm really angry. Curses the serpent to be a serpent. And then says to Adam and Eve, because you've done this thing now, I'm now going to punish everyone else who's ever going to be born in the history of the world and all the animals. There's going to be death and suffering and leukemia and earthquakes and all of these things because you ate the fruit. He doesn't punish them. He punishes everyone else. He sends them off to go.
In that day you shall surely die.
Exactly.
From my interpretation.
But they didn't die. They went off to get jiggy and start having kids. They were like, they went off to do that. They weren't dying. They were on a fucking honeymoon, dude.
Okay, but when he says, in that day you shall surely die, in that day, from my interpretation of that, it's not saying on that exact day you're going to die.
That's what the text said. What is in that day? In the same day.
You shall surely. Well, and you say in the days of blank, blank, blank. That's not referring to that specific day. That's referring to the time period.
Meaning that in the day.
In that day that you eat the fruit, there shall be death. Meaning that you are able to die. You are able to die. It's it's about interpretation.
Words don't mean words. It's just a straightforward text. There's no ambiguity here. He says, "The day you eat the fruit, you're going to die," and he lied.
It says, "You shall surely die."
Did they die that day?
You shall surely die.
Did they die that day?
Did they die? They didn't die that day. They died later on. The promise was kept. They died.
So they didn't die that day.
You shall, in that day you eat the fruit, you shall surely die.
Yes,
they ate the fruit.
So did they die in the day that they ate the fruit?
They know it's you're interpreting.
Well, when I'm interpreting, when it says in the day, I interpret that to mean in the day. How do you interpret in the day?
And we're not using modern we're not using modern language. We're using language of how the way they spoke back then.
What language would this have been written in?
Oh, I'm saying it's obviously English. I'm just saying the way they didn't speak. I know they didn't speak English, but
no. What language would this originally have been written in?
If I'm not mistaken, is it Greek, right?
Hebrew.
Okay, yeah. I know it's Hebrew.
And the Hebrew says, "The day you eat the fruit, you'll die."
In the day you eat the fruit, you shall surely die. In the day you eat the fruit, you shall surely die.
They didn't translate it this way for no reason. And this is actually the version that seminary schools use. It's the most academically sound version.
Okay, so I get how y'all interpret it. Like you interpret it as on the day you eat the fruit, you should surely die. But in the day you eat the fruit, you should die. Meaning that in that time you eat the fruit, you should die. Meaning, so from the day you eat the fruit, after this, you will die.
So when I read, for in the day that you eat
for in the day, not on the day.
I said really, and the same distinction without a difference. When I read, for in the day that you eat of it, you shall die, I interpret that to mean in the day that you eat of it, you shall die. That's how I interpret it.
Anyway, we could spend ages arguing about this, the semantics of this. The principle remains unchanged, which is that God imposes a punishment on billions of innocent people who weren't involved.
And what is the punishment? Is the punishment death? That's the punishment you're trying to say?
Whatever state you think the world is in, that we now require salvation from Jesus, is as a result of Jesus creating this mess in the first place. If you think he's God, he didn't have to do this.
The reason is because there's a choice. You can't have free will without a choice of whether you want to follow God or not.
I have a question for you. Is there a possible world where Adam and Eve have free will and they don't eat of the fruit?
Is there a possible? Could you repeat that?
Yeah. Was it possible for Adam and Eve to both have free will and not choose to eat the fruit?
Yes, it's possible, but the plan would God's plan.
No, I got you. I know, I got you. So God was powerful enough. He could have made Adam and Eve in such a way, or made a version of them in such a way that they have free will and would not eat the fruit. So God actually deliberately made them in such a way that they would eat the fruit, right?
He deliberately put them in a garden and gave them a choice of eating the fruit or not. There was a choice. He didn't.
Can you not see what a setup it was? Can you not see what a setup it was?
Yeah. God was powerful enough. Hold on.
There's a choice.
Hold on. God is all knowing and all powerful, right? And he sees the future.
Right.
Yeah. So God could have made a version of Adam and Eve, had the same setup in the garden, but it had a version of Adam and Eve that have free will that would not eat the fruit, right?
But then then that wouldn't be a choice. That would just be God setting that would take away their choice. That would be God setting out a reality where they don't eat the fruit.
Can we both agree? Can we both agree that Adam and Eve never sang "I'm a little teacup," or likely never did, right?
Yes, sure.
Okay. So did they have the free will to sing "I'm a little teacup"?
Well, it didn't exist. I'm a little teacup. Didn't exist.
Well, it didn't exist. But if they came up with it on their own, they had the free will to they didn't do. There's countless actions that they didn't do.
They could have done. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yes, exactly. So
you're saying God created a reality where they didn't do those things?
Yes. And it didn't take away from the free will. So God was powerful enough to create a reality where one of the things that they didn't do was eat of the fruit.
The difference is the fruit was in the garden. I'm a little teacup wasn't in the garden.
That's not addressing the point at all. If God can make them with free will, with a set of things that they will never do, he could have included in that set.
It wasn't a set of things. It wasn't a set of things they would never do. It was just they didn't have the knowledge to do it.
I don't think you're gonna. I don't think you're gonna.
I 100%. I get what you're saying. What the claim that you're making is that God made it so that they didn't do it. That's basically what you're saying, right?
No, God deliberate. If God is all knowing and all powerful, he deliberately created a version of Adam and Eve that he knew would eat the fruit. When if he's all powerful, he could have chosen a version of them that would not eat the fruit and have free will.
That's saying there's alternate realities. That's basically what you're saying. You're basically saying there's an alternate reality where God created Adam and Eve where they didn't eat the fruit.
No, he could have created that reality. If God is all powerful, he could have created any reality he wanted.
God created this world and put Adam and Eve in this world, and Adam and Eve had a choice whether to eat the fruit or not.
So we keep on saying, I don't think we're really tracking here. Friend, thank you for calling in to speak to us. We appreciate it. All the best. You can feel free to call back another time, but it's a little frustrating. Normally one would expect.
I'm trying to.
To make more progress, and I think
I'm trying to, but you're holding me on this one point. I'm trying to continue on, but you're holding me on this one point.
But we can't really continue on because we have two different. The way that we're looking at this is very different, and we both tried to explain it to you a few times, and it's just not.
Let me get this. I'm gonna re-explain from what I understand what you're saying. Right? You're saying that God could have created a universe or a world where Adam and Eve didn't choose to eat of the tree, right?
And they retain their free will, yes.
And they retain their free will.
If he can't, he's not all powerful.
And you're saying
not
if he can't,
impossible. Like he can create.
And what I'm saying is
he can create a sinless heaven, right?
Yes, he created a sinless heaven, which is correct.
Right.
And what I'm saying is that the world was already here before Adam and Eve was here, right? The tree was here before Adam and Eve was here, right?
This is also silly. We're missing the point. We'll speak to you another time. Call back another time. We'll go over it again. I can't subject the audience to this anymore. This is getting a little painful. But good to talk to you. Thanks for calling in. All the best. All the best. Thanks, man. Okay. All right. Let's get in, as promised, Dan the Leviton, and then we'll get in Zio Born Again after that. And then if you're still waiting in the TikTok queue, I do see you, I promise. We will get you in, I promise, as well. A couple of super chats before we bring Dan in, just to make sure we don't get too far behind. Hotep, great to see you. New rule for the show, never bring up wife of host. It's a reasonable rule. It's a reasonable rule. People ask about it all the time. Strange. She's got no time for any of this nonsense, by the way. Absolutely none at all. Ontological Shock, great to see you. Thank you for the super chat. Appealing to free will to explain evil is similar to a God of the Gaps argument, but for theodicies. Well said. That's exactly what it is. No good explanation for evil. Free will did it. It's like a sort of utility argument.
It's a magic spell. I said free will. All the problems go away.
They just disappear.
Yeah.
Amazing. Even when it's like absolutely nothing to do with it, like tree falls on a deer in a forest, free will. Earthquake kills a village,
and
free
they'll
will.
Say it with a single word, but because of free will, they won't explain how free will actually ties into it and why it's important. It's just free will. It's a magic spell. It's
It's dumb. It's properly dumb. I actually did a video about this. It's on TikTok. I think it might even be.
Okay.
I don't know if it's. I made it like I did this series of videos on TikTok where I took all of these common apologetics and made them into cleaning products. So there was context, which was the powder you sprinkle on your arguments.
I remember that one.
If you want. And I had a spray called Free Will. And just spray free will. and it was the same thing. It makes all your theological problems disappear. It was one of those, like those infomercial things. I might have to repost it on YouTube. Okay, last super chat. Hotep said, branches of science explains a lot. God equals outdated. That's when we were speaking to Moonmoth. And she nearly got it. She nearly got the argument. She was saying, we've made lots of progress in science. Yes, no thanks to religion. It's despite the people in the religious circles who have tried so hard to hold science back. Okay, let's get in Dan, and then we've got Zio after that. We will keep things moving along. We're not going to get bogged down in any long discussions. We're just going to keep it moving and keep it interesting if we can. Hey Dan, how are you?
Hey, I'm doing good. How are y'all guys doing?
Yeah, we're great, thanks. Appreciate you waiting so long. We do appreciate that. Welcome in. The floor is yours.
Yeah, man. First off, I just want to say my heart just kind of goes out to your concerns about humanity, and I feel like I share some of those views. Unfortunately for y'all, I do choose to be a Christian.
Sure.
And so that's kind of where I'm at. And anyways, I don't believe in pain or suffering on people. I don't believe in that. It's not right. So I just wanted to get that out of the way.
I appreciate that. So how do you reconcile all the pain and suffering that God invigilates and supervises and causes or watches over or chooses not to intervene in, with a God that's apparently really, really powerful and could stop these things, but just chooses not to?
Could we jump to the Samuel conclusion that y'all were talking about with how he condones rape and ordered it?
Yeah.
would that? I mean, I feel like that would be a good way to start to understand.
You want to talk about the rape of David's wives?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, I got to give you props. Most people run screaming from these verses, but sure, let's look at it.
Do you understand Jewish culture on prophecy and how they understand what prophecy means to them?
I mean, I'm happy to be educated by you if you have an input on this, which is going to change how horrible it is when God says, "I'm going to do this thing to you, and I'm going to take your wives as if they're, a set of golf clubs, and give them to your neighbor, and your neighbor's going to take them in the sight of all of Israel." I mean, I think that's horrific.
We lose a lot of meaning in the Hebrew text, and also the mysteriousness in the poetic rhythms in their language and how they explain things. We miss a lot. There's a lot of context in there.
Maybe, but you'll forgive me for not finding it very poetic to objectify women and then claim that you're going to have them raped as a punishment for a man who strayed.
No, I agree with that, but I mean like poetic as in their full meaning of what they're trying to say.
So what context are we missing here? When God says to David, when he says in 2 Samuel, "I will raise up trouble against you from within your own house," meaning it's going to be his son who does this, "and I will take your wives before your eyes and give them to your neighbor, and he shall lie with your wives in broad daylight. For you did it secretly, but I will do this thing." Personifying himself here. I will do this thing before all Israel and in broad daylight. What context is to be had here that I may be missing out on?
So, and this goes a lot with a lot of the prophecies. This is how we get to read the prophecies. But the context is that they understand that this is a prophecy giving as a warning to deter away from the rebelliousness to prevent this from happening, like throwing a rock in the ocean that causes a.
It had happened already. It wasn't a deterrent. It had happened already.
Right.
What is being deterred here? David has had his thing with Bathsheba, has had Bathsheba's husband killed in battle, and now he's being punished.
There was prophecy given before this. There's context in it from Nathan. It's a prophecy to David.
It's God is speaking. Thus saith the Lord. It says, God is speaking first person, saying, "I, God," pronoun I. Thus says the Lord. Now, first person, "I will raise up trouble against you." So this isn't God saying this. I predict this thing's going to happen. This is God saying, "I will raise up trouble against you from within your own house, and I will take your wives before your eyes." So what does it mean when God takes his wives before their eyes? "And he didn't say I there, "and give them to your neighbor." So I, God, will take your wives and give them to your neighbor. What does that mean?
So the Hebrew words, the give and the take, it has a lot more meaning. Like give is Natan.
What's the okay.
Natan, which means like you reap what you sow. And so it has a lot more contextual meaning inside the text that doesn't get translated well to us. And that's part of the problem.
I grant that you can lose some meaning in language, right? I do grant this, that there are certain things in one language that don't have a direct equivalent in another language, and that translation is only ever an approximation because of that fact. I grant that. But the underlying principle here is horrific. It's horrific for a number of reasons. It's horrific because these women, David's wives, are being treated. This is a property violation, right? So this whole thing of his son coming up, Absalom, at the urging of Ahithophel to basically do a power move against his father, and the way he asserts his dominance against his father, this is a coup, right? And the way he does this is by taking the things that belong to his father, and the things that belong to his father are these women. They are property. And that in itself is disgusting, dehumanizing language. Now, you could say that was the culture of the day, and I agree it was. But if we're if we're told that this God is also the seat of morality, and this is where we're supposed to look for guidance on what's right and wrong. It would have been within God's power to say, you know what, guys, like maybe don't treat women as objects that you own. Maybe treat them as human beings, your co-equal, right? None of that. It's all like they belong. They belong to
our nature today, but the nature
but that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. We realize it today because it's reasonable. We realize it today because we've come along. We're past this barbarism of treating women like they are the chattel property of men, which God is a big fan of. He loves it. So much of the sexual morality laws in the Bible are not framed as laws to stop people hurting women. They're framed as property violations. So if you take someone's wife, you don't pay compensation to her if you've sexually assaulted her. You pay compensation to her father, who's now lost a valuable asset, and she has to marry the rapist, by the way. Right? All of this is framed as the women are objects to be had by men, and the way that you assert dominance over another man is to take his women. You're taking away the objects of him, like stealing his favorite golf clubs. You're stealing his women. Their rights are never thought about. Their wants are never thought about. Their trauma is never thought about. Their survival is never thought about. It's disgusting. So you can frame 100%. It in poetic language and say that, words mean a different thing when you read it in the original Hebrew, that it has some meaning to these. That's all fine. I grant all of that. The underlying principle here is appalling, unacceptable.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that if you truly try to understand the Jewish culture and understanding what's being said in these very difficult things to understand, there is a lot more depth and meaning, and someone who's been a part of that culture for a long time understands it better than me or you. And I'm pointing out.
That may be true. That may be true. I'm prepared to grant that, but I still understand it enough to know that it's absolutely disgusting. I would have no part of it, and I would be ashamed to hold this book under my arm and say this is a moral guide, because I could not have anything to do with it. Which is why, as an ethnic Jew, I have repudiate the Torah. I repudiate these writings. I want nothing to do with them. Not in my name. Not in my name. I will not have myself associated with these. If this is a moral teaching, then it's a bad moral teaching.
Right. I hear what you're saying, and it is something difficult to grapple with. I look at the Bible different. I see where God is all the time trying to get man to not be rebellious, to trust him, or there's consequences that is a part of his design, and that he allows us to be in it. And I see it that way. I mean, that's the way I see it. I think he's looking out for our best interest, and we always want to do what we think is right.
Well, I don't think he's looking out for our best interest. I think the God of the Bible is looking out for his own best interest, and he's a megalomaniac, totally indifferent to the suffering of human beings. If God was looking out for our best interest, he wouldn't have drowned the whole world in a fit of rage, and he wouldn't have been randomly punishing thousands of innocent people for the crimes of others. That's not what someone who's looking out for people's interests does. And I don't think that there's any subtleties in context to do with the translation that make any of these verses mean anything significantly different from what they mean. I trust the people with the PhDs who translated this stuff, and I believe that they captured the intention in these writings correctly, that they're not missing important stuff. I read I've got the Oxford Study Bible, and I read it with the annotations, and these things mean what they mean.
I can disagree a little bit. I mean, I study the Bible a lot, so I disagree a little bit. And I think you have to look at it from very many different angles to understand it. That's my opinion of it. It's kind of like thinking that God created cancer in a way, or God's the reason why cancer exists right now.
He is.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay. I mean, if he's the all-powerful, all-knowing creator of the entire universe, then yes, he is the one who created cancer.
It is his design, and he gets to choose how it works.
There you go.
It's very complex.
Yeah.
More divine command theory, essentially. If he wants to do it that way, it must be good, right? Never mind all the agony it causes. But at the same time, you're telling us he's looking out for our interests. Those two things pull in opposite directions.
He doesn't have to, but he does.
Those two things pull in opposite directions. So he's powerful enough to cause enormous amounts of human suffering, and he kind of owns us. We're kind of his slaves in a way. So anything that he says goes. I don't have time for that.
If he didn't exist, imagine where we'd be.
So much better. Thank you for coming up. I appreciate you waited a long time to come up. So I appreciate you coming up. Thanks, Dan.
No problem. Have a good day.
You too. All right, we're going to get the new girl in next, and then Marcella after that. We'll just read a couple of messages first and make sure we stay on top. The channel end. It's absolutely crazy women follow this misogynistic cult. Said while Moonmoth was on. I agree. I agree. We may get some of these themes coming up in the next conversation potentially. And channel 3790 said, "Isn't that God's job to feed millions of children?" Well, you would have thought so. Again, that was blamed on human beings and their bad resource management. God absolutely helpless. The God that created the entire universe, helpless to do anything about it, apparently, we're told. And Bethos said, "If God gave me free will, I am the owner, but not the author. So God is still responsible." Nailed it. Totally nailed it. Completely right. And God would have known, of course, exactly what was going to happen. Bethos also said, in Matthew, Jesus said to Kephas Petros, he is the Petra, rock on which his ecclesia is built, meaning assembly or community, not church. There you go. The claim of prophecy, again, crumbles away on scrutiny. Okay, let's get in the new girl. Hopefully the TikTok machine works okay. Let's see. Hey, it does. Hi, the new girl. How are you?
I'm well. How are you, John?
Fabulous. Thank you. Thank you for coming up. Appreciate your patience. And Marcella, thank you for waiting there. I appreciate your patience too. So welcome in. You know what our topic is. You know what our prompt is. What would you like to say?
Can you hear me well?
Very well.
Okay, thank you. So I kind of have a different take probably than most people, both a subjective take and an objective take. I've studied the Quran, I've studied the Torah, I've studied the Bible. Cringe, I grew up Catholic. I am no longer Catholic, needless to say. I don't know many people that are, and if they are, they go to church or they go to Mass, and they're not Catholic. We know it. They're not Catholic. They're using birth control. They're doing other things that are not Catholic. It's just to say they're Catholic. It's just to say they go to church. People use it as a holier than thou, I feel like. Okay. You made a lot of good points this evening. What I'd like to say as a veteran who is in a wheelchair is I think there are a lot of good things that come with religion that we have failed to recognize tonight. I think you've made some good points, but I also think that we're lost as a world, and we've been lost for quite some time. And I don't think there's anything wrong with people having a beacon. And for instance, I'll tell you, when you get ready to deploy, there's a chaplain there, and he prays with you. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's comforting. A lot of us grew up going to church. That's comforting. And there's something to be said for that, because we don't have a beacon. A lot of people don't have good parents. They don't have a beacon. That's what the things you said about the Bible. I'm going crazy listening to it because people aren't able to defend it. The Bible says that you're a whore if you don't cover your head. That's honest. You are a whore if you do not cover your head as a female.
You believe that?
I absolutely do not believe that. I do not walk around with my head covered. So
I
I'm saying
misunderstood. I got you.
Oh, I apologize. So
No,
I think a lot of things are outdated. I think a lot of things may have been. Did people live to be 400 years old? I don't believe that. that may have been lost in transcription. That may have been years may have been calculated differently.
We
Whatever.
we agree that there's some good that can come from religion, and people can get value out of it. People can get comfort in it. We are addressing the God character that's described in the Bible as both evil and silly for a variety of reasons, but neither John nor I believe that God even exists. If your main contention here is that you think John and I think religion and or Christianity is all bad with no good, you have a mistaken perception, because both John and I agree that people can get comfort out of religion. People can, better their lives because they get a sense of community, they have a sense of belonging, or they have like a sense of hope because they believe this deity exists. We agree. We agree with all of that. We
But
just
people need to be careful. You need to be
of
careful.
what of what
Because you can go and your money can be taken. People can say you can be put into a legal contract. Now, this fellowship is great, but you don't want to be put into. I mean, I feel very torn because I'd love to belong to a church for the fellowship, etc. And for the. I know I'm not Catholic anymore, but I love to hear.
Hold on, real quick. I'm sorry to cut you off, but it sounds like we're not in disagreement with each other. This is a debate only stream. Friday we're going to have more of an after hours talk about religion, your life, your story, share your thoughts like it's anything goes. But this is like we're looking for people who are believers themselves that disagree with us and want to debate the topic.
That's what the audience are here for. But we would really love to talk to you more. If you can call us on the Friday afternoon, the Friday evening show.
I'll do that. I'm so sorry to waste your time.
No, you didn't.
It's not a waste.
You were pleasant.
We'd like to talk to you. It's just this is the wrong day. But on Friday, we'd really like to hear from you. So give us a ring back, and we'll talk about these issues, and we'll talk about the utility of weighing up the positives that people can get from religious affiliation with the downside and the negative side and the disconnection from reality that it can bring, and some of the judgmental stuff that it often carries with it. We can talk about that and balancing those things. It's just at the moment this is a debate thing for tonight.
Right, and I'm very subjective and objective. So I don't believe there's a God I believe in faith. Faith is, and that's one thing I want to say to you all. Faith is not knowing. No one knows what happens after we die. So I respect anybody who has a religion. That's what I get. That's really, I guess, the point that I wanted to make to you all. I leave them alone. I respect it. Whatever. If you want to have a religion, have your religion. Don't you dare push it down my throat.
Well, then we're broadly in agreement. So thanks for calling in.
I'm so sorry to waste your time and tell your mod I didn't know all caps would get me banned for 5 minutes. So
no worries. No worries.
I will call back on Friday, and everybody have a great night, and please be kind to each other. We need it.
Take care. Thanks.
Good night, you all.
Good night. Okay, there we go. As promised, we're going to get Marcella in right now, and then we've got Wookiee bands in the queue after that. There we go. Marcella. Hey, Marcella. Marcella, are you there?
Transporter hasn't quite brought her in.
Oh, I see it here.
She's been in the queue for quite some time.
A little while. Yeah. Marcella, if you are there, let us know. And if not, don't let us know. All right. I have to assume this is a no-show. We'll drop you down. If you're still there and you want to come up, rejoin the queue when you like. We'll get in Wookiee bands next. Good name. Hey, Wookiee.
Hey, what's up?
All good. How are you?
Not bad. How you guys doing?
Yeah, we're good. Just quick check on your age, if you don't mind. You're at least 18?
Yes.
Great. All right. Well, welcome in. You can see what it says above my head over here. God is evil and silly is our claim. Feel free to respond however you like.
Well, why do you think he's? What's your definition of evil that you're using to describe God in this prompt?
I would say my definition of evil is behavior that I strongly disapprove of that causes suffering. So if I see someone doing something that I strongly disapprove of that causes suffering, I call that I'm happy to call that evil. And if I'm occasionally, if someone does it habitually rather than just as a one-off, I'm prepared to say a person who does such things is evil, is an evil person. I don't think that evil exists as a thing in the world, but I think that evil is a perfectly valid adjective to apply to a person who habitually causes harm to others.
Okay, so somebody who constantly causes harm to others.
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily have to be constant because that implies that it could never stop. But
okay, over and over.
Someone who does it, yeah. Let's say someone who's got an established track record of causing harm to others. I would say that's an evil person. Kim Jong-un, evil person, like just killed loads of people, of his own people, totally indifferent to their suffering. I think that guy's pretty evil.
Right.
The God of the Bible kills loads of people, totally indifferent to their suffering, brings about all sorts of ludicrous laws about how people ought to behave, which themselves would have resulted in a great deal of suffering. To me, it's pretty easy to say, well, evil.
I don't know if somebody like, I mean, it's a horrible example, but let's say Batman, right? If he's going around and he's killing these bad people, causing them suffering, right, on a regular basis, would that be evil?
I mean, I don't really think that. I don't really like the idea of killing people generally. I think there's generally a better way to manage things than just going around killing people. But if you could say, if you're suggesting that the pain and suffering that the God of the Bible visited on millions of people is the equivalent of some type of law enforcement, where in every single one of those cases, those people had done something worthy of the death penalty, then I would say that's not a serious argument. Devin pointing out, Batman famously doesn't kill. Good call.
Right. No, but even the police, you could say, with police brutality that happens where people die on.
Yeah, that's bad.
So it's like
he'll be back.
He might have got a call.
Yeah, he'll be back.
Killed somebody by mistake, and this happens on a regular basis where cops kill people.
Yeah,
right?
So if cops participate in police brutality, we call that bad and immoral.
And they go to prison if it can be shown that it was their intention to kill, and you're not making the claim that all of these people that God had killed were an oopsie mistake on his part.
But no, I think it was for a greater good.
For a greater good. So right. when God, for example, punished 70,000 Israelites because David took a census that God made him take, what was the greater good served by that, and how did the greater good help those 70,000 people?
Well, if you're expecting somebody to come on your live and give you the will of God and what he wanted out of a situation, why he was doing something, right? I think it would be completely out of your realm of understanding.
But that is what you're doing. But you've just made the claim. But you've just made the claim it was for a greater good. So that's exactly what you're doing. You're suggesting that God had 70,000 innocent people killed for the actions of one man. Those 70,000 people weren't involved in the act that created that punishment. He just killed 70,000 people, and you're suggesting that was for a greater good. What greater good could balance out 70,000 people being killed?
Well, what if those 70,000 people went to war with another nation that was supposed to do something and killed way more than 70,000 people?
Well, these were 70,000 people that died in a pestilence that God imposed as a punishment to David. It wasn't
Right,
like he had identified a specific 70,000 people in the population who he knew were going to go to war, and he quietly just removed them all. No. He said to David, he gave David a choice of 3 punishments, and David crapped his pants, couldn't make a choice, and said, I don't know what to choose. I'll throw myself on your mercy. And God said, okay, well, the punishment I'm going to give is to send a pestilence, which just ended up killing 70,000 people, lots of children, elderly people, all sorts of people would have died. Your argument is those people were all planning to arm themselves and mob up and go and do some.
No. My argument would be there was a greater good, regardless of what it is, that there was some type of greater good. And it could be such as people in the future, millions of people or billions of people through generations are more worried about God because he killed these people. So now they live better lives because of God, making the world a better place because of that. So all these people are now following the way of, let's say, Jesus, loving their neighbor, being better people, right? Making the world a better place because they'd be scared of the wrath of God.
You got this, Sean.
Yeah. Is God powerful enough to achieve that greater good without killing 70,000 people, or is he not powerful enough?
Well, is he smart enough would be the question. Is he smart enough to know why he's doing this? And is he smart enough to realize that this is for a purpose?
That might be the question you wanted me to ask. That's not the question I actually asked. Was he powerful enough to achieve the greater good without killing 70,000 people?
Not with going against himself, because then that would take away the free will of the people, wouldn't it?
No, how is not killing the people taking away the free will of people?
This is shit. What a terrible argument. God had to kill 70,000 people because if he didn't, he would have absolutely no way of preventing some other consequences later on in life. The best method he could come up with to make sure that people really like him later is kill 70,000 innocent people.
That they follow the law. Like that's
yeah,
why we have
they
the death
follow the law.
penalty.
He has no way of making sure that people follow the law apart
Why
from
do we have the
killing
death penalty?
killing 70,000 innocent people. Imagine if a human leader did that. Imagine if the leader of a country said, we really want to make sure people follow the law. So we're just going to randomly pick 70,000 people from the population and murder them to make sure that in the future...
They've done that.
To make sure... No one's done that. To make sure
Israel's done that. What are you talking about?
To make sure
Israel's
that...
doing it right now.
No, Israel is doing other things right now. Israel are motivated by other concerns, and the Israeli government are way out of line, and we don't talk about politics here, but I trying to defend these actions on the basis that that's what Israel are doing now is not a winning argument either around here. But
no, I'm not defending defending Israel at all.
Also, that makes no sense at all, because the stated reason that God did this was as a punishment to David. So what that means is if David would not have done the census, then God would not have killed the 70,000 people,
right.
Which means God would have chosen not to do the greater good. So none of that makes sense whatsoever. It's just some post hoc crap you came up with.
Exactly, because he gave David a choice of punishments. One of them was being pursued for 3 months by your foes. Well, if David had chosen that one, then as Sean said, God then would not have killed those 70,000 people. Right, and are you suggesting that he manipulated David into a choice? Because David didn't even make a choice. This whole thing is as terrible a post hoc argument as I think I've ever heard in my life. And you're basically making the argument that every time God does some terrible thing, that this is the same argument we had with someone else earlier, that he does some terrible thing, he has to do it because there's some future state of the world that he wants to see happen. And he can't think of a way of doing it that doesn't involve killing large numbers of innocent people, but we're supposed to think he's good. That's ludicrous. That's not a serious argument. Come on.
I mean, it is a serious argument. Like I said, with the death penalty, we have a death penalty for a reason, right?
Yeah, we don't randomly pick 70,000 people out of the population and chuck them in the electric chair just to make sure future generations know we mean it. That would be completely depraved.
Right.
So are you suggesting that's what God does?
People?
Yeah. They're just the Israelite people that died in a pestilence.
Can you give me the verse that says they're innocent and the verse that says that they're...
It doesn't specifically say that they're innocent, but it doesn't need to. You can infer that they're innocent because pestilences don't randomly target only immoral people. This is an idiotic argument.
They are innocent of the crime that they are being punished for, which was conducting a census. Because the way we know that is because David is the one that conducted the
Right.
census,
Then we would
and
also know
David
by
is
the
and so God is mad at David, and so yes, they are innocent of the crime that they are being executed for. Notwithstanding that executing people for conducting a census is ludicrous. I don't even think Kim Jong-un would do that.
I just if what was I gonna say? Sorry. How do I put this?
I don't know. I'd quit. I'd quit on this one and retool. This one's not salvageable.
But how not?
Because this is one of the worst arguments I've ever heard. You're suggesting that in every instance where God invigilates the random killing of large numbers of people, it could
Where
be.
do you get that it's random? Does it say that in the text? You keep saying these words.
It says it's a pestilence. That's like a plague, like a plague.
So
falls
where does
on,
it say
on
that it's random?
What do you think? A pestilence is highly targeted
So
to
it
those
doesn't say that they're
individual.
random, and it doesn't say that they're innocent. But you keep saying both of those things.
They're innocent of the crime that is being punished. That you can be sure of, because the punishment is explicitly for the crime of David taking a census, and none of those people were involved in the census. And we can infer that it's random because a pestilence is like a sickness that falls upon the people, and those are not specifically targeted. So you can infer rightly that they are random.
Right, but the thing is, the Bible teaches that nobody's innocent, so everybody's born in sin. So when you say that they don't deserve the punishment, so everybody
they don't deserve that. They don't deserve that punishment. That punishment is for a specific crime. Otherwise, you're just saying we might as well then let's just kill everyone in the world, which, funnily enough, is what God tried to do when He flooded the world. Another demonstration that He's evil.
So even if the world was evil and he kind of like washed everything away to like keep it from getting worse, that would make him evil.
Yeah, because he would have killed a load of innocents in the process of doing that. Don't tell me that those babies that he drowned were all bad babies. They were evil babies.
Okay, so but that's like you're insisting that it's bad to die. So when those babies who you're saying are innocent die,
funnily enough, in our world, which is not completely depraved, it's bad to die. Are you out of your mind? We can hear a young child in the background there.
Right.
Are you trying to suggest that if something happened to the young child in the background there, you wouldn't think it was bad? That's the argument you're making. That's the argument you're making. You're not sure it would be bad, just temporarily hurt, but actually it might be good. By drowning, but painful, agonizing, terrifying drowning. The lungs of these young children filling with water as they gasp for air. And you think you're not convinced that that's bad. It might be a good thing. It might be nice. This is what religion does to people, folks. It turns their brains into complete mush. And suddenly they have no idea what's up or down. Get a grip.
I don't know. I would compare like that suffering that you would feel in that minuscule amount of time while you were drowning compared to a lifetime full of it.
So easy to say.
Hold on. Okay, so a lifetime in heaven that at the cost of like drowning to death. Okay, is it better or worse just to go to heaven without the drowning?
Is it better or worse to go to heaven without drowning? I mean,
yeah, with or without the drowning, which one's better?
Well, you say without the drowning, but what does that mean? So it could be something worse than drowning, or it could be something better than drowning.
Or he could just do the Thanos finger snappy thing, and only the bad people in the world get like zapped away like Thanos, right? Painlessly, they just kind of whisk it away.
Right, but then
only the evil people, and not drowning the kittens and the babies and like every single other life on
Earth. Can't seem to understand is that they can't wrap their head around God's logic or the way that God thinks.
Okay,
so you cannot understand. Can I finish real fast?
Yeah, go ahead.
With our brain, like if you drew a circle right now. And you had to fill it in with the amount of knowledge that you had.
We've never heard this before. We've never heard this before.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter.
Stopper. I'm waiting for you to finish so we can.
Our limited knowledge is not relevant to this argument. We can grant that we have limited knowledge, We can grant that we have limited knowledge, but we can also say, even with limited knowledge, it still remains the case that if the only way God can achieve his plans is by killing babies and puppies and kittens, there's something wrong with him.
So do you think there's something wrong with Planned Parenthood?
Tu quo Q fallacy.
Are they evil?
Planned Parenthood are not an omnipotent being capable of bringing about any state of reality they want with a mere click of their fingers. But
are they evil by your definition, like God is?
No, I do not think that Planned Parenthood are evil.
Did they?
And we're not going to hold on. We're not going to do whataboutism here. We're talking about your God. If you want to debate Planned Parenthood, there's plenty of abortion debates all around TikTok. So I understand you want. I do understand. Hold on. I do understand why you want to deflect right now. But we're talking about your God, and you saying, like, we talked about him drowning the entire planet, every kitten, every deer, every animal, every baby, every child drowned. He could have even finger snapped it and then made them disappear, but he didn't do that. He chose for every animal and baby and child to drown to death. And so your only answer to that is basically like, we don't understand the logic of God. God's ways are higher. That's just a way of saying, yes, this sounds like bullshit to me too. I don't have a good answer. So, God's ways are higher.
I could say the same thing for you, where you're like, well, I don't understand why he would do that, so it's bad.
No, that's not what we're saying.
Because I don't understand why he would do that.
We're not saying that. Our declaration that this is evil is not based on our lack of understanding. It's based on the necessary fact that follows from his power. If he has the power that you claim he has, remember, we're not the ones saddled with an omnipotent God. We didn't dream this shit up. You guys did. You're the ones saying that he has all the power. So it's on you, unfortunately. You are saddled with the implications of that claim. One of the implications of that claim is that he's able to bring about any state of reality he wants by an act of mere will. He doesn't have to do anything to make a plan come true. He can just click his fingers and make it be true without the suffering, without the drowning, without the pain.
If he's real, then what would happen would have been what he wanted to happen, right?
If he was powerful enough, he could make any plan take place. Now, if God was real,
which would mean he wants this plan to work.
Which is why I say he's evil, because he wants the plan that does have the suffering. He wants the plan that does have him unnecessarily drowning everyone in the world. He would have known at the point that he created the world that he was going to end up drowning everyone, and therefore the fact that he carried on the track he was meant that he was planning to drown everyone and that he wanted to drown everyone, because if he didn't, he could have just not created them, or he could have created different creatures that had different inclinations, that still had free will, but that weren't wicked and evil. It sounds like a problem that he created because he wanted to drown everyone, and that makes him evil. So with that, Wookie, thank you for calling in. I hope that you don't impart this kind of horrible, corrupt moral thinking onto your children. I'm hearing the innocence of a child in the background there, and I feel a shudder thinking that you might teach your children that this kind of thing is morally worth something. It's not. It's garbage. It makes people into moral monsters. Please don't be one. Please don't teach your children to be one. I implore you, give them a better start in life than shoving this crap down their throats, please. And with that, thank you for coming in. We're going to move on and get in Nick next, and then we've got Beyond Mathematics after that. And we'll just read a couple of messages before we get Nick in. Thank you for your patience, Nick. We'll be with you in just a second if you're still there. So, Niddy, great to see you. Says the Bible is the most published, is a good argument. By that logic, Control plus C is the strongest epistemology ever invented. Yeah, just more and more. Copy. That's the way you find out what's true. Bananas argument. Absolute bananas. And while number 2 was on, Channel 3790 said Christians are ignorant. The book of Revelation was supposed to be for things to come, which means didn't happen yet. Satan and his angels still in heaven. Book of Revelations has got some crazy stuff. Crazy. My favourite are the locusts with human heads. Ladies' hair and the teeth of lions, apparently. Something like that. And Dean, thank you for the super chat. Then God knew about or sent the snake to Eve on purpose. Of course he did. If you think God's all-knowing, he was all over that stuff. He knew exactly what was going on. And think about all the small, low-cost steps God could have taken to avert this fruit-related catastrophe. He could have just made the tree a bit taller, so no one could just reach up and grab the fruit. He didn't have to have it within arm's reach. This whole thing is such a setup. Absolutely bananas that any sensible person can believe this. In fact, no sensible person can. And finally, for now, Dean also says, the church has been a beacon for 2,000 years. If it worked well, we wouldn't be in this horrific mess. They blew it and squandered millions of lives. I agree. Yes, religious organizations occasionally do good, but there's no good that any religious organization can do that secular relief organizations or charities or other such things can't do. And so often, the religious comes with a, while you're at it. While you're at it, evangelize. While you're at it, stuff Bibles down people's throat. While you're at it, brainwash these kids. I don't like it. Okay, let's get in Nick next. Hey, Nick.
I wanted to talk about Noah's Ark with y'all because I don't think it states in the Bible, because in the early church, they took out the book of Enoch from the Bible, and the book of Enoch states that the angels that fell down from heaven with Satan, they had a whole bunch of babies with the women, and they made Nephilim, which were giants, which also in a different culture, there's stories about Nephilim and how the Indians had wars with them as well. And the reason God had to flood the earth is because there was so much terrible things going on in the Old Testament, because the sin that they were doing, they didn't know what it was until after God died for them, which is when they received the Holy Spirit.
Oh dear.
Because they didn't.
Really? Is this a serious argument? Like God was this crap that when he made the world, he had no idea this was going to happen, powerless to stop it happening, watches on while angels come down and fuck humans and make giants, and God's like watching, oh no, I don't know what to do, I'm going to have to drown everyone now. Are you serious? This is ridiculous. You cannot be serious. You cannot seriously be making this argument as an adult person in the 21st century. We're supposed to believe that angels came down and had sex with women because it says it in a book. Are you out of your mind?
Also, sin. If you want to talk about sin, the disobedience of Adam and Eve brought sin into the world by the tree of knowledge, and also
we know the story. We know the story. It's idiotic. It's idiotic. This is bullshit. This is unmitigated bollocks. How can anyone believe this stuff? How can it be the case that people structure their whole lives around this total twaddle? Where's your critical thinking? You would put more thought into choosing a washing machine than you appear to have put into this nonsense. How can it be that any adult person can read this stuff and go, yeah, oh, it makes sense, yeah. It was the angels who came down and had sex with the women and made giants. That's the thing. That's the explanation for the world we live in. How can this be the case? You cannot be serious.
Bro, literally, Satan got sent down from heaven to earth.
Grow up. This is not Harry Potter. This is not Lord of the Rings. Magic is not a thing. You are on the internet in front of 1,000 people arguing for wizard stuff. Stop. Get a grip of life. Get a grip of reality. Live your life. You've got like 7, 8, 9 decades to live as a human on this planet. Make something of them. Stop worrying yourself about 2,000-year-old myths of monsters and angels and demons and giants and curses and talking animals. Get a fucking grip. Grow up and stop peddling this nonsense. You should do better for yourself. You deserve better. Whoever shoved this crap down your throat did you a disservice. You deserve better. Be kind to yourself. Get an education. Learn a little bit about science. Learn a little bit about what we actually know about reality. Find something that's meaningful to you, and stop living your life in this make-believe world. It's terrible. Do not need to do this.
Okay, bro.
Good for you. Good luck, Nick. Do better. Be better. Go forth, son, into the world. Was I too harsh? Crazy. Absolute crazy. Right. There we go. Let's get beyond mathematics in. We'll read a couple of messages first, of course, because that's how we roll over here. Tim, great to see you, Tim. Adam to Eve over her taking his bacon. I want my bacon back, bacon back, bacon back, rib. See what you did there? See what you did there? And NetTube user, thank you for the super chat. To me, the Bible surpasses any horror book ever written in human history. Even the combined works of Stephen King and every other horror writer look like babies in comparison to its primitive savagery. Well said. I agree. This came in while we were speaking to Wookiee bands. It's just disgusting, isn't it? I mean, first of all, it's completely ridiculous. I've never seen anyone pair evil and silly before, but I'm so glad it came to me to do it. And the reason it did, by the way, is I used to sometimes run God is evil, and I used to sometimes run God is silly. And one day I put a vote out to say, which one shall I do today? I was trying to choose my topic for the day.
That.
And it came in like almost 50-50. Do you remember, Sean? And I thought, let's do them both because they're both true. And they're both kind of true in slightly different ways. This is such a complete load of absolute rubbish. And so I want to be able to say that. And that's why I say God is silly. This whole thing is silly. There's a creator of the universe who's very upset about where you bury your poo when he walks through the camp. Very important that God who designed your digestive tract doesn't get exposed to the products of that system because he's very upset by it. Specific verses in the Bible about that. Specific commands about how to cut off the hand of a woman who reaches out and grabs the balls of a man who's in a fight with her husband. Because God forbid we would have a society where that circumstance isn't adequately catered for by legislation. Mad. Absolutely mad. Mad as a box of frogs. Completely crazy. So it is totally silly. And then you look underneath all of this, there's this like rotten moral core of this God who just does not care about human suffering. So that's why we do this. I totally agree with you, NetTube user. Absolutely horrible. Right, let's get beyond mathematics in. I like mathematics. I used to be quite good at it, but I've forgotten about 95% of what I learnt.
The blatant hypocrisy of you telling another person that they need to get a life when you sit up here on TikTok every day obsessing about a God you claim doesn't exist.
Indeed.
You sound ridiculous. How you going to tell him to get a life when your life is wrapped up in God's existence?
Indeed.
You don't have a life without God's existence.
Well, let me explain
That's
this.
all you talk about.
Lovely.
You are obsessed with God.
Absolutely.
Why don't you go outside and get a life?
Okay.
Do you have a family?
Okay, I'm going to
Do you have a family or do you just sit
up
and obsess about?
Chill. You're gonna pop something. Just relax. Take a deep breath. Just relax. So I do this because I wrote a book.
You don't have a life.
Hang on. I do this because
You're a hypocrite.
I'm going to respond to you right now, and you're going to wait until I have, and then I'm going to give you a chance to respond to me. So if you can manage to control yourself, it would be delightful. We'd all love it. And then I'm genuinely interested to hear what you have to say in response to what I am saying. So I wrote a book which is coming out in November. My book is about belief. It's about the involuntary nature of belief. And if I can show a little bit on the screen for some people, it doesn't come across on the TikTok for some reason. That hasn't copied over. But anyway, never are. So my book is about belief. And because I knew my book was going to be coming out, I wanted to create some stuff online around the book. So I started doing that last year and having discussions with people about belief and about stuff in this area. And what I found was it really meant a lot to me that I was meeting amazing people online in my discussions and in the comment sections under the videos I was posting. And I started to realize how many human stories there are around this notion of belief and around this notion of faith and religion and what it can do to you. And it became incredibly meaningful to me. And I decided to quit my job. I had a very, very good profession. Very good. And I decided to quit it, to do this for the rest of my life, to dedicate the rest of my life to trying to communicate effectively about belief and religion. And now what I do is 3 or 4 times a week, I come on the internet and we have these discussions and they get recorded and I clip them and I put videos out. And at the moment I get about 1.6 million views a month. And those 1.6 million views a month are helping people to not feel the shame of not believing these religious ideas, helping people to not feel that they're bad, to not feel that they're wrong, to not feel that they deserve punishment, to push back against the toxic ideas that have been shoved down their throats, sometimes since childhood. And I get messages every day from people saying that this helps them. So I have never, ever had more of a sense of meaning and purpose in my life than I have right now. Never. And I've absolutely dedicated to doing this for the time I have left to work. So you're welcome to.
Let me key you in on a few things. First off, you're not making a difference. First off, you're delusional. There's over 7 billion people believe in God or higher power. 78% of black women are Christians. Only 1% of African Americans are atheists. You're not putting a dent on anything. You're delusional. You are the one that believes.
Tell that to the hundreds of people who. Tell that to the hundreds of people who. Tell that to the hundreds of people. Tell that.
Atheist. Shut up and let me
answer. Tell that to the hundreds of people who've written to me.
Well,
tell them all. Tell them all that the difference that they think I've made in their lives is imaginary because you say so. Do you have any idea how ludicrous you sound right now?
Human beings believe in God. Doctors, lawyers, most rationally minded human beings don't sit up on TikTok obsessing about a God they claim doesn't exist. You're the one that's being delusional because in your world, you talking about children. In your world, you think children are soulless apes. You don't give no value to children. You hope children die because all you talk about is evolution.
No,
evolution
is
great. So you love kids with cancer. What causes kids with cancer?
Okay, you're not going to sit up here and monologue the entire time. So no, we value children without a God having to tell us to value children.
You love evolution. What's wrong with a random mutation?
I don't love evolution any more than I love heliocentric
You love
theory.
Kids with cancer. You think children?
This guy's a bona fide moron.
You're a delusional atheist.
You are an imbecile. I've heard better arguments from a piece of toast. Get your head together and make an actual argument for your position. You're just crashing out right now. That's all you're doing.
I'm not crashing out. I'm just telling you like it is.
You absolutely.
What is your purpose in life?
Clue what you're talking about.
If you're dying, do you think you live after you die?
No.
What's your purpose in life? What's anyone's purpose in life?
Right.
If all you're doing is hold up.
Do you want the answer to your question?
He's gonna.
Do you want
hear
the
answer?
Yeah.
He's gonna hear it now.
After you take a dirt nap, you're gonna be dead.
Yep. So the purpose that I created for my own life, I don't have an externally imposed purpose on me.
So it's meaningless.
Is to leave the world a better place than when I got here.
Why?
Because I genuinely care about people. So you said we are imbeciles. Hold on. You said we're imbeciles. We're trying to have a conversation here. So can you let us talk and then we pause and then you? Well, yes, because you keep talking while I'm speaking. While John is speaking.
I've spoken to this guy before. I think he had a different use. This is the idiot who said you think your children are apes or you think your children are worthless or something. We've spoken before. Your arguments were just as bad last time.
Yeah, so you're talking about us up here obsessing about whether God exists. But what's worse? You're up here obsessing about whether we obsess about whether God exists. Why do you care? You don't have to be in this space. You don't have to listen to us. You could just go like this with your finger and then scroll on to the next thing. Why are you obsessing about, people can get up and talk about their religion, their theology, what have you. We're just more opinions up here doing it. Why are you obsessing over us? That's what we want to know.
because I like to point out how irrational atheism is and how
You
fringe
can't.
atheism is.
I would bet money
And
you
why-
can't even.
I
You
thought
can't even
was gonna let
define
me
it.
answer.
You can't even
I thought
define
you was gonna let me
atheism.
answer.
You
I
can't even
sat
define
listening
it.
to you.
Can you?
I point
You
out
want to point out how
the fact-
irrational it is, but I bet money you can't even define it. What's
Let me
atheism?
atheism is a lack of belief in God's existence. It's not a knowledge claim against God's existence. So you
Right.
can't make
I'll
a
give you
knowledge claim
credit.
against God's existence.
I give you credit for
And
that.
the fact
But-
of the
but-
matter
but-
is, let me answer. The fact of the matter is you guys are defined by God. You wouldn't have a life without God. That's why I point out how irrational you are.
Well,
and you
okay.
said it's
That's
your
a claim.
purpose. Hold up. You said it's your purpose to leave the world a better place. So if it's somebody else's purpose to leave the world a worse place, why would that matter?
Then I
If
was-
we're
then I
all
was
just
saying-
soulless animals. You don't make
Right.
any sense because atheism
You're
sees
not making-
people
you're not
as
making a
soulless
single-
animals.
you're
As
not
soulless-
making-
Let me ask you a question. Are human beings soulless?
You're not making a single argument for your God's
Why do you
existence.
care about
All
your
you're
loved
saying
ones
is,
and-
I think the world would be better. It would be better if there was a God. What is your
Why do you
argument?
care if your child dies?
What is your argument that there actually is
Hold
a
up.
God?
Answer the question. Why do atheists
Why do you care? Why do atheists care if
your
their children
children
die?
is a soulless ape? If
I
your
remember you from last time. You ran this argument last time. It was a shit
your
argument
children is
then.
a soul-
It's
answer-
still a shit argument now. So his argument last time was, if you
They-
don't believe
they
you have
keep-
souls, if you don't believe you have souls, and you agree that we are of the ape class, then you think your children are soulless apes, and therefore you should not care if they die. I think I may have heard a more moronic argument once in my life. I'm trying to remember what it was. No, I haven't. I haven't. It is the single most asinine and moronic argument I've ever heard in my life. The fact that we don't believe in souls doesn't mean we don't love our children, you idiot. The fact that we grant that we are that we are apes doesn't mean that we that we don't value value that we are humans also.
Why is child
the idea that you would draw a line
explain to
from
me an
from not
evolu-
from
and
not
for an
being
atheist,
yeah, the idea that you would draw a
Why
line
is child-
from accepting the reality of biological evolution to not loving our children makes you the single stupidest person I've ever come into contact with on this entire platform. I can't think of a more moronic argument that anyone could make. And the fact that you're here making it again a second time is absolutely delicious. Because I'd kind of forgotten about you from last time. I think you've changed your username since last time. But it's amazing that it makes me think, because it's been quite a few months. So I reckon you've just spent the intervening time between the last time and this time just running this argument in other places online, and maybe they haven't told you as clearly as I am how stupid this is. I mean, I'm delighted. I'm delighted that you're here doing it, obviously, because it's great content.
You soulless. You are the one. Tell me why according to atheists is child.
Yeah.
If it's just a random mutation,
he thinks
why
it's
is child cancer wrong? What's
Yeah.
wrong with you? You love child cancer, you idiot.
Indeed.
Because you see, you love evolution. That's all you atheists talk about. So tell me, why is a random mutation that causes cancer?
It's amazing that
why
people,
is that wrong?
Some people
you don't love your children.
Some people equate.
You don't even love your children.
I know, it's an incredible
That's
crash out.
horrible.
Some people
You call
equate.
God
Some
evil,
people.
and
Some
you
people
can't
equate.
even
All
love
right,
your
hush,
children.
hush. We have to hush the Tamagotchi for a moment. We'll let you out of your box in a moment. So we'll hush the Tamagotchi just for a second. So some people equate not being completely scientifically illiterate with thinking that we like some of the effects of evolution, that we like mutations. He goes from you have an understanding of basic science to you like cancer. I mean, if I sat down with a pen and paper for a week and tried to come up with the most moronic argument I could possibly run live, I don't think I'd achieve that. I think it's amazing. I think it's amazing. I mean, I'm quite fascinated in this. I'm quite fascinated by this.
In your world, what's wrong with a random mutation?
What's wrong with a random mutation? He asks,
Yeah,
knowing
It's just
precisely,
nature.
knowing
It's just
precisely,
nature.
knowing precisely nothing about any of the science he's trying
So
to
you don't
critique.
care what kills with cancer. That's
So,
exactly my point. You hypocrite.
There you go.
That's
There you
exactly
go.
my point.
Okay, so
You
what I'm
don't
going to
give a
do
damn
is
about kids
I
with cancer.
want to give you the
You don't
final
give
say.
a
Hang on,
damn about kids.
hang on. Calm down for a second. I want to give you the final say so that you can, I don't want to be accused of being unfair. So I
You
want to
don't
give you the
give a
final
damn
say.
about
So
kids.
so what would be the one thing that
Atheism is
what would be
soulless.
the one thing that you want to say
It's
to really sum
soulless.
up your position?
The sum of my position is
Yeah. Oops. Oh dear. Anyway, thank you for that. I do remember him. And he made exactly the same argument last time. He said, "Do you think your children have souls?" I said, "No." He said, "Do you think that we're apes?" I said, "Yes." He said, "So you think your children are just soulless apes? So you don't love your children?"
Jesus.
The top tier hermeneutics from beyond mathematics.
I also learned we love cancer and all. Just
yeah. If there is a God, imagine for a moment. Join me on this journey of imagination for a second. Oracle will get you in just a moment. Thank you. Imagine there's a God looking down at that guy and going, "Oh my God, that guy is trying to represent me." That God has his head in his hands right now. He's contemplating. I guarantee he's contemplating flooding the world again, just because of that guy. I would, if I was God. If I was God and I knew that guy was out there advocating for me, I'd flood this shit again all day long. Yeah, I'd kill all the kittens. You just have to. Anyway, it was fun. We haven't had a mental breakdown like that on the channel for quite some time. It was good.
Yeah,
not since Apostle
that was
Michael.
a proper crash out.
So,
sometimes people are gun shy on the crash out tab. That was a proper crash out.
Yeah, it was good.
No doubt.
So our TikTok guest just dropped out, so we will go across to YouTube. I Have Questions is on YouTube. We will bring in I Have Questions right now. I will try to make sure that the audio is okay. You seem to have a microphone attached. We will try and make sure it's working. And I Have Questions. Welcome in. Are you there? Looks like maybe not. I have questions. Do you have questions? We would like to hear them. Seems not. Seems like you don't. All right. Well, that didn't work. So if you want to request up again, we can't hear you at the moment. You might need to just get your audio set up properly in the dialogue screen when you sign in. But we could not hear you. Okay, we've got a little bit of bingo business to deal with while we wait for our next guest to come up. Let's see what we've got on the bingo. Kif called Jesus Fulfilled Prophecy with JP. And what else? Espresso Jack called You Send Yourself to Hell with JP. So let's have that one too. And also Hardened Heart with JP. I can't remember, so why not? That's a good bingo line. And Darkly Yours. Great to see Darkly Yours playing Personal Experience of God with number 2. And also Espresso Jack called It's a Relationship, Not a Religion with number 2. Always a winner. Always a winner. And finally, Leona called Fine-Tuned Universe with Dan. I don't think Dan made an argument for Fine-Tuned Universe. He was making an argument. In fact, he didn't. He was making an argument for reinterpreting the horrible verses about David's wives in terms of poetic language or something like that. So that's not it. Okay, I Have Questions is back. Let's see. Hopefully, we might have a better go with the audio this time. Sometimes it works after a retry. How about that? I Have Questions. Are you there? Still not. I'm not getting any signal from you at all. So I don't know if you can hear me, but certainly can't hear you. Yeah, can't get you in, unfortunately, because we can't hear you. If we can't hear you, we can't have a conversation. You can keep on trying if you want. You feel free to come back and try again. You just need to configure it differently because it is not working, sadly. Right, if you're on YouTube, and you want to come in, you know what to do. I'll put the link right here in the chat. It is that tinyurl.com/JCGuest. That gets you in if you're not watching on TikTok. If you are watching on TikTok and you want to come up and talk to us, just hit the little request button in the bottom left of your phone, and you'll be in, and we will be chatting to you. The call queue is currently empty, so this might be your moment. I have noticed a couple of people pop into the queue, be there for a minute or so, and then leave. And I Have a Question is back again, so we're obviously keen to get this working, and I'm doing everything I can my end to get it working, but it doesn't seem to be. Let's try again. Third time lucky. How's that? I have questions. Still not hearing you, I'm afraid. Sean, can you just try your voice on the video side, just to test?
Yeah, I am lucky. Can you hear me?
Yeah, that's working. So I don't think it's a problem with video. I think it's going to be. I Have Questions. It's going to be a problem with your setup somehow. You're just not connecting properly to it. Someone just popped into the TikTok queue and then vanished again. So I'm sure someone will be along shortly. And until they do, we'll read some messages. So Space Lord said, God eliminated 70,000 of his people over some paperwork he did not want. Nailed. That's exactly what it was. And don't forget, he made David do the census. He influenced him to do it. Yeah, crazy. And Gentleman Viking, thank you for the super chat. It also doesn't specify that all 70,000 people didn't have purple skin. So we must assume that they did have purple skin. Right, this was in response, of course, to Wookiee Band saying that it didn't say they were innocent. Didn't say that they were innocent. Crazy. Mad, the things that some people say. And Gentleman Viking also said, is this Roman Catholic saying he's pro-abortion? I'm not sure. I don't think so. I don't think that's what was meant. Tim Davidson said, Wookiee, your God can do anything he wants. That means he can remove evil without pain. He decided to remove evil with pain. He chose pain. It doesn't get simpler than this. How can people not get this? Like, we've probably had this exact discussion, I don't know, 5-6 times just tonight. I don't understand why people struggle so much with this argument, because it's so straightforward. Tim just encapsulated it absolutely perfectly. I couldn't say it better. That's it. He chose pain. Continues to choose pain, by the way. Jorcow 4, thank you for the super chat. I hate the argument God's knowledge is greater than ours, so we can't criticize him. If literally the only thing I know is that 1 + 1 = 2, I can still tell God he is wrong if he declares that 1 + 1 = 3. Right, and we can still make a logical, deductive argument using just logic that if God is all-powerful and can make the universe any way he wants, and he has a plan, and he's got more than one way of doing the plan, and one way involves Children's Cancer Awards, and one way doesn't, and both of them will end in the same place, that if he chooses the one with the Cancer Awards, it's because he wants them. If he didn't want them, he wouldn't have them. They wouldn't be there. It follows deductively from the claim that he's all-powerful. And like I said to the caller before, it's not our fault that you're postulating an infinitely powerful or maximally powerful God. That lumbers you with a burden that I wouldn't want to carry in terms of what it entails about that God and that God's properties and abilities. So, yeah, sucks to be you guys, I guess, believers. It's not our fault. We didn't make this stuff up. You did. John, you should bottle and market your shh. Uncanny how effective it is, even among unruly callers. Liberally helped by the mute button at times, I must admit. Thank you both for your service to humanity. Thank you, ZenCat. I appreciate the appreciation. That's great. Really do. Yeah, the shh does work quite well. Buzz, I went back to sleep when I realised it was Sunday. I'm back now till the very end. No better way to start off my second Sunday this week. Well, We hope you're having a good second Sunday, Buzz. And I know jet lag is wicked. I'm not looking forward to it. Flying from the UK to the west coast of the US is the area I'm going to be in. It's heavy. It's a long flight, 8 hours of jet lag to deal with. Not fun. It's not that bad heading over there, but coming back here is not good. I don't recommend it. I Have Questions is back again for the 4th or 5th time. I love the tenacity. We'll try it in again in just a second. Hopefully it might work now. Ocean Willows says, Grandma's been staring through the window ever since it started to snow. If it gets any worse, I'll have to let her in. Very good. See what you did there. Very, very good indeed. Okay, let's see. 4th or 5th time lucky with I Have Questions. Let's try it. Are you there? Still not. I'm looking at your microphone. It just says microphone 1. And it says no microphone selected, but I'm trying to select it. I don't know if you've actually got an audio device connected to your computer, because that's what it kind of looks like a little bit here. Normally it tells me exactly what your device is, but it's not really saying anything here, so it doesn't bode well. It doesn't bode well. What can I say? I would love to talk to you, but we cannot at the moment because I can't reach you. So I don't know what to say. We can't speak. Cryptic Tundra says John Cohen should hold a Bible study. You think that would piss some Christians off? Imagine atheists actually had a Bible study of lies. Not a bad idea. I mean, arguably, Justin does that several times a week, right? It could be said that Justin's streams are a type of Bible study. And he certainly knows a lot more about it than I do. But I do love talking about it. And I do love the sense of entitlement that Christians have, or other believers coming in, suggesting that because I haven't come to the same conclusions as them about the book, I therefore can't speak about it.
That's actually a good idea for, I'll run it by Dalton too, but for Justin or Dalton, to have like an actual Bible study. So have Bible study Sunday or what have you, and then go over like Matthew 5:17 or different topics or biblical slavery and what some of the counter apologetics are, et cetera. That would, and the apologetics, but that's actually a good idea, I think.
They do stuff like that. So Justin does a show with Sarah where they do that.
Okay.
With Leaving Faith, and Joel, of course, Joel Reads Bible, where he does literally read bits of Bible and stuff. But yeah, I mean, I think those guys are eminently equipped to to do it. And yeah, Rod Drummer says Justin's sermons are Bible spelt by bull eviscerations. They are. They are. And I Am Maximus says the only true God and Savior, Jesus Christ. Well, okay, if you say so. I guess it must be true if you say it's true. Yeah, weird. Well, everyone, the TikTok queue is empty at this point. If you have been thinking about coming up and haven't done it so far, this might be your moment. Just request and come in and we'll have a chat about anything you want, as long as it's directly related to our topic for the day and is a debate. Those are the rules. That's what we're up to. And Buzz says YouTube stream has more followers with each stream. Yeah, we crept over 1,000 on just YouTube today for the first time. We've been over 1,000 combined quite a few times. In fact, we're over 1,000 combined right now. But the YouTube stream alone got to 1,030 earlier. I think it was 1,030. It's great. I appreciate you people. It means a lot that you turn up. Okay, we've got Gilbert Torres in the TikTok queue. We will get Gilbert in right now. Just bringing him in. Hey, Gilbert.
I think it's morning where you're at, right? Good morning to you, or good afternoon, is it?
It's morning, yeah. It is 3:30 a.m.
Good morning. I wanted to ask you a question about how do you feel that Christians are so deep into the brainwash that they actually believe how can I put this? Like, we all understand God created everything. So if they
Friend,
he created everything.
Forgive me for interrupting you, but it sounds like you're calling in to agree with us. And if you are, I would love to speak to you on Friday, but not right now because this is
Friday.
a
What
debate
time?
stream.
What time on Friday?
Anytime from 5 p.m. Eastern, we have the After Hours show on Friday, and we
5
love
p.m.
taking calls from
5
friends.
p.m.
Just call in and we'll shoot the shit and talk about anything you
Understood.
want. All right, friend.
Understood.
Thanks, man.
Thank you.
Cheers, Gilbert.
Bye-bye.
Thanks. Bye. Okay, we are going to bring in Henry next. Bring in Henry right now. As tempting as it is when things get quiet, it's just not fair to the other people who we haven't let do that. So to not be accused of unfairness, we must... Rules are rules. Hey, Henry, how are you?
Hello, how you doing?
Very
What's
well
your name,
indeed.
sir?
I'm John, and this is Sean.
Okay, Sean, I have a question. What did Jesus preach before he died for human sins and miracles? I don't know what he taught the world. I don't know exact quotes of Jesus.
Well, he preached lots of different stuff. I mean, he preached the Beatitudes, which were like talking about valuing the weaker among us and the less privileged. And there was some quite beautiful stuff in there. But Jesus's message was, he also said to his followers that you have to hate your family. It was not a very nice thing that Jesus said. He said that. Do
you have any quotes from him?
Yeah,
any exact quotes I could look for in the Bible?
Absolutely, yeah. In Luke 14:26, he said, "Whoever comes to me and does not hate father and mother, wife and children, brothers and sisters, yes, and even life itself, cannot be my disciple." So Jesus was literally saying, if you want to be his disciple, you have to hate your family. I don't think that's very nice. I don't think that's a great teaching. Do you?
That's it. That's all he quote. I mean, I've seen a lot of quotes from Abraham and Peter and others that say lectures, but nothing from Jesus. He just did miracles and died for our sins, and that was it.
Well, I mean, there's a little bit more to it than that. Another thing he
Don't
said
you think that's a little silly?
In Matthew, he said, "Do not think I've come to bring peace to the earth. I've not come to bring peace, but a sword. I've come to set man against his father, to set a man against his father, and a daughter against her mother, and a daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law, and one's foes will be members of one's own household. Whoever loves father or mother more than me is not worthy of me, and whoever loves son or daughter more than me is not worthy of me." So he's such an egomaniac that he was insisting that people have to love him, a basic stranger, more than their own family. That's a ludicrous thing to ask of people. If someone came up to me, even the nicest person I'd ever met, even a real superhero like Jesus, and told me I had to love him more than I love my son, I'd tell him to go and take a leap. I wouldn't be capable of doing that.
I thought you were talking about God is evil and silly, and Jesus too, because Jesus.
These things are extremely silly.
Yeah. All he did was remember him for bread and wine, and that was it. That he was going to die for the sins, and that's it. I mean, he didn't.
Yeah.
I don't see any quotes. All the quotes come from prior Jews. That's it.
Well, I it sounds a bit like you might be agreeing with me.
Yes.
Well, we appreciate that, but we are looking for people to debate with. So if you'd like to speak more about how much you agree with me, call back on Friday. But yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, man.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Bye.
There we are. What can you do? What can you do? Sammy and Pickle, thank you for the super chat. It's amazing how much quieter those voices in your head become once you realize they're your own thoughts and not God speaking to you. That's very profound, because a lot of people spend their lives thinking that they have a relationship with God, and the way this relationship is transacted is through dialogues they have in their own head. And even if they're not actually hearing voices audibly, They feel that there's a conversation going on. It's not someone else, it's just you. We all have inner dialogues. TY, you just popped into the queue and then disappeared again. We'd love to talk to you if you want to. If you don't want to, that's also okay. But feel free to rejoin the queue again if you wish. And so these inner dialogues, it's just you. I often find myself kind of negotiating with myself about stuff. I think it's just a thing that human minds do. And it's easy to mistake that process of like internal dialogue for having a relationship with someone. It isn't. It isn't having a relationship with someone. You're talking to yourself, people. Not you people, the other people. Moda Sangra 9530 said, "Keep it up, you two. Keep the logical reasoning going up the roof. Christians need those. Last week got one on Threads twisting up the Bible to justify unaliving of babies. Disgusting. I mean, thank you. And there's nothing that they won't justify if it says so in the Bible. If it says that God did it, that God likes it, they're massive fans of it, no matter what. Nothing too depraved, nothing too crazy, nothing too horrible, nothing too inhumane. If God says it, they will twist themselves into unbelievable shapes to make it make sense and make it, stand behind it. It's just nothing. It's just not something I could do. It really isn't. So, yeah, thank you for that. We appreciate it. And Buzz, that's massive. Thank you for a massive super chat, Buzz. Take dollars I was going to spend in Asia but didn't. Oh, Buzz. Also, on top of spaghetti, all covered with cheese, I lost my poor meatball when somebody sneezed. It rolled off the table and onto the floor. And then, sadly, my poor meatball rolled right out the door. And of course, we all know the pain of a lost meatball. We've all experienced this, and I don't want to make light of it because it can be very serious. But thank you, Buzz. It's great to have you back with us. You were definitely missed when you weren't here, so that's much appreciated. Right. So, what else have we got to talk about? I've got a few of the comments. I know some people like it when I read the most colourful comments I've found from under the videos on YouTube, and there are many that I look through. Got to the point now where I can't confidently state that I see all the comments because there's quite a lot, and I do try to make time to read them, but I try to pick out the good ones, both good and bad, or favourable and unfavourable, you could say. So let me see if I can find on my list here some to share with you. I've got some good ones here. Right, yeah, here's a good one. Well, this is straightforward. This does what it says on the tin, really. From Mark, I have terrible PTSD, no thanks to Christianity. It abuses people, then those people grow up and abuse their own children with its teachings. This is it. This is exactly the cycle. This is what happens. And this is why I feel compelled to speak out, to just equip people with a few more arguments they may not have heard before, and a few different, a different approach, especially around belief, to be able to respond to this kind of brainwashing and this kind of stuff maybe in a different way. So here's an entertaining one that came in today. This was a comment under a video today from Trader Mini, who said, all in caps with what looks like absolutely zero or close to zero punctuation, God says his natural creation gives understanding into God's power. A fairy tale that God does not exist will only last as long as you live. You will watch the sun in the east every morning. You question a being with that power. When you die, and you will die, then we will see if you even have the strength to speak in the presence of that power. Jesus commands you to repent of your sin and believe that he died, was buried and rose again. If you reject his offer of life because of his sacrifice, you will burn forever under a doctor's care and with his permission, this is absolutely depraved, and with his permission, put a finger under a flame. If you can handle that sensation all over your body forever, you're good. If not, then believe in Jesus. How depraved is this, that this person would go to the effort of saying, under a doctor's care, try and burn yourself a little bit so that you feel what it's like to be burnt, and that's what my Jesus is going to do to you if you don't believe on command, if you don't force yourself to be convinced of things that you're not convinced of, as if that's even possible. This all caps spewing of madness is one of the wildest comments I've seen in a while. Like, this is a person who's not well. Not well. Pretty wild. Okay, let's try and get in. It is Side over on YouTube. Again, let's hope that this all works nicely. I'm looking at the audio. Looks like you've got an iPhone. This should hopefully work for an iPhone, I would have thought. Side, are you there? Also not. That's annoying. What's going on with this platform? I'll try and refresh mine, but I don't think that's the problem. Let's see. I'm refreshing now. We will add in Sean and Side again. Try and refresh your microphone. Side, are you there? That is not working. Definitely not working, and no idea why.
I don't hear you on the video side.
Oh yeah, I see why. Let's try this. Side, are you there? Still not.
Side.
No.
He said in the chat he can hear.
But we cannot hear you, friend, for some reason. There you go.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, now we can. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Hey, John. Good to talk to you again. I don't know if you recall. I spoke to you about a couple of months ago. You guys are doing a great job. I saw that. It's
Side, I'm so sorry. This is debates only, my friend. So
that's what I wanted to ask. If it's only debate, but the thing is, it's in relation to one of my friend whom I'm debating. Like I'm having a discussion, and if today is not a good time, I can call
me on Friday. On Friday, we've got the After Hours show, which is literally zero debates, just talking to people about anything they want. So give us a call on Friday. We'd love to talk to you then. All right, man.
All right, sounds good. No worries. Thank you so
Thanks,
much.
friend.
Bye.
Take care. Bye.
Yeah, bye.
All right. We will get in Scarecrow, the Taoist, over on TikTok. Coming in right now, hopefully. Trying on the TikTok transporter. Trying and apparently not working. Come on. You can do it, TikTok. You can add one guest. Surely you can add one guest. It seems like not. Scarecrow, I'm going to drop you down and then request back up again. And sometimes it almost always works a second time. That's if you are actually there. So if you want to come back in, not there. Okay, well then we will get in Machine next. Machine Eve, it seems. Hi, Machine.
Nice. You brought me in. What up?
Hello. Welcome in. You can see the prompt. You know what we're saying.
I do, but I'm not really understanding what people mean often with their prompts. Can you make it a rigid designation in logically exhaustive terms? So what do you mean by evil? What do you mean by silly? What do you mean by those things?
Okay, so I'll try to add some clarity. I don't know if I can make them logically exhaustive, but I can certainly add some clarity. So evil means is an adjective to describe somebody who habitually does things that I consider to be gravely immoral, normally involving...
Okay, isn't that just your opinion? Isn't that just your opinion about that?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
my opinion.
So
this is a value judgment I'm making about the character of...
and you could be wrong.
God.
You're fallible. You're human. You don't even
No, I can't be wrong. No, I can't be wrong. That would be saying... That would be like... That would be a little bit...
Can you... Hold on. Sorry, John. Machine, can you calm down and like have a back and forth conversation without trying to dominate the conversation? You just calm down, have a back and forth. We're speaking an opinion. We believe morality, including yours, is subjective. You obviously disagree, but we're not making a truth claim that can be wrong. We just think shit like genocide and slavery is evil. And if you're in your opinion, it's not evil, we could have that conversation. But please calm down and stop trying to dominate the conversation.
I'm perfectly calm. You're just too slow to keep up. I didn't.
It's not about speed.
Enough of that.
It's not about speed. It's about just asking you to just calm down for a moment. So when you went
I'm
rattling on
fun.
about,
This is me having fun.
Okay, well, have fun a little bit more slowly. We'd all appreciate it.
Well, maybe you should
don't be weird. When you said that you could be wrong. No, you can't be wrong about a value judgment. So if I say if I say chocolate ice cream is delicious, I can't be wrong about that. I'm expressing a preference.
Yeah, okay, then I can't be wrong either about my thing.
Correct. You can't be wrong about what
so then
you
you're
like.
Not making an objective claim. It's an
correct.
opinion.
You got there in the end.
No
well
shit.
done. Congratulations. Well done. Eventually they get there in the end. The fastest ones are often the slowest to get there. It's interesting. That's why I said if you just slow your yapping a tiny bit and
just
listen,
empty words, blah 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 blah.
You might be able to grasp this. So you strike me as a little bit incurious about this. So you asked what I meant by evil. I told you it's behavior of which I disagree. You, of course, are perfectly entitled to have a different view and to think that slavery and genocide and killing kids with swords is good, which I suspect you probably do think. And then when we say silly, I just mean the whole conceit
is silly. You want me to explain why?
I just think the whole conceit is what? Why
are
you think
scared?
Why you think those things are good? Do I appear frightened to you at this point?
You do, really, yeah.
Okay, that's novel. What do you suppose I'm scared of exactly?
Well, if you're scared, I consume your death fear right now so that you're not, and you keep talking to me until you're completely eliminated as a meme. So that's what I do.
That sounds delightful. Would you like to try and justify the genocide and slavery in the Bible, or what's your position on that?
Yeah, sure. It's a time prison because you're locked in a brain, and it's an illusion. If there's horror around you, it's because you're the fucking problem.
Right.
It's a time capsule for good. It's a time capsule for good.
Do you suppose that anyone listening to this would think that that's a suitable response to the question I gave you?
If you want to learn the physics, like Hawking, then sure, you can figure out it's true. But if you want to be a moron and not learn and just loop like an NPC.
What the fuck are you even talking about?
I'm tired of people being lazy.
Yeah, sure.
This guy.
Okay, yeah. This is one of these. This is one of these pompous twits who thinks that he's the intellectual superior of everyone. Actually, you're not. You're a massively ineffective communicator right now, which is why we've got 900 odd people in the chat who are basically laughing at you, making clown emojis because you're a clown. So I'm going to ask you the same question.
I killed them and now they're back and they learn better.
I'm going to ask you a question. The same question I asked you before. See if you can make a better job of answering them than you did before. Would you like to try Would you like to try to justify? Would you like to try and justify the slavery and genocide of the God in the Bible?
Go die.
Are you capable of doing that?
I already did. You're muting me. You want to listen again? Simpler talk, baby talk, or what? You're going to listen, or you're going to die? What are you going to do? Listen?
The options aren't listen or die. The options are listen to more of
you
your
don't know. I control death.
Or move on to that.
Do it and find out. Do what I say and find out.
Oh, fuck off. Right. We'll get on to Cheerio next. What a pathetic little child. Honestly, really. Let's get Cheerio in. Maybe we've got the potential for an adult conversation may still exist. Right. Let's get in Cheerio. Hey, Cheerio. How are you?
I'm good. You guys?
Yeah, we're really, really good. Really, really good. So obviously, you know what our claim is. I'm hoping that you're not going to speak as much complete inane babble as the last idiot. What have you got?
Yeah, so I'm a Christian, obviously. I'd say, well, I'm a bit confused because I heard you say, God is evil in your opinion, but then how are we supposed to have like a debate if I can't change your opinion, if you know what I mean?
Well, I'm guessing we can. So do you care about, let's say no God exists or a God exists, it doesn't matter. Irrespective of whether a God exists, do you care about the well-being of others?
Yeah.
Okay, so do we. And that's the basis for our morality. So we care about the same thing. We care how actions affect the well-being of others. So we can assess God's actions in the Bible with respect to how they affect the well-being of others. If they do unnecessary harm, we would consider that unnecessary harm bad. And if he does good to help people, we would consider that good. Is that fair?
No, I would disagree with that.
But you care about the well-being of others, irrespective of whether a God exists, right?
Irrespective of God, not necessarily, because say could I? Yeah, just
so you're backtracking on that.
Yeah, maybe, but like say.
Okay. So he stopped. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, but like say someone's a psychopath, right? Like if there's no God, they don't even if there was a God, they wouldn't care.
Are you a psychopath? Yeah, I agree with you. So here's the thing. We personally value the well-being of others, and if somebody's a psychopath, they don't care about the well-being of others. They're not going to care about our morality. Conversely, if you care about being told what to do by the God that you believe exists, and I don't give a shit what that God has to say, you have the same problem we have. It's the problem across. It's welcome to humanity. That's the way shit works. However, us three, you already admitted you care about the well-being of thinking creatures, with irrespective of whether a God exists. So we have that common ground. So now we can all have a conversation about whether God's actions are conducive to the well-being of thinking creatures. Are you good with having that conversation?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Let's have it. Go ahead, John.
Yeah, I mean, everyone can choose what to find important, right? And the people who think that we have a problem with our basis for morality are just choosing a different basis morality. So I'm glad that you agree with us that we should be concerned about the well-being of others. And all you need to do is have that as a starting point, and then you can be really, really objective about looking at things. So because I am a person who's concerned about the well-being of others, and welcome to our club. We love people who agree with us about this stuff. If you look at the behavior of the God in the Bible, he clearly doesn't give a shit about it. He really, really loves causing suffering to innocent people, does it all the time. It's kind of his hobby. And so I think that we can infer from his behavior that because of that fact, he falls pretty much squarely in the middle of what you would call evil behavior. He habitually punishes innocent people for the crimes of others. On a whim, he drowns everyone in the world. That's absolutely barbaric. The idea that every person in the world was bad is such a simplistic, stupid way of looking at humanity. Like, every person was wicked. Every baby was on track to be bad. Like, first of all, what does that say about him as a designer? If that's the world he made, where every single person was bad. It's so silly. It's so naive. It's such a like an unsophisticated way of looking up. There's no such thing as good people, bad people in that way. You have people who do good things, people who do bad things. So when I'm saying God is evil, I'm saying he does lots of bad things. I'm sure he's charming with, at family get-togethers, I'm sure he's delightful. But he does lots of bad things. And so we can say he's evil. I don't see how you could argue against that.
Well, I would just argue that whatever God does, it wouldn't be evil. So, like, for example, if I like kill someone, obviously that's wrong because God's commanded me not to kill people. But there's a difference between, and we see this in like modern Bible translations, right? Like in Exodus, in the King James Version, it says, thou shalt not kill. And then in newer translations, it says, thou shalt not murder, because there's a difference between justified and unjustified killing. And so I'd say all humans are evil. And so God is completely justified in whatever action he does against us.
All humans are evil. Listen to yourself.
Yeah, I'd agree to that.
So a baby is evil.
Well, I mean, I think we all carry original sin.
So baby, is that a yes?
So
babies are evil?
babies are evil. So you see a little baby, like a newborn baby, or a mother holding a baby, or a father holding a young baby wrapped up, totally vulnerable, just trying to take in the world, maybe a few weeks old or a couple of months old. You look at that and go, evil. That's evil.
I mean, possibly, but it wouldn't be in the same way as in being condemned, because the Bible says that the wages of sin is death, and if a baby hasn't sinned, then they have no sin.
So
to pay for.
at what point do they become worthy of hell? Then, so
as soon as we sin.
a 5-year-old.
Well, just as soon as we sin.
So if a 5-year-old, takes a cookie out the cookie jar without asking mum and dad, death penalty. Is that the idea?
Well, I wouldn't say that's sinful, though.
Not sinful.
Well, I don't think it's sinful. Well, if they didn't tell you to not.
If mummy says, "Did you take the cookie?" and the kid tells a lie, death penalty, right?
Oh yes, that's deserving of hell. Yeah,
right. Death penalty.
Yeah, no, is it death penalty, or is it like burning alive for all eternity?
Yeah, what is hell?
I thought we were talking about eternal consequences.
So what is in your view? Yeah, in your view, what is hell?
Yeah, in my view, that would be eternal consequences. That'd be
right.
hell, yeah.
Okay. So the 5-year-old deserves now to be tortured forever,
burned alive for all eternity.
Burned alive forever because the mummy said, "Did you have a cookie?" And no, burn them alive forever. And that strikes you as morally balanced, mentally healthy. Mentally healthy, because it says so in a book. So because it says so in a book, we're setting 5-year-olds on fire forever for not being entirely truthful with their parents. I'm just making sure that we understand you correctly. I want to get a correct diagnosis here. Is that right? This strikes you as mentally okay?
I'm saying that the book of Revelation says that all liars will have their part in the lake of fire. So
it does. Yeah. You know who else is going to have a part in the lake of fire?
Mm-hmm.
The apistos. Who are the apistos?
Who?
Me. The apistos are the non-believers. They in Revelation 21:8, they are listed along with murderers, murderers, the sexually immoral, sorcerers, liars, the worst of society. All of these terrible people. So there's going to be a queue for the lake of fire. There's going to be all the 5-year-olds who might not have said, the correct thing to mummy or daddy one day, burn forever in the lake of fire for the 5-year-olds, and there's going to be me, and I'm going to be.
I'd also be in hell, though.
I'm going to be there because I'm not convinced of the truth of the Bible. You see, so I'm a non-believer. You presumably are a believer, so you get the magic pass, don't you?
Yeah, but that isn't because I've been good enough, because as I just agreed, if I sin once, then I'm condemned to hell. So
are you going to hell?
No, I'm not.
No. Why? Because you?
Well, because Jesus took my punishment on the cross.
Right. So Jesus took your punishment on the cross. Now, I don't believe that Jesus took anybody's punishment on the cross. So because you're convinced that he did, because something's convinced you, and I'm not convinced that he did because nothing's ever convinced me, and I've probably looked into it. How old are you, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm 15.
You're 15. If you're 15, we can't speak to you. I did not realize you were 15.
Oh, okay.
Call us back in 3 years. Good luck getting out the cult. Please get out the cult. Whoever's brainwashing this child, you should be ashamed of yourself. I should have checked. I'm sorry. That's my bad. Okay, let's get in. I didn't see that one coming. Honestly, didn't. Let's get in Jay next, and then we've got just a normal guy after that. Wow. Here we go. Hey, Jay.
How you doing tonight?
Doing well. Welcome in. Thank you for coming up.
That's the first time I caught you guys. I'm scratching my head a little bit though, because I heard some things that I'm a little confused about.
Sure.
You asked AI before about the meaning, the definition of atheism.
Yes.
There are different definitions of atheism.
There are. That was why I asked him.
So what is your definition of it?
Yeah, thank you for asking. So atheism, in the way that we use it, and in fact in the way that it's kind of normally used these days, does not mean the belief that there is no God. That's a widely held misunderstanding, because there was a time where in sort of most culture that was what it was taken to mean. But nowadays there's a slightly more nuanced understanding of what atheism means. Atheism means not being convinced there is a God, which is very, very different to holding the claim that there is no God.
Well, I'm sure there's those people who claim to be atheists that claim affirmatively in what they call a strong atheism. That
Exactly. So there are some people who believe that, and many of them are listening right now. But normally when I'm talking about atheism, I'm talking about it in its sort of minimum form, right? Like a minimum viable product. There's a minimum sort of viable atheism. The least you would need to say to qualify as an atheist. And the nice thing about that is it completely describes my position, but without actually needing to make any positive claims at all.
And your title there says God is evil, and it seems like, I don't know, in the few minutes I've been listening, that the God you are slaying is the God of the fundamentalist evangelical Christian. The Catholic
That's just the God of the Bible.
Yeah,
the Catholic Church doesn't interpret the Bible as being a literal historical document, nor does it propose that it's a scientific document, nor does it propose that from a literal standpoint it's 100% true, right? It just as Jesus used allegories, the Catholic Church believes that a lot of the stories are more of an allegorical nature than, I don't think that any Catholics are up on the top of Mount Ararat looking for the Noah's Ark.
Yeah, but it's even if you strip it down to its sort of bare essentials, I think that there's an immoral strain that goes through all of Christianity, and if you're going to avoid it by chopping the bits out that, in my view, make it immoral, then I think you have to get rid of so much of the Bible you have basically nothing left. I find the whole idea of vicarious redemption is immoral. The whole idea of needing violence to happen and death before God can grant forgiveness is immoral. The idea that if I am a sinner and I need to be punished for my sinful nature, that an innocent other person would be punished in lieu of my punishment is immoral. It's not something I would even ever agree to. If I'm
once again, that's a Calvinistic viewpoint. The Catholic Church doesn't believe.
It's not.
They don't believe in the vicarious punishment. They believe that the death of Jesus was a sacrifice.
But exactly. But a sacrifice for what purpose? Why was a sacrifice required?
A sacrifice for the forgiveness of things that we all do wrong.
Exactly. That's immoral. That's immoral. Perfect, right? But that's immoral. If God loves, when my son does something wrong, I have a son, yes. And when he does something wrong, because I love him, I forgive him. Yeah. I don't insist that someone needs to be killed first and find me anyone will do. That's depraved.
Okay. If you run into my car and I forgive you for it, I'm still going to need you to pay for the damage that you did.
Yeah, but that's not the same. That's not analogous because needing to kill anyone in order to be able to forgive is not the same as seeking reparations for damage to your car. That's totally a different situation.
Nobody killed anybody. You're flipping it backwards.
No one's killed anybody?
Huh?
You said no one's killed anybody? Did Jesus die for our sins?
It was a sacrifice. If you look at the Jewish tradition of sacrifice, you weren't punishing the sacrifice. The sacrifice was offered up for the purpose of pleasing
He was
God.
sacrificed how? Like Jesus died, right? At least temporarily, right? Yes. You said nobody was killed. I thought I heard you say nobody was killed.
Well, nobody. God the Father didn't kill God the
Son. What was the sacrifice, by the way? What was the sacrifice? Because I don't see a sacrifice here.
Well, the celebration of the Catholic Mass is a celebration. It is a performance of the sacrifice of the mass.
What was the sacrifice
of Jesus?
What was the sacrifice?
Jesus.
Who was sacrificed?
Jesus Christ.
Why? Well, how was that a sacrifice?
It was a self-sacrifice.
It wasn't a sacrifice. A sacrifice entails permanently losing something.
They called him the Lamb of God.
No, a sacrifice. This is a con. This is bullshit. A sacrifice entails permanently losing something. Did God permanently lose his son, who is also himself? Or did he come back to life 2 days later? It was more like a Blockbuster rental. Out for a couple of days, got it back a couple of days later. Slightly scuffed. Zoomed up in heaven to be next to God. Where is the sacrifice? Because I know people, one of whom is in this chat right now, in this live right now, who have legitimately lost children. And they know what the pain of losing a child and not getting them back 2 days later and then crying about what a sacrifice it was. This is unexcusable, inexcusable even, and unexcusable. Both, doubly. This is not okay. There is no sacrifice.
Well, you know what's not okay, really, is for people to do things intentionally wrong, grave matters intentionally wrong, and not having any ramifications.
Well, that's just wishful thinking on your part. That's like, boo-hoo, the universe doesn't deliver me a happy ending. I'm sorry, that's how life is. Shit happens. Good things happen to bad people. Bad things happen to good people. That's life. It would be lovely
if it happened to me. But if you cause bad things to happen to me, then my foot's probably going up your ass.
Right, but that's
that's
self-defense. But that's not what was going on in this case. In this case, God was very unhappy with mankind because of something Garden of Eden, fruit, sinful nature, curses, serpents, bullshit, all of that stuff. And then the only way he could be appeased was by someone being a sacrifice in order to earn his forgiveness. He couldn't just give his forgiveness freely, which is what I do with my son. I don't, as I said, insist that someone needs to be murdered before I'm able to forgive my son. Now I can forgive you, son. We found someone down the street who I could nail to a tree. Now I love you and forgive you. No.
You never offered consequences to your son when he did something wrong.
I never needed to, actually, no. But funnily enough,
well, you're a lucky man because
but even if that had been the case, but even if that had been the case, what you're talking about with a substitutionary sacrifice is not consequences for doing something wrong. It's needing to have somebody murdered in order for you to be able to bring yourself to forgive. And it doesn't matter who, anyone will do. Let's find this guy over here. He's quite innocent. We'll kill him. He'll do. This is not ethics. This is not morality. This is not goodness. This is depravity.
Well, I'm sure that I'm sure that is the initial, really the initial original sin is man substituting his morality for God's. You know, there are things that society has done now that have natural consequences to them, and they want to ignore the natural consequences for matters of personal choice. He should be free to do this. We can't criticize somebody that does this.
I have no idea what you're talking about. That's off topic. I'm talking here about the moral incoherence of all of this. The moral incoherence is that God set up this ludicrous system of sacrifices and substitutions and stuff. Everybody accepts this without calling out how obviously ridiculous it is. And then having accepted it, we find that what we're supposed to do is we're supposed to thank Jesus for it. And if we don't thank him enough and grovel enough and feel grateful enough that this has been done on our behalf, then some people would say some punishment awaits us. It's completely insane.
I don't think that's I think striving to improve yourself and asking for forgiveness when you do something wrong is the Catholic.
I ask for forgiveness from the people I've wronged. I don't for one moment imagine that forgiveness can be provided vicariously by someone else. In other words, if I've wronged you and I need to apologize to you, then I will apologize to you. I don't imagine that having someone else thrown in prison because I've wronged you can ever be an apology. So if I've wronged God, if I've offended God by being a sinner, somebody else taking a punishment can never repay the moral debt I have to God. and it's moral cowardice for anyone to accept such an offer. I never would.
All right. Well, I'm gonna move on. We can disagree, and I'll move on down the road here.
Thanks, Jay. Thanks for coming in. Take care. There we are. Doesn't make any sense. It's like it's one of those things. It's been in the culture for so long, no one questions it. When you stop and actually look at it, it's fucking insane. Total babble.
It's normalized.
It's normalized. If this wasn't already so well established in the world, and someone imagine aliens land on the world and someone starts telling them about this. Well, let's start from the beginning. There was this fruit. No. We put people in rubber bedrooms for less. Okay, let's get in just a normal guy. Then we've got Phil and Joshua after that as well. Just a normal guy. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Welcome in.
You hear me good?
We can hear you very well indeed. You know what the prompt is. What would you like to say?
Oh, why do you think God is evil? I just want to know,
Because he's just such an unspeakable dick. I mean, all the things he does, all the suffering he goes out of his way to cause.
In the Bible?
The people he drowns, the people he smites, the people he kills.
Half the other guy said, I mostly follow a early way of reading the Bible, like Alexandria origins, like metaphorically, symbolically, metaphorically, allegorically.
Are you saying you read it metaphorically, symbolically, allegorically? Is that what you're saying? Yeah, like you don't take it seriously.
Literally, because you take it literally, you don't have real problems, right? It condones slavery, genocide, everything.
Yeah, exactly.
And high cut, like that's the problem when you go to Alexandria origins, right? He had the problem with the Gnostics because the Gnostic pointed out the same thing what you're doing, right? Like then he went back. Wait a minute, there's more into this text. I think there's deeper meaning. Like
okay, so when like in Leviticus it says. I don't have it in front of me, so I don't have it verbatim. But Leviticus 25, it says, "You may buy your slaves from the nations around you. From there, you may buy slaves." And it tells you can.
It condones slavery. The Bible.
So is that an allegory, or is that like the actual the Bible condoning slavery?
Well, according to scholars, that's straight out. According to critical scholars of biblical studies. Straight out endorsing how to get slave.
So we consider that that evil. Don't you agree?
Yeah, that's why I say don't have the Bible as a full moral code. Like for me, I love the Bible. That's why I listen to scholars like Bart Ehrman, Dan McCallan, other scholars, critical ones, to tell me how to read the Bible, right? Like when somebody tells me, Jesus is not in the Bible, like, yeah, I knew that when I took a class in religious studies. Yeah.
All right. So a question here: Do you consider God to be evil?
No, because that would be against his nature.
All right. No, I got you. So he's not evil. The Bible describes him doing evil shit. So are you basically saying? Hold on. Are you saying like you don't believe the stories that are in the Bible? Like you don't think those actually happen?
Okay, the Bible. There's no let me clear this up. There's no such thing as the God of the Bible because each book has their own depiction and conception of God that contradicts each other. Like you can
okay. All right. So the Bible contains false information. When we read evil shit, like I got it. I know the Bible is a collection of books, but when we read God in the Bible, various different books doing evil shit, you're saying you don't believe those stories. That's okay. So you don't believe those stories.
It's not because you're confusing God of the Bible with God. Because God.
No, I got you.
A literal character.
That's fine. Yeah, I'm just trying to get your position. All right. So do you believe in like a Christian God that's like doesn't necessarily follow the Bible?
Can I say God of philosophy?
So do you please describe the God you believe in? Let's just go there.
For me, I lean with a classical theism with open theism. I mix all theism together, because even classical theism has its problems. You understand me, right?
All right, but you believe in an all good, all powerful creator God of the universe.
Not if he's believing in open theism.
Oh no, it depends. What position I take on open theism.
It depends on what.
Yeah, like
the day of the week.
Like for me, when open theism says this, right? God does not know the future, right? When like God doesn't. Give me a minute. I'm kind of nervous. Give me a minute. Sorry.
That's right. That's right. Okay. But yeah. I mean, I think what we're trying to establish is whether your concept of God is an all-powerful being that watches over the world and could intervene if he wants to, but quite often doesn't. Because it sounds like the God you're believing in, that you're describing, is getting smaller and smaller and harder to grasp hold on with everything you say.
For me, I do not believe because what you just he intervenes, he's up in the sky. That's more like a demiurge. If I said it right, sorry. I don't see God like this guy.
A demiurge.
I see God as existence, not the ground of existence. I don't see him like this cosmic engineer in the sky, interacting with the world.
Right. Well then, for that kind of concept of God, I would say, for such a sort of ephemeral concept of God, that doesn't participate in the world, hasn't been involved in any of the Bible stuff, that particular God probably isn't evil. But we have even less reason to believe such a God exists than anything else.
Yeah, I get you, because they're not like how you said. I heard you a while back. You said that atheism means now today. You see the evidence; it doesn't convince you, right? That's what you said.
Yep.
Yeah. For me, like, I agree with you that that's how, the way you said it. I wrote it down. Like I loved it. For me, like there's enough evidence to persuade a rational person on either side, like how Graham Oppy said it, philosopher of religion, atheist. Yeah. I agree. Like how I perceive evidence, my experience around me. Maybe there is a God, more of a God of the philosophy, probably that. But I could be wrong. I could be.
It sounds like we don't have too much between our positions then. So
damn! I apologize for wasting
not
time,
at all.
Sir.
No, not at all. Not a waste. Thank you for calling in.
At least I was not one like, oh, you're going to hell and everything.
you were perfectly lovely. So thanks for calling in. All the best.
Have a good day, sir.
And you.
Appreciate
Take it
that
easy.
too.
All the best. Bye-bye. All right, there we are. Okay, we will get in Phi next, and then Joshua after that. Bringing in Phi right now. Phi vanished. Okay, so we won't get in Phi. We will go straight to Joshua. That happens sometimes. Bringing in Joshua next. Hey, Joshua.
Hello. Thanks for having me.
Hello. How are you?
I am perfectly well. I want to say I love the program. First time watching, been watching about an hour now. And there's only one thing that I would just like to critique.
Sure.
That's it, because I agree with you. I'm not here to oppose, and I'm not supposed to, but I'm also guilty of getting angry and call other people's religion bullshit. That's the only part that
we can't have we can't have the conversation, because we do have a pretty strict rule that we impose here. We have so many people who are friends and colleagues and people that we speak to sometimes, and long-time callers who used to call in all the time, who want to ring in to agree with us and tell us about stuff or discuss things. We have a special show for that on Fridays. We have a non-debate show every other Friday, including this coming Friday, called After Hours, which starts at 5 p.m. Eastern, where we just take calls, not debating, and we talk about anything you want. But because this is a debate stream, and because we've said no to a lot of people who want to have the exact conversation that you are about to have with us, it wouldn't be fair to have it with you and not with them.
I was prepared to debate with you, because I feel you'd have some kind of problem with me saying that. The only problem I have is you calling other people's bullshit. I do the same thing, and it's just bad.
Well, that's
Other than that,
not
I love
that's
the program, and I will let you go.
Thank you.
Because I understand that.
Yeah. Sometimes you just got to go there. I'm happy to be respectful in tone sometimes, and other times it just slightly stronger language is called for. And I do think this stuff is bullshit. So I have to be honest and just say I think it's bullshit. And I'm happy for anyone to say that my views are bullshit, but I can defend my views with evidence and reason. So thanks for coming up, Joshua. Appreciate it. Cheers. All right, we will get in Melvin the Sark, it looks like. Melvin the Sark coming up next. Let's try bringing in Melvin. Hey, Melvin.
Hey.
How you doing?
I'm doing all right. How are you?
Yeah, good, thank you. Welcome up. You know what we're talking about. We're saying God is evil and silly. So what's your view?
I just had a question, really, to start. I was kind of wondering what your definition of evil is.
Yeah. So
because I've only been listening like 15, 20 minutes or so, just to give you an idea.
Sure. You say you've got 15, 20 minutes, did you say?
No, I've only been listening for
you've only been listening. I'm sorry. Okay, no, that's absolutely fine. So my definition of evil is it's a value judgment. It's subjective. It's a personal opinion. It doesn't have a truth value. It's an expression of my feeling about how somebody behaves, and it's a way of communicating that I think somebody's behavior is odious and unacceptable, and normally involving the suffering of others.
Okay, so if you do harm to somebody, lie to someone, cheat on your wife, things of that nature, correct?
I think for me, evil is a slightly higher bar than that. I wouldn't say, somebody who tells a lie wouldn't go, "Oh, you are evil." That would be a little bit too kind of trigger for me. I think it's more, evil's quite a strong word, which is why I'm using it here. Right. Like somebody who does really, really, really bad things, normally habitually, to lots of people. It's a pretty high bar for me to use that adjective to call someone evil. There are very few people in the world that I would say that person is evil. There are people I really dislike, but I wouldn't necessarily say they're evil. So it's a pretty strong term, and I apply it here either to the God of the Bible, who is definitely evil in my view, or if not the God of the Bible, just any sufficiently powerful God who supervises all this suffering and agony in the world, could intervene to stop it, and chooses not to. I think that's pretty evil.
So you think also that God should intervene if there's suffering going on in the world as well?
The way to frame it is whether the suffering is necessary or not. And here we have a concept that I like to call affectionately the seesaw of shit. And this is that if you start making a case that the suffering in the world is necessary suffering, God needs it to happen because he has some plan, which is going to make it all worthwhile in the end. It's all going to be great later. All the children's cancer wards now have to be there because of God's plan. Then what you're essentially saying is as you rehabilitate his goodness and it goes up, the other side of the seesaw comes down, which is his power. So every time you make an argument that some terrible thing that we see happening in the world, illness or famine or earthquakes or disease or wars, or I try to avoid things which are to do with human free will, that we can just dispatch, not start worrying about free will arguments. So natural disasters and mosquitoes carrying malaria and all these sorts of things. Every time you make an argument which is basically saying God needs to make these things happen because he has a plan, you have succeeded in sort of rehabilitating him morally, but it comes at the cost of his power. Because then you're saying, well, he couldn't make his plan work without these things. And if I had a God, if I made a God or believed in a God that was all powerful, my God would be able to create whatever plans he wanted without children's cancer wards and malaria and children, dying and horrendous stuff like that.
I see. Okay. I was just trying to understand where you're 100% where you were at with all that stuff.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes total sense. I understand. I'm a Christian or whatever, but I don't have an argument for the suffering of others, even good people. I can't wrap my head around that because I don't think as a human you can think, because I believe in God, right? So I don't think everything you you can't conceptualize it with the human mind, I don't think. Because even to say, okay, just to put it in perspective of like where I'm going, to sit here and say that God sacrificed himself on the cross because Jesus is God in the flesh, right? If you believe in God, to even say that is crazy, right? I think that's where faith comes in, but that's just, again, my opinion, right? So to even put that on paper, for someone to write that down, that happened,
yeah,
however many thousands of years ago, right?
This argument is called a thought stopper. What this argument does is this type of argument is designed to train people that when the stuff stops making sense, to go, I know what this is. This is his ways are higher. This is don't lean on your own understanding. This is, we can't understand the mind of God. It's all his ways are just. Everything must be good and must be right. Just because I can't understand it, it's a me problem. The fact that it all makes absolutely no moral sense whatsoever must be my fault. That's what this conditioning does. This is what the Bible tells people, and this is what religious leaders tell their flocks, right? They train you. You have been trained in this to when it starts making no sense, lean into that. It's good. It's supposed to not make any sense. But this is a manipulation tactic used to stop you thinking for yourself. Because when you start to apply critical thinking to this, an interesting thing happens. The main interesting thing that happens is that the fact that we don't have a full understanding of everything actually doesn't matter. We can still make deductive arguments. By deductive arguments, I mean just reasoned, where you go from step 1 to step 2 to step 3, and as long as the steps are true, the conclusion must be true. You can start to build a deductive argument using just reasoning, even if you allow and grant the fact that our understanding is limited. Let's imagine that our understanding is a billionth of a billionth of a billionth of a billionth of a percent of what there is to understand. And our human understanding is tiny, and we will never grasp it. That the God's ways and his reasons and all of that stuff are beyond anything we could ever understand, in the same way that you couldn't explain calculus to an ant. You just could never do it. Even if you were a really patient teacher, you still couldn't do it, because it's beyond what an ant's brain can handle. I'm prepared to grant that. But even if we grant that, the following logic still holds and is inescapable. If God has a plan of how he wants reality to be in the future, he's either capable of achieving that plan without so much suffering, or he's not. If he's not capable of it, then he's far less powerful than we're told, right? Because we're told he's very powerful. So maybe he's less powerful. Maybe he's not an all-powerful God. Maybe he's like in training, or he's an apprentice, or he's working at it, or he's learning on the job, or he's just not very powerful. He's just not very good. That's one possibility. That's if he has no way of achieving his plan without the suffering. Or he could achieve his plan without the suffering. He's powerful enough to do it, but he wants the suffering. Those are the only options, because we have the suffering, right? We see the suffering around us. It must be accounted for. So it can only be explained, if God exists, that either he can't help the suffering, or he can. And admitting that our understanding is limited doesn't buy you any more options on that decision tree. Those are still the only two options. And each of them is devastating for God, because one makes him evil and one makes him powerless. So which one is it?
That's a good point. That is a good point. I don't know. Sometimes I feel like, I don't know. I guess I could say I've spent 6 or 7 years dating an atheist, so I kind of I've had these conversations a lot over the last 5-6 years, and actually kind of, wouldn't say turned away from God, but didn't really pay attention to it, I guess you could say. I don't know. I wasn't thinking about it, but I don't know, more in the last year or so, I've kind of come back to it. The idea of God and learning about God and reading the Bible and things of that nature. So I don't know. I kind of feel as though when it comes to that, because my ex made that argument 1,000 times, and I really didn't know how to answer it. I still don't know how to even. Not, I don't want to argue with you like in a bad way, like people do all the time on here. But
I admire your honesty. I admire your honesty, and you know what? I don't know is an acceptable answer. I admire you for that, because that just shows an openness for you. You're at least thinking about it.
Because when you were talking about, I just wanted to say this. There was like 2 or 3 people ago when you brought up Noah and him wiping out everybody except Noah, okay, and his family, right? The Bible says there's all types of there's all types of things going on in the world at that time, or whatever, right? Sinful things were being done, right? And that's the whole point, right? Is to not sin, correct?
Yeah, I mean, it's a horrible oversimplification to say mankind had become evil, as if to say every single human being on the planet was simultaneously doing bad things, including all the babies and the toddlers, and they were all destined to become serial murderers. It's such a horribly naive way to look at a human population, to say they are all bad now. It's like, that's just not how human beings work.
Well, I think it's my thought would be, okay, as if I have a child, right, and I teach my child it's okay to do certain things, right? Whatever it is, pick something. It's okay to steal. It's okay to cheat on your wife. It's okay. I show certain behaviors, and children learn from that. And I guess I'm saying, if at that time there was obviously a lot less people on the earth, wouldn't a child pick up on those behaviors as they become an adult and think it's okay to do those things inherently?
Not necessarily. And the idea that every single human was all doing bad things that they were going to then be training their children to do. I mean, it's such a naive, silly idea. And even if it was the case that God had messed up his creation so badly that he'd created these human beings who were so depraved, he would have known in advance that was going to happen, and he could have tweaked his plan. Like, there are certain things that humans just never eat because we don't have a taste for it, right? There are things we don't eat grass, for example. Human beings just don't graze and eat grass because we don't like it. We like eating other things. We don't eat tree bark because we don't like it. That doesn't represent an abridgment of our free will that we don't do those things. We still have free will. We just are not inclined to eat grass and tree bark, right? Because it could be said we were made that way. Well, God could have made us so that we are not inclined to sin and be so bad and evil and terrible, but we still have free will, which is exactly the condition that people assume pertains in heaven, where everyone's up in heaven, everyone has free will, but people aren't inclined to sin. So we know that such a circumstance is possible. God could have made it like that on earth, but chose not to, chose to make human beings in a way that they were going to then break and not be good, and then he was going to have to kill them all by painfully drowning them all and killing all the animals at the same time too. What do the animals do wrong? Were all the little bunnies and the kittens and the lions and sheep all being evil too? I mean, it's just such a stupid story. So
wouldn't you say, though, when it comes to sinning, there would be a degree of temptation involved?
Not necessarily. I mean, God.
What does that have to do with the animals?
Yeah.
The animals. I feel like animals, they are more. How would I say it? How do you say this? What's the best way to say this? I have 3 cats messing with me right now. They have.
So imagine God drown your 3 cats. I mean, wouldn't you think? Would you consider that wrong?
I mean, I would think it would suck, but it is what it is. It's kind of one of those things. Would it be immoral? I don't think you can even put that on a moral scale when it comes to God, because they don't have the same cognitive thought that you and I do. They can't.
So if I drowned your pets, I would be immoral, right?
Yeah, but you're not. That's where I think the line is, right? Because
that's the
morality
point,
to you and I is different than. Okay, let me give you an example.
So basically, can God do anything you would consider immoral, or is he just like got a free pass? Like he could do anything.
He can do anything. He's God. He's the creator.
Yeah, that's pretty gross.
Let me give you this as an example, okay? And this is something that is kind of disturbing to swallow for me as well. Jeffrey Dahmer, okay?
Yep.
If what I believe is true, Jeffrey Dahmer repented and accepted God before he got, was unalived or whatever. I'm sorry, TikTok.
Yep,
But
he's up in heaven and his victims are in hell. It's delightful. Here's an even nicer one, right? So the 6 million Jews that got shepherded into gas chambers and ovens during the Holocaust by largely Christian soldiers, those Jews proceed directly to hell to be punished for not having accepted Jesus, and the soldiers who shepherded them into the gas chambers and the ovens are up in heaven, being partying and hanging out with Jesus. Having a grand old time.
If they repented and accepted Jesus, yes.
Yeah. So
unfortunately,
I don't accept that. I think that's absolutely hideous. I don't think it's an acceptable way to look at the world, and I think it's pretty grim, isn't it? Pretty grim.
I mean, it is, but that's ultimately not when it comes to morality. When it comes to God and morality, I don't think that's two things you can put in the same bucket, right? In my opinion.
Is God good?
I believe so, yes. Because if I accept him, Jesus, accept that Jesus died on the cross for my sins, your sins, everybody on the world's sins, right? No matter what happens to me on this physical plane, it doesn't matter. If that's true at the end of my life, then I think that matters more, because at the end of it all, it was worth something, right? Because if you're right and I'm wrong, I guess is what my stance is.
So God is good, and no matter what he does, he drown an entire planet, for example. Every atrocity, orders men to take virgin girls as war brides, the whole thing, and it's always God is good.
Yes, because at the end of the day, he sent his only son to die on the cross for my sins. Yes, I believe that. Yes,
it's so sad. It's so sad to hear you say this. Honestly, you sound like a thoughtful guy, and it really just makes me sad to hear people. I don't know how to put this in a nicer way. You're brainwashed into a cult, and it's broken you. It's broken your brain. You're saying horrific things, and you sound like a nice guy. Like, my heart's kind of going out to you. I don't feel like shooting you down in flames. I feel like it's like giving you a hug and going, "Come on, you can do better. You don't need this."
But I do have a question for you though, before I go or whatever. What do you believe happens when you pass away?
The same thing that happens before you were born. Nothing.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was just curious. That's what my ex said, the same thing, and I can't wrap my head around that.
Yeah.
That there's nothing.
It's time to put your big boy pants on and integrate your brain with reality. That's just life, my friend. Life and death. That's part of reality. We don't lament all the moments we missed before we were born, and we do not lament the moments we may miss after we have lived. Instead, we value the life we have, live it well, and be connected to reality as much as you can. Don't devote your life to horrific, ancient blood magic cults. You deserve better. So that's my advice. Up to you. But thanks for calling in. You were nice to talk to.
Yeah, thanks for talking to me. I appreciate it.
All the best, Melvin. Bye-bye. Okay, that one made me feel a bit sad. Sometimes they do. Sometimes I feel just sickened, and sometimes I feel sad. He's a nice guy. He deserves better.
Yeah. I agree.
Let's get Julia in, and then we've got Oak Tree after Julia. Hey, Julia. Julia, are you there? It's an accidental one, isn't it? We didn't mean to call in, did we? Okay, never mind. So we'll get Oak Tree in next. Let's see if this one's the same. Hey, Oak Tree.
Hi, can you hear me?
Can indeed. Yeah. Welcome up. Hello.
Oh, hi. Hello. Yeah, so people wrote the Torah, the Quran, and the Bible. God didn't. So God, I think, is love. And the way I look at it is, if you had a bottle of blue ink and you threw it against the wall, I'm comparing this now to the Big Bang, and you threw that bottle of ink against a white wall and it would splatter out, and way out there is a little piece of blue ink, and that's the earth. And we're all on it. But if you were to bring all the ink, if you were to do reverse photography and bring all the ink back into the bottle, we're all one. So God is everything. God is the planets, it's the children.
So is there anything God... is there anything that isn't God?
No.
No.
Impossible.
You said God is love, God is everything. Is God hate as well?
Yeah, well, you see, this is where the free will comes in. Like, and the garden idea. Like, I think the Torah, the Bible, and the Quran, I would use it as toilet paper. But I think God, you see, you didn't say there whether you believe, you're talking specifically about biblical gods. I think what happens and why people get angry in your life is because, you know, it's only when your life is out of control that you fall on your knees and you go, oh God, please.
Oak Tree, respectfully, we're trying to get a coherent, we start with a coherent explanation or description of a God that someone believes in. And yours right now is sort of all over the place. Like, God is love, and then you say God is everything. Well, love is a subset of everything, so why not just say God is everything? And then, like, hate has negative connotation to it, so I'm wondering if you would consider God, like, if I ask you, if God is everything, hate is under the subset of everything, is God hate?
But this is what I mean by free will. God, like, people have created the evil. Like, we have this beautiful planet, we have everything we need, and just greed has taken over. And this is where we've fallen from the garden.
Is that a yes or okay? So I don't have a coherent explanation. You're saying God is everything. So this pen is God. We already have a word for everything, and that's everything. And so I'm trying to pin down what this God is that you believe exists.
And like, what I believe is that you are God.
But you said everything is God. You said everything. And when I said to you, is there anything that isn't God? You said no.
Yeah.
So, like, for example,
everything is God.
So
everything is God.
I had a really impressive bowel movement earlier on. Was that God as well?
Everything. It's like the inkwell. Everything. We're all one. Everything. Right. Everything. But we do have free will. We do have a choice. We could vote in good presidents. We could, you know, when you start to talk about love, people say, you know, oh, hippies or whatever. We do have a choice to make this beautiful planet a beautiful garden again. But we've chosen greed.
Yeah, I think this is respectfully, Oak Tree, I think this is a bit outside the scope of what we're talking about here, because if absolutely everything is God and nothing isn't God, then God is nothing. It's a meaningless term. You know, every crap that anyone's ever taken is God. Every, you know, I don't know, vat full of sewage is God. Every act of hate is God, as Sean said. The worst things are God, the best things are God, everything is God, nothing isn't God. The word is completely, at that point, meaningless.
Yeah, but you're implying that God, therefore, is somebody who directs things. And I'm saying...
No, I'm not implying that at all. I'm not implying that at all.
You are. You're saying if there's evil, then God must have directed that evil.
No, not necessarily. I just said to you, is there anything that isn't God? And you said no. So that means toffee apples are God, barbecues are God, nuclear bombs are God... little piles of dog sick are God.
The lint in my belly button is God.
The lint in your belly button is God. Everything is God. At this point, it's a completely useless concept. It performs absolutely no function, tells us absolutely nothing, has no discernible properties, and is a complete waste of time. I mean, respectfully to you, you sound like a lovely person, and it sounds like you want good for the world, and good for you for not being dogmatic, and good for you for not buying into the God of the Bible, who is particularly horrific. I don't think the God that you're describing is evil or silly. I just think it's pointless. So with that, I will say... Thank you for coming up.
Can I just give you an example? Okay.
No, you can't. It's too boring. But thank you for calling in anyway. We appreciate you. Okay, Kylo debates we're going to get in next. And then after that, over on YouTube, we have Bad Joke. And no disrespect to Oak Tree at all. It's just, it's not a concept which is really anything to do with the work we do here. So a bit too new agey, I think, for us. Kylo debates is going to be next. Hey, Kylo.
I'm here. Yeah, how's it
Hello.
going?
It is going. Do you actually debate, or is it just a name?
I'm an actual debater.
Do you do a lot of debates?
I do a lot of debates. Yep.
Mass ones?
Correct.
So you do mass debates?
Correct.
Great. Okay. Well, let's have a mass debate now then. What would you like to mass debate about?
So the prompt says God is evil.
Yeah.
I like an argument for that claim.
Sure, he's a dick. That's a technical term. Yeah.
Can you define evil, please?
I can define dick.
Okay. So does evil and dick mean the same thing?
No. Okay. So the reason why I say he's evil is the God of the Bible. What
does evil mean?
Yeah. So evil means doing actions of which I strongly disagree, normally involving the suffering of others.
Which you disagree with?
Yeah, it's personal judgment. It's a value judgment.
Oh, that definition is bad. Well, because if you don't exist, then there's no evil. If the definition of evil already presupposes your existence,
if I don't exist, then I'm not capable of judging something to be evil. So it's a little bit like if I say chocolate is delicious. And you say, well, how do you define delicious? And I say, something that I really like the taste of. And you say, well, that's a bad definition, because if you don't exist, then delicious doesn't exist. No, it's a value judgment. Do you know what a value judgment is?
Yeah, I do.
Okay,
I can tell you what. I
Lovely.
can tell you what that
response.
Well,
I'm delighted that
can I respond to that?
No, I'm delighted that you know what a value judgment is. So I'm just expressing a value judgment about God's behavior. We don't need to waste everybody's time talking about what words mean, because it's really, really, really boring. So now that we've established what the word means, and you understand,
I didn't even get to respond. What are you doing?
Well, it
can't be a debate if you're like the only one talking. I don't know if this is your tactic since you're the host. That you feel like okay, perfect.
Would you like to spend more time talking about what words mean? Is that where you're going?
This is what I like. I'd like at least 15 seconds to respond to that claim. And now that I understand what you're saying, we can move on.
Good for it.
I understand that you're merely saying evil is a value judgment. I'm just saying it's being very used idiosyncratically, because I'm pretty sure you would agree that the things you deem evil would still be evil after you cease to exist. But you baked in your existence to the definition of evil.
I didn't.
You said what is evil is what you don't like.
I look at those things as being disagreeable to me and wrong according to my subjective moral preferences, and I think that they will still be wrong even if I don't exist. In the same way that I can look at the slavery that the God of the Bible, for example, loved and promoted, and say it was wrong even though I didn't exist then. I'm capable of having a value judgment. And my body doesn't need to be alive in order for that judgment to hold. Once I'm not here anymore, then I'm not around to express it. But it's not limited to the duration of the time that I'm living. Is that acceptable to you?
No, that's fine. I'll be curious on what makes an action evil.
So I would say what makes an action evil is if it causes unnecessary suffering to others, and avoidable unnecessary suffering to others would be something that I would say is evil.
Unnecessary suffering.
Yeah. So, for example, surgery might be painful, but it's not evil because it's necessary in order to achieve a greater end. But of course, a God would never need to do something like that, because a God is all powerful, so could achieve the end without the pain.
Okay. Can you give me any case scenario if God does something which is unnecessary suffering.
Yeah, telling people that they can have slaves, causing enormous amounts of suffering.
Okay, and what will be the argument that him telling people they can have slaves is unnecessary suffering?
Well, he doesn't have to tell people that they can have slaves. If he's sovereign, then it's baked into the definition of his sovereignty that he doesn't have to do anything. So he chooses to tell people that they can have slaves. So that's the have to arm of the argument. And then in terms of the suffering, I don't think that you're going to struggle to understand how it might be unpleasant to be a slave. Would you like to be a slave?
Okay.
Would you like to be a slave? That was a question.
Hold on.
No. Would you like to be a slave?
This is kind of...
No. You are going to answer. You're going to answer the question. Yeah. Would you like to be a slave?
If you're using it in a normal sense, no. But here's the response here.
So hang on,
bro. You gotta let me respond.
I will let you respond.
I don't know why you do this. Where like you talk with these guests and you steamroll and control the conversation, and you don't let your guest speak. I'm not the type of guest
he's answered like 5 of your questions.
Wait, don't 1v2 me. Don't 1v2 me. I like a chance where you speak uninterrupted, I speak uninterrupted, and it's not a long extended soliloquy where you press the conversation. So it's like it feels like you're trying to take control.
I'm delighted that you've expressed your preference about how I might conduct conversations on my live stream. Thank you for making your views known. Now I'll ask you again. Would you like to be a slave?
Did I answer that question?
I think you answered it.
Yes, no. I did. Okay. I did. Now I like a chance to respond without you steamrolling.
Now the reason I asked you that question was because I've now think I've sufficiently answered your question before about how can we know that slavery is evil, right? Because one is you wouldn't want it yourself, and you said avoidable evil. You wouldn't want it yourself, and God didn't have to legislate. So now, do you understand why I say that slavery is avoidable evil? And do you agree? And do you agree with me that it is?
You gotta stop rambling. I have a defeater. So no, it could be the case that I don't want to be a slave. And it'd be the case that God saying people can have slaves is still a necessary action. Now, here's the response. When you take a necessitarian interpretation, that's just saying for every action occurs, it necessarily occurs. For every action that God employs, necessarily he employs, right? You'd have to give a defeater to the necessitarian view. Now, you made the claim.
Sure.
Hold on, please. Sure. Well, 1 second, because he yapped off for about 2 consecutive minutes. So I need a chance to respond. I need
crying.
Hang on, you're not going to come up here and
this is mod abuse.
It's not mod abuse. It's me.
No, you're being weird.
It's me shutting you up.
Bad host.
Because I'm not being a bad host.
I
don't know exactly who the hell you think you are that you can come in here and complain about me yapping when I'm not hurt at all. I'm just telling you that I don't care if you don't like the fact that I speak. People aren't here to hear you. I'm expressing my views about stuff. I'm going to express my views about stuff in whatever way I like. If you don't like it, you're free to leave. No one's making you stay. Now, if you're going to stop crying about it, just get on with making your argument. I will allow you time to speak. But if you choose to use your time to speak to complain about me speaking, I'm going to speak more. That's how it works.
Okay, perfect. So anyways, getting back to what I was saying.
Good.
You're begging the question on the necessitarian view, right? Which is saying that all God's actions are necessary. Now, when I ask you to give an argument in favor of the view, you merely begged the question. You said, well, God could not have gave that command, which is begging the question that the command he gave, which one was not necessary. Not only that, I ask you to give a supplementary argument for the claim that the command God gave, which is not necessary. Now, I don't know if you know what an argument is, but I take an argument to be a list of premises which governs an inference rule. Now, I'd be curious on 1 second. I'm almost done. Now,
this is dull as dishwater.
Your
point's dead in the water already because we can defeat. We can defeat.
Like, why you don't let your guest speak? Why you don't let your guest speak?
Because you're rambling on and on. We get it. So, all right. So we have established that slavery is bad, but you're claiming
I wasn't done.
Okay, is there more that you haven't already said?
Yes.
You've made a point that we're going to respond to, and then you can carry on afterwards.
Okay.
Go ahead, Sean.
All right. Yes. Okay. So we agree that slavery is bad. It causes suffering. So the question is it unnecessary suffering?
I deny that.
Huh? Oh, so you deny that it's unnecessary?
I deny that slavery is bad inherently. Yeah, you're confused.
Okay. So you yourself wouldn't want to be a slave, but slavery isn't bad.
Yeah, there was no contradiction there.
It's bad as long as it's not you on the end of it. This is a dick. This is a dick move.
Follow.
It absolutely
follows. Does slavery cause suffering to the
slaves? Not necessarily. Of course not.
To the slaves.
He's an idiot. This guy's not serious.
Hold on. Don't dodge.
No. Off you go. Not serious. Not serious.
Yeah.
Arguing that slavery is not necessarily bad.
Literally. Yeah.
When I asked him, would you like to be a slave? No. So,
yeah.
But is it bad? No, it's not necessarily bad. He's just being a contrarian.
Yeah. And it doesn't necessarily cause suffering. Yeah, he's just trying
just to make sure that his argument is fully dead and buried. What he was trying to say is that he was trying to claim that we hadn't adequately established that it was unnecessary for God to make these laws. That's what he was going with his necessarian stuff.
All day long in our sleep.
We do it all day long in our sleep. He's now painting his God into a position where God had absolutely no choice but to tell people to have slaves. So again, he's shrunk his God down to nothing. These people are pathetic. And it was his choice to spend most of his time here complaining about how we run the conversation. Many people get through without having to do that. We just have a conversation, we express our views. They don't have the need to cry about how long we spent talking. He's a little entitled, and his confidence outmatches his competence.
Yeah.
There we are. If you're still listening, young fellow, go away and do some learning, because you have a lot to learn. Okay, let's get in Sheen Philly next. Hi, Sheen Philly.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hanging in there. I was listening to your conversation, man, and I want to, try to enlighten everybody on the panel that what you're saying, not disagreeing with what you're saying, but there's some misinformation. So I'm gonna let you talk first, because I enjoy listening on your host. I believe that you have a lot of pointers, and I just want to get on the same page with you. That's all. So
sure.
when you talked about slavery, first of all, you have to understand something. Harsh slavery didn't happen until after slavery, after we were freed. But during slavery, around that time, everything was everything. They wasn't called slaves; they were called helpers at that time.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Have you read Leviticus?
Hold on. Okay, listen.
Have you read? No.
I'm a black man. How are you going to tell me what slave?
I'm delighted that you're a black man. We're not talking about race right now. We're talking about the Levitical slavery laws.
Right.
We're talking about this has nothing to do with your race.
Right. You said God is evil. Right.
Right. Have you read Leviticus? Yes or no?
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
No, it was a question.
You gotta understand something.
No, I don't have to understand something.
Is that a yes or no?
No, I haven't read it, no.
Okay, so if you haven't read Leviticus, how are you qualified to have an opinion about the parameters of the slavery that God permitted in the Bible when you haven't taken the time to read the verses that define the slavery that God permitted in the Bible?
Because the Word of God explains everything better than you do.
But you haven't read it. You haven't read it.
I don't have to read that. But Jesus is telling me something completely different.
This is 1,000 years before Jesus. You haven't read it.
No.
When you haven't read it.
But I know about slavery better than you do.
You haven't read the verses in the Bible.
I don't have to read that. I don't have to read that to know about slavery better than you. I'm a black man. You can't tell me nothing about slavery. I know what happened.
You know about biblical slavery. So you know about biblical slavery without having read the Bible.
This is nonsense. Absolute nonsense. The fact that you're a black man does not give you a superpower to opine about verses in the Bible that you haven't read. I mean, how lazy to come and talk about biblical slavery and not take the 5 minutes it would take to go onto Google and say, show me the verses in the Bible about slavery, so that you can not make a dunce of yourself on the internet trying to talk about something you know nothing about. That's ludicrous.
Have you ever read the book of Enoch?
I'm not interested in the book of Enoch. I'm looking at Leviticus, which contains the biblical slave laws.
Not being interested in the book of Enoch is the same way I feel about what you're saying.
Well, if you're not interested in the Bible, then the discussion's over, isn't it? I'm talking about because I'm talking about
the Word of God.
I'm talking about biblical slavery, and you don't know what you're talking about.
Man, you talking about something that happened a long time ago. That has nothing to do with 2026.
I'm talking about
that has nothing to do. You bringing up shit in the past. You bringing up shit in the past.
Yeah, I'm talking about the slavery.
Nobody cares about what happened in the past.
I'm talking about the slavery.
You keep bringing up pain, but you're bringing the pain back.
I'm talking about the slavery that the God of the Bible enthusiastically promoted for his people, with detailed instructions about where to buy their slaves from, how long various parts of the slavery process were enforced for, how they could pass their slaves, how they could pass their... I don't care that it was a long time ago. Actually, some people do care.
Why are you bringing it up?
Because it reflects on the character of the God. Because it reflects
That's crazy, man.
It reflects on the character.
No, you're the problem. You're the problem because you keep bringing.
It reflects on the character of the God of the Bible that you apparently believe in. So the fact that you may not like talking about this aspect of that God's character because it's a quote long time ago is completely asinine. We are entitled to judge the moral character of your God by the preachments and pronouncements and laws that your God made. They don't have a sell-by date. Because it was a long time ago, it doesn't stop being a moral indictment on your God's character because it was a long time ago. You may want to ignore it because it was a long time ago. I'm not prepared to. So, are you ready to talk about biblical slavery, or is it too traumatic for you to mention this?
Why do you have to bring back pain and suffering? You're the problem.
It sounds to me like
that's the past.
Am I understanding correctly that this is a discussion which is just too traumatic for you to have?
You don't want to move forward. You want to stay in the past.
I'm going to ask you this question. I'm going to ask you this question. I'm going to ask you this question once more, and only once more. Is your reluctance to have a discussion about slavery in the Bible because this particular issue is traumatic and triggering for you?
Not the issue. The issue is that you keep bringing back pain and suffering.
I'm not bringing back pain and suffering.
Why are you talking about it?
Because
why are you talking about it?
Because it's
pertinent.
You don't
got nothing else to talk about.
Because it's pertinent to the character.
Jesus say stay out the past, though.
Jesus
keep bringing up the past.
Jesus says no such thing. In Matthew 5:17, Jesus actually says that all of these laws are to be held, and not one jot nor tittle can be changed until the end of time, until heaven and earth aren't here anymore. And anybody who doesn't teach these laws will be considered least in the kingdom of heaven. So your reluctance to allowing me to teach about these laws is making you a candidate for being considered least in the kingdom of heaven. So Jesus did not say that he didn't want to talk about this stuff. He in fact venerated it and sanctified it. And I don't think it's very nice that you're disrespecting Jesus' words like this.
Jesus say, never forgive and don't never forget. Forgive and never forget. Forgive and never forget.
When the fuck did he say that?
All right, I'll tell you this. In John 1:14, right, it tells you that, hold on. You want to bring up scripture now. Let's go to scripture since you want to bring it up.
No. I've been trying to bring up scripture for the last how long? 6 minutes and 54 seconds. You've been extremely reluctant to let me read it to you.
What do you know about slavery?
I know about the biblical slavery because it's defined in exquisite detail in the book of Leviticus.
Tell me what you know. Tell me what you know about slavery. Was you there?
What I know about slavery, what is the following?
Was your ancestors slaves?
As for the male and female slaves who you may have, it is from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves. You may also acquire them from among the aliens residing with you and from their families who are with you and have been born into your land. They may be your property. You may keep them as a possession for your children after you, for them to inherit as property. These you may treat as slaves. But as for your fellow Israelites, no one shall rule over the other with harshness. So this verse disambiguated the Hebrew slaves who were more indentured servants serving for 6 years to work off a debt from the non-Israelite slaves who could be bought from the nations around or from within the nation if they were there already. And this created a slavery structure which was permanent. These slaves were lifelong slaves. And if they had children, their children would become slaves too. And I think that this is something which is really bad. So in the same way that I see the more
that was a
modern,
very long time ago, man.
Right, but the fact that
who
it was
gives a fuck?
Well,
No,
I
but
give
who
a fuck.
really gives a fuck what happened that long ago?
Funnily enough,
that's a long time ago, though, man. I mean, come on, man.
Right, I know.
You're trying to start some shit. No, you start trouble. You know that.
I'm not
God
starting
tell you
trouble.
about being a troublemaker too. Yes, you are.
You're
a troublemaker.
You're a
man.
waste of time, aren't you? Okay, another one.
Right.
Too many time wasters tonight. People not capable or not willing to have
going on tonight?
serious discussions. What is wrong with these people? This is the first time I've ever heard, I don't want to talk about slavery because it was a long time ago. Absolutely wild. What is wrong with people?
I want to ask, is tonight a full moon? I know that means jack shit about,
They are
human
out.
behavior.
They are
but
out.
I do have to say, is it a full moon tonight?
Absolutely wild. And that guy trying to pull the race card, I'm not fucking having it. I'm not having it. I'm really not having it, especially as Christianity was imposed on that man's ancestors by force. And he doesn't even realize it. So absolutely not having it. Let's get in Critter Sean next. There we go. Hi, Critter Sean.
Hello.
Hello. How are you?
I'm doing great.
Good.
Kind of sick, but whatever.
Oh well, I hope you feel better, and I hope you're more sensible than the last guest because he was silly.
Oh, I was doing something. I wasn't really paying attention to the last guest.
Good.
I heard him shouting though, but
you
whatever.
didn't miss much. So, what would you like to say about our position?
Well, first I want to ask if God had reasons to allow certain things on earth, such as slavery, and those reasons were to justify that thing, would he still be evil? And if not, why?
Yeah, because if God is all powerful, then he could achieve those reasons without the slavery, or without the telling people to kill kids, or without children's cancer wards, or whatever the particular evil you feel like plugging into the equation here. Unless you think that God is a very limited power, he could achieve all of those reasons without those things. And that's why the argument for necessity collapses, because it's defeated by the claim that God is omnipotent.
I don't think God's all powerful.
You don't? So you think he's sort of medium power?
I think he is powerful, but I don't think he's all powerful now.
Is he not powerful enough to achieve his ends unless people own other people as property? That's the best plan he could come up with.
I think there might be things that so I think the problem is that I think by him intervening in certain ways, there might be some violations either towards his goals or to the parameters of the universe.
Really? Who's actually in charge?
What does that even mean?
Who's in charge? Who makes decisions about what's allowed to happen and what parameters can be interfered with? And I was always under the impression that God was the top dog, but all of this language is sounding like he's following a rule book of some sort. He's looking it up. Chapter 4, subsection 3, you must not intervene if the so-and-so, I'd love to do that, but I can't intervene because the rules say so. I was under the impression he made the rules.
I'm not really sure by he made the rules. There are just certain things that God is constrained by in order for him to achieve his goals.
Really?
That's why I don't think it's all powerful.
Like what's he constrained by?
Creaturely freedom, secondary causation, stuff like that.
Creaturely freedom. So you're talking about free will?
Yeah.
Okay. So something like cancer, can God eliminate cancer? Because that certainly doesn't mess with free will.
No.
Okay, what's stopping him from doing that? Is it just limited power, or is it some other rule he has to follow?
Well, the issue is that cancer doesn't just affect humans.
And it affects animals too. Yeah. So I mean, that would be nice if you could get.
Then where does it stop, right? Because now, if you're saying, well, if he can just remove cancer, okay, cool. Okay, well, then what about the animals, or what about humans that unalive other humans for fun? Well, animals do that too, right? Because there's predators in the wild that do that. So you have to hold on.
Like humans, like if we even buy that, like all right, there's a free will issue with human behavior. Cancer is just something that genetically, it's a sickness that happens to us. You also have other illnesses like Ebola, etc. Like God could get rid of all those without affecting free will, correct?
No, because the problem is that would limit agency. Creaturely freedom, the byproduct of creaturely freedom is the kinds of things you would see, which is cancer, disease, and stuff like that, because that's part of the process of us evolving. So by intervening,
so it doesn't get rid. If you get rid of Ebola, so like your will, like what part of your will, what action do you want to take that, like, if Ebola was gone, you wouldn't be able to take?
Problem is that
how
you're
is it interfering with your food?
The question I'll ask you is, why would you stop at just Ebola? Why not just every disease?
Well, let's just start with Ebola. If Ebola, start with one at a time.
Why stop at Ebola?
Answer mine, and then I'll answer yours. So, how does Ebola, if Ebola disappeared right now, how does that interfere with free will?
Because there's other diseases that should also be removed then. Because it sets a precedent that other diseases should also be removed.
I said just, no, it doesn't mean necessarily.
Why just Ebola?
Okay, so you're not going to answer the question.
What makes Ebola necessary to be removed?
I love sets a precedent. Like someone
sets a precedent,
pressuring him to do it. Who cares? He's the boss. He can do whatever he wants.
He's not all powerful, so I don't grant that. Sorry, doesn't work on me.
Who's he answering to? You say sets a precedent, like he's going to get in trouble.
It's not a matter of who's he's answering to.
What? God is limited by an unwillingness to set precedents? Are you out of your mind?
Sorry, God is constrained by the goals that he wants to achieve, right? And part of those things is the things that limit him from, just doing whatever he wants. Is that Sorry, Sean. I asked you a question. The question was, why is Ebola necessary?
As soon as you
I already answered your question.
You didn't. You responded. You didn't answer.
What's the argument?
Okay, so you didn't answer. So my question again. So I'm going to ask it again. Is how does, if let's say God decided to only get rid of Ebola, how does that affect human free will?
Why just
because
Ebola?
Your answer is why just Ebola. That's not answering the question. So say it interferes with human free will by, and then go ahead.
Yeah, why just Ebola?
God's ways are higher. We don't know. God's ways are higher. God's ways are higher. We don't understand the mind of God. We don't know why. But if he wanted to just get rid of Ebola for his own godly reasons, God's very clever, and we can't understand all his ways. Remember, lean not on your own understanding. His ways are higher. All of that good stuff. He wants to just get rid of Ebola. How does that impact on free will?
On human free will.
Human free will.
Yeah. No, free will is not just attributed to humans. Free will is attributed to animals as well.
Okay, so how does it affect animal free will? Which animals? I want to know the species. Like, give me an example of a species of animal, and it could be humans, it could be something else, and how getting rid of Ebola will stop its agency from being able to act.
Yeah, sure. So the problem is that Ebola or diseases.
First, which species are you talking about?
Do you want me to answer?
Yeah. So I said species.
I'm going to just center this around humans because that's a lot easier.
Okay. So humans.
We built around the idea that Ebola is, humans have studied Ebola and they have set around goals around curing Ebola, since Ebola has harmed humans significantly. And there's a lot of people that have jobs surrounding this. Now, let's just say God does something like that, right? He just removed Ebola on some random Tuesday, right? Well, now these people don't have a job, right? Now their goals are impeded, right? Because God did something that he intervened with that of their decisions to obviously center around curing Ebola. There you go.
Okay, so that has jack shit to do with free will. They changed the parameters.
So it's a no. No is your response.
You changed it from free will to job opportunity. That's not a serious argument. This is asinine.
Are you serious? You don't think people made decisions? People made decisions to obviously.
I can assure you that all the people. I can assure you right now that all the people who work in medical research for Ebola would gladly give up their jobs if offered the possibility that it could be removed right now.
Wait, that helps my argument, not yours, because
No, it doesn't.
that's telling
it
yes,
destroys your
does.
argument, because your asinine claim that God would be reluctant to remove Ebola because it might impinge on people's employment prospects is one of the most stupid arguments we've heard
Wait,
today.
is it false?
And we've
Yes or no?
we've heard a
Is
number
it false?
of.
Yes or no?
It's just
Are you
ridiculous.
saying it wouldn't affect a singular human? Yes or no? Would it not affect a singular human?
Whether it would affect them or not,
no. Answer
is
the
irrelevant.
question. Would it not affect a singular human?
Not in terms of their free will, no.
Oh, but what's the argument for that? You're telling me by God
it wouldn't impact anybody's free will. It would change. It would change the requirements for their employment prospects, which has nothing to do with their free will. This is a silly conversation. And the fact is, we could have substituted in earthquakes instead of Ebola. Then you would have said, but earthquake scientists, seismologists would be impacted. Yep. Or we could have, this is just a silly argument.
Which is the problem with what you're saying is you're not actually talking about will is the ability to act. If the parameters change around the earth, your free will is an independent thing from your environment. Now your free will act upon the environment, but it's like
what's
saying,
your definition of free will? That's the problem here.
Your ability to make choices.
That's not what. That's not
what.
No, because determinists. Wait, determinists think. Determinists think you also have the ability to make choices. You're just constrained by prior antecedents.
So fine, give me your definition. We can use that.
You have free will. You have free will insofar as you have the ability to respond to reasons.
To respond to reasons by?
What do you mean by by?
Like respond in what? And respond in what way?
Oh dear.
Either to recognize reasons as reasons, to use reasons, and for reasons to be self-known.
This is This is absolute fucking
I put a vote.
Argument from incredulity.
Nice. I put a vote.
That's
to
the
the
third
room.
time, by the way.
So we've put a vote to the room at the moment about whether this is deemed to be a productive conversation, and we've got 89% on YouTube asking to end this conversation, and 17 against 0 on Twitter.
I don't really care what the audience says. All you guys have done is, that's silly. That's
the
crazy.
difference is that I do care what the audience says. So off you go. Absolute waste of time. Asinine argument. I know people who work in medical research. They would be delighted if God could come along, snap his fingers, and immediately cure the diseases that they're working hard to cure. They would all remain with their free will completely intact as they turned their attention to something else, some other of God's failures that he's failed to deal with. That was a silly argument, not serious. And I don't have patience after 7 hours and 20 minutes for asinine bullshit like that. I don't have the patience for it. Okay, we are going to get in BB lots of letters next, but not before reading a few super chats because I have let them store up a bit. So forgive me for that. So Buzz said, "Hail the flying spaghetti monster! Every meatball matters." After his previous message, thank you, Buzz. And Gordon Love Science sent out 5 Unconvinced gift memberships. You always do that, Gordon. You're so kind with those. Thank you so much. Much, much, much appreciated. Thank you. And channel 3790. So God died for 3 days. I think it was like 2.5. It's pathetic. There's no sacrifice there whatsoever. Absolute nonsense. Buzz said, "That's just like your opinion, man." The dude. Great film. Great Lebowski. Big Lebowski, rather. Buzz also said, "Can I say twat in a super chat? Because this is the time." This was why we were speaking to Cheerio earlier on. Yeah, I think that's reasonably appropriate terminology. And Buzz also said, "Baby evil because Eve ate apple, magic stupidity." Perfect. Nailed. What more to say? And the meme serpent, great name. "Communion is a sin," Proverbs 21. That was while we were talking to Jay. Another thing while we were talking to Jay was Buzz said, "Figured out why I'm living a second Sunday. I passed out early on Sunday and woke up at 9, thinking it was 9 a.m. Monday. It was 9 p.m. Sunday, 11 p.m. now. I didn't know until I walked out expecting sunlight." Oh man, Buzz, you must be so discombobulated and jet lagged and messed up. I'm sorry, man. I hope you get back on an even keel really soon. Buzz also said call screener may be needed at this point. This was while we were speaking to Melvin. We've had some real ones in tonight, haven't we? Buzz also said St. Judah wants to call in to speak in tongues. Always happy to accept people who want to do that. And Buzz also said, I don't need faith that it rained. The ground's wet. Forecast predicted a fulfilled prophecy. The temperature dropped. I hear drops. Other people saw rain. Yeah, that's how it works. That is how it works. And Tim said, my girlfriend said, which of my friends is prettiest? And I heard, I want to have a fight. So I said, Janet's prettier, but Sarah does that thing with her tongue. Oh, ouch. 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 Tim also said, it's hard for me to swallow the coming of the Lord. Sorry, not sorry. Fair. Fair. Everything's on the table now, folks. Fliberty Giblets, great to see you. I literally ate grass and tree bark once. Oh, my bad. Maybe I'll call in Friday with that story. It involves a lot of alcohol, the cops, and a stolen car. We'd love to hear that, Fliberty, of course. And we will get you in a minute, BB person. Sorry. Buzz said, my right butt cheek is love. And that was while we were speaking to Oak Tree, bless her. Yeah, I don't like these wishy-washy definitions. And Chris Dover said, while we were speaking to Oak Tree, John and Sean, have either of you ever heard of the Catholic concept of dark night of the soul? I think you would both find it fun to debunk. Isn't it like a period of time where you feel yourself without God or something? That's as bad as much as I can say. Maybe is that something?
I have no idea.
Maybe you need to
look that up.
Yeah. And Buzz said, after 34 years, even with all the shit that's gone between them, they're still together. I'm trying to remember what that was about. That was while we were speaking to Oak Tree as well. There were quite a few comments while we were speaking to Oak Tree, which is surprising because to me it was a fairly, with all respect to her, oh, my butt cheeks. Okay, clarify.
Jesus.
There
this
you
is
go.
Still going on.
It's still going on. You're a legend, Buzz. And Gentleman Viking said, thank you for the super chat. You're not supposed to drink the Dr. Bronners, while we were speaking to Oak Tree as well. That was the final Oak Tree message. And then we moved on to Kylo Debates. And Two Hand Dan said, Oak Tree, this was for Oak Tree. The Oak Tree, the Bible was written by men for men to codify their barbaric behavior. It was written to justify despicable decisions and whitewash inhumane actions. The God you imagine did not inspire any religious book. Well said. Very, very well said. Okay, I will leave the super chats for now. There's still a few more, but let's get in. I'm trying to see how we actually pronounce this name because I can't quite see. It's BB Binju. How do we say your name?
You say Bibin Biju.
Bibin Biju. Okay.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you so much for waiting patiently. And you are now in with Sean and me, John. Welcome up.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you all guys for having me.
Sure. What would you like to say?
I wanted to know why God is evil and silly.
Well, silly is because just the whole idea of God is a silly idea in my view. Human history is full of supernatural explanations for things which were then abandoned, rightly so, as soon as a natural explanation came along. And time again, this pattern has happened. Literally thousands of times. People explain things around us by reference to spirits and gods and magic and things. And then we got like the explanations of what it really is. And we found out that, bad weather isn't angry deities. It's just the water cycle. And
wait, I just want to pause there real quick. When I talk about God, I'm referring to Jesus Christ. So I don't want to refer to like the other gods because the one I believe in is Jesus. So I don't want to talk about deities and stuff because,
Well, that's tough because that's where the conversation's going. So over human history, across many, many cultures, we've explained things by reference to magical agents We've personified nature, and then we've found that those explanations were wrong, and we just have natural explanations. And this has happened so many times that the fact that people continue to look at gaps in our knowledge, like where did life originate, or why is there something rather than nothing, the remaining questions that we have, and they go, that's where the God lives still. I just think that's silly, because it ignores all the human history that tells us that's wrong, that's wrong, that's wrong. It's wrong to do that. It's a mistake. It's a mistake. It's a mistake. Time and time again. Think about this. How many times has a scientific explanation for something been replaced by a supernatural one?
I believe, it could happen, but
never once in all of human history has that happened.
Has what happened?
That a scientific
Can you say that again?
that a scientific explanation for something has been chucked out in favor of a supernatural one. We used to think it was caused by the water cycle, but now we know it's actually spirits. It's never happened.
Yeah, but when we look at things from the Bible, a lot of the stuff that is written in Revelation is actually happening, like a lot of the wars and stuff.
It's not. The Bible makes ridiculous predictions like there will be wars and rumors of wars. Well, there's never been a time in all of human history where there hasn't been wars and rumors of war. It's not impressive at all. So what I'm saying is all of this stuff is very, very silly because it ignores all the evidence we have that this is a very, very poor way of trying to understand the world we have, and yet as a species, we seem to have not learnt the lesson yet. And I think it's very silly because people still continue to believe in these magical, silly stories. So that's the bit that's silly.
Okay.
Can I just check how old you are?
Yeah, I'm 20.
Okay.
Yeah, over 18. So I just want to rephrase your claim and say back to you. Your claim is that God is magical and that scientific has proven God wrong multiple times.
That science has successfully replaced supernatural explanations over and 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 over again. We have literally a 100% record of supernatural explanations being thrown in the bin and replaced with scientific ones. Now we know it's not evil demons causing illness. It's viruses and germs and bacteria, right? Never ever happened the other way. So it's silly.
Could you give me one of those examples, please?
What of a supernatural thing being replaced? Well, people used to think that.
Can we go like through like I don't want to talk about like deities and stuff because I have no clue about it, but I'm talking about my God, which is Jesus.
Yeah. Well, yes. An example would be that the Bible says that the world was formed, by God speaking some words, but we know that's not true because we understand how planets are formed from accretion disks around suns, for example. There's no mention of that in the Bible. It doesn't say, that the Bible claims all of this stuff came together in a few days, and we now know that it didn't. So that's an example of a biblical story having been disproved significantly and comprehensively by science.
I don't believe it's disproved because even scientists.
They don't. It is.
Scientists.
They don't, and it is. They don't, and it is.
No, I don't know what you're saying. Even scientists have
they don't,
said that
and it is.
What is they don't?
Scientists don't dispute the idea that the Genesis account of creation has been superseded by a scientific one.
But many of these scientists believe in Jesus, so how would you?
Well, someone like Francis Collins, who's a celebrated evangelical and used to be the head of the Human Genome Project, completely agrees that the biblical account of creation is just a metaphor, that poetic language, and it's not real, because he's scientifically educated and so he understands. So believing in Jesus doesn't commit you to being scientifically illiterate. It just helps.
Many scientists believe that the Big Bang Theory is not true.
No, that's why I said they don't and they didn't. I was trying to stop you from embarrassing yourself. That's not the case. Many scientists don't believe that. Many scientists don't believe that, and no scientists with any training or any qualifications in this area, not a single one, would doubt the validity of the Big Bang as a theory to model the cosmic expansion. This is nonsense. So there's an example of why the Bible is silly, because it makes silly claims. Should we talk about the evil now?
Yeah, please.
Sure. So Do you think that everything God does in the Bible is good?
Yeah.
Everything?
Yeah.
Has God ever made a bad law?
No.
You sure?
Yep.
Have you read Ezekiel?
Yes.
What does God say about making bad laws in Ezekiel?
I don't know.
He says, "Moreover, I gave them statutes that were not good, i.e., bad laws, and ordinances by which they could not live. I defiled them through their very gifts in their offering up their firstborn." This is God saying that he demanded child sacrifices from his people in order that I might horrify them, so they might know that I am the Lord. So here's God saying he demanded child sacrifices and gave his people the bad laws.
Is it okay if you give me a second to go to my Bible?
Yeah, I've got it up on the screen right here. You can see it on the screen.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
Yeah, so like he's saying that it's wrong. He's saying that he made bad. Yeah. Can we read it in, I just want to read it in context. That's my thing.
I mean, we can if you want, but I wanted to. This was an introduction to a conversation where I'm going to show you a few of the horrific things that God has done. And if we have to read the entire chapters of all of them, we're going to be here all night. So
okay. Can you go? You could go to the next one. I'll just look at it.
Sure. So the next one that I want to share with you is I'll decide because there are so many lovely ones. So you know about the story of Jephthah?
No, I don't.
So this is in Judges. So Jephthah made a vow to the Lord and said, "If you will give the Ammonites into my hand," he was going to a battle, and he really wanted to win the battle. So he made a deal with God. And he said, "If you will give the Ammonites into my hand, then whatever comes out of the doors of my house to meet me when I return victorious shall be the Lord's, to be offered up by me as a burnt offering." So he did a deal with God, right? Jephthah really wanted to be victorious, and he made this deal. And what actually happened was...
How is that evil?
I'm telling you the story. So what actually happened was God gave him the victory that he wanted. And when Jephthah went home, who came out of the house to meet him? But his daughter. His own daughter came out, and God collected on the debt. God made him kill and burn his own daughter.
Okay.
Because they'd agreed it, right? They'd agreed it.
Right. Got you. So you're saying, okay, got you. So can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Does God have the right to take what is his?
We're not talking about what rights he had. If God is sovereign and in charge, then he doesn't need rights. He can do whatever he likes. This is not about what rights he has. Exactly. It's about what's moral. It's about what's ethical. It's about what's humane. Yeah. It's about what's good. It's about what's decent. It's about what involves any compassion, any human understanding, any goodness at all. And anyone who would collect on a debt like this and said, "I gave you the battle that you wanted. I gave you the victory. Now it's time for you to make good on your side of the offer. Please now kill your daughter to make me happy so that I know you've made good on this," is depraved. Is depraved.
Yeah. Got you. So I come back to the same question. Like, does God have the right to take what is his back?
If you think God is sovereign, he has whatever rights he wants. The question is whether it's a good thing. And I'm arguing that it's not. Do you think it's good?
That he gets throughout the Bible, he has taken back. He can kill because it is his. And the mercy and grace of God is letting us be alive. And if he wants to take me today to heaven, I will be totally okay with it. You know?
Right. I bet you wouldn't. Yeah. I bet you wouldn't. I bet you if someone actually threatened your life, you'd shit your pants and start crying like a baby, which is what I would do, by the way, 100%, as well. And your enthusiasm to going to meet God would evaporate pretty quickly. There's easy words to say from the comfort of your own home. So was it good for God to make good on this deal and insist on making a man kill his own daughter?
Well, I'm not sure about this deal, but I'm not sure about
I'm asking you to think about it and tell me what you think about it.
But
use your brain.
I don't just read 2 verses at a time. I read chapters. But
I gave you the context here. I gave you the context. The context would not be changed by you reading the rest of the chapter. I set it out for you. He wanted a victory in battle. He made a deal with God to give God whatever the first thing came out of his house was when he got home. It was his own daughter. And God, you know how God let Abraham off and didn't make him kill Isaac,
Right.
even though he told him to do it. It
Yeah,
shows
I do.
that God is capable of, at the last minute, being merciful and going, okay, you don't have to
Gotcha.
kill your child, right? Hooray for God!
Right.
He didn't make Abraham kill his child. He didn't
Yeah.
give the same. He didn't give the same kindness to Jephthah. He made him
Yeah.
kill his own daughter and burn her. Is that good?
Okay.
You think that's good?
But is
No, I asked you a
say
question.
that-
I asked you a question.
Okay.
Do you think it's good?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Well, then I would suggest that there's something wrong with your morality if you think it's good to make a man kill his daughter and burn her. I think there's something wrong with you.
Okay, but let's look at abortions. Do you think that's good or bad?
That's totally different because abortions, we're not going to get into discussing abortion, but abortion is not the same as a man having to murder his own daughter. It's a totally different thing. It's a totally different thing because abortions often involve just a few cells without a nervous system, without the ability to experience pain. It's not a person walking around. So
What
as
about
I
the
said,
older ones?
abortion is a very complicated issue which involves competing rights of bodily autonomy.
Okay,
It's a complex situation. It's not the
Can I
same
ask you a
as just
question?
as
Can I
no,
talk?
not yet. It's not the same as just telling a man you must now kill your daughter and burn her because of a deal we made. That is completely depraved. It's got nothing to do with abortion.
BB, even if John and I support abortion rights, etc.
No, that's not what I'm asking. Wait.
Okay.
I think y'all are confusing me. That's not what I'm asking. Do you think abortion is evil because it is a mother willing to take what is hers out of the world, right?
No.
Okay.
I don't think that.
But we're not talking. Yeah. So I think someone unaliving. Okay. Yeah. So hold on.
An example.
Yeah. I'm gonna tell you the difference. So a woman having a fetus or a zygote attached to her body, having to forcefully use her body, and then removing that use from her body is a separate thing than a man being made to unalive his actual living, breathing, walking around sentient daughter. Do you agree that those two?
So are you saying what's in the? Are you saying what's inside the stomach is not living or breathing or alive?
Nope. I said, for example, if you needed your mother's kidneys to survive, would you have a right to her and your mom didn't want to give you one of her kidneys? Would you have a right to take one of her kidneys?
No.
To use one of her kidneys? Right. Okay. Yeah. So rewind time some time to where you're just you were no longer you weren't yet a living, breathing person. You were just a clump of cells. You were a zygote. Do you have a right to her uterus if you needed her uterus to survive?
Yeah, because she brought me into this world.
Okay, so we disagree on abortion, but we can both agree. Hold on. Because this is all a red herring.
Yeah,
okay. We both agree that unaliving a grown human daughter is not okay. We both agree with that, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so then what are we talking about abortion for? We both agree that that's wrong.
No.
Yeah.
So he didn't agree it was wrong. No, he said it was right.
Wait.
No, he liked it.
You think that's okay?
Wait.
Yeah.
I mean, I just can't talk at this point. It's just
okay. All right, go ahead. So you're okay. So you're not okay with a woman having an abortion, but you're okay with a guy killing his daughter, an actual grown daughter. Okay, gotcha.
Wait, what? I'm so confused. We're talking about God taking the girl in the Bible, or are we talking about human killing a human?
We're talking about God telling a man to kill his daughter for no reason other than that the man had made an offer that God decided to collect on. Completely depraved. Totally depraved. There are so many verses like this that we could look at.
So I come back to the question, can God take what is his?
Yeah, I mean, he can. The question is not whether he can. The question is whether it's ethical for God to make a man murder his own daughter because of a deal they made. Totally fucking nuts that you would not have a problem with that, by the way.
Okay,
no, it's okay. It's our flawed atheist, our atheistic, flawed, hedonistic, heathen morality. That says God, that says making a man kill his own daughter is fucking monstrous. And it's your objective Christian, virtuous, superior Christian morality that says if God does it, it's okay. It's totally moral.
Yeah, it's broken you. It's broken you.
God, well, if God is evil, why would he come down here and sacrifice himself for us?
Irrelevant, because he didn't have to do that. The reason he had to do that, he's claimed, is because of some bullshit rules that he set up that he didn't have to set up. He didn't have to need a sacrifice. It was his rule that determined that a sacrifice was required, which is another reason he's evil, by the way, is God is apparently incapable of granting forgiveness unless someone gets killed first, because he's a psychopath. Now, have you read the book of Numbers? Have you read the book of Numbers?
Yes, sir, I have.
So do you remember God's abortion ritual in the book of Numbers?
No, I just want to stay on this real quick, if you don't mind.
I do mind. Do you remember God's abortion ritual in the book of Numbers?
No.
So in the book of Numbers, there's a crazy, crazy commandment that God gives as a law through Moses to the Israelites, which is that if a man feels a bit jealous of his wife, if he thinks she might have been unfaithful, he's allowed to force her to undergo a very, very humiliating and painful ritual in which she has to drink dirty water with poison ink in it, and this is supposed to reveal whether she's been unfaithful to him or not. But here's the real zinger in this thing, is that even if she has not been unfaithful to him, he still has the right to put her through this horrible ritual where she has to stand in the temple, her hair has to be disheveled, they put like dirt from the floor of the temple into some water, the priest writes some curses and then washes the ink of the curses into the water, and she has to drink this water, and it makes her
Gotcha. One thing about
hang on. I haven't finished. And it makes her have pain and discomfort and forces her uterus to drop, and all of this is all inflicted on her as a result of the man's jealous feelings. So I'm going to ask you the same question I asked you about Jephthah's daughter. Do you think that's a good law? This is a law that God gave. The Lord spoke to Moses saying to do this. So was this a good law?
A lot of these Old Testament laws are about, there's many of the laws that I break too, like Ecclesiastics, where it says you cannot wear
that's a distraction. I'm asking you if you think this was a good law that God gave.
Because Numbers,
I don't care that there are other laws that you might break.
Right. No, but Numbers is in the Old Testament, am I correct?
Yes.
Okay, so
is Jesus God?
Yep.
Great. So this was Jesus while he was in his Yahweh phase. And this was the law that he gave, that gave men, jealous men, the ability to command their wives to drink poison in the temple. Right? I'm going to ask you if you think this is good.
There's many laws like this there's many laws like this you can read without giving context that are in the Old Testament.
I've given you the context. I've given you the context.
Right. But can I tell you something? Even when it talks about slaves in the New Testament, there is a context behind it, and if you don't understand the context behind
I do understand the context, and I've given you the context. So this is in the book of Numbers, in the section concerning what's called concerning an unfaithful wife, and it says the Lord spoke to Moses, and it gives detailed instructions about this law that Moses has to pass on to Israel, which he does pass into Israel. It becomes the law, and it gives a jealous husband the right, if he feels a bit insecure and jealous, to inflict a painful and humiliating ritual on his wife. I'm going to ask you again for the fourth time now, was this a good law? Because we're arguing about whether what God does is good. So I've already demonstrated some of the stuff that isn't, and I'm asking you about this one. I would love a straight answer. No, I'd love a straight answer. A yes, it was a good law, or no, it wasn't a good law.
How can I give you a straight answer if I can't tell you my context and tell you? I mean, I thought we were in a conversation, a dialogue.
We are, but you should still be able to give a straight answer if you think that everything God does is good. So I'm giving you examples of things God does that aren't good.
Okay, so like I said, like the Old Testament, there's a lot of things and rules in it like I'm saying for the third time, that cannot be equated to the New Testament. Can you give me any law from the New Testament that
No. You don't get to do this. You don't get to do this. I'm not going to allow you to just write off the Old Testament because it's a little bit inconvenient. You are going to own this. It's your God. It's your God who made this law, and you are going to tell me whether you think it's a good law or not. Do you want me to read it to you?
Can you give me something from the New Testament?
No.
Because
we're talking about this law.
Well, I don't believe that a lot of the all of the laws in the Old Testament should be followed by the people of God today.
I'm not asking you whether you think it should be followed today. I'm asking you if you think it was a good law, if it was moral and ethical for God to pass it at the time. The reason why you're avoiding answering is because you know it's going to make you look bad.
No, I'm not saying it will make me look bad, but there's
it's going to, trust me. It is going to. So are you going to answer, or are you not willing to?
If we look at it from a human perspective, it is definitely bad. But if you look at it from God's perspective and why he's making the laws, like when he makes the stop. When he makes the law about slavery, you obviously know there's a difference between slavery now and the slavery then.
No,
and
there isn't. There isn't a difference between that. There isn't a difference. 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 They both involve owning a human being as property for their whole lives with them not having any autonomy. It's exactly the same then as now. It's exactly the same. It was as horrible when he did it then as now. Remarkable that you would bring up God's slavery laws. What an absolute self-own. We're still on the book of Numbers, and I'm going to read it because I don't think you've really grasped quite how horrible this is. So I'm going to show it to everyone who doesn't know. This is one of the most odious and horrible laws that God gives. I'm going to rush through it because there's quite a lot to it. The Lord spoke to Moses, saying, "Speak to the Israelites and say to them, if any man's wife goes astray and is unfaithful to him, if a man has had intercourse with her but is hidden from a husband, blah, 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 all of this stuff, or if a spirit of jealousy comes on him and he's jealous of his wife who has defiled herself, or if a spirit of jealousy comes on him and he's jealous of his wife though she has not defiled herself." So this law applies to just a man who's a bit jealous of his wife. She's done nothing wrong. He just feels jealous. Then what she can do is he can force her to come to the temple. He shall bring the offering required, barley, blah, 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 flour. He shall pour no oil on it, blah, blah, blah. The priest shall bring her near, set her before the Lord. The priest shall take holy water in a vessel and take some of the dust that is on the floor of the tabernacle, put it into the water. The priest shall set the woman before. There's all sorts of things done with the grain. And then the priest shall make her take an oath, saying, if no man has lain with you, blah, blah, blah. If you have defiled yourself and some man other than your husband has had intercourse with you, let the priest make the woman take the oath, blah, blah, blah. And then she has to drink this poisoned water, and her womb's going to discharge and her uterus drops. Then the priest says, the priest writes a load of curses, puts the curses in writing, and washes them off into the water of bitterness, it's called. He shall make the woman drink the water of bitterness that brings the curse, and the water that brings the curse shall enter her and cause bitter pain. I don't think I can even read this anymore. When he's made her drink the water, then if she's defiled herself and has been unfaithful, the water that brings the curse shall enter into her. All of this stuff, we don't even need to read anymore. It's absolutely disgusting. And this is a ritual that a man can force onto his wife purely because he feels a bit jealous of her. That's the context. It's a Mosaic law. It's from God to the people of Israel as a guidance of how they structure their society. And I just want to know, if you would think it was a good law.
I personally do.
You do. There you go. Yeah. Okay. Well, I don't think we need to have a conversation anymore because this is arguably one of the most abusive laws in the whole of the Bible.
But
one of the most horrible laws.
As a human, yeah. I mean, you can't give me anything from the New Testament. So
I can give you immoral stuff in the New Testament too. But whether I could or not is irrelevant.
You can.
I can. I absolutely
You
can.
can't.
The enjoinment in the New Testament for wives to submit to their husbands is immoral.
What is wrong with that?
It's immoral because it sets up a power hierarchy between husbands and wives.
But
It tells wives that they're worth less than their husbands, and that they have less autonomy than their husbands. That's immoral.
Now we're talking about the New Testament. Does it
No,
also say in that
we're
same
not.
part? Does it also say in that?
We're actually not, because you're disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. You're a misogynistic pig, if you don't mind me saying. I don't think that it's okay to treat women that way, and you do. So I don't think you're okay. Disgusting. Again, people, this is what religion does. It turns people into horrible, horrible human beings with horrible views. Look at the stuff he defended there. He said, yes, I think it was great about that Book of Numbers test. By the way, that causes an abortion. If the woman happens to be pregnant, that poison kills the baby. So that's God's abortion from these hypocrites who rail about abortion. And God sanctifies it in the Book of Numbers, chapter 5. The holy abortion with poison water to humiliate the woman. Absolutely disgusting. Not having it. Not having it. Not having people come in here and be so disgusting. And when I quote Ephesians, which says women have to submit to their husbands, he agrees with that too. Nah. I hope you don't have a girlfriend or a partner, because you don't deserve to have one. Absolutely disgusting. It's like a mental illness. It really is like a mental illness. Okay, we are going to get Darlin in next. We're going to think about wrapping things up too soon as we approach the 8-hour slot. We've also got a couple of guests over on YouTube. I'm happy to keep going for a bit because I'm having fun, even though these callers are absolutely fucking mental tonight. Crazy.
Yeah. This one might have to be the last one for me.
All right, buddy. Lightweight. I mean, thank you, Sean. All good. All right. A couple of super chats and we'll get Darlin in. Well done with the mass debater joke, John. Thank you, Zeitgeist. I couldn't avoid it. It just had to be done. Cheap laughs, I'm there. Travis, thank you for super chat. Free will is the fuel of the seesaw of shit. It really is. It's the oil they put in it to keep it moving nicely. Craziness. And Space Lord says, I would suggest another alliterative name of Turd Teeter Totter. Alliteration, art awesome. I'm all for any alliteration that anyone wants to offer at any point. I'm a great fan of alliteration. And this was about when that crazy guy was in talking about slavery. Him being a black man makes it even worse. His ancestors were victims of slavery and he is defending slavery. Religion is vile. Completely agree. And I won't have it when people try and play a race card with me. I won't have it. I actually won't have that at all. Nope. Not having that at all from you. And Fliberty Giblet said, forgive and don't never forget Jesus Christ. Apparently so. I can't find the quote anywhere in the Bible, but we're reliably informed by some of our callers that that's what he said. And E-Money Snipes, forgive me. Thank you for the super chat. For Sheen Philly, I'm a black man too. It breaks my heart to hear other black men like you advocate for slavery. Stop. You're a bigger piece of shit than the slave owners. Respect yourself. Wake up. Keep up the good work, John. Thanks. Thank you, friend. I appreciate it. I really do. That means a lot. Thank you. Wild. And Fallen Cities, thank you for the super chat. As a black man, I was unaware of the apparent ability to perceive my ancestors' own experiences of slavery. This guy's ridiculous. He was absolutely ridiculous. He made such an arse of himself. How embarrassing. Aleph Naught here, thank you for the super chat. A god of the gaps is no god at all. Absolutely true. And now let's get... we're going to get our next guest in. Looks like I have the name still up from the last one, but that's okay. And we're getting Darian in. Is it? Sorry, I can't even read it on the screen.
Yeah.
Darian, right? Hello.
Yeah, it's Darian.
Yeah, how are you?
I'm good, and you?
Yeah, good. Forgive me for mistaking your I for an L earlier on. It's late.
Oh, no, you're good.
My eyes are a bit tired. Okay. Let me move this off the screen as well. There we go, like that. Okay. The floor is yours. What would you like to say about our prompt?
Well, I don't know. I just find it interesting As well, I don't know. What are you? Are you like an atheist, agnostic?
Both.
Both. Okay.
Yeah.
So
Are you familiar with how someone can be an agnostic atheist? Does that make sense?
To an extent.
Yeah. So agnostic just means I don't claim to know one way or the other about a God. And atheist just means I'm not persuaded that one exists. So maybe one does, maybe one doesn't. But at the moment, I lack belief.
And so it's always just puzzled me. I never understood how the atheist could be so in depth with something that they don't believe.
Did you say in debt?
So in depth. Like you guys are so in deep with it. Yeah.
Yeah, I study this stuff.
Like, but what is the purpose, the reasoning for it?
Because it impacts lives.
Because you don't believe there's a God.
Sean, do you want to come in here?
Sure. So for me, I mean, there's a couple of reasons. One, I believe in promoting rationality, skepticism, people having a better way of thinking. Also, by the way, I don't think we asked ahead of time. Can I ask your age real quick?
22.
Okay. All right. Good to go. The other reasons are that I live in the United States, and there's a lot of religious exertion of like power and control and lobby groups trying to affect the lives of others and take rights away. There's a lot of people suffering from religious trauma. Now, I'm not saying religion's all bad, by the way. There's good aspects of religion. It can give people a sense of community. It can be, there are some positive impacts that it can have, but undoubtedly, religion has a profound effect on society as a whole. And so I like to promote rationality and skepticism. And then lastly, the most important one of all is legitimizing non-belief, because belief isn't a choice. It's not something we decided. I'm a former believer myself. I didn't decide to stop believing. I actually fought against it. But what happens is, in Christianity, we're taught if someone doesn't believe, it's bad. It's a moral judgment. It's like they've hardened their hearts. They're rebelling against God. All these different, claims. And the reality is, many of us just either never believed and were never convinced by it, or just stopped believing. We weren't rebelling. We're not trying to. There's no moral assessment that should be made at all. It's just that belief is it's an involuntary thing. You're either convinced of a thing or you're not. But then we're told if you don't believe, you deserve to go to hell for all eternity, or get annihilated, or suffer whatever someone's hell conception is. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I believe. Well, it answers it for the fact that you were a Christian. So my thing would be for those people who are just straight up atheists, like they had no religious experience.
Well, I'm a straight up atheist. Like, I'm a former Christian, but I'm a straight up atheist now. Atheist is just someone who's not convinced any gods exist. But you ask, like, why do we fixate and talk about religion all the time about something we don't believe exists? So I gave you all the reasons, like promoting skepticism and rationality and critical thinking. I think that's really important for society. The fact that religious institutions exert so much power and influence over society and over the lives of others. And then lastly, I mentioned the belief-based salvation doctrine and how it affects people, where they cast moral aspersions on people who don't believe. In fact, it affects people who currently believe, because when they start having doubts, they start feeling guilty and feeling bad about it. I went through that myself. So there's all kinds of important reasons why, even though I don't believe it's true, it's important enough for me to want to address the issue, and for John.
Okay.
So that's addressing that. Like, does that make sense to that question?
Yeah, makes sense.
Okay.
So I would also ask, stemming from this, So would you say that when you were a Christian and you believed that what you thought you believed in didn't happen, and so that's why you reject Christianity?
No, it wasn't. Yes, it wasn't because I thought something was going to happen that didn't happen. It was more just as I grew and learned more about the world and contemplated the world. I did a lot of introspection about my beliefs, doubts that I had before that I was too afraid to explore. I finally, like, well into adulthood, grew the courage to, like, I hope there's a God. I want there to be a God, but I really want to explore this, because if there's not, I need to be able to face reality. So I went through like a period of deconstruction, like, why do I believe what I believe? Is it rational, etc.? And then I ended up like losing my faith, even though I prayed on it and wanted to continue believing, I just couldn't.
So hopefully that gives you enough of a background on the
it's a good background.
What our thinking is. So can you see why we might say that God is evil? Does that just sound like craziness to you?
I wouldn't say it sounds like craziness. I would say that it's probably coming from a place of being wronged.
Being wronged?
And
I've never been wronged. I've never been wronged. I just look at I read the Bible, and I read what this God does and says and makes people do, and the laws he passes, and I think only a psychopath would do that. I've never been wronged. I don't have any church hurt. I've never been religious a single day in my life. I just am interested in this stuff. I wrote a book about belief. Now I have a YouTube channel because I like talking about it. And it seems to help some people. So I continue doing it. But I've never been wronged.
Can you show me examples of, God being evil, or the laws that you speak of that are evil and immoral?
Yeah, I mean, God, there's so many. I mean, do you know about the time that God killed Uzzah?
Explain it to me.
I mean, it's really simple. It's in the book of 2 Samuel. So they're carrying the Ark of the Covenant, right? This special thing that they're carrying. When they came to the threshing floor, I think I can show it to you. Here. When they came to the threshing floor of Nacon, Uzzah reached out his hand to the ark of God and took hold of it, for the oxen lurched. So they're carrying this precious thing, and the floor is uneven, and the ox that's carrying it lurched, and it starts to fall off. So Uzzah reaches out his hand to steady it so it doesn't fall and break. The anger of the Lord was kindled against Uzzah, and God struck him there, and he died there beside the ark. That's crazy. It's just a guy trying to help. God just killed him. No reason. Murder. Dead. Absolutely no reason. Didn't do anything to anyone. Trying to help. And the book is full of things like that. I'll give you another one. Look at this. This is in the book of Leviticus, right? And these are the laws. Leviticus is largely a book of laws. And it says, you shall not lie with a male as with a woman. It's an abomination. And then a little bit later it says, if a man lies with a male as with a woman, both of them have committed an abomination. They shall be put to death. Their blood guilt is upon them. Do you think it's right that gay people should be put to death?
Well, I believe, since we're going based off the Bible, God created a specific way that he wanted men and women to interact.
So is that a yes?
Well, yeah, if we're talking specifically about the Bible, then yes.
You think it's right? Let me just clarify this. You think it's right and moral and ethical, understanding, by the way, that same-sex attraction is a natural thing that happens in the animal kingdom, not just in human beings. It's completely natural. It's a part of nature. God would have created it that way, by the way. If you think God created everything, God would have created gay people too. And you think that it's ethical and right for them to be put to death.
Well, I don't believe that God created gay people.
Well, if you believe that God created people, then God created gay people. As I said, homosexuality is prevalent throughout the animal kingdom, not just amongst humans. It's a thing. Some humans are attracted to the same sex. Deal with it. It's life, I'm afraid.
I don't think the animal kingdom argument holds up because I think that God set us apart, as it's clearly stated in the Bible.
But that's another. Sorry, Sean. Go ahead.
No, it's okay. Did God create all people?
Yeah.
Okay. Are some people gay?
Yeah, they believe they're gay.
What do you mean they believe they are? Either they're gay or they're not gay. Are some people gay? Are some people gay means attracted to the same sex? Are some people attracted to the same sex?
Yeah, I see that.
Okay, so some people are gay, right? So God made all people, and some people are gay. So that would mean logically God made gay people, right?
No, because I believe that when sin entered the world, it corrupted everything.
Be very, very careful.
Yeah, when sin entered the world, it corrupted everything. And I don't see being gay as a problem because it's simply the fact of being gay. But I think that it goes beyond the fact of lust.
What the fuck are you talking about? What are you talking about?
You gotta listen. I think it's beyond the fact. I think we are so caught up in our sin and our lust that we're lusting after things that was not meant to be.
God didn't ask what meant to be
for man to man. So I'm telling you that God didn't meant it to be that way, so it's not supposed to be that way.
Hold on. I didn't ask you if it's supposed to be that way. Are there gay people?
Yes.
Okay. Did God make all people?
Yes.
Okay. Including the gay people?
Yes.
Okay.
Made
So God
people.
God did make gay people.
No, he just made people.
This is wild.
You're coming under the assumption that I don't
Darren,
believe that
Darren, you're an ignorant bigot. Fuck off. Okay, moving on. We are going to get in. You got to head off, Sean.
Oh yeah. That's right. Yeah.
Thanks for tonight. I won't go too much longer. I've got some super chats to read, and there's two more guests in the YouTube queue who I will happily talk to. But you've done your hours tonight, my friend.
All right, John. Yeah, I have to get up in the morning. I have an appointment. But thanks everybody. I appreciate it. And I really want to make the last two, but it's just like I'm starting to fall out. But have a good night, everybody.
Cheers, buddy.
All right,
Take care. All right. I'm going to keep on going for a little bit. So I'm going to start winding things down in that, well, we'll see what happens. I'll read a couple of super chats and then we're going to go with Bad Joke. Bad Joke. Right, but first, a couple of super chats. We have got Chris Dover. John, I posted in the Discord live chat of what I was referring to with Dark Night of the Soul. Oh, okay, I'll have a look at that. Thank you very much, Chris. I appreciate it. And Ordinary Skeptic, thank you for the super chat. Galen, in the late 2nd century, grouped Christians with those that fabricate stories and refuse to demonstrate what they believe. Still going on today. True. And Rogantu, thank you for the super chat. Abortions are natural. Most pregnancies end in one. True, the biggest abortionist is God. Significant number of pregnancies just don't work out. And that would be on God, wouldn't it? If he's all powerful and in charge of everything. Ben Zavi, good to see you. Thank you for the super chat. 3 hours behind. New girl, veteran had me in tears. I wish I could have a community, but attending synagogue services is too triggering, even with the comfort. I totally understand that. Totally understand that. Let's try and make a community here. You're certainly very welcome amongst us here. And I understand how much people lose when they lose religious faith and they lose the safety of that community. So I feel for you. And 46 Strings, always great to see you. I've come here to express disbelief and chew gum, and I'm all out of gum. Yeah, very good. And then the last super chat for now, Aleph Not here. I came here to kick ass and ask the tough questions, and I don't participate in violence. Thank you very much. Okay, let's see. Our other guest on YouTube, Bad Joke, has disappeared, but we've got Jill. So let's see if this is working and whether we have audio. I'm having a look what you have there. Let's see if it works. Jill, are you there? Maybe not.
Here.
Oh, there you go. Hi, Jill.
Yeah. Hey, no.
Hello.
You thought I was a woman?
I was open-minded. I
identify as a man.
That's great. You're very welcome, whatever you identify as. Man, woman, chicken, hen, whatever you like. You can be anything you want.
I'm a man over 40 too.
Good. I'm delighted for you. What do you have to say about our prompt?
Yeah, just a couple of things, just in case that young man is listening. Since you lied to him about the text, so I just wanted to correct you.
What did I lie about?
About the text dealing with Jethro, just in case he's listening.
About Jephthah.
We don't want the young man's
about Jephthah. Let's read it. Let's read it. Let's read the text.
Yeah. Well, let me tell you where your lie was, and then you can read it.
Yeah.
You said that God commanded Jephthah to sacrifice his daughter.
God collected on the debt.
That he told him to honor the deal. You said that was a quote from the text.
I don't know if I said that, but it was certainly an expectation. Yeah. Jephthah wasn't filled with joy at the prospect of having to do this. He did it because he felt a sense of obligation, and God could have absolved him of this in the way he did with Abraham, and he did not. Okay. God let him go through with it. He didn't stop him. So whether he actually made the commandment or not is completely irrelevant. Okay. What's relevant is that he collected on the debt. Right. Okay.
So he didn't actually make the commandment. All right. So
it doesn't matter.
You told the young man.
It doesn't matter.
Okay, it doesn't matter. You told the young man that once he had won the bet, supposedly, he went back and God said to him, "You must now sacrifice your daughter." That never happened in the text.
I didn't actually say that. I said God collected. God collected on the debt.
No, he did not collect on the debt.
He did.
He never
which is why Jephthah sacrificed his daughter.
How did he collect on the debt? He never mentioned the debt. What do you mean he collected on the debt? He knocked on his door?
Jephthah felt obligated to fulfill this commitment, and God, knowing what was going to happen, allowed the man to murder and burn his daughter. It's not an act of. It's not a great act.
Why didn't you tell that to that young man?
Because it doesn't change. Because it doesn't change them. Because it doesn't change the moral calculus at all. No, it's not beside the point. It is exactly the point. It makes absolutely no difference at all. God would have known that Jephthah felt an obligation to him, having made this promise to God, right? He made a promise to God, and God collected on the debt. He allowed Jephthah to go home and murder his daughter. He allowed her to go into the wilderness for a little bit first to mourn her virginity. Think about how heartbreaking that is. The girl went into the wilderness to mourn her virginity because she knew now that she was never going to become a mother, because her own father was going to kill her because of a deal he did with God that God could have absolved him of and chose not to. It makes absolutely no difference whatsoever whether God actually said, "Now you must do this." The point is that the debt was implied. God could have forgiven it as he did with Abraham and Isaac, but he didn't. He didn't intervene. He stood there and let Jephthah murder his daughter for him. It's absolutely disgusting.
Okay, can I say something now? Or is it just going to be you talking?
You can say something now.
Okay, great. Like you did with the 20-year-old Christians that call in. So I'm glad you're honest. You're being honest at this point, and you're telling us getting closer to what actually happened in the story. But he certainly did not call up to him and say, "Hey, it's time to collect
irrelevant." Irrelevant.
Okay, it's irrelevant, right? So then you shouldn't have said it then if it's irrelevant.
I may have misremembered some small detail of the story, but the bottom line is that he collected on the debt. So
Right,
all of this
right,
distraction about whether he explicitly said, now please do it, or whether he allowed Jephthah to murder his daughter without saying that, totally irrelevant.
Okay.
It's
So
amazing to me
instead-
that
so
you're
this
calling
is
up
the-
to defend this.
So
One of the
this is
most
the
horrible
narrative.
stories.
Okay, great. Okay, can I respond now?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is the actual narrative that's in the text. So, young man, if you're listening, this is what's actually in the text, not what this man told you. Okay, Jephthah made a foolish, unprompted vow to God. God was not even involved in the exchange at all. He made the vow to God, directly to God. God never responded to the vow.
Yep.
Okay. God in exchange for victory in battle. So this is the Bible recording the tragic consequence of people making vows to God that God never vows.
Oh, bullshit.
So
Absolute
when
twaddle.
he won
God
the
could have
battle-
intervened at any moment and said, don't worry about that tragic vow. It's a bit tragic. Don't worry about it. Let's have a mulligan on that one. You can buy me dinner next week. But he didn't. He allowed the man to go home and kill and burn his daughter. And you're up here justifying it like God's some great guy. Absolutely shame on you. Shame on you for doing this.
If your argument is sound, you shouldn't have to mute your opponent and cut them off mid-sentence.
I'm interrupting you
because it's
because
not. You know
I'm
it's
interrupting you. I'm
So let's
interrupting you
talk about
because you are
slavery now.
because you are up here. No. We're going to talk about this first, and then we'll talk about slavery. So you are up here arguing about minute details that you spotted where I didn't remember exactly what happened in the text, as if they changed the moral calculus. And then you say that this is a tragic story. This is about a tragic deal. No, my friend. This is about God collecting on a debt for a man to kill his daughter. He could have intervened and said, please, Jephthah, don't do this. No need for you to do this. Or Jephthah could have tried some renegotiation, but none of that happened. Instead, he killed his own daughter, and you are calling in to defend it. Pathetic. Absolutely pathetic. How morally ridiculous. Now you can talk about slavery.
Okay, so no one's defending Jethro's actions.
Jephthah.
Okay?
It's not
So
Jethro.
I was
Oi! If you're going to call in quibbling about my use of the text, get his fucking name right. It's not Jethro, it's Jephthah. Learn your Bible.
Now you want to argue about the pronunciation.
Learn
of the name, 'cause you
your
lost that first
Bible.
debate.
It's not
'Cause you lost the
Jethro.
first debate. Now you want to argue about
Jephthah.
how to pronounce his name, right?
Jephthah.
Okay.
It's not
All right,
Jethro.
so however you pronounce his name.
It's not Jethro. If you're going to call up and quibble about details, learn the names of the characters.
Why are you muting, bro?
Oh,
if you're
dear,
so
oh, dear, oh,
confident
dear.
and laughing, that's a nervous laughter. Why are you muting?
I'm not nervous in the
Okay,
slightest.
so can I respond?
You can.
Are you allowed?
Are you going
is
to
a
respond with the
is a
right names,
response
or
allowed?
are you going to
You
respond
allow
with the wrong
20-year-olds
names again?
You allow the 20-year-olds to talk. You allow them to talk until their heart's content.
You can talk too, my
But you
friend.
don't
But
allow
try,
a 45 you don't
try
allow
and get that.
50-year-olds
You're
to
very big. I'm sure we're all impressed with your
Okay,
bigness.
all right,
Try
all
and
right.
get
So
the
can I
names right. If you can manage to get the names
No,
right,
I
that
don't
would
have
be
to
great.
get the names right.
No,
'cause
you
the
don't
names
have
are
to.
irrelevant.
The names
But
are
what the
irrelevant,
text
but the
is-
minor
what the text
details are
says-
relevant.
What the text actually says
Right,
is
okay.
relevant.
Right.
What the
Sure.
text actually says is
We
relevant.
all believe that.
Not how you pronounce someone's
Sure.
name,
Yeah.
buddy.
Get the names wrong in your
Okay?
in your Bible
So you
stories
won that
while
battle.
you're
You
calling
won
to
that
be a
battle of the
while you're calling
pronunciation-
to be
pronouncing
a
of the
while you're
names.
calling to be a
All right,
pedant.
so can I
get
talk
the names
now?
of the characters wrong.
You gonna overtalk me?
Possibly,
You gonna
yeah.
overtalk me?
I might do.
Because you lost?
There's no losing, my friend. No, now you're going to wait
lost,
again.
buddy.
There's no losing. The losing is not being able to see the moral dereliction in these stories. I'm muting you because it just keeps the conversation neat and tidy, and you're not going to be able to be quiet because I can see you yapping now. The losing is not being able to see the moral failure in this. It's not about winning between you and me. I'm not interested in winning and losing. I'm interested in moral clarity. So if you want to talk about losing and winning and swinging your little wiener around, that's absolutely delightful. I'm happy for you. If you want to feel that you've had a win, good for you. The loss is in the moral clarity. That's the thing that you cannot regain. Now you may continue again, please.
Are we ready to have a conversation now?
I'm not. I'm waiting
Now,
for you to
take
carry
a
on.
deep breath, bro. Take a deep breath.
I don't need you to
Take a sip of your
psychoanalyze.
tea.
I don't
Take a
need you
sip
to
of
do
some
this.
chamomile tea.
Okay, again. He can't handle the actual conversation, so he has to do all this meta stuff about you lost and breathe and you're laughing and you're nervous and all of this. I've been doing this for a long time. You don't make me nervous. You don't intimidate me. Make your point. Thank you. Enough of the meta. Get on with it.
I hope everyone is realizing that you didn't see this when he was talking to the 20-year-olds. He allowed the 20-year-olds to speak.
And again, okay, no one's interested in you complaining. I don't know why these people don't learn. They just never learn. I'm quite ridiculous. No one is interested in you complaining about how I run my live stream. That's not what people are here for. They're here to hear you make poor arguments and me to point out that you're making poor arguments. That's what this is about. So please carry on doing that.
Okay, so if you're muted, if I'm muted, so are you. So you're just talking to yourself. So let's get into the conversation, okay? So can I respond to the incident where you pronounced the name of the person correctly? Congratulations. So the idea is that we are not supporting what Jethro did. We are not supporting that at all. Neither does God. Jethro. Okay?
Oh,
so you lied to the kid and you got caught lying. Okay. All right, so let's move on.
Okay. Again, with the meta, stop. We've moved on from this now. And we're going to talk about slavery, aren't we? So let's do that.
Okay. So don't tell the kid that, hey, God met him up on his bed.
Okay. We're going to talk about slavery now. Every time you start talking about my previous conversations, I'm going to cut you because no one's interested in hearing you talk about that. Honestly, it's deeply dull. Very, very boring. So, you want us to talk about slavery. Let's do it. Let's have it. You ready?
Huge difference, huh? Huge difference. All right, so
slavery. Get on with it, man. Come on.
Yeah. So what is your issue with what the Bible says about slavery? What the Bible says in Exodus 21 is that sex or slave trafficking is punishable by death. So if you kidnap someone, whether you sold them to someone else, whether they were still in your possession, you were put to death. So with that law being in place, if that law were in place and the people actually followed
which people did that apply to? Which people No, you don't need to.
Okay, I'll finish my sentence when you shut up.
Which people did that apply to?
When you shut up.
You won't. You'll answer my question now. Which people did that law apply to about not kidnapping them and making them?
It's a shame. 20-year-olds, you allow them to speak. When a 50-year-old calls in, you act like a little coward.
Which people? I'm asking you a question. Which people did that law apply to in Exodus 21?
So Exodus 21 states that if you kidnap someone and
kidnap someone from who?
Against their will.
Kidnap someone from kidnap someone from who? Okay. Kidnap someone from which group of people? This is why your argument's not going to work, my friend. Kidnap someone from amongst which group of people?
So if this law were in place,
kidnap someone from amongst which group of people?
So if this law were in place,
this is a game you're not going to win. Kidnap someone from amongst which group of people? If you don't answer next, I am going to drop you. And it's not because I'm scared of you, it's because you're a coward now. Because you probably know that the law in Exodus 21 governs the permission, or rather the consequences, of Israelites kidnapping other Israelites, fellow Hebrews, and trying to enslave them. That was punishable. Do you know that, or has that passed you by? Waiting for your answer. I can wait all day if you want. I'm patient. The law in Exodus 21 governs the treatment of fellow Hebrews, doesn't it?
So if this law were in place, there would be no such thing as a transatlantic slave trade.
The law in Exodus 21 is a piece of legislation which governs how Hebrews are allowed to treat fellow Hebrews. And it says you're not allowed to kidnap and make slaves out of your fellow Hebrews. But in contrast to that, we then get a little bit later in Leviticus 25, as for the male and female slaves who you may have, as opposed to the ones you may not have. By the way, you can make slaves of your fellow Hebrews if they're indentured servants. They are your slaves for 6 years and then you set them free. That's for the fellow Hebrews. For the non-Hebrews is a totally different set of legislation. The Exodus 21 is about the fellow Hebrews. This is about people who are not in the same tribe. And here it says very clearly, as for the male and female slaves whom you may have, it's from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves. You may also acquire them from among the aliens residing with you and from their families who are with you, who have been born in your land. They may be your property. So this is saying, look, you can't buy your fellow Hebrews as slaves. You can't kidnap them. If you kidnap them, you're going to be put to death. And you can't make slaves of them. But you can help yourself liberally to the slaves of the people who aren't in your tribe. They can be your slaves. You can own them forever. And if they have children while you own them, then their children are born into slavery and you own them for their whole lives too. You may keep them as a possession for your children after you, for them to inherit as property. So you can pass these human beings on to your children as you might a nice dining table or a set of golf clubs. These you may treat as slaves. But as for your fellow Israelites, again, it's reaffirming the same limitations from earlier. No one shall rule over each other with harshness. So God was very clear that his people weren't allowed to be slaves, but everybody else's people, no problem with the slavery. Now, is this something that you just failed to understand, Jill, or were you just being dishonest?
Is that how you hold conversations with men over 40? You just mute them when they try to speak?
I'm asking you. I just asked you a question. You can answer it now.
No, you're not. You didn't ask me a question. You muted me.
I just did. I asked you a question.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't ask me. Listen, here's the rules, buddy. Here's the rules.
Here's the rules. Is that you don't make the rules on my live stream? Funny enough,
you muted me.
I know it's amazing for you to grasp this. You seem to have a real problem with the fact that I control the conversation here. If you would like to start a live stream and control the conversation, you're perfectly entitled to do that. All we've heard you do so far is cry about the way that I run my live stream and lie about the rules in the Bible about slavery. So I don't think that reflects particularly well on you. So I'm going to ask you again. I'm going to ask you again.
You're going to have to repeat everything you said
so
far.
Everyone else heard it absolutely fine.
Okay.
Put a 1 in the comments if you heard the last thing I said absolutely fine. Let's have a look. I think you might have turned yourself off like a baby, put your fingers in your ear, but look, the comments appear to be filling with 1s. Isn't that amazing? Remarkable that we have nearly 1,000 people who managed to hear what I had to say without any problems. You didn't, because you think it's a flex for you to not listen to me while we're having a conversation. I'm perfectly happy for you to not listen to me. Really fine. I've been doing this for 8.5 hours. Look, the comments are full of 1s. The only person here who didn't hear me is you. And you're not hearing me now because I imagine you think you're getting 1 up by turning the sound off, which is why when I asked you a question, you didn't respond because you didn't hear the question. That just signals that you don't want to have a conversation, which is absolutely fine with me, which is why you've now been removed. But you may not realise it yet. But when we watch it back on the live play, on the replay afterwards, we'll realise it then. So there we are. What an absolute arse. He came in to lie about the slavery laws, and he did that a little bit. I corrected the record. He cried a little bit, and then he went home. Perfect. And he's come back in again. Oh dear, oh dear. He thinks that I've got patience for him after 8.5 hours of streaming. We'll give him one last try. Give him one last try, because he's kind of good value, isn't he? Bless him. He's a little man with a power trip. Let's see. Let's see if we can get his sound up. Refresh that and say, have we come back for a little bit more? Are you there, darling Jill? Oh dear. He's come back in to continue to not listen. Which is absolutely glorious. I'll drop him again. Oh dear, oh dear. What a night. What a night. I love that. Okay, I think I'm going to take my final. It looks like I might be my final guest is Sometimes Tudor. Sometimes Tudor might be my final guest after Jill. Imagine calling in to complain about me not getting the exact sequence of events in the Jephthah story right, and thinking the character was called Jethro. Absolutely wild. Right, let's see. We will get Sometimes Tudor in next.
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
Very good. I'm very good, thank you.
Good.
Welcome. I'm sorry about your last guest. He was trying to make a point, but
don't worry about him.
Didn't let him at all.
Don't worry about him. He's forgotten. What would you like to say?
I would like to. I have a curiosity, but first I'm going to ask you: did God endorse slavery? Did He put slavery as a moral, or did He only regulate slavery in everything you're reading?
Well, the Israelites weren't participating in slavery because they'd just been released from slavery themselves. So they had come out of Egypt where they were slaves. So it's not like they had a thriving slavery industry and he just came in to tweak it a bit. He basically said, this is how you have slaves. And he gave them the rules. He endorsed it. He permitted it. You could say he regulated it, but it's more the fact that he basically said, you can do it. He permitted it.
Yes, but slavery was already present. Right?
Not amongst the Israelites at that point. No, they had just come out of slavery themselves. So he was giving them the laws for how they could do their own slavery.
Yes, but slavery was a common thing back then.
Yes, it was. And you would think that a God who was the creator of the entire universe would have the wherewithal to say, hey guys, don't own each other. I don't like this. Don't do it. But apparently he had to do progressive revelation. He was scared that if he legislated about this with too much conviction, that he might lose followers. Maybe some people would unsubscribe. They may not like it. They may not obey him. And he would be terribly upset, and his hurty feels would be hurt.
Okay, so I still don't understand why are we blaming God for something that was already there and
we're blaming him for having the opportunity to say to his people, don't own other people. And rather than saying that, he said to them, do own other people. Here's how you do it. The moral dereliction.
That was not abnormal back then. Do you know
it doesn't matter.
Do you know
you're
what
making,
slavery was?
Of course, you're making the preposterous claim that the creator of the universe is constrained in his ability to legislate based on the social norms of the day. I've never heard anything so preposterous in my life. What are you talking about?
You're talking from a wrong premise, because the moment Adam chose to experience good and evil, in that moment he chose to cut himself off from God.
Totally irrelevant. Completely delightful. I'm so happy for you. Absolutely nothing to do with what we're talking about. You're suggesting that God couldn't legislate. He could legislate to say don't murder, even though killing was rampant in those times too. So he had no problem doing that. But when it came to slavery, he was just unable to. He would have loved to have outlawed it. He just was a bit nervous that if he did, it wouldn't be good for ratings.
Yes, okay, I understand your point, but I'm talking about the fact that God did not invent this. God did not put this as a moral compass.
I didn't suggest he invented it. I just said that he endorsed it and told them how to do it, and didn't say don't do it. And neither did Jesus, by the way. When Jesus came along later, he also said in the New Testament, slaves obey your masters, and he uses the parable of the good slave being prepared and a bad slave deserving to get a beating. Jesus was all over it too.
What do you mean he was all over it? Meaning that was the heart of his teaching? That's all you understood from Jesus?
I didn't say that was the heart of his teaching or it's all I understood. I'm just saying that Jesus had every opportunity to say, all of that slavery stuff I permitted earlier on, well, maybe I've had a bit of a think about it and maybe don't do it. He didn't do that. He said that everything in the Mosaic law should stay, and that it should be taught exactly as it is, that not one letter of it should be changed, and that anyone who didn't obey those laws and teach them would be considered least in the kingdom of heaven. So Jesus was fully signed up for the project of slavery, and this is a moral failure.
Let's then play your game and say God, in a perfect world, God would have done what you say. I'm asking you then, who's going to build and who's going to work and who's going to do anything and how everything is going to reorganize from the moment God said, from this moment on, it's done. No one is allowed to.
So you're suggesting that God permitted the institution of owning human beings as bits of property in order to avoid some short-term disruption to the workplace dynamics and the marketplace of work.
So the other guest was right that you're lying. This is not so. So you're talking about.
I just asked you a question. What am I lying about? I just asked you a question.
Well, you're talking from a wrong premise. Your basis is completely wrong.
What's my premise? What's my premise?
Your premise is that God is so evil that he could have done something and he allowed it.
My premise with regard to slavery is that God had the opportunity to say, guys, it would be better if we organise to collaborate on construction projects together. We don't own people. We don't buy people and own them like farm equipment. That's my premise. You're entitled to disagree with that and say you think it's okay for people to own other people. That's not a me problem. That's a you problem.
They were living in a society where that was normal. That's how they built all those things.
So the creator of the universe was completely incapable of legislating to change that about society, even though we managed to do it ourselves without his help many years later. That's a preposterous argument. Now, have you got any other arguments, or was this it?
No, I had a curiosity that I've always wanted to ask, because you're an atheist, right? You say you're an atheist.
Yeah.
And you have a lot of followers, I see. And I'm really curious to know, why are you fighting against something that you do not believe exists?
Some cretin asks me this question every week. I'm fighting against ideas that do harm to people. Real harm. Do you know what the religious trauma statistics are for the United States?
No, I'm asking just to understand, just in order to understand. I'm not being sarcastic.
So I'll help you to understand. So 50 to 80 million people will at some point in their life experience PTSD like religious trauma. And this comes from feelings of inadequacy, shame, fear of hell, fear of judgment, fear of not being good enough, fear of not being accepted, feelings of unworthiness. All of these things cause an enormous amount of human suffering. And why? Why are they there? They're there because this ludicrous cult still exists that tells people that they are in some way responsible for the inevitable murder of a trainee carpenter in Palestine 2,000 years ago. Is partly their fault. All of us bear some responsibility for this, that his killing was a favour for us personally, and that we must be grateful for it, and that if we don't believe it's true, that we're going to be set on fire forever at the end of our lives. And people tell this bullshit to children. They advocate to have it taught in schools. They legislate in parliaments based on the ideas in this book. This is a pernicious, dangerous, toxic, horrible cult that happens to have been incredibly successful globally and has amassed unbelievable amounts of power and money and influence. And I just have a tiny little corner of the internet set up for people who find this stuff unappealing and would like to hear calm, measured, rational, logical responses to the claims made in this cult. And that's what I do.
Okay. May I have an answer now? 1 minute just to answer.
Of course.
Okay, so first of all, this is the second time I caught you lying because I fact check you, and there is no reliable estimate for how many people experience PTSD.
There is
specifically
actually
because of religion.
There actually is. No, there actually is, and I've shown the data before. I don't actually have it at hand right now, but it was some quite high quality research. I can find it for you if you want to give me a minute. I'll show it. The last person who called me out for lying got very embarrassed because I just showed it on the live stream. I'll do it for you right now if you want. Give me a second.
Please, yes.
Okay, give me a sec. 1 second. I'll find it right now. 2 seconds. You can sing or something while I search for it. Hang on.
So you're doing this in order to make the world better, and I'm really curious. Are the wars that are going on nowadays? Are they a religion problem? Are they caused by religion?
Some of them are, and some of them aren't.
No, because I see Russians fighting Ukrainians. They're both Orthodox. I see Jews going with Americans and Muslims all together fighting other Muslims. So I don't see the religious war. I don't see the problem that you're trying to show.
I've never made the claim that every war is religious. I've never made that claim.
No, not every. I don't see any religious war.
You don't see any religious wars? You're not aware of any wars motivated by religious differences? Are you out of your mind?
I'm talking about the wars that we're all seeing on TV. I mean, which one of it is I'm asking, is it an atheist war that's going on in the Middle East, or is it a religious war?
An atheist war, did you say? There's no such thing as an atheist war.
Yes,
That's not a thing.
It's atheist. It
No,
means
there's no
without
such
God.
there's no such thing as an atheist war.
So
That's like saying
atheist-
an atheist pickup truck. That's ludicrous.
No, it means that it follows an atheist type of thinking. So it doesn't bring any God into their war. There is no care for God in that, and it's not caused by different religions. So I'm asking if the reasons for the war in Middle East, is it religious or is it caused by people who don't believe in God?
They're caused by lots of different factors. A lot of the wars in the Middle East are actually caused by religious differences, which balkanize communities according to what their religions are. Okay, so what I'm going to show you right now is from a very prestigious sociological journal called Schern. And
what's the name of it, please?
It's from this is the Global Center for Religious Research, and this is referencing the percentage. Hang on, I'm going to show it on the screen. Give me a second. Not sure how nicely this is going to scale. Hang on, it might not scale very nicely. All right, well, you have to make do with what I can show you right now.
Yeah.
This is the percentage of U.S. adults suffering from religious trauma, a sociological study, and it says here that hang on, let me find it again. 27 to 33% of U.S. adults have experienced religious trauma at some point in their life. That number increases to 37% if those suffering from any of the 3 of the 6 major religious trauma symptoms are included. It's also likely that around 10 to 15% of US adults currently suffer from religious trauma. So that leaves us around about 80 million are going to at some point, and around 30 to about 50 million are suffering right now.
Okay, so this test is done on how many people? It says there 1,581 adults, right?
Yep.
Okay, so from this example, you want to tell me that what you're saying is based on this, yeah? So we need to believe this?
Yeah, this is reasonably well conducted sociological research. Obviously, you don't poll every adult in the country.
No, of course not. Of course
yeah,
not. Of course
you take a representative sample. It's how political polling works too, right? So if the numbers were a little bit more or a little bit less, you have a margin of error, don't you? You have a confidence
but who
interval.
made it? Who made it?
Who made
this
it?
study? Who made this study?
I think it was Slade, DM, Smell, A. Wilson, E. And Drumster R in the Sherm Journal.
So why do we need to believe them? Why do we say?
Oh, you're entitled to say.
Not entitled, but I mean, who else believes this? Or what's the basis of this?
anybody who understands research methodology believes it.
So if I go tomorrow and invent a nice, intelligent name and say that I'm doing a study and say that, most atheists have just turned to
if you just invent something, then it's not going to be very credible. But this wasn't just invented. This is in a reputable journal.
How do you know? How do you make the difference?
Because there are journals that have an established reputation for reliable data, and your made up one won't be one.
Is there any other journal that sustains what this journal says?
I don't know.
Is it backed up by anyone else?
I don't know.
It's not. I'm telling you because I'm fact checking it now.
You can fact check whatever you like. I don't know.
Yes,
it's still the case that this is a
my interest is
data that is cited in other places. If you think the data are unreliable, you're perfectly entitled to have that opinion.
The listeners can judge for themselves.
And you know what? Even if the figures were 10%, what this says. That would still be a human tragedy. So you're arguing about numbers. You're arguing about numbers in the margins, and the actual numbers are not as important as the principle. The principle is that large numbers of people are harmed by these ideas, and that motivates me to speak about them.
Okay, I'm not talking about the numbers. You're picking this up just like you were picking the name of Jethro with my other guy. I'm telling you that what matters the most is who is making this study, who is financing this study, and is there anyone else in the whole world who says the same
None
thing?
of this matters. What matters is that large numbers of people are traumatized by these things, as evidenced, for example, by data from the recoveringfromreligion.org and the Secular Therapy Project. They have a constant stream of people needing their services because they've been traumatized. I've got, as you say, a fairly large audience. We can do a little sampling of the audience now. I mean, we've got quite a small number of people in the room now compared to normal. We've got about 950 odd people. We could say right now, if you want to, put a 1 in the comments if you've suffered from some form of religious trauma. This is a minor sampling right now. Let's do that.
Minor sampling on an atheist group, right?
From people who are drawn to discussions about these things because they impact them. So,
my dear sir, what I'm really curious is, what is your motivation behind all this?
I've already told you that. Were you not paying attention?
Do you do this? I mean, how do you think you're going to make the world better by implementing some ideas?
By the way, we're getting a sea of ones in the comments. I don't know if you can see this. This is a sea of ones of people who have been impacted by this and find this kind of content helpful because it helps them to realize that the bullshit they were told by this religion is not true, that they're not unworthy, that they're not deserving of punishment, that they're not bad and sick and created in sin like they're told, like these religious fundamentalists tell them this nonsense. It's helpful.
When you make a problem that was already solved, we don't have this problem anymore. We all are friends.
I'm delighted that you don't have the problem anymore.
There's no such thing as this problem in the UK.
Who said anything about in the UK?
So
most of my audience is not in the UK. I do have an audience in the UK, but most of my audience is in America and Canada, where these problems are worse.
So it's a problem in America that Christianity is being taught, and that children are raised in a Christian way and not in an atheist way. That children are raised in a normal family and not in a family where there are people raising a child and have the same sex. So you think that it is not okay to grow up with Christian values? Am I right? So
yes, I think Christian values are disgusting.
What are the Christian values, if you don't mind?
Well, I think the idea of sin is disgusting. I think the
what
idea
does it mean to sin? What's the etymology of this word?
To offend God, to go against what God wants or God's nature. No. That's what most people understand sin to be a violation of God's ideas. Now, you may be on top of the etymology. I don't frankly care about it. Enough people are.
You need to because you are smart and people are listening to you, and they may believe something that is not so.
I don't need you to come and lecture me about etymology. I'm talking about. Nobody is interested. I'm talking about the ideas that are harmful to people, and these ideas, these Christian values. That people exist in a sinful state, that the world is fallen, and that people need salvation from something.
That is not a value.
Right. These are ideas that people have,
what
and they're no one cares. And these are.
I'm asking you because we're talking about this.
Right. So I'm talking about these ideas. If you want to call them ideas or values,
I'm talking about what bothers you about the Christian values that young children are raised.
I don't know really what you mean by values. I'm talking about ideas.
What
are
ideas. The values of Christianity?
Right. Okay. The ideas about Christianity.
The values.
Right. As I said, I don't care what you want to say about values.
So you do not want to answer that.
The ideas that bother me are the ones.
Looking only at ideas that you interpret as being
now
bad.
You can actually be quiet for a moment. The ideas that bother me are the ones where children are told, and people are told, and adults are told that they're in need of salvation from something, that they need saving, What do they need saving from? They need saving from what God's going to do to them if they don't get saved. They need saving from what the torture that Jesus is going to inflict on them if they don't grovel and supplicate themselves enough and call themselves sinners and repent and accept that Jesus had to be murdered and it was that his murder was somehow their fault, or that they have some debt of gratitude to pay for this barbarism, for this ridiculous theological murder plot that had been set up that they're supposed to feel very, very happy and grateful about. These are depraved values. These are cultish teachings indoctrinated into people all over the world, not just in the UK and America and Canada, in every country in the world. You've got children being fed this bullshit, adults being fed this bullshit, people being helped off drugs and straight into another type of problem where they're told that actually they don't have real responsibility for their life. They have to submit control to a higher power who's going to set them on fire if they don't believe the right things. These are the values and the ideas that I have a problem with. Now, you may like them. That's absolutely fine. If you like all of this stuff and it resonates with you, good for you. If you like all the slavery stuff, good for you. If you like all God's laws, good for you. I think you're crazy, but hey, you do you, my friend. But when your values and your ideas and your religious indoctrination is telling other people that they are worthless, that they're valueless, and that they are less than good, purely because they haven't bought the idea that occasionally donkeys talk, then we have a problem. Then you can take your doctrine and put it in your bag and go home. Nobody wants it. And I've just set up a little corner on the internet over here where we have discussions about this stuff because we enjoy it. And we find it therapeutic and fun and cathartic and interesting and entertaining. And we get a whole cavalcade of crazies who come in every time I stream to tell us all about Jesus, to tell us all about how wrong we are, and to tell us all about contingency arguments and design arguments and moral arguments and bullshit arguments. And it frankly is wicked fun having these conversations and showing how completely batshit crazy so many people are. Pretty disturbing as well, but it is fun. And that's why I do it. I like doing it. People seem to enjoy listening to it. It gives me a tremendous sense of purpose. I don't make outgoing calls. I don't go to churches. I don't even go into other spaces online. I just stay here. I do my thing. And whoever wants to come and talk is welcome to. And whoever doesn't, because they're too triggered, or they don't like it, or they find it offensive, I've got no problem with that. Swipe on, go home, and sing your Jesus songs. Have fun. You do you.
Okay. I just want to tell you some of the few values that are so harmful for these children, and I'm happy that you're doing this job to prevent that. So one of these values is, you have heard it said, you shall not murder. But I say to you, who is angry with his brother without cause shall be in danger of judgment. You have heard that you shall not commit adultery. But I say to you, whoever looks at a woman with lust.
Yeah. We haven't come here for you to preach. Off you go. Bye. It's been nice. It was lovely. Thank you for coming in. What a knob. Right. Okay. I really don't have patience after 9 hours to have him come in here and preach. You can fuck that right off. Really. Off your high horse, mate. Off you go. Okay. We've got maybe one last call. It's been really long. Shall I keep on going? Shall I take one more? I think I'm feeling a bit spicy. I'm quite enjoying it. There's now 2 in the queue. I'm going to keep on going for a bit. At some point, someone's going to come in the room and go, what are you doing? Because I've been doing this all night. Okay, let's take the dude. It's a good name. We'll take the dude and see what the dude is saying. And then we have Nap Drip after that. Hey, the dude. How are you?
Hey, John. I'm doing well. How are you, man?
I'm good, thanks. Yeah, I'm having a fantastic time.
Good. Yeah, and I appreciate you having these lives. Giving a space for people to have these discussions, and you do it pretty respectfully. A lot of people that have similar lives aren't as respectful, so I appreciate that. I had a question about, I guess, the prompt And I'm trying to understand exactly what you mean when you say God is evil and shiny.
Silly.
What does...
Silly, not shiny. Arguably, he may be slightly shiny as well, especially when he works up a sweat. You know, when he's trying to do things like figure out how to legislate in a way that won't offend the populace. Very hard. He gets a bit sweaty when that happens. But yeah, he's evil and silly.
Okay. I'm sorry. I misunderstood it. I'm sorry. Thanks for letting me on.
All right, buddy. Take care.
All right, bye.
Bye-bye. Okay. This is mad because as the queue goes down and then I bring someone in, it goes up again, which is kind of the way of these things normally. I'm sort of trying to work towards maybe ending, but I am having fun, I have to say. Maybe I'm getting delirious. If I start speaking in tongues, shut me down. Nap Drip. Hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello. Welcome in.
Thank you, thank you.
Quick age check. You are at least 18, I take it?
Yeah, I'm 18.
Good. Okay, well, welcome up. You know what the prompt is. What would you like to say?
So I'd like to say from the guy two guests ago, the guy that you were talking to for a while, I would say there's a difference between what he was trying to say with his values and what you were trying to say, because you're trying to argue against religious fundamentalism, you know, the donkeys talking and all the stories from the Bible and stuff. I think what he's talking about is like more so the traditional American values, because most Christians and Jews and Muslims, for that matter, they're not fundamentalist anymore. They just take the principles from the Bible instead of, you know, verbatim the actual stories.
I hear what you're saying.
I think that's the difference.
I do hear what you're saying. But I think most of those principles can be found elsewhere without the theological baggage. So things like, you know, the golden rule and treat people kindly and stuff like that. The Bible does not have a monopoly on altruism, kindness, charity, goodwill, all of those things. All of those values can be found elsewhere, and you don't need the Bible, because what the Bible brings with it is an overlay of theological toxic baggage, which is like, you're a sinner, you deserve punishment. You know, the world is in a fallen state, human beings are dirty and bad, all of this stuff, which is really, really horrible and toxic. And we've already had amazing demonstrations of the bigotry of the Bible today. We had someone in earlier on, just a few calls back, saying he thinks that gay people should be stoned to death. Absolutely disgusting. And you can just avoid all of that, chuck the Bible in the bin, and, like, you know, take the UN Charter of Human Rights would be an immediate upgrade. For example, that says things like equal treatment for women, don't abuse children. The Bible doesn't say any of those things. The Bible says women are the property of men, kill children if they're from the wrong tribe. It's disgusting. It's not a good book, not a good source of ethics or morals. I think it's pretty disgusting. And the American values, the values that America was founded on, were explicitly secular. The United States was founded as getting away from the king and the church, and it was a government of the people, for the people, by the people, and it was freedom of religion baked in. That was a freedom to have a religion or not to. Thomas Jefferson would be absolutely appalled at what he sees going on in the country today, and we're not going to get into politics, but
yeah, for sure.
You know, these values are just values of decency, friend, and they can be found anywhere. There is no moral guidance that you can get from the Bible that you can't find elsewhere.
Yeah, I mean, sure, that's completely true, but you know, I think we could agree it's not like worthless. It can be used as a tool, like anything else, like the golden rules of, you know, that originated in China or whatever. I think it could be used as a tool. Like, we're not like arguing for, like, you know, the existence of a God. We're arguing like the beneficiality of the Bible as a tool right now. Maybe we could just close at there's a potential for the Bible to be used as a tool to spread good values.
Look, the potential is there for anything to be used as a tool to spread good values. The same could be said for the Quran and probably for other faiths too. It doesn't mean that we have to like them. And my view is that, considering all the baggage they come with, we would do well to find other things to use as a tool to spread good values. Things like, you know, making sure we've got a functioning education system, making sure that children are scientifically illiterate. 40% of people think the entire universe was created about 3,000 years after the Mesopotamians invented ceramic glazing. It's an embarrassment. So we could start by improving science literacy, education, teaching critical thinking, maybe some ethics stuff. That's a good way to do it. Then you start to bring up generations of young adults who have got a baseline of knowing how to think, not what to think, how to be critical about ideas. And, those are the kind of values that I think lead to improvements. Anyway, that's my view, for what it's worth.
Thank you for the talk.
Thanks for coming in. Take it easy. Thanks.
You too.
Bye. All right. And again, 2 more in the queue. It's like they don't want to let me leave. Let's get in ODub, and then we've got Justice after that, and then I probably will pull the plug because it is getting on a bit. Hi, ODub. How are you?
Even doing pretty good. How about you?
Good, thank you. Good.
Cool. Just scrolling through, came across this, but in the last couple of folks that talked, I really came to the thought of myself that it sometimes may not be so much of a question of religion as it is a question of spirituality. I was raised Baptist and have beliefs that come across, different ways. But what I think I've come to realize in my own life, and I hope that other people realize too, is that, and I'm sure you and other listeners know, over history, religion itself has been used as a tool to integrate, expand, and further man's goals, right? So there was some context or some knowledge that was original, but has morphed into something else. And then when you add into that current day, I guess in the US, because we have our heads on backwards right now, when you look at how we use that to somehow make us feel better about ourselves by talking trash and making someone else feel like they are inadequate, that is not the teachings of the Bible. That is the teachings of God. So again, I'm more spiritual. I'm not so much a Christian, but I am spiritual. And I do believe that even, in like the Newer Testament, whatever, it was more a message of forgiveness and long suffering and live by example. Old Testament, New Testament, blah, 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 whatever. I just hope people understand that religion, whether it's Christianity, Judaism, take your pick. A lot of them, again, have been hijacked by the victors throughout history to mold this picture that they want and then control people the way that they need to.
That may be
true. So
true.
Understand that it isn't so much the religion, but it's the spirituality. What do you get from that, and how does it forward your life and force you or encourage you to be a better person on the outside towards the world, regardless of what your beliefs are? So that's my personal opinion.
I would agree that that's a good orientation to have. I don't really even know what spiritual means. I think people each have their own ideas of what it means. It doesn't mean anything coherent to me particularly. I think I'm call me old fashioned, but I'm one for just being led by reason and logic and common sense and evidence and compassion. Those are the values that motivate me, and I don't think we need religions for any of them. And that's my view. But yeah, thanks for coming up. Appreciate it.
Yep.
Thanks. Cheers, man.
No problem. Take care.
All right. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, moving through things quickly. Let's get in Justice next. Then I'm going to read some super chats and we're going to tie things up, I think. There we go. Hey, Justice.
Hey, brother. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. How are you?
I'm doing well. Okay. I appreciate you having me on.
Sure. What you got?
I haven't been on here for too long, so I kind of just wanted to get a little bit of a basis of where you're coming from, because I see your prompt, and that's kind of what immediately kind of made me want to come up here.
Sure.
So can you elaborate on your prompt where you say God is evil and kind of like where you're coming from on that?
Yeah, sure. So I don't think any gods exist. I'm an atheist. I don't think any gods exist, but I think the character of God, either in the Bible or even if you just think a general kind of non-biblical, general sort of theistic God, would be evil. Specifically in the Bible, because of the things that the God does in the Bible are completely horrific. And outside of the Bible, if a God is sufficiently powerful to have created the universe, there's absolutely no excuse whatsoever for allowing flared trousers.
Okay. All right. Well, so would you say that morality is objective or subjective then?
Subjective.
So have you heard of the teleological argument for God? Have you heard of that?
Of course.
So I would assume so. You seem like a smart guy. But so how do you get around the fact of, I feel like you're already kind of conceding to the argument that you don't really have a basis or a foundation to actually say that God is evil based on the fact that you do believe that morality is subjective.
Yeah, I think this is a common misconception that admitting that moral intuitions are subjective renders them arbitrary and meaningless. That's not true. You can have an absolute basis for making moral declarations without considering them to be facts. You can have a basis rooted in the things that are most important to all humans, or to most humans at least. The avoidance of suffering and compassion and cooperation. And this gives you an absolutely valid basis to say, according to these values, this is wrong. Now, if somebody says, well, I don't buy those values, if someone subjectively would rather choose the values of being obedient to God or some other set of values, liking suffering, wanting suffering, okay, well, that's somebody else's perspective. And then we can compare perspectives and see which one sounds reasonable, which one sounds rooted in values that most people share, and which one sounds, a little bit crazy.
Correct. But yet again, I would say that overall, that's kind of like a good stance. But still, if you believe that morality is subjective, then you can't say anything's evil because everyone has their own truth. No,
I absolutely can say something is evil. And when I say that, I'm not declaring a fact. I'm declaring a preference. I'm saying
an opinion.
I'm saying according to my subjective framework, I think this is evil. And if you don't think that you have a subjective framework, you would be wrong, because yours is just as subjective as mine, and possibly more so.
Possibly more so.
Yeah, because if you've subjectively chosen a particular God and subjectively chosen a particular religion or a particular interpretive tradition, and you're subjectively choosing to outsource your morals to what that God says, in that God's subjectively chosen declarations of that God's subjective preferences, there's an awful lot of subjectivity going on there. And then you just slap an objective label on it and think it's job done. But it's not. It's every bit as subjective as mine. My personal values, my personal framework for ethics is rooted in the avoidance of harm and maximizing of well-being. And somebody else's is rooted in obeying whatever God says. So when God says men killing babies with swords is good, it magically becomes good. When God promotes slavery, it magically becomes good. All of these things are just automatically good, because God is defined as being good. This isn't ethics, it's just obedience. I don't buy that. That's not for me. I prefer to root my ethics in something, funnily enough, a bit more objective, which is measurable impact on human beings and animals.
So you don't believe that religion let's get away, because we could have a very, very long conversation as to slavery in the Bible and have an argument on that. I don't think that that's going to be the best use of your time here. I kind of just want to have just a calm, casual conversation.
Sure.
But so do you not believe, because even if I was an agnostic, I could see you're an atheist, but even if I was an agnostic or an atheist, I feel like religion as a whole, the teachings, the moral teachings, I know you believe that God, you're saying you believe that God is evil, but I would say that the teachings of Jesus Christ and other religious teachings are going to overall be a net positive to the world.
I wouldn't necessarily go there myself. I would say that there are some positive teachings in there. I grant that. The positive teachings that are in there, like charity and forgiveness and forbearance, and helping the meek and stuff. Great stuff. Big fan of all of that. Christianity doesn't have a monopoly on it. Christianity didn't invent it. There are other places where you can find those same values without all the baggage that come along with it about sin and salvation and all of that meaningless twaddle.
What teachings would you disagree? Because I feel like Jesus's teachings across the board are pretty amazing.
Well, the worst one is the idea that if at the point when your life ends, you haven't been convinced of the right claims, you deserve to be thrown into a furnace where you'll have wailing and gnashing of teeth. What an absolutely disgusting thing to tell people and threaten people with. That if you haven't happened to have been convinced at the point you die that these theological claims are true, as I haven't been convinced, I've heard the evidence claimed for them, I've heard the arguments made for them, and I find neither to be compelling. And so I'm not able to believe them because I'm not convinced, right? If I'm not convinced, how can I accept these claims? I don't find them convincing. So believing them is off the table for me. And Jesus teaches, and the New Testament teaches, that if you don't believe the right things, in John 3:18 it says it, Mark 16:16 it says it, Revelation 21:8 it says it. If you don't believe the right things, you are apistos, you are faithless, you're a non-believer. And that essentially condemns you to hell. I can think of nothing worse. I can think of no more evil a preachment than that.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of the point, though. That's kind of like, that is the point, is that I'm not trying to preach to you at all, so I'm not even gonna go there. But do you not see? We're not gonna go there. I just had a couple of questions for you. I was just curious. Is there anything else other than hell that you have a problem with as far as Jesus' teaching?
I think love your enemy can be problematic. I don't think it's right to command people to love their enemies. I think there are times when the only thing it's rational to do is kill your enemy. It's not something that I would enjoy. It's not something I feel any pleasure about. But if someone is threatening me or threatening my family or threatening my community, I don't think it's moral to tell me to love them. You can try to make peace. You can try and find common ground. I'm all for that. I'm not a warmonger. I think war and conflict and violence should be avoided wherever possible. And wherever there's a solution that doesn't involve those, that's where you'll find me. But I think telling people that they're obligated to love their enemies is problematic. I think telling people that they're obligated to honor their parents is problematic. I think that parents should be honored if they've earned it, if they're good parents. I know people who have had terrible parents, abusive parents. Should they be honored? No. And the problem with biblical ethics is it's deontological. All the biblical ethics are deontological, right? They're sets of rules. You must do this. You must do this. You must not do this. There are no principles in there. So there's no room for fluidity. There's no room for agility, for kind of ethical agility and looking at a different situation one way or another way. We have these rules. Don't lie. Lying bad. That's just not true. It's just not. It's a very simplistic, stupid way of doing ethics, because there are instances where lying is the only ethical thing to do. And there's no room for situation ethics in the type of ethics promoted by the Bible and by these kind of very primitive ways of presenting rules about how you have to live and what you must do and what you mustn't do. I don't think it's very sophisticated. So that's my take on that. But friend, I'm going to move it along because I have been streaming for 9 hours, 15 minutes. We still have a couple more to take, and I've got some super chats to read, and then I'm going to shut up shop and maybe get some sleep.
Alrighty.
It's now 7 a.m. where I am. So there we are. Thank you for coming in.
Have a good night, brother.
I appreciate your polite conversation. Thanks, man.
Yes,
Take
sir.
care.
Have a good one.
Thanks. Okay, right. So for all the numpties who came in earlier, that's how you have a respectful conversation with someone that you have a disagreement with. You listen, you respond, you respect. No muting, no shouting, no swearing. Some people are just bonkers. Okay, we're going to get in Lemon Vault next. Queue's not going down.
Hey, how are you doing?
I'm doing. How are you?
I'm all right. Thanks for asking.
Good. What have you got?
Well, I just wanted to know a couple of things because you get people on here and they get to talking about this and that and the third. But realistically speaking, the essence of a good debate, not an argument, or I know you don't like to have arguments, but I'm just saying the essence of someone being realistically good in a debate is agreeing on terms. So I just wanted to know, like, you say God is evil and silly. That's your thesis.
Yeah.
So as opposed to evil and silly, what do you see? Like, if God is evil and silly, like, what is the good there,
I don't really know what you mean by what is the good there. I think the God of the Bible is a derelict moral monster who doesn't care about his creation, is completely indifferent to human suffering, dishes out collective punishment on a regular basis. And these are values that I disagree with. And if we saw a human being behaving anything like what the God of the Bible does, we would not hesitate to condemn it and repudiate that action. And because it's the God of the Bible, people say, "Oh, well, he made you; he can kill you." Like might makes right thing. Like I don't think that's acceptable. I don't think that's a sensible way to evaluate ethics. I think it should be evaluated on the basis of principles, not people, or personalities, or characters. And so I don't accept the special pleading made for the God of the Bible, wherein he is permitted to treat people in a way that we would never accept from a person. So that's my position on that.
I understand that, but I'm just saying, you say evil specifically and silly specifically, as opposed to what? As opposed to
I say evil
righteous.
I say evil and silly because I used to run a topic which was God is evil, and I used to run another topic which was God is silly. And one day I put a vote out to the audience to say which one shall I do, and it came back 50-50. So I said, "Oh fuck it, I'll do both." Dude, I'm going to move it along because the night is late, and you sound like you're up there with the kites. But have a good one, whatever you're doing.
Yeah, why not?
All right, take care.
No, I'm just saying though, as opposed to what though?
I know. Bye-bye. All the best. Come back another time. We love you, baby. My God, there's now 4 in the queue. What am I going to do? I'm going to read a few super chats, and then we're going to really think about calming things down because there's now 12 super chats. So, what have we got? Bacon and Bush, great to see you. Did I hear you were going to Seattle? I am indeed. Work or play? If work, I only live a few hours away. Well, I'm going for a family thing. So maybe we can do something. That'd be good. I thought about seeing if I could get a little get together happening. I think I'm going to be meeting with Spencer, Radio Spencer from TikTok, who we did the fundraiser for, because he's not too far away either. So maybe I need to get a little thing going and see if we can gather a little meeting somewhere. That would be fantastic. I would love that. We'll be in touch. How can I reach out to you? You could drop me an email, John, Jon, at unconvincedbook.com. We can see what we can do. That would be great. I would love to say hi. I'm definitely planning an event for London towards the end of the year for the UK people around the book launch and stuff. Definitely going to be doing a thing here. But it would be great to do something in America too. Totally up for that. Okay. Next we have Jay Danger, yet God gave him victory. Speaking when Jill was on, I think, talking about Jephthah, who he called Jethro, while he lambasted me for forgetting minor details of the narrative there. Absolutely wild. Aleph not here. Great to see you again. Atheists hate this one simple trick. Call out a detail they got wrong, but hope they don't see the irony in your approach. Yeah, that was what he was trying to do. Exactly that. And then while sometimes Tudor was on, Jay Danger said, "Our 8 John is my spirit animal." Something happens to me after a certain time, and I get a bit of a kind of, oh fuck it about me, and I start being a little bit, let's say, less considered than I might be at other times. a little more Joel-like, if you would forgive me that. Joel, I love you. Babs says, I got to sleep. See you Tuesday. Love you and Sean. Thanks, Babs. Get some rest. And Travis, thank you for the super chat, Travis. God permits slavery for supply chain purposes. That's exactly what it was. So it was when sometimes Tudor said, God couldn't possibly outlaw slavery because how would they get all the pyramids built? How would they get all the structures built? How would things happen? This is the creator of the universe that you're accusing of being forced into keeping up the institution of slavery because of, as you say, supply chain purposes. Beautifully put, Travis. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. The armed liberal. Thank you so much for the support. I really appreciate that too. And hail Jethro. Jethro forever. That could be a hashtag, right? Hail Jethro. A friend of mine used to play with Jethro Tull. They were a pretty cool band. And Jay Danger also said, I raised my children atheist and they're wonderful. Me too. I gave my son space to figure out for himself what he believes, and I just encouraged him to always have a good reason, be able to explain the reason for anything he believes and to think about things. And amazingly, he became an atheist. I didn't force him into it at all. Penelope, great to see you. Thank you for the super chat. Sometimes Tudor is so desperate to defend his ridiculous beliefs, he should put more effort into questioning his so-called holy book. I agree. A common problem. And Ryan H says, it blows my mind that a majority of younger theists have never heard of the awful verses. And that black guy said slavery isn't bad. I know, that was wild. Absolutely wild. Heartbreaking, actually. Heartbreaking. I appreciate the super chat. Thank you for that. It's very, very kind. Thank you. And Stephanie, thank you for the super chat. Good job staying cool. I didn't. Well, it's kind of my brand, isn't it? One day I'm going to completely lose my shit and break my brand. Then what will I do? I'll need to get like a PR reputation specialist recovery person come and put me back together again, like a sort of YouTube Humpty Dumpty who's fallen off my wall and broken. That might happen one day, just when I'm not expecting it. But so far, I seem to be able to keep my composure. Someone messaged me earlier and said you speak to all these crazy people, but I've never seen you get overly emotional. I'm like, look, it's not my job to get emotional. It's my job to be really, really calm and really reasonable in the face of them getting emotional. And that's what I enjoy doing. It makes me feel happy. Bacon and Bush. I'm also Bacon and Bush on Discord. Then I will find you on Discord. I'll seek you out and we will discuss the possibility of plans. That sounds great. I'd love to do something like that. And again, I'm mostly Bacon and Bush in real life. Fair enough. Okay, we are going to get in. Once we get rid of that, we are going to get in Rob. We'll get in Rob next. Bringing in Rob now. Hey, Rob.
Hey, boss. How's it going?
It's going. How are you?
It's good. It's a great day to be alive.
I agree. It's a good time. So this is my quote. My prompt is God is evil and silly. I say silly really because more to do with the idea of a God is a bit silly. I just think it's a bit silly. We should all be grown-ups now and stop talking about this nonsense. It's silly.
Well, I mean, what if your idea is silly of what God is?
Then that would make it even more silly, right?
No, it'd actually make it more intriguing, I believe.
I just think, I was saying to a caller earlier, there's a pattern in human history is that we come up with supernatural explanations for things which then get superseded by natural explanations for things. And this has happened thousands of times through human history. You'd have thought we'd learnt by now to stop doing it. But apparently not. We continue. We find gaps in our knowledge where we still don't have a definitive answer, like why is there anything, or why are the physical constants what they are, or what is the ultimate origin of organic compounds that lead to life. And we go, aha, here's a scientific question that we don't have an answer for yet. God did it. And we pretend that we've answered the question by saying God did it until some new bit of science comes along and explains that And we don't need a God for that anymore, just like happened with weather and stars and earthquakes and illnesses and failed crops and all of those things that used to get blamed on gods or explained in terms of gods and are no longer. And then we relocate our God to the next gap in our knowledge that we are able to identify and go, God has moved house. He used to live in how does the weather work? But we've kind of figured that out now. We moved him briefly to, I don't know, some obscure problem in organic chemistry, but now that's been sorted out. We've moved him to why is there something rather than nothing? Checkmate, atheists. It's all a bit silly. We should just stop. We should get out of the habit of being infantile in our search for explanations and being happy with proposed stories to answer difficult questions, and rather be grown up and just say there are some things to which we say, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, that's basically the best way to go about it, is that you don't know, and you may think you do, but you could definitely be wrong. And you could be wrong in the knowledge that you obtained about the so-called God you call evil and silly. Because throughout life and throughout the history of this world, we've definitely had, or there's been people who definitely had encounters with things that you can't explain scientifically,
but we kind of can,
and that have happened based on, like, Jesus.
Yeah, but we kind of can. We can explain them scientifically, though, because people in cultures from all around the world are claiming to have encounters with things that no one can explain, and they always end up having really simple explanations. It was a hallucination, or it was a dream, or it was a thing, or it was some other thing. There's always a reason, and it's never the magic reason. It's always a more prosaic, more mundane explanation for something. Again, that continues to be the pattern all the time, and you would have thought we'd have learnt by now. It's never the magic one.
I mean, when you go to court, do you believe in the court system and how things are provided with evidence and witnesses and witness testimony?
I do, but witness testimony is considered to be is often the weakest sort, and it's taken with a grain of salt because we understand something about human psychology and fallibility and bias and poor memory and confirmation bias and all of these heuristics that we have that make us not necessarily not be dishonest about what's happened to us, but incorrectly interpret what's happened to us. We have that all over the place. And if you think about it, you've got proof that this is that's right. You've got proof that this is the case because you've got people who make mutually incompatible religious claims and then claim to have experiences that bear them out. Well, they can't all be right because those claims can't all be right. So we know that there's some large number of people who are completely misinterpreting the experiences they've had and drawing the wrong inferences from them. And it could be all of them. Maybe it's not. Maybe magic is real, but it doesn't look that way.
I mean, looks can be deceiving, can't they?
They can, and that's why I'm open-minded. I'm open-minded.
Yeah, and I commend you for that. I really do, because the fact that you are saying God is evil and silly means that He does exist to you. Correct?
No, not at all. So okay. the silly part is a signifier.
Okay, real quick, what would it take? What evidence would you need to believe that God is real?
I have no idea, but God would know. So far, He hasn't provided it.
Well, He has provided it to me, and I could.
I'm delighted, and that's why you believe. But He hasn't provided it to me, and He would know exactly what I would need to convince me. And He so far must be happy for me to be a non-believer if He exists, because He hasn't provided any evidence to me that He knows.
If He sent me to give you a message.
My friend,
no. Just be open-minded, real quick.
I'm open-minded, but I've probably been doing this for more years than you've been alive, and the number of people who have told me that God sent them to give me a message is starting to be amusing.
I'm saying, okay, that if I had a remedy for you to meet the God that is real and that is living, would you take it up?
I would. I've always said to God, He knows where to find me. He knows where I live. He knows where I am. If He wants to have a relationship with me, He can come and find me anytime. I remain completely open-minded. I'm not going to be persuaded of God's existence by words that
I'm
people
not trying
say.
to persuade you.
But no, I'm saying I'm not going to be persuaded of God's existence by words that people say to me, or appeals to things written in books, or stories about what's happened to someone they know, or how could you possibly explain this? Because I understand too much about human fallibility.
That's perfect. That's perfect. Then rid yourself of the things of this world and take a fast, take a water fast, and see what happens to you. See what happens to your thinking. See how your mind and your body clears up of the things of this world, and what enters into your body to replace the things of this world.
Sure.
And then you will know God.
Sure. Okay. Well, I'll take that as advice. I'll start starving myself and see if that improves my cognition.
You won't starve. I've done it, and it works.
Sure.
And,
Well,
and you are filled with an energy and a presence that you won't be able to explain, and a peace and a happiness, and you would be.
I have actually fasted before, and I wasn't filled with any pieces or energies.
But were you doing what you're supposed to do while fasting?
Who knows? Who knows what you're supposed to do?
It's instructed on how to fast properly.
By who? By who provided these instructions?
A man that was sent here from God.
A man that was sent here from God.
And he told people that, you know, they asked him, why do your fathers not fast? And he says, because I am with them.
You're sweet.
And that's the whole point of fasting.
You're sweet enough, but I don't have time for this now. But thank you for coming in to talk to me. I appreciate it.
Yeah, usually people who don't want to believe say that.
Yeah,
Thank you.
All the best. Take care. Yeah, it's got nothing to do with not wanting to believe. Let's have a look. What else have we got here? We have got big claim, the greatest debater. Something's telling me don't do that, but I'm going to do it anyway. I'm feeling a bit crazy. Let's get the greatest debater in here. There we go. Oh no, he's disappeared. We don't have the greatest debater. The greatest debater was the latest debater. Oh, he's back again. Here he comes.
I'm here.
There we
man.
Go. There we go.
I'm here, man.
The greatest debater. Right, now, I have to give you some context for the debate, as it were, which is that I'm approaching the 10-hour mark of this live stream. So what that means is that I don't have an appetite for getting into long, deep discussions about stuff. We're going to kind of keep it moving along. And that's the context for the discussion.
I'm gonna keep it short. We're gonna keep it short. I
Nice.
got you, man.
All right, good.
I got you.
All right, so you can see what my claim is. What would you like to say in response?
I wanted to say, how do you think God is evil? Silly part, because I know it seems he's evil, but I can't debate on that because it is evil.
He's massively evil, and silly is really just a word game. I don't really mean that he himself is silly. I mean, it is silly to continue to think that such things exist.
All right, then we agree. Yeah, we
Great.
agree.
Awesome. That was nice and easy. Perfect. I think he definitely won that debate. And then the last guest of the night, I'm not going to take any more after this, is the Loop of Sound, who we have spoken to before, but not for some time. We spoke in April, 14th of April. There we go.
Host, thank you for platforming me. I appreciate it.
No
saying
worries.
We spoke. I was looking for the creator who was using the spirit of Jezebel during our discussions. You know, as a Christian, when I join these kinds of lives, I see the creators using different kinds of spirit, mostly Leviathan, spirit of Leviathan. Were you the one that was talking about bondage gear? Using the spirit of Jezebel to disarm Christians? Is that you?
It's extremely unlikely. It's more likely to have been Joel.
I wonder. I've spoken to some. They look like a reasonable human, and then they start to talk about bondage gear and Bruce Willis, the Gimp, and I'm like, wait a minute, is the spirit of Jezebel that I'm seeing? You know what I mean? It's rare for divine masculine to resonate spirit of Jezebel. So
Right.
It's not you then.
No.
Now, the evil, if we wanted to speak about evil in the Bible, Jesus tells us who creates evil. The God of the Bible, who is Jesus, he tells you specifically who creates evil.
He creates evil himself. But
Jesus never said that God created everything, did he?
Sure.
Jesus never said that.
But
so why do you think God created everything? Who's making you think that? The 12 tribes?
I'm not so much worried about whether this God created evil as much as the fact that the things he did are actually evil, in my view.
What evil things did Jesus do?
Well, if
during
you think
his 33 years,
if you think that, is Jesus God?
Jesus is God, yes.
Yeah.
Not Yahweh, not the 12 tribes guy though. Who's Yahweh?
Okay.
Who told Adam he was naked? That's the God, not who told David to throw a stone. That's not Jesus.
Right. Well, this is
who told Adam he was naked?
You're arguing a very idiosyncratic position.
Why are you saying what I'm doing? Why don't you just let me do what I'm doing instead of saying what I'm doing, straw man?
I'm commenting.
Are you a college? Did you take college level debate courses like I did, and are you using those fallacies?
Off he goes. No patience for that twaddle whatsoever. After 10 hours of live streaming, absolutely none, none at all. I'm going to put on the notes for that person. Insufferable twat. Awesome. Okay. I think that's going to be it. I've got one more in the queue. Use your words. All right, this is going to be the last one. Just one more. I'm like an addict. I'm like scrabbling around picking up little cigarette butts. But I'm having fun. What can I say? Like in for a penny, in for a pound. It's late. It's been a long one. Might as well do one more. This will be the last one though. So use your words. Use your words wisely. How are you?
What's up, man? Thanks for having me.
Sure. Fire away. Use your words as you wish. You know what the prompt is. These are my claims. Happy to engage with you on this.
Yeah, I wanted to address the first part of this, the God is evil part.
Yeah.
This kind of reminds me of a prompt that I usually have, but mine is a little bit in reverse. My idea is that anyone, I don't want to assume here you're an atheist, right?
I am.
You don't believe in God.
I do not.
Okay, I'm assuming here that you're a moral relativist. You believe that morality is subjective.
I'm not a moral relativist, because a moral relativist is somebody who thinks that morals and ethics change from time to place, and that what's good in one epoch or good here may not be good here. That's not my view at all. My sense of ethics is predicated on outcomes and principles, and they hold universally for me. So if I think something is wrong now, then I think it was wrong 1,000 years ago, 10,000 years ago, and in another 10,000 years will still be wrong also. So so in that sense, I'm not a relativist. What I am is that I hold that moral statements are value judgments and are expressions of subjective preference based on the values you hold.
Okay. Yeah, then I think this is perfect. I think I can make the argument that I'm trying to make because of this. So here's my claim and my argument to you. My claim is that you are just as evil as you're claiming God is. And my argument for this is pretty simple. It seems to me that you just told me that everything that you believe is moral and immoral is going to stem solely from your preferences for outcomes that you want. So I'm assuming that the outcomes that you want, you can correct me if I'm wrong here, are things like not harming people, moving towards human flourishment, doing what's best for society, either having a collective of people come together, decide that together through voting or something like this, and or moving away from suffering.
Yeah.
Okay. Now let's kind of go right to the basement of this, right to the bottom layer, peel it all the way to the middle of the onion, right? You just got done telling me that everything is going to stem from preferences, meaning the preference that you have for this outcome. But if it's the case that I even come and tell you, look, I love Christianity. I'm a Christian. However, I don't believe in none of this sky daddy Jesus character, he walked on water shit. I just prefer every single one of their ethics. You would have no argument for me outside of just your preferences. So once you actually get to the bottom layer of this, the only argument that you can have against God is not evil, is God is evil because of my preferences. And then someone's going to come to you and say God is evil because God is not evil because of my preferences.
Of course, this is obvious. This is not revolutionary. This stems obviously from. Well, I mean, it stems, and the claim you just made is obvious from the fact that I think that all moral statements are value judgments expressed as a matter of preference.
Got it. So what was my actual claim to you?
Well, I'm waiting for you to make it.
Yeah, so I already did. My claim to you was, you, the host, John, right? How do I say your name? Cohen? John?
Yeah.
John is just as evil as he is claiming God is.
You're perfectly entitled to have that view. If according to your framework, which you have subjectively chosen, which is every bit as subjective as mine, by the way, if according to that, I offend your moral sensibilities because, for example, I don't believe in slavery and stoning people to death and killing gay people like the God of the Bible does, if that makes you think that that makes me bad and evil, then that would be an opinion you're perfectly entitled to have.
Yeah, but this isn't actually what I'm pointing to. I'm not pointing to the fact that Use Your Words believes you're evil. I'm pointing to that John believes that he is just as evil as he is claiming God is. That's what I'm pointing to.
You're saying that you think your claim, if I understand you rightly, and this is pretty wild if I do, are you suggesting that, are you telling me that I think I'm evil?
I'm suggesting and I'm claiming that John, from John's position, John believes that he is just as evil as he's claiming God is.
But that would be factually wrong.
That would be factually,
but it'd be factually wrong.
Let me make the case. Let me make the case and you can tell me how I'm wrong.
Okay.
Based on John's view, everything is going to boil down to subjective preference for outcomes. So what John is saying is that anyone who has a different preference for a different outcome is just as justified of having the same position as John or having an alternative position to John based on John's view.
Depends what you mean by justified. Depends what you mean by justified. Because
based on preference.
Because I can say if your values are that you are pro-slavery and horribly misogynistic and racist, for example, then yes, you have a right to think that, but it doesn't need. I don't need to affirm the validity of your view. I can say I think your view is shit, and that's going to be my opinion.
Yeah, but do you understand that I'm not saying that John supports slavery. That's not what I'm saying.
I understand that, but I still don't think that you've quite got it right.
Here, I'll just show you. So when you say justified, you say it depends on how you're trying to justify X thing. But John already told me what justifies it. He told me that it's just preference. So if person A has preference for X, person B has a preference for Y, according to John, both justifications only have to be preferences. As long as you prefer the thing, you are justified in the thing. That's what John's telling me.
You are to yourself, but not to me. This is where the disconnect in your argument is. You may feel yourself that you're justified in having a different set of principles and preferences. I may look at your principles and preferences and find them abhorrent, and I don't think that they are justifiable or justified. I just think I grant that that's your perspective, but according to my framework, they are not justified.
And your framework is what? Just the preference that you have for the outcomes.
Yeah, which is the nature of subjective morals.
And what justifies that position to you is just because it is your preference. That's the justification. We ought follow John's framework because he prefers it.
It's not because I prefer it. It's not because I prefer it. It's just that I think that these values are actually rooted in fundamental aspects of human nature around an aversion to suffering. And I don't want to suffer. You don't want to suffer. These are things that we have in common. These are basic fun. They're not arbitrary. They're not picked out of the air like just picking a flavor of ice cream or something. They're based on real human suffering and compassion and the avoidance of harm. Very, very tangible, real, solid things. I don't think your argument has legs.
Let's actually look at this. Let's actually look at this. Do you agree with me that there are people who do want to suffer?
There may be people who do want to suffer, but you're always going to find things in the
So then when you say,
in the margins, you're going to find
nature,
exceptions in the
hold on,
margins. I grant that. The principles.
You don't want me to respond?
I'm clarifying. The principles are that most human beings don't want to die and don't want to continuously be in pain and don't want to suffer beyond suffering defined by them within parameters they control.
I totally agree with you. This has no bearing on my arguments.
I think it does, because that provides a foundational basis on which to say, given that we all basically have this in common, we can then say, if these values are important, if we prefer them. If these values are important, and they are for most people,
when you say important, you just mean if we prefer them.
No, I mean once we recognise that they are foundational, they provide a basis for us to say.
What makes them foundational?
Because most human beings, as I said to you, don't want to suffer, don't want to be in pain.
Yeah, most human beings do not.
And that we have brains that are evolved for cooperation and survival, and that means reciprocal altruism and mirror neurons.
Yeah, I agree with you.
All of that stuff. So the fact that you might find some on the margins who do like to suffer doesn't render this stuff completely arbitrary.
That's not even what I'm pointing to. Let me respond. So the thing is that the problem that you have here is that I agree with you. Most human beings would prefer to not suffer, and from that, you're extrapolating that because most of us would prefer to not suffer. We ought to move away from suffering. Totally get it. But the problem that you still have here is you're building all of this on preference. We would prefer to not suffer.
It's not merely preference. It's survival instinct. It's genes. It's mirror neurons. There's a whole network of things which provide a foundation. But it's not. When you just say preference, it makes it sound trivial. It's not trivial. It's almost ubiquitous. It's almost ubiquitous.
That's not what I'm pointing to.
Well, then maybe I'm misunderstanding your argument. And at 10 hours of streaming, I will say, give me a call back on another evening when I've got more appetite for it.
Okay, how about this? That's fair, totally fair. Can I just at least respond to what you're saying, and we'll wrap it up?
Yeah.
Okay. I totally agree with you that there are going to be things like you talked about like self-preservation, like an inherent like instinct to survive and that kind of thing, which is then going to extend itself to things like staying away from unalivement unnecessarily, this kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
Totally get you. However, that is the case. That doesn't tell me what ought be the case. What you have to do is be able to cross this bridge between what is and what ought be.
It's the is-ought controversy. I understand the is-ought controversy, but I don't think there really are any oughts. That's the difference. I don't actually think there are oughts.
Right, you don't. If there's no oughts, then how is God evil?
No, it's still a judgment call from me.
If there's no oughts, then how is God evil?
Because I can say that according to my framework,
your preferences,
according to my framework, according to these principles that I've laid down that you've agreed are ubiquitous, he violates so many of them that anyone who doesn't think these things are bad, there's something wrong with them. It's not just preferences. Honestly,
what else is it?
It's foundational principles of well-being.
All right, hear about this. Last question. Is there anything that you prefer that is immoral?
Yeah, eating meat. I like eating meat, but I think it's basically immoral. So I do
it. It's immoral because of your preferences, right?
It's immoral because I think that I ought not to do it. I personally think I ought not to do it, but I do it anyway because it's a preference.
Yeah, but that's circular. You're just telling me it's immoral because it's immoral.
No, I'm just telling you that I'm hypocritical on this particular fact. But anyway, on that note, my friend, as we approach the 10-hour mark, I'm going to say thank you for calling in. You're welcome to call back another time. We'll pick it up again.
Okay. All right. Have a good day, bro.
And you. Thanks. All right, people. That's nearly it. I've got a little bit of housekeeping to do before we shut up shop. Let's see. The first thing we need to do is have a look at the bingo. We didn't quite fill the board, but the winner today is my good friend Upshot. Great to see you get a win, Upshot. Absolutely love that. And on 5, with joint second place for Espresso Jack and Pasta Fairy, and then third place being Diagoras and Jeebus Fish on 2. That is absolutely brilliant. Well done. Well done to you. That's absolutely brilliant, Upshot. I'm delighted that you won that. And then the other thing that it remains for me to do is to show the leaderboard of today's best and worst. So the best call was Mark Anthony Wallace with a very respectable 68. And the worst conversation of the night was Use Your Words, who scored 0. It's always an ignominy when someone scores 0. That's very, very bad. And that, I think, discharges my obligations. The inner circle thing's been rolling away, I see. So everyone's got the name checks. Thank you so much for that. This has been, I think, the record-breaking stream now. I think it's we're just a few minutes off 10 hours. So I'm fairly pleased about that. It's been a good one. I've really enjoyed it. I enjoyed sort of cutting loose a little bit as things got on, and I went a little bit crazy, but I liked it. So I hope I wasn't too badly behaved. Let me know in the comments if you think did I depart from my normal regulated self too much, or if you liked it. I'm happy to do it again. Must admit, I quite enjoyed it. I think there's another super chat that's come in that I missed. Don't let me miss super chats. Oh my gosh. Okay, we got a couple. So Aleph Naught here. Hail Jethro. The Jethro thing is always going to be funny now. Hail Jethro and stay hydrated, friends. Absolutely, got to stay hydrated. And the armed liberal, still hailing Jethro. Get some rest, John. I'm on my way, I promise. And Zeitgeist, good to see you. Jethro has now entered the pantheon alongside Puff. It's got to be done. Jethro is going to be a legend. Hashtag Jethro has got to happen. I absolutely love that. And finally, Flibberty Giblets, legendary stream. I'm fucked for work in 4.5 hours. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to leave you messed up for work. That's on me. I'm so sorry, Flibberty. But great to have you here. Love having you around. As is the case for all of you. So thank you. Huge thank you to wonderful mods. I always thank you, but I always will. You know that I am eternally grateful. Really appreciate 252,000 likes on the TikTok thing. That's awesome. Thank you so much. TikTok engagement was really great. And thank you, of course, to everyone on the TikTok side and the YouTube side. Thanks to Sean, of course, from earlier. And the next stream will be Tuesday. I will be doing something live tonight with Chaos Christie at I think it's going to be 2 p.m. I think it's 2 p.m. Eastern time in her stream, which is going to be about having constructive conversations and bridge building and all of that good stuff with Christie. So look out for that. That'll be on TikTok only, I think. In fact, I'm pretty sure. I think that's what she does. But otherwise, we will be back for the Tuesday stream during the day. On Tuesday, we'll probably start 3 p.m. UK time and then go through into the evening. So thank you so much. Hail Jethro.